After my parents have passed away, the only sister was sent to an orphanage by my wealthy uncle. Other family members treated me coldly and even kicked me out of the house. They forced me to sign an agreement giving up my inheritance. Soon, he met his sister in an orphanage, but was involved in a dark deal involving child trafficking. I decided to launch a rescue operation, fought against the evil forces, and finally succeeded in rescuing my sister. After that, I wanted to start a quiet life and hide my identity until a beautiful CEO appeared in my life. Soon I became her bodyguard. However, the incident at the orphanage put me in danger again. Hey guy, thanks for watching. Please subscribe to my channel and let me know you want next part in the comment section. Chapter 1. I am Johnson. The plane I was on had an accident, and soon everyone at headquarters was in a panic. Call. Johnson, please reply if you hear me. In the waters between the two countries, the tail wing of an airplane suddenly exploded and it instantly fell into the sea, with debris scattered everywhere. Johnson, if you hear me, please reply. Johnson, if you hear me, please reply. The plane burned in flames and gradually disappeared into the vast ocean. Suddenly, urgent footsteps broke the silence, and a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and a national emblem of the Republic of China on his chest walked in quickly. His brows were furrowed, and he looked anxious. What's going on? Have you contacted Johnson? Mr. Zhang, still nothing. Xuanwu reported hurriedly. The middle-aged man was Zhang Jun, the highest commander of the Northern Army. Upon learning that Johnson had lost contact, he immediately issued an order without any hesitation. Mobilize all forces to search and rescue. If he is alive, we must find him. If he is dead, we must find his body. Yes. After the order was issued, the Dragon Soul Hall immediately mobilized tens of thousands of search personnel, and all forces, including warships and helicopters, were involved in the search. At the same time, the North Country and even the whole world were shocked. Johnson, the leader of the North Country's secret guards who ranked first on the world assassin list and had a military rank of 5-star general, was in danger of death. The entire North Country was in chaos, and almost all its forces were mobilized for search and rescue. But 3 days later, there was still no news. Time passed, and the search lasted for a whole month. Finally, the Dragon Soul organization announced that in order to cover the retreat of my teammates, I deviated from the route to attract enemy fire and was eventually attacked by the southern country. The plane crashed, and I died for my country. The Dragon Soul Temple held a state funeral for Johnson, but everyone who knew him knew that this outcome could not be the real cause of Johnson's death. Johnson, a god of war who was almost invincible, died so easily in an air raid. At the moment the plane exploded, Johnson had already jumped out of the broken window of the cabin. With his extraordinary speed, he quickly paddled and swam towards the coast. Soon after, he landed steadily on a cliff, staring at the wreckage of the crashed plane in the distance, and whispered to himself, "From now on, Johnson is dead. There is no Johnson in the Northland anymore. Only me, Johnson." I paused for a moment, with a complicated expression on my face, then turned and left the cliff, embarking on the road home. All of this was a suicide action plan by me, just to go home. 15 years ago, when I was 10 years old, I had an argument with my parents. A slap in the face broke the stubbornness in my heart, and I left home in anger. I didn't expect that I would be gone for 15 years. During the years of wandering, I met my lifelong mentor, followed him to practice for 5 years, then went down the mountain to join the army and eventually joined the Dragon Soul organization, becoming the leader of the Dark Guard. For 10 years, my identity was kept secret, and the organization strictly prohibited me from contacting the outside world, even my relatives. However, during these 10 years, I could not forget my parents, and the longing in my heart was like a sharp knife cutting through my heart. The conflict between loyalty and filial piety prevented him from returning home. It was not until a few days ago that he learned a piece of heartbreaking news. His parents died in a car accident, leaving behind a sister he had never met. The news made me feel so sad that I almost collapsed due to the regret and self-blame in my heart. I couldn't change the death of my parents, but I could do my best for their younger sister. In order to make up for my debt to my parents, I carefully planned this suicide and deceived everyone, just to be able to go home and take care of my lonely and helpless sister. 10 days later, in Gangneung City in the south of the North Country, I dragged my tired body and staggered along the street. Although I am wearing a black jacket, look sunny and handsome, 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. At this moment, I am just an ordinary person with no one to rely on. This death plan made me lose all my privileges and property, and now I don't even have a penny. I haven't been home for 15 years, and Jiangling has changed dramatically, but I still found the way home relying on my childhood memories. Our Lynn family was once a wealthy family in Jiangling. Although we were not very prominent at the time, we still had a certain status. I remember that my family business was founded by my grandfather, and my parents also ran it successfully. Now that my parents are gone, what will happen to the Lynn family and my grandfather? What will happen to my sister? With full of doubts, I walked into the familiar old town and came to the old villa. Standing at the door, looking at this still familiar house, I felt mixed emotions. Just as I was stunned, a pink Maserati suddenly stopped at the door of the villa. The car window rolled down, and a tall, fashionable lady stepped out. She was well-dressed and had sharp eyes. She looked at me standing at the door and asked arrogantly, "Who are you? What are you doing standing at my door?" I came back to my senses, looked at this beauty, and suddenly remembered her identity, Jessica. Although time has changed, the familiar face made him instantly understand who she was. With a slight smile, Johnson asked politely, "Are you Jessica?" Jessica frowned slightly, looked at him carefully, and when she saw that I was handsome, she suddenly became a little interested and asked jokingly, "Are you here to pursue me? But don't waste your time. Look at your appearance. You're probably a poor loser. Although you are handsome, which is my type, I am not interested in poor losers. Being handsome cannot make a living." I listened to her words and was speechless for a moment. I recognized the girl in front of me as Jessica, my Uncle George's daughter. But in my memory, she was only 7 or 8 years old when she left home. Now seeing her again, everything has changed. "Jessica, I'm your cousin Johnson." I couldn't contain my excitement. It was the first time I saw my relatives in 15 years. I remember when I was a child, she often chased me and called me brother. That warm scene seemed to be still in front of my eyes. She looked at me with her eyes wide open, as if trying to remember. Then she asked, "Are you really Johnson?" I nodded. "It's me, Dan May." I smiled and continued, "I haven't seen you for 15 years. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. I remember when you were little, you always clung to me. At that time, you always chased me and called me brother." She frowned and interrupted me. "Stop, stop." She stared at me carefully for a while and asked, "Are you really Johnson?" I nodded again. "It's really me." There was a hint of coldness in her eyes, but then a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Huh, it's really you. I haven't seen you for 15 years. What are you doing back?" My heart sank slightly. Her attitude surprised me a little, but I wasn't angry. After all, my departure did hurt everyone. "Sister Dan, I know I was wrong back then, and now I'm back. Can you let me see Grandpa first?" I spoke cautiously. Her expression turned cold in an instant, and she said sarcastically, "Grandpa left a month ago." Her tone was as cold as ice. "What? Grandpa's gone?" My heart suddenly ached, my eyes went dark, and the sadness almost made me speechless. She continued mercilessly, "Grandpa's health deteriorated rapidly because you ran away from home. Some time ago, your parents had an accident, and Grandpa couldn't bear the bad news. He fell ill and passed away." Hearing this, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The sadness and self-blame almost made me breathless. I couldn't accept that my grandfather, who loved me the most, was gone and I would never be able to see him for the last time. However, Jessica did not offer any comfort, but sneered and said, "Why are you pretending now? What were you doing before? This family has nothing to do with you anymore. If you want to come back, just leave." After she said this, she turned and left without looking back. "Wait," I hurriedly called her. "Take me to see my uncle and aunt." She stopped and looked back at me coldly. "Since you are back, let's put an end to everything." I was a little confused, and I didn't understand why she was so cold to me. After all, even though we hadn't seen each other for 15 years, we were still family. But I didn't think too much about it, and followed her into the house. Jessica is back. As soon as I walked into the living room, Jessica's mother Susan raised her head. When she saw me, she frowned and her face immediately became unhappy. "Who is he?" "Mom and Dad, this is not my boyfriend. He's your relative." Jessica's voice was a little impatient. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa was my Uncle George, and I recognized him. "What? You're Johnson." George and Susan's faces changed. They no longer looked happy, but became alert instead. "Yes, Uncle, Aunt, I'm Johnson." I greeted politely. "Are you Johnson?" George looked at me coldly. His tone was indifferent. Why did you come back? Do you still have a nerve to come back? Yeah, it's useless for you to come back. What benefit can you bring to us? Susan S. tone was full of impatience, as if I was not worthy of standing here at all. I lowered my head, knowing that I was in the wrong, and slowly said, Uncle and Aunt, I know I was wrong back then. Leaving home brought a lot of harm to everyone. Now that I'm back, I sincerely want to apologize for my past mistakes. You don't have to apologize. George interrupted me coldly. You are sorry to your dead parents and your grandfather who loved you, but we dare not apologize to you. Susan sneered at the side. You don't want to fight for the property, do you? Your grandfather didn't leave you a penny in his will. I was stunned and my heart sank. I didn't expect that they, as my family, would be so indifferent. They were afraid that I would come back to fight for the property. Uncle and Aunt, I came back this time just to take care of my sister. I said in a deep voice, Where is my sister now? Why did you send her to an orphanage? Susan was furious when she heard this. Her voice was sharp. How can you talk like that? I sent her to the orphanage for her own good. The director called today and said that a good family wanted to adopt her, and I agreed. My heart sank, and I suppressed my anger. What do you mean? Susan had obviously let something slip, and her tone became even more evasive. It doesn't mean anything, just that you should stop bothering her and find her a good family. It's better than having her follow you. At this moment, I could no longer tolerate their cold-bloodedness, and anger surged in my heart. Tell me, which orphanage is my sister in? I roared. Susan was stunned by my yelling, but then she reacted and yelled at the top of her voice. Haven't you been informed a long time ago? How dare you come back to disturb her? This family has nothing to do with you. Get out now. Yeah, my mom is doing this for your sister's own good. Jessica added coldly. What good will Angela have if she follows you? George also said calmly. Johnson, since you are back, just pretend that your parents never gave birth to Angela and go back. Susan S. collar angrily and asked, Where is my sister? How dare you? George stood up angrily and pointed at me and yelled, You dare. Susan also glared at me fiercely. Jessica also joined in the accusation at this time. Johnson, don't be ungrateful. My mother is doing this for your sister's good. I sneered, my heart filled with uncontrollable anger. For my sister's sake? You are such a family. My parents died, but you just stood by and watched, and even sent my sister to an orphanage. Do you have the right to say that? I'm back now. I don't want to fight with you for the property. My parents are gone, and I just hope to raise my sister to adulthood. But if you don't give her back to me, I will make you pay the price. I let go of Susan and stared at them with angry eyes. Johnson, if you sign a document to give up your inheritance and sever ties with us and get out of this house, I will tell you the whereabouts of your sister. Susan said coldly. Without any hesitation, I immediately picked up a pen and paper and signed a document, indicating that I would sever all ties with the Lynn family from then on. Your sister is in Yongfu Orphanage. Susan finally revealed her sister's whereabouts. I heard from the director that she will be sent away today. Go find her quickly. I was furious, but I held it in. When I heard the news about my sister, I immediately turned around and left. Wow, what the hell? Susan sneered behind him. When I arrived at Yongfu Orphanage, I felt uneasy. The orphanage was located in a very secluded place on a mountain in the suburbs, surrounded by dense forests. When I arrived, the iron gate at the entrance was old and rusty, looking heavy and ominous. The door was tightly chained, and it looked more like a prison than an orphanage. I walked to the door and saw 4 big men standing guard. I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself down, and asked, Hello, is this Yongfu Orphanage? One of them immediately looked at me warily, his eyes full of hostility. Who are you? What are you doing here? I quickly explained, My sister is here. I want to come and see her. I hope you can make it convenient for me. When you sent your sister here, didn't you sign a treaty? Once she's here, she has nothing to do with you anymore. Someone sneered and said in a threatening tone, If you dare to meddle in other people's business again, I'll make you pay for it. Their attitude made me even more uneasy, and I began to worry about my sister's safety. But I didn't act rashly. I had to leave temporarily and try to find a way to sneak into the orphanage to confirm whether she was safe. As for those people, if they really want to take action, I believe they were just paper tigers. I quietly left, went around the woods, and began to sneak towards the orphanage. While I got closer, I found a group of police hiding in the woods, and the atmosphere was tense. Captain, what should we do? Should we take action? A police officer asked in a low voice. No, the situation is unclear. We can't take risks. Captain Victoria frowned and replied. She is the captain of the Jiangling Criminal Police Brigade, and the deputy captain Robert next to her also looked nervous. But will that kid affect our actions? Robert continued to ask. Victoria calmly replied, he can't possibly ruin our plan. We have to keep watching. I approached quietly, hid in the corner, and found a container truck parked at the door. A bald man got out of the truck, looked around, and led people into the orphanage. I followed silently, and soon the bald man pushed open a door and entered a talk with Dean Richard. I stood outside the window and eavesdropped on their conversation. Richard, are you ready? Asked the bald man. Richard smiled and nodded. We're ready, Brother Tiger. If we continue like this, we won't have enough supply. The bald man sneered. Hand this batch over quickly. The master needs it urgently. His words shocked my heart, and I vaguely felt that something was wrong. I immediately evacuated quietly and continued to go deeper into the orphanage. Finally, I found the entrance to the underground passage next to a secret door, and my heart tightened. After entering the basement, I heard waves of children crying. It was surrounded by iron bars and looked like a prison at first glance. Seeing the thugs yelling at the children with threats and indifference on their faces, my anger rose immediately. Without hesitation, I rushed over quickly and subdued the thugs before they could react. I ran anxiously to a cell and saw a dozen children huddled together, with fear and scars on their faces. I whispered to them, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you. Then I anxiously asked, is there anyone named Angela? As soon as I finished speaking, a pair of big eyes suddenly popped out from among the children. It was a little girl. She looked at me cautiously, her eyes full of doubts. I asked gently, little sister, are you Angela? She nodded, lowered her head, and took out a photo from her arms. She looked at me again, a hint of confirmation flashed in her eyes, and then she suddenly shouted, brother, brother, come and save me. Her voice was full of despair and desire. At that moment, my heart almost broke. I finally found my sister, and tears welled up in my eyes. I rushed to the iron door and punched it, and it opened. I rushed to my sister and hugged her tightly. Angela, your brother is here and will not let you suffer anymore. I comforted her gently, with regret and sorrow in my heart. My sister threw herself into my arms, hugged me tightly, and burst into tears. Brother, I'm so scared, she cried. I hugged her tightly, holding back my tears, my heart aching. Looking at the abused children around me, my anger almost consumed me. Angela, come home with me. I promise you will never be hurt again. I stroked her cheek, my tone firm. This is my promise to her, and also my oath. The younger sister showed a long-lost smile and nodded sensibly. Yes, brother, I believe you. I gently stroked Angela's head, my heart full of love for her. Brother, my parents are dead. My uncle and aunt kicked me out. I was so scared. I waited for my brother to save me every day. Her voice was helpless and choked with sobs. Mom always said that my brother was very powerful, and she showed me his photos, saying that my brother would definitely come back. I hugged her tightly, my heart aching. Angela, don't be afraid. Brother will not leave you, never. I comforted her softly. She looked up at me with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Really? Brother, you won't leave? I shook my head firmly. No, brother will always be with you. She finally couldn't hold back her tears, and I couldn't stop crying either. I'm sorry, Angela. I'm sorry to my parents. This is all my fault. At this moment, I heard hurried footsteps outside. I looked up and saw the bald man and Richard walking in with a group of thugs. Who are you? The bald man asked coldly. Brother, the bad guys are coming. Angela looked at the dark crowd outside, trembling, her body shaking and her voice trembling. The other children all huddled in the corner, panicking. Looking at my sister's appearance, a flash of anger flashed in my eyes, and murderous intent surged in my heart. Angela, brother will play a game with you, okay? I squatted down and asked softly. She looked at the people outside warily, but nodded. Yeah, brother will show you a magic trick. Just close your eyes, and when I tell you to open them, we will already be outside. I said softly. She frowned slightly. Brother, you won't lie to me, right? Of course not. If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy. I replied with a smile. Pink Pinky. She stretched out her little hand, and I stretched out my hand and hooked my fingers with hers. Let's make a pinky promise not to change for 100 years. Whoever changes will be a puppy. She made the pinky promise seriously. I touched her little head and smiled gently. Let's make a promise for 100 years and never change. Whoever changes will be a puppy. Brother, I closed my eyes. She closed her eyes and stood there obediently. I took a deep breath, stood up, and walked steadily toward the door of the iron cell. My eyes swept through those people like a cold blade. "You deserve to die," I whispered. The bald man and Richard couldn't help but tremble. The aura in front of them made them feel extremely depressed, as if they were trapped in an abyss. "Does Your Excellency have any misunderstanding?" The bald man's voice trembled. "You are unnecessary if you are alive," I said coldly. As soon as I finished speaking, my figure flashed like a ghost, and I quickly rushed into the iron cage, easily picked up Angela, and walked out with the other children. Richard outside could only stand there, their eyes filled with fear, their hands tightly grasping their throats, struggling in pain. Blood began to gush out of their throats, gushing out like a fountain until they fell to the ground completely and died. I led the children out of the dungeon, came to the iron door, and kicked it open. "Angela, you can open your eyes now." Angela slowly opened her eyes, saw the sunshine and the vast world outside, and cheered, "Brother is so awesome! Brother is so awesome!" I smiled slightly. "Brother didn't lie to you." She nodded, very happy. I looked at the forest, then turned to Victoria and the others and said calmly, "How long are we going to hide in the forest?" Victoria and Robert were shocked, obviously not expecting me to be so straightforward. "Captain, is he talking about us?" Robert asked doubtfully. Victoria frowned. "Who cares if he is or not? Now that the children have been rescued, let's save the people first." So Victoria led the police out of the woods, pulled out their guns, and pointed them at me. "Don't move." I smiled faintly. "Are you willing to come out? These children are in your hands. This orphanage is a den for child trafficking. There must be evidence of a crime in the director's office. Go search it quickly." Victoria was silent for a moment, her brows furrowed. "Who are you and why are you here?" "I came to visit my sister and do something good while I'm at it," I replied. She looked at me doubtfully, but still said to Robert, "Go check the orphanage." "Yes." Robert immediately led people in. Victoria continued to point at me. "You can't leave until the matter is investigated thoroughly." I nodded, "Whatever." Not long after, Robert came out with the police officers. He looked at me and reported to Victoria, "Captain, all the people in the orphanage died in the dungeon. The cause of death was a cut in the throat. The wounds were almost the same. It seemed that they had seen something extremely horrible. In the director's office, we found relevant criminal records, proving that these people trafficked children through the orphanage." Victoria listened in shock. "They're all dead?" "Yes, and he just died." "Who did it?" Victoria looked at me, still full of confusion. Robert whispered, "Him? Impossible. Can one person do it?" Victoria still couldn't believe it. "We have been keeping watch, and he was the only one who came in here. Could he really have done it?" Robert shrugged. "I don't believe he can do it." "Then we'll declare this a police operation." Victoria decided not to pursue the matter. "Okay." Robert nodded. Victoria looked at me. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. "What's your name?" I paused and said, "Johnson." Left without looking back and hugged Angela. "Wait." Victoria called me. "What's your name?" I turned around and said lightly, "Johnson." Then I turned and left. Victoria calmed the children down. She took Robert to the basement and fell into deep thought as she looked at the dozens of deaths. It really wasn't him who killed him? Then who killed him? Robert didn't care. After all, this was a great achievement. He said, "It shouldn't be him. How could one person do it? We've been keeping watch. This is the only way in, and no one has ever come in except Johnson. Who else could it be but him?" Victoria asked puzzledly. "Captain, don't scare me. If Johnson killed this man, is he still a human being? Even a ghost can't do it. Maybe it was done by several people, but I don't believe he could do it. Well, never mind. Just announce to the public that it was the police who did it." "Good." Victoria wants to investigate further, but she doesn't have time to investigate me now. After all, there's still many things to do. The higher-ups are paying attention to this case, and the police have been following it for a long time. Although it is not perfect, it can get the job done. The important thing now is to find the missing children according to the search records, rather than to find out who killed these scumbags. I walked back to the city, holding Angela in my arms. The hustle and bustle and lights of the streets seemed so unfamiliar to me. Angela was sleeping soundly in my arms. Her little body finally felt comforted and safe. The fear and anxiety of many days had exhausted her energy. Now, she could sleep peacefully in my arms. I walked carefully, feeling guilty. Everything I once had has now become a memory. With the death of my parents and the destruction of my home, Angela and I are now like two homeless souls drifting in this city. I looked at my sister in my arms, feeling guilty. If I hadn't run away from home on impulse, maybe my parents wouldn't have died, and maybe we would have lived differently. Now, she's the only relative I can rely on, but this responsibility and pressure make me feel heavier than ever before. I have no money, no friends, and this city is strange and cold to me. My only uncle also cut off all ties with me today. No matter what, Angela needs me, and I must take up this responsibility. As night fell, I walked aimlessly with her in my arms through the streets of the city center until we stopped in front of a bench. I felt like I couldn't go any further. The pressure of life was suffocating me. "Brother, I'm hungry," Angela called softly, breaking my thoughts. I looked into her innocent eyes and replied with a smile. "Brother will take you to find something to eat." She nodded, her small body still leaning against me. I squatted down, gently carried her on my back, and walked toward the nearby KFC. "Brother, I want to eat a hamburger." Angela's eyes were full of anticipation. I carried her to the front of the store. Angela looked through the window at people eating burgers in the store, her eyes flickering with desire. I nodded involuntarily and walked into the store. The store was packed with people, and there was a long line at the front desk. I touched my pockets and found that I had no money and even no cell phone. I was anxious. I had to meet Angela's needs, even if I had to lower my head and beg for a burger. When it was my turn, I whispered, "Hello, do you need anyone to work here?" The salesperson was slightly stunned and shook his head. "No need. Can you give me a burger on credit? I could do something for you to pay you back." I continued to test. "No, if you don't want to buy, please leave. There are many people queuing behind you," she responded impatiently. The people behind me started to laugh at me. Some of them said sarcastically, "Why, you don't even have money for a burger. You deserve it for being lazy." "That's right. It's so shameful to bring a child out. Go find a job and earn money." Their ridicule hurt my heart like a knife. Angela hugged me tightly and pouted angrily. "Don't talk about my brother. He is very powerful." One man sneered, "He's your brother? He can't even afford a hamburger. What a disappointing brother." Hearing these words, my face turned red, but I remained silent. At this time, Angela whispered, "Brother, I don't want to eat anymore. We are not here anymore." Her soft sobs made my heart ache. Seeing her disappointed look, I blamed myself deeply. "Angela, brother promised you that he would do it." I comforted her gently and took her out of the store. The wind outside was cold, and Angela's stomach was still rumbling. Seeing her lost look, I felt extremely painful. Now I understand what it means that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty. Sometimes, a penny can put a hero in trouble. To Angela gently and said, "Little sister, I'll treat you to a hamburger." Angela's eyes lit up, and she looked at me hesitantly. I whispered to her, "Angela, thank you, sister." She timidly took the burger and whispered, "Thank you, sister." The woman smiled at us and turned to leave. As she walked towards her BMW, I couldn't help but chase her. "Beautiful lady, can you please give me your phone number?" She turned around, frowned slightly, and looked at me warily. "What do you want to do?" I smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, "No, it's not. I just want to leave your contact information and return the money to you in a few days." She looked me over and smiled softly. "Forget it." I just felt sorry for the little girl and bought her a burger. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to say that. When she was about to get on the bus, she turned around and said to me, "You look healthy, but you can't even afford a hamburger. This society will not sympathize with people like you who have hands and feet. You should go find a job and give your children a better life instead of sitting here waiting for charity." Her words stunned me for a moment, but she didn't give me any more chances and turned around and got in the car. "By the way," she looked back again, "Jinxia Real Estate Company is recruiting security guards recently. Give it a try. You look quite suitable, and you should be able to find a job." After that, she started the car and left. I stood there, watching her car go farther and farther away. In the wind, Angela gently pulled my sleeve. Angela and I sat on the street, looking at each other. Her little eyes sparkled with innocence, and she suddenly said, "Brother, what she said makes so much sense." The corner of my mouth twitched, and I smiled. "Yes. Brother will go to be a security guard tomorrow, okay?" Angela squinted her eyes and smiled. "Yeah, this way brother can make money and buy me burgers." "Yeah." I nodded. She happily split the burger in half and handed me one half. "Brother, you eat it." I shook my head. "Brother is not hungry." "You're lying." Brother hasn't eaten for a day. How can he not be hungry? Angela sensibly tore off a piece and handed it to my mouth. I felt a warm feeling in my heart. I opened my mouth, took the hamburger she handed to me, and chewed it slowly. So we wandered on the street. I carried Angela on my back and came to the bench where we decided to spend the night. Angela fell asleep soon after finishing her burger. I took off my coat and underwear, spread the underwear on the bench, put Angela on it, and gently covered her with my jacket. I took off my coat and stayed by her side. The brother and sister spent the October night in Gangnam like this. At dawn, Angela rubbed her eyes and saw me practicing military boxing. "Brother," she called out in a soft voice. I stopped, walked to her side, and touched her head. "Angela, are you awake? Did you sleep well last night?" "Yeah, I haven't slept so soundly in a long time." She answered happily, handing me her jacket. "Brother, are you cold?" "It's not cold." I smiled slightly. I really wasn't cold. It didn't matter to me. "You're lying, brother. You must be cold. You're afraid that I'll be cold, so you cover me with your clothes." Angela insisted. It was obvious that she understood the cold better than I did. I squatted down and gently picked her up. "Angela, brother is really not cold. As long as you are okay, brother is not cold." Tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged my neck and whispered, "Brother, why don't we go home? We won't be cold if we go home." Hearing her words, I blamed myself even more. Her parents were gone, and I failed to give her a stable home. At that moment, I felt extremely incompetent. "Angela, that home is no longer our home." I comforted her softly. "Don't worry, your brother will definitely give you a warm and safe home." She nodded, seeming to be comforted, but I know that in the face of the pressure of reality, we have to move on. I can go without food and drink, but Angela is still growing and can't miss a meal. I got dressed, carried Angela on my back, and decided to look for a job. I asked passersby and finally came to the property sales department of Jinshio Real Estate. A straight-legged security guard stood in the security booth at the door, and the recruitment information next to him read, "Recruiting security guards, multiple positions, veterans preferred, basic salary of $2,000, commission calculated based on house sales." I walked up and asked, "Hello, are you still hiring security guards?" "Why, yes." The security guard came out of the booth enthusiastically when he saw me coming in. "Are you here to apply for a job?" "Yeah." I nodded. "Go in and find Captain Shun. He will arrange an interview for you." The security guard pointed to the sales department and gave me instructions. "Thanks." I took Angela to the sales department. As soon as we entered the door, a salesperson came up to us enthusiastically. "Hello, sir. Are you here to see the house?" I shook my head awkwardly. "Hello, I'm here to apply for the security guard position. Is Captain Shin here?" The salesperson's attitude suddenly became cold. She turned around and shouted, "Captain Shun, someone's here to apply for the job." Then she turned around and left in her high heels. I stood at the door and waited for a while, and finally saw a man in security uniform coming over. He was in his 30s, thin, and had a serious look on his face. "Are you here to apply for a job?" he asked, looking between Angela and me. "Yes, Captain Shun. I'm here to apply for the security guard position." I replied and greeted politely. He nodded and glanced at Angela. "Who is she?" "This is my sister. She is still young and her parents are gone, so I have to take care of her," I explained. Captain Chun was slightly displeased, but seeing my sincerity, he didn't say much. Instead, he asked, "Have you ever been a soldier?" "Yes." I nodded. He glanced at me and motioned for me to stand up straight. "Stand at attention for me." I put Angela down gently and stood upright. "Very good, goose step." I could only follow the order and start marching, even though the salespeople around me began to whisper and some couldn't help laughing. "Hey, the new security guard is quite interesting." A salesman whispered, "You march well. You could tell from practice that you've done it before. The image is also good, and he looks quite handsome. But we are all here to be security guards. What's the point of being handsome? Who cares about men without money in this society?" Their laughter reached my ears from time to time. Although I was embarrassed, I still continued for the sake of my livelihood. "Brother is so awesome." Angela looked at me with pride in her eyes. I know she's the only one who truly applauds me. "Well, you are hired and will start work today." Seeing this, Captain Shun made a decisive decision and began to help me familiarize myself with the work. His arrangement was simple, standing guard outside, and when seeing customers coming, he had to march and salute to greet them. If customers drove in, he had to open the car door in military posture to reflect the high-end atmosphere of the property. I changed into my security uniform put on white gloves, and followed Captain Chen outside. Eric, I leave him to you. You two will take turns standing guard. Captain Chen instructed. Yes, Captain Chen, Eric responded. He turned and left, leaving me at the security booth looking at Angela. Angela, you are playing here, don't run around, understand? Yeah, don't worry, brother. I won't wander around. She nodded obediently, then found a place to sit down next to the flower bed and smiled at me. I straightened my clothes and stood on the other side of the security booth, ready to start my new job. Man, finally someone decent has come. It's just right for me to take a break. Call me when you get tired. Okay. Johnson nodded. Eric went outside the yard and walked around casually. Eric and I spent the whole morning meeting clients, and we didn't switch shifts until after 1 a.m. The company has a cafeteria, which is why I stayed to work. I carried Angela on my back and followed Eric to the cafeteria to get food. It was already the end of the mealtime, and there were not many dishes left. We were the last few people. We eat the latest every day, and the food is cold. Eric complained, looking at the leftover soup and food. I took a disposable lunchbox and asked the cafeteria aunt to pack all the leftovers. Angela, it's time to eat. I brought the food to the table, and Eric sat down too. Brother, is this your sister? Eric looked at Angela and asked. Yeah. I nodded, watching Angela eat her meal obediently. She was already starving, having not eaten for the whole morning and sitting for the whole day, feeling extremely sad. Brother, you have such a hard life. Eric sighed. Are you the only two left in your family? Yes, my parents passed away a while ago, and my sister and I are the only ones left. I responded indifferently while eating the small amount of food. Eric was stunned for a moment and sighed. It's similar to me. My parents passed away early, and my sister and I are the only ones left in my family. You have a sister too? I asked curiously. Well, but my sister is already 18. She hangs out with some bad people all day and doesn't study anymore. I'm too lazy to take care of her. Eric seemed a little helpless when he said this. Brother, where is your home? Eric continued to ask. I didn't answer, and Eric seemed to realize that I didn't have a home, so he asked, Where do you live? I have no place to live for now. I'll rent a house after I get my salary. I whispered, How can that be possible? Are you and your sister going to sleep on the street if you don't get paid? Eric frowned. Well, my sister and I slept on the street last night. Angela answered while eating. Eric was startled and looked at me blankly. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you. It's okay for us to sleep on the street, but your sister is so young, you can't let her suffer like this. If she catches a cold, it will cost money to treat it. It's troublesome. I smiled awkwardly. Yeah. How about this? I have an empty room. It used to be occupied by my sister, but she never comes home, so the house is empty. Why don't you stay at my place? It's not too late to rent a house when you have money. Eric suggested enthusiastically. Is it convenient? I hesitated, afraid of causing trouble for him. What's the matter with convenience? We are all from a lower class, and we should help each other, Eric said cheerfully. Thanks, brother. I said gratefully. Why thank you? We have a long life ahead of us. Who knows when I might need your help? Eric said, patting his chest. Don't worry, brother. If you are in trouble, I will definitely help you. I responded seriously. Eric's enthusiasm warmed my heart. I didn't expect to meet such a nice person on my first day at work. He saw the big problem for me. After finishing the meal, without even taking a break, Eric and I were assigned to stand guard outside to greet clients. Fortunately, Angela was very well behaved, not like a child of her age at all, and sat quietly next to the security booth. At 5:30 p.m., we finally finished our work. The building had not been officially occupied yet, so there was nothing to guard. After standing guard for a whole day, Eric and I felt a little tired. After work, I carried Angela on my back and followed Eric home. Eric didn't forget us, and seeing that Angela and I didn't have any luggage, he bought us some food, toiletries, and some clothes. I felt a little embarrassed and thought I would return it to him after I got paid. Brother, this is just small change. You can wait until you have enough money. Don't worry. Eric refused with a smile. I am grateful. Although this little money is nothing to Eric, it is a great favor to me. I will keep it in my heart and repay him when I have the chance in the future. Eric took me to an old 4-story building with stairs. His house was on the 4th floor. When he arrived at the door, Eric took out the key and prepared to open the door. The door suddenly opened from the inside, and a young girl in a JK suit walked out. She stood at the door with a smile on her face. Brother, a friend is here. She looked at me and Angela and greeted us with a smile. Come in. Eric was slightly startled when he saw her, then introduced her. This is my sister Eve. She doesn't come home often, but I don't know what brought her back today. I smiled awkwardly. Hello. Hello, sister. Angela also greeted politely. Hello, handsome guy. Hello, little sister. Eve greeted Eric warmly and said, Brother, I'm going home to see you out of kindness. Don't worry, I'll be leaving soon. Eric replied, unhappily, it's better to leave. My friend needs to stay with me for a while. I felt a little uneasy and asked, Brother, if it's not convenient, I won't bother you. Eve waved her hands and said, It's okay, it's okay. I don't live at home. She seemed very worried about my concerns. Seeing her say that, I didn't say anything more and followed her in. The house was not big. There was an old sofa in the living room and a small coffee table. In front of it was an old color TV, which was playing a boring TV series. Brother, take a seat. I'll go cook first. Eric greeted him and went into the kitchen with the dishes. Eve followed him into the kitchen and whispered, Brother, is this your new friend? Yes, colleague, I just met him today. Eric replied, Oh, she's pretty. Is that his daughter? Eve asked. No, she's his sister. His parents are gone, so he takes care of her. Eric explained simply. So pitiful. You look a little sympathetic. Eric sighed, Yeah. Why are you back today? I told you. I'm here to see you. I have to go to work later. Eve said casually. That bar again? Eric asked sternly. Brother, stop talking. I came back just to relax. He was a little impatient. I would rather die of exhaustion than have you in that kind of place. If you continue to study, I won't be tired anymore. Eric continued to persuade. Really? That's so annoying. Eve left the kitchen angrily and sat back in the living room, feeling bad. Eve awkwardly. She had a pure and elegant appearance, and her hair was not long, just reaching her shoulders. The slightly wavy hair made her look fresh and elegant. She was wearing a dress suitable for young girls, and she exuded a youthful vibe. Your brother is doing this for your own good. I didn't know what to say, so I just said it kindly. I know, but he's really annoying. He talks about this every time he comes home. I'm not a child. I have my own ideas. Eve said angrily. Yeah, that's right. I nodded awkwardly. After all, I was just an outsider and there was no need to interrupt. Eve didn't say anything else. She looked at Angela and tried to ease the atmosphere. Little sister, how old are you? Angela sat on the sofa honestly, blinking her eyes. I'm 6 years old. How old are you, sister? Eve smiled and said, Sister is 18 years old. Sister, you are so beautiful. Really? You're so cute, little sister. Angela laughed happily, and it seemed that the simple conversation with Eve brought them closer. Eve asked Angela to sit next to her, and the two started chatting. After a while, Eric came in with 3 dishes and a bottle of beer and said to me, Brother, have a drink. Okay, I agreed. You're welcome. Just treat it like your own home, Eric said warmly. Okay. I nodded and put my worries aside. We started eating. Eric didn't mention Eve anymore, but chatted with me about Jinshio Group, especially complaining about Captain Chen. From Eric, I learned that Captain Chen's name was Benjamin, and he and sales manager Kayla were siblings. The entire security team consists of 7 or 8 people, most of whom are related to the company and have easy tasks. Eric has been in the company for more than a month, standing guard from morning to night every day. Because he was a soldier and has a good image, he is often assigned to receive customers outside. Brother, let me tell you, if I can't recruit anyone, I'm going to quit. Luckily, you're here today, Eric said with emotion while drinking beer. I came here to try my luck after hearing someone introduce it to me. I smiled. Eric took a sip of beer and said, Brother, you look like you were a soldier. Why did you retire? As you can see, my parents have passed away. My sister and I are the only ones left at home, so I can't stay here any longer. I answered, my tone light, but with an unspeakable bitterness in my heart. Well, where did you serve in the army before? Eric continued to ask. In the north. I mentioned a place at random. Oh, it's really hard to integrate into society after retiring from the army. I served in the army for 5 years, and I didn't know what to do after returning home. I felt a little off track. Eric smiled helplessly. Yeah, I sighed, truly understanding Eric's feelings. What do you think we can do? Apart from hard labor, the only job left is security. If we have money, we can start a small business. Eric complained about the difficulties of life and took another sip of beer. It will be fine. I comforted him. Yeah, I still haven't read much. Eric muttered, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Eve, who was eating. Eve glared and teased. Just drink if you want to drink. Why are you looking at me? She picked up a piece of meat and gave it to Angela. Angela, let's eat ours and ignore them. Angela smiled and nodded. Yeah. Eric took another sip of his wine and said to me, Brother, Do you know who the CEO of Jinchio Group is? I shook my head. I don't know, I just came back not long ago. Then I have to popularize it for you. Eric smiled. Jinchio Group is one of the best real estate companies in Jiangling, and our boss is a strong woman. I heard that she's only 23 years old, an overseas student, highly educated, and very beautiful. She is the daughter of the Li family in Jiangling. She graduated from college at the age of 18 and got a doctorate degree before she was 20. After returning to China, she started her own business and built Jinchio Group into one of the top 10 companies in Jiangling in 3 years. After listening to this, I couldn't help but sigh that this kind of woman is truly admirable. What a white, rich, and beautiful girl. I wonder what kind of man she will look for. Eric looked longing, as if he too would be able to make a comeback one day. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bro, you'll never be able to do that in your next life. Eve couldn't help but complain. Eric rolled his eyes at her. I know myself well. That's good to know. Hurry up and find a wife and bring her home. Eve said with a hint of provocation in her tone. Go away, go away. Who would be willing to meet our conditions? Eric smiled helplessly. Brother, you are handsome. Who knows? Maybe Linda will fall in love with you someday. Eric joked. I was slightly stunned. Linda? Who? Our boss. The most beautiful woman in Jiangling. Eric said with a smile. I smiled helplessly and picked up the wine glass. Come on, I know myself well. Haha, cheers, brother. Eric raised his glass with a smile. Come on. I raised my glass and clinked it with his. After dinner, Eve helped clean up the dishes, picked up the bag on the sofa, took out 10,000 yuan from it and handed it to Eric. Brother, here you go. Eric was stunned. So much money? Where did it come from? Eve put the money on the coffee table and said, I earned it. Don't worry, brother, I didn't earn it by selling my body. You can keep this money to marry a wife. The Zhao family's incense must not be cut off. Eric's face turned slightly red. He knew that Eve dropped out of school to earn money just to reduce his burden, and now she was thinking of finding a wife for him. He felt full of self-blame. Eve dropped the money and left without looking back. Looking at the money on the coffee table, Eric said guiltily, It's all because of me as a useless brother that I let my sister work in that kind of place to earn money from me to marry a wife. I comforted him. Brother, life will get better and better. Qian is so sensible. You should be happy, work harder, and repay her well in the future. Yeah, Eric nodded. Not long after, Eve came back again with a large bag of snacks for the children and a bag of milk. Sister Angela, this is the first gift I give you. Eve smiled gently, put the thing down and touched Angela's head. Oh, thank you, sister. Angela smiled happily. I didn't expect Eve to be so enthusiastic, so I quickly thanked her. Qian, thank you so much. Okay, I bought it for Angela. You two grown men are so pretentious. Eve smiled and shook her head. Goodbye, Sister Angela, be good. After she said that, she turned around and left to go to work. I looked at the Zhao brothers and sisters, my heart full of gratitude. Brother, I really don't know how to thank you. What are you talking about? There's no need to say that between brothers. Eric responded with a smile. I nodded, silently remembered their kindness in my heart, and determined to repay them in the future. I moved into Eric's house with Angela. We worked together during the day and went home with Eric at night. Since Eric and I were already familiar with each other, there would always be someone else to look after Angela during shift changes to prevent her from running around. The days passed peacefully, and life gradually got back on track. The only one who never came back was Eve. That day, I was standing guard at the security booth as usual. Eric was patrolling the sales building. Angela was playing behind me. And suddenly, a group of people came towards us, and their aggressive appearance immediately alerted me. I quickly walked out of the security booth, walked in standard military steps, came in front of the crowd, saluted, and asked, Hello, are you here to buy a house? Buy your mother's money. A young man in the lead roared, and several people behind him also started cursing. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but clench my hands. For the sake of living, I can endure insults from others, but if someone dares to insult my deceased parents, I can't tolerate it. Just as I was about to take action, Eric noticed that something was wrong and immediately grabbed my wrist. Brother, be patient. Everyone, if you have anything to say, please talk it over. Eric stood in front of me with a smile on his face. Watchdog, get out of here. The group of people continued walking towards the sales department without any courtesy and did not forget to bump into Eric as they passed by. Brother, be patient. It will be better this way. Don't let Angela be implicated. Eric patted my shoulder, his eyes full of concern. I nodded and smiled. Brother, you are right. Let's go in and take a look first, I said, holding Angela's hand and following Eric into the sales hall. About a dozen people rushed into the hall. Some of them were preparing to look at the house. When they saw this group of people, they immediately became suspicious. Zhao Hong hurried over and asked with a smile, "Hello, everyone. What questions do you have? This is a big problem. The house we bought in Jinxiu Garden is leaking and cracking. It's simply a shoddy construction. We want to cancel our purchase." The leading man shouted angrily. "If you don't refund us today, don't blame us for destroying this place." Hearing these words, other customers also began to question the quality of the house, and the whole atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhao Hong hurriedly smiled and said, "Can everyone sit down and talk properly without disturbing other guests? Talk about your mother." The young man interrupted her impatiently. "Call your person in charge out." "I'm sorry, I'm the manager here. Our company will send someone to check the house. If there's really a problem, we will definitely be responsible." Zhao Hong tried her best to stay calm. The man smiled evilly. "Are you the manager?" Zhao Hong nodded. "Yes." Bang. Before he finished speaking, the young man slapped Zhao Hong in the face and cursed, "If you don't return the money today, I will kill you." Zhao Hong was stunned by the beating. She covered her face and shouted angrily, "How dare you cause trouble in Jinxiu? Do you really think we are easy to bully?" At this moment, Benjamin, who had been standing aside, came over. Seeing his sister being beaten, he was furious and walked over with several security guards holding electric batons. "You dare to hit my sister? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Who the hell are you?" The young man didn't even look at Benjamin and didn't take him seriously. "I'm the security captain here. If you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you," Benjamin said, gritting his teeth. "Idiot." The young man slapped Benjamin without any hesitation. Bang! Benjamin was hit so hard that he grimaced in pain and shouted angrily, "Knock him down." But the security guards behind him stood there timidly, not daring to move. Benjamin's arrogance instantly dissipated, and he turned to look at me and Eric. "You two losers. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up," Eric muttered in a low voice. "What a loser. He actually dares to say that to us." However, he still stepped forward. I also comforted Angela and followed her. "I'll fucking kill you," the young man yelled, raising his foot and kicking Benjamin. The kick sent Benjamin crashing to the ground. A dozen people behind him also picked up chairs and threw them into the showroom, creating chaos at the scene. Seeing the situation getting worse, Eric and I looked at each other and rushed forward quickly. With our skills, these people were just paper tigers and were easily knocked to the ground by us. However, the incident did not end there. The group of people were lying on the ground wailing, and when they saw us letting go, Benjamin stood up and walked towards the young man with an electric bat in his hand, saying, "If you dare to hit me, I will kill you today." Just as Benjamin raised his electric baton and prepared to attack, two policemen walked in. Upon seeing this, they quickly shouted, "Stop!" Benjamin shuddered with fear and quickly put away the electric baton. "What happened? We received a report that you and Jinxiu beat someone up?" a policeman asked. "Officer, they're the ones beating people up." Several people started pointing at us. "Yes, we're the owners here. There was a problem with the house, so we came to ask for an explanation, but we were beaten." Looking at these people lying on the ground, the police frowned. "Who is in charge here?" Kayla quickly explained. "Officer, that's not what happened. They beat me first, and then they smashed this place." The policeman showed no bias and turned to Benjamin. "Anyway, is there anything that can't be resolved peacefully? Now that someone has been beaten and the police have been dispatched, who did it?" Without hesitation, Benjamin pointed at me and Eric and said, "They did it. Yes, it's them. Everyone saw it." The group of people began to point out. Eric said angrily, "Captain Chun, how could you do this?" "Don't worry, brother. I will take care of the company's affairs." Benjamin comforted him. Eric was stunned for a moment and wanted to refute, but since we had beaten someone, we could only admit defeat. The police asked again, "Did you guys beat him?" "Yes." Eric and I could only nod. "Okay, you two follow me back to the bureau. The rest of you, if you can stand up, go to the hospital for identification. We will send someone to accompany you." Yes, those lying on the ground began to struggle to stand up one by one, pretending to be injured, and staggered away. "Officer, can I take my sister with me? She is still young and has no one to take care of her," I whispered. The policeman glanced at Angela and nodded. "Okay," Angela asked fearfully. "Uncle Police, are you going to arrest my brother?" "Little sister, no. We're just taking your brother back for investigation. and everything will be fine soon. The police comforted me, then took Eric and me into the car and drove directly to the police station. After the police car left, the young man got into another car and said to a man in a suit in the car, "Boss, why do you do this? It would be much easier to just smash the place." The man took a puff of his cigar, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The Jianghu is not all about fighting and killing. I have my own plans. Tonight, I will send today's events to the owners group, saying that Jinshio beat people and stir up chaos. Taking advantage of the chaos, let the brothers take action and kill a few owners. Do you understand? Don't worry, boss. I'm familiar with this matter. The young man replied respectfully. The man nodded with satisfaction. Okay, drive. He is Harrison, the boss of the underground organization in Jiangling area, with the support of the Qing gang behind him, specializing in dealing with the Jinshio group. These people are secretly engaged in various dirty activities, and Eric and I were just accidentally involved in them. At the same time, a business car drove into the sales department, the door opened, and 2 security guards got out. After carefully scanning the surroundings, they opened the door. A woman in a professional suit got out of the car. She had a beautiful face, a perfect figure, and black hair that fell like a waterfall. Any man would unconsciously take a few more glances at her. "Mr. Song, you're here." Kayla hurried to greet him. The woman was none other than Annie, the second in command of Jinshio Group and the best friend and secretary of President Linda, and nodded and walked into the sales department on her high heels, followed by Kayla and Benjamin. "What's going on?" and asked calmly, looking at the chaotic situation in front of her. Kayla described the incident in detail and added, "Mr. Song, they look more like they are here to cause trouble rather than to complain." That's right. It was obvious that these people were here to cause trouble. Fortunately, I brought people to stop them in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Benjamin hurriedly took credit for himself, but did not mention the help of Eric and me, and glanced at Benjamin and said, "Well done. It's not your fault. Kayla, calculate the losses later and report to the finance department. The company will be responsible." "Yes," Kayla replied. "Thank you, Mr. Song, for your willingness to go through fire and water for the company," Benjamin said with a loyal look on his face, and nodded slightly. "That's it. I'll take care of it." After saying that, Annie turned and left. Soon after, she returned to the building of Jinshio Group. This 33-story office building is the headquarters of the group and a major landmark in Jiangling. Annie took the elevator directly to the top floor, where the offices were set up specifically for senior management. The innermost office on the top floor is the private office of Linda, the president of Jinshio Group. Annie opened the door and walked in. "I'm back." Linda's voice came from a table. Linda sat at her desk, her back to the window, with documents piled on the table. She was wearing a white shirt, her hair cascading down like a waterfall, her skin as delicate as porcelain. She lowered her head to process the documents, her profile like a beautiful painting, making it impossible to look away. Annie walked to the sofa and sat down, saying, "It must be the work of Wong's group. They want to ruin our reputation in this way." "Yeah," Linda responded softly and continued to lower her head to deal with the things at hand. Annie looked at her and couldn't help but say, "Are you really not in a hurry at all? They have already started." Linda frowned slightly. "Miss Song, Wong Group has been making small moves these days. I'm not worried. They can't do anything to us. I always feel that this time is not simple. Wong Huan hates you so much. He's been eyeing Jinshio. I think you'd better be careful." Annie was a little worried. Linda chuckled. "Okay, I'll pay attention." She paused. "I've been busy with these projects lately, so I'll leave the real estate matters to you to handle and see what Wong Huan is trying to do." Annie frowned. "Sister, I think you really should hire someone to protect you. I'm still scared from what happened last time," and was talking about the assassination incident half a month ago. Fortunately, the security in the car responded in time, and nothing serious happened. But thinking about the movement in the building today, she was more worried about Linda's safety. Linda rubbed her brows and smiled bitterly. "I really don't want to be followed by others. I feel a little tired. There's nothing we can do about it. I've long suspected that Wong Huan sent someone, and something like this happened again today. What if he sent someone again?" Annie insisted. Linda sighed. "Okay, you go and arrange it. Don't look for those unreliable ones. Find someone more professional, preferably a woman," she said helplessly, and nodded, stood up, and left the office. Linda still lowered her head to work, and the only sound around her was the typing of the keyboard. She liked a quiet environment and hated being disturbed when she was working. For her, it was particularly important to find someone who could protect her independently. She needed a bodyguard who could fight 10 people and protect her safety at critical moments. Annie was a little anxious. She also knew that such a person was too difficult to find. The prices of those top bodyguards were ridiculously high, and the suitable candidates either didn't have time or didn't meet her requirements. All she could do was to try her best to find one, but time kept delaying. Eric and I were taken back to the police station, and the whole process was as troublesome as usual. Fights and brawls happen all the time in the Northland, and we were taken to the interrogation room to record our statements, and then the nature of the injuries was determined. As long as the injuries were not serious, they could usually be handled by a few days of detention, verbal warnings, and fines. After recording the statement, Eric and I were detained at the police station. "Officer, where is my sister?" I asked anxiously. Although I was not worried about anything, I was worried about Angela's safety. "Don't worry, she's fine and safe in the police station," the police replied. "Thank you," I said gratefully. The policeman said nothing more and turned and left. Angela was sitting in the lobby of the police station. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She sat there obediently, which attracted a lot of attention. Her calmness made me feel relieved. "Brother, you don't have to worry too much. Angela is in the police station. Nothing should happen to her." Eric saw the worry in my heart and tried to comfort me. I nodded. "Yeah, I understand. Brother, we won't be locked up for too long, right? That shouldn't be the case. We are standing up for the company. Benjamin should notify the company to handle it." Eric was optimistic, although everyone knew that things were not simple. What we didn't know was that Benjamin had no intention of helping us. He didn't show up all day. Finally, the anxious days of waiting passed. I, in particular, always asked the police about Angela's situation from time to time. Fortunately, Angela was treated well. The police station staff took good care of her, and she was well fed. She did not show any anxiety. However, at night, the situation suddenly changed. Deputy captain of the criminal investigation team came to the temporary cell with a suspect. He accidentally saw me. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Is it him?" Robert remembered seeing me at the gate of Yongfu Orphanage that day, and thought of the bodies in the dungeon, and he was still frightened. He immediately ran up to the second-floor criminal investigation department and went straight to Victoria's office. Officer Victoria, guess who I saw?" Robert walked to Victoria excitedly. Victoria held the teacup, looked at the photo on the wall calmly, and responded calmly, "Who?" "Johnson," Robert answered, with an unconscious shock in his eyes. "Oh." Victoria seemed a little surprised when she heard the name, and almost spit out her tea. She immediately turned to look at Robert. "Who did you just say?" "Johnson, the mysterious man at Yongfu Orphanage." "Where?" Victoria's interest was immediately piqued, and she raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she realized something. "In the police detention center," said Robert. "What?" Victoria's voice rose slightly, and then she asked, "What happened?" "I don't know either." Robert shook his head. "Let's go and take a look." Victoria stood up immediately, obviously showing great interest in this matter. She and Robert rushed to the police station lobby, and when Victoria learned that I was detained for beating someone in Jinshio group, she immediately became more interested. When she learned that Angela was also in the police station, her pace became more rapid, and she brought Robert to the lobby. Seeing Angela sitting on the chair and eating chocolate, Victoria walked over with a smile. "Hello, little sister." Angela was eating chocolate. When she saw Victoria approaching, she raised her head and looked at her carefully. "Hey, is it the police sister? I've seen you before." Victoria smiled and said, "Little sister has a good memory." "Police sister, have you arrested my brother again?" "He is a good man," Angela suddenly asked with a pout. Victoria touched Angela's head gently. "Yes, your brother's indeed a good man. Sister will go and let him go now, okay?" "Really?" Angela's eyes widened, her face full of anticipation. "Of course." Victoria smiled, "But you have to answer a few questions honestly." Angela nodded. "Yes, I promise my sister." "What did your brother do originally?" Victoria asked. Angela shook her head. "I don't know." Victoria frowned. "You really don't know what he did before?" Angela nodded seriously. "Well, I don't know. Mom said that my brother left home when he was 10 years old. I never saw him until he came back to save me. Mom said that my brother is very powerful." Left at the age of 10, Victoria murmured to herself. A trace of thought flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled and said, Thank you, little sister. Sister will take you to find your brother now. Thank you, police sister. Angela jumped up happily and looked at Victoria with blinking eyes. Officer Victoria, are you really letting him go? Robert was a little confused. Let them go, it's no big deal, and those people weren't seriously injured. Victoria said lightly, but there was a hint of barely perceptible curiosity in her eyes. She let me out because she was very interested in me and wanted to know me better. She seemed to smell something unusual in this matter. The temporary detention center was next to the interrogation room on the first floor. Eric and I were detained here. When I saw Angela, all my worries disappeared in an instant. I grabbed the iron bars on the cell door and shouted anxiously, Angela, brother, the police sister said she will release you. Angela shouted excitedly when she saw me. I recognized Victoria. Although she didn't say anything, I knew she wanted to let me go. Johnson, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. She smiled, her eyes full of curiosity. Yeah. I nodded and answered calmly. Police sister, can you really let my brother go? Angela was full of anticipation. Okay, little sister, I will let your brother go now. Victoria smiled and opened the cell door. Okay, Johnson, you can leave now, Victoria said to Eric and me. Thank you. I thanked her, picked up Angela, and walked out. Eric followed me, looking a little confused. Hey, Victoria suddenly called out from behind me as I just walked out of the police station compound. Beautiful police officer, is there anything else? I turned around and asked, pretending to be relaxed. Victoria smiled and said, You are such a person. I let you go out of my goodness, and you just said thank you. And you just left like that. I was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Beautiful police officer, what do you want? You won't let me treat you to a meal, will you? Victoria narrowed her eyes. Well, that's a good suggestion. I smiled awkwardly and said, Let's do another day. I don't have any money. After that, I left without looking back. Victoria laughed helplessly and shouted, I'll treat you. I quickened my pace, turned around and replied, Forget it, it's too late. We'll do it another day if we're lucky. Asshole, how dare you reject me? She couldn't help but curse as she watched me walking away. Officer Victoria, this is your first time asking a man out for dinner, and you were ruthlessly rejected, right? Robert teased. Victoria's face darkened, and she kicked Robert hard. Bullshit. Oh, Robert followed with a smile. Officer Victoria, why are you so enthusiastic about Johnson? Victoria walked a little faster and replied in a low voice. Don't you think he is not simple? Robert nodded. I think he must have some unknown secrets. That's all. Victoria chuckled and continued walking. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Eric and I got home. Angela had fallen asleep on the way, so we quickly put her to bed to rest. Eric had already boiled water and prepared 2 buckets of instant noodles on the coffee table. Brother, eat something first. You are really exhausted today, Eric said as he opened a bowl of instant noodles. We only had a simple meal at noon, which had no oil at all, and our stomachs were already empty. Angela is asleep? Eric looked at me. Yeah. I sat on the sofa, thinking about everything that happened today, especially about Victoria. She was obviously interested in me, but I knew I couldn't reveal my identity easily, otherwise it would probably bring trouble. Brother, do you know that female police officer? Eric asked suddenly. I wouldn't say we know each other. I just met once. I replied indifferently. Oh, Eric nodded, not seeming to care about my answer. We have to thank her for tonight. If it weren't for her, we might still be locked up. That bastard Benjamin would have forgotten about us long ago. Next time something like this happens, we'd better stand aside. It's not worth it for that $2,000. I shook my head, feeling like I had tasted prison food in this life. It's incredible to think about it. A former admiral of the Northern Kingdom was actually locked up in a police station. While they were eating instant noodles, Eric's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, Ming Ming, what's up? Eric answered the phone. A panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Liang, come and save Chan Qian. She's in trouble at the bar. Who the hell are you calling? You're looking for death. After the call was hung up, Eric's face changed, and he stood up suddenly. Brother, what happened? I hurriedly followed him, feeling a little uneasy. Chan Qian is in trouble. I have to go save her. Eric said anxiously, his steps hurried. Brother, I'll go too. I knew in my heart that I couldn't just stand by and watch when Chan Qian got into trouble, especially since she was Eric's sister. The situation must be complicated. Thank you for your kindness, brother. Eric felt grateful. We hurried downstairs, and Eric had already hailed a taxi. I quickly ran after him. Brother, I'll go with you. Eric hesitated for a moment and asked, Is Angela okay at home when you leave? She was sleeping soundly, so she should be fine. Besides, Qian has something wrong, and I can't just ignore her. I answered firmly. Eric nodded gratefully. Okay, let's go. After getting the taxi, I asked the driver to drive faster, feeling more and more anxious. Jinhao Bar is a bustling night street surrounded by luxury cars and neon lights. On the dance floor, there were men and women hugging each other, twisting their bodies wildly to the rhythm. Some young people shouted from time to time. In a booth in the corner of the bar, a group of young people sat around a semicircular sofa, with a table in front of them piled with various types of alcohol. Sitting in the middle was a young man with dyed blonde hair, with a young woman sitting on each side. One of the women was wearing a JK suit and had short black hair with slight waves that just fell to her shoulders. She looked pretty and delicate. It was Eve. The woman next to her had short yellow hair, fair skin, and a pretty face. She was wearing a red and white plaid skirt and a white short-sleeve top. She was Eve's best friend, Beata. At this moment, Eve's face was slightly red and swollen. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair was messy, and a large piece of her upper body clothes was torn open so that her underwear could be vaguely seen. The young man looked very proud. He put his hands on Eve's shoulders and pulled her against him, cursing, Eve, why are you pretending to be innocent? Just serve me well, and I will protect you from now on. You'd better not be ungrateful. As he said this, he grabbed Eve's hair and pressed her head down. No, please, Brother Wu, just let me go. Eve struggled desperately. The more she struggled, the harder the man pulled her hair. You're just a cheap bitch. Why are you pretending? The man cursed while Eve endured the pain in her head and his humiliation. She was just a little girl and had no strength to resist the man, so she was pressed down and lay on his lap. Haha. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. The man laughed wildly and evilly, with a ferocious look on his face, and pulled Eve's hair to humiliate her. Eve pursed her lips and burst into tears, but what could she do? Beata, who was beside him, quickly knelt down, grabbed the man's arm and begged, Brother Wu, please let us go. Pa! The man slapped her in the face with his backhand and cursed, wait till I deal with that bitch Eve, then I'll come and fuck you. Beata covered her face, lay on the sofa, and cried silently. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu, after you enjoy it, you have to give us a taste. Don't worry, after I get comfortable, you can do whatever you want with these two bitches. Thank you, Brother Wu. A group of younger brothers shouted excitedly. UTM are looking for death. The man became furious when he saw Eve keeping her mouth shut. He grabbed her hair, pulled it back hard, and pulled Eve up. Eve's face was tilted back, and the severe pain made her suffer. Eve several times with his other hand, cursing, bitch, believe it or not, I'll let them do you here. Woo. Blood trickled out of Eve's mouth, and she looked at the man angrily. You are shameless. The man grabbed her hair and slammed her down against the table in front. With a bang, the wine glasses on the table were smashed to pieces. Eve only felt a huge pain in her forehead. Blood flowed into her eyes, and she couldn't even open her eyes. Bitch, I'm going to do you now. The man put Eve on the table and roughly tore off her clothes from behind, revealing her white back. Eve was no longer able to resist at this moment. Her body and mind were filled with endless pain, and she lay on the table like a dead person. No. Seeing this, Beata pushed the man with both hands, regardless of her own safety. You're looking for death. The man grabbed a wine bottle on the table and hit Beata on the head. With a snap, the wine bottle shattered. Beata covered her head, her body tilted, and she fell on the sofa, unable to move. I'll leave this bitch to you. Beata, a vicious look. Thank you, Brother Wu. When the people around him heard the boss speak, they pouncing on Beata like hungry wolves. No, boo. Huh. All I could hear was the hideous grins of a group of social scum and the pitiful and helpless cries of two weak women. Eric and I had arrived outside the Jinhao bar, and we immediately walked into the bar to look for him. And those scumbags are still molesting Eve and Beata. Eve greedily. On the other side, Beata was being molested by several men and could only desperately shout for help. It was these cries for help that Eric heard. He quickly came to the booth and saw the man at a glance. Oh shit. Eric was so angry that he rushed forward, raised his fist, and punched the man in the face. Bang! The man was knocked down on the sofa by a punch. Qian. Eric picked up Eve with heartache, quickly took her away from the sofa, and handed her to Johnson behind him. I hugged Eve and looked at her like this. I immediately looked at the man with murderous intent and then comforted him. Qian, don't be afraid. Eve saw me. She felt like she had seen a relative. She couldn't stop crying. She hugged me and buried her head in her chest and cried bitterly. It's okay, it's okay. Johnson stroked Eve's head, wishing he could kill all these scumbags. He dares to hit me. Kill him for me. The man reacted, covering his face and saying angrily, Meng Meng. Eric took another quick step, picked up the wine bottle on the table, and quickly pulled Meng Meng up in front of the few people, protecting her behind him. Woo-woo, Brother Liang. When Beata saw Eric, she grabbed his shoulders in fear and hid behind him. Don't be afraid, Meng Meng. Hide behind first. Eric fiercely. Brother Wu also picked up a wine bottle and said viciously, How dare you hit me? No one can save you today. Come on, old man. At Wu Ji's command, the other few people grabbed the wine bottles and rushed forward. Facing 7 or 8 people, Eric pushed Meng Meng to Johnson and also rushed forward. Eric was extremely angry. He punched everyone in front of him, knocking one of them down. He then punched another person in the chest with his backhand, knocking him down. Eric easily dealt with the 2 men, then raised his leg and kicked again, knocking down the one who was nearby. However, he was not feeling well either, as he was hit on the back of his head by a wine bottle just as he raised his foot. Fortunately, he was strong enough and knocked the man to the ground with one punch. In less than a minute, he knocked down 4 men. The remaining 3 became cautious and dared not to attack again. What strength could these young people have, especially since they were all drunk? Eric had been a soldier for 5 years, so he could handle these people. You're pretty good, but you're gonna die too. Brother Wu sneered. Due to the loud noise, the DJ in the bar suddenly stopped, and all the lights were turned off and replaced with white lights. A man and a woman walked out of a room on the 2nd floor. The man had a cigar in his mouth and looked at Eric. Who is this? How dare you cause trouble in Jinhao? Harrison, the local society boss, and this bar was also his territory. What bad luck, the woman said unhappily. The owner of this bar is Diana, a woman in her 30s. What's going on? Harrison's right-hand man Danny, with a dozen security guards, came over aggressively. Brother, you're here. Brother Wu was Danny's younger brother Michael. When he saw Yizhuan coming, he came to Danny's side, pointed at Eric and said, Brother, this bastard dared to hit me. Kill him for me. Danny looked at Eric and smiled grimly. I was thinking of finding a chance to kill you, but I didn't expect you to be so blind. I let you, an idiot, beat me up during the day, and now you're delivering yourself to me. Danny recognized Eric at a glance. As he had a mission during the day, he did not fight back. He was thinking of finding a chance to take revenge, but he did not expect to see Eric here. It's you? Eric also recognized Danny. It was he who led people to Jinshio to cause trouble today. It's good that you recognize them. Danny smiled faintly and waved his hand. Surround them. A dozen security guards, holding electric batons, surrounded Eric, me, and my 2 frightened sisters. Wow. Eve was so scared that her whole body trembled in my arms. Beata's face turned even paler. She hid behind Johnson and held my arms tightly with both hands. It's over, it's over. They were afraid. They knew Danny was ruthless and that Eric would be crippled, if not dead today. Eve blamed herself and cried. Suddenly, she broke free from my embrace, knelt down, and begged, Brother Wu, I am the bastard. Please be kind and let my brother go. I will do anything you ask me to do. Michael smiled evilly. No need. I will kill you, brother, first, and then play with you slowly. Ha. Qian, get up. I'm willing to die for you. Eric pulled Eve up. Brother, I'll hold them back. Please take them away. Eric looked at me earnestly. Now he could only hope that Johnson would be loyal and help him take Eve and Beata away. I smiled faintly and patted Eric on the shoulder. Brother, you step back first. Leave these people to me. Eric was stunned. He had already planned to sacrifice himself to buy time for me. This was also the best outcome. While he was stunned, I'd already arrived in front of him, looked at Michael calmly, and said lightly, Did you hurt Qian? Michael was slightly stunned. Then he reacted and shouted, Who the hell are you? I looked back at Eve and said calmly, She is my sister. You hurt my sister. No one can save you. I said that. This sentence is full of domineering and overbearing power in its plainness. Eve looked at Johnson blankly. For some reason, after hearing what I said, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before, and her eyes became red. Eric couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't expect that I would dare to say such words at this time. Isn't this too arrogant? Chan, is he your brother too? He's so handsome. Beata looked at me with an infatuated look on her face, having forgotten that she was in danger. Eve smiled. He is my brother. Oh. Michael's mouth twitched, his heart suddenly trembled, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, he didn't dare to look me in the eye. As long as he looked at me, he would feel scared. You're really crazy. Danny saw me being so arrogant and said viciously, kill him first. As soon as I finished speaking, more than a dozen security guards rushed towards me with electric batons in their hands. Be careful, brother. Eric was shocked and was about to help. I just stood there with the corners of my mouth slightly raised and my hands clenched tightly. I clenched my fists in a fist at the people who surrounded me, and then bang, bang, bang. Then these dozen people all flew out. No one saw how I made the move. These dozen people were knocked away by him and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Eric was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Not only him, but everyone in the bar was stunned and looked at me in astonishment. Wow, he's so handsome. Beata couldn't help but exclaim, obviously unable to believe what she was seeing. Eve's eyes sparkled as she murmured, he's really handsome. How is this possible? Danny was stunned and frightened. Ahem. Shit, who is this guy? Harrison's face flushed red, and he couldn't speak clearly. He asked Diana in confusion. Diana rolled her eyes. How should I know? I looked at Michael and said coldly, I told you, whoever hurts my sister, no one can save him. I walked towards him step by step. Michael stepped back in fear and stumbled to the ground, his eyes full of fear. Brother, save me. Kill him. Danny reacted and yelled, stop it. I turned around, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it. Danny screamed in pain. My hand. He thought he was quite capable, but he was no match for me. I let him go and continued walking towards Michael, with Danny watching, unable to stop me. Boss, Danny yelled, sweating in pain. Harrison was terrified and hurriedly advised, brother, can you give me some face? I said coldly, you are not worthy. Harrison's face turned red with anger, but he knew that he didn't dare to confront me at all, so he could only grit his teeth in anger. No one dared to stop me. I stood in front of Michael with a cold look in my eyes, as if I was looking at a dead person. No, don't kill me. Michael was so scared that his legs went weak, yellow water flowed out of his pants, and his eyes were full of fear. I didn't say anything and stepped on his knee. With a click, his kneecap was shattered. Michael cried out in pain. I didn't stop and stepped on his other knee, applying a little force, and there was another crisp sound. I don't. Michael's voice was weak and despair spread in his eyes. The atmosphere in the bar seemed to freeze, and everyone was afraid. Seeing these gangsters so vulnerable in front of me, I sneered. Beata couldn't help but shudder and whispered, your brother is really cruel. Eve frowned and said calmly, Michael deserves what he got. My brother is not cruel at all. Eric was stunned, totally unresponsive. Harrison was horrified and exclaimed, this man is really cruel and ruthless. Diana couldn't help but tease, much better than you, right? Harrison ignored me and just looked at me puzzledly, wondering who I was. I ignored these people and continued to attack Michael, breaking his other hand. He no longer had the strength to resist, and his eyes were full of fear. Remember in your next life, don't mess with me. I said this coldly, ready to end it all. Just then, Victoria walked in, saw me about to kill someone, pulled out a gun, and pointed it at me. You are crazy. Stop it. I turned around and looked at her, feeling helpless. I really couldn't avoid her. I bumped into her every time. You'll be in big trouble if you kill someone in public, Victoria said in a serious tone. Eve hurriedly shouted, brother, please don't kill anyone for me. Eric was also anxious and pulled me aside to persuade me. Brother, don't be impulsive. I finally calmed down and thought to myself that today's situation was indeed not suitable to continue. Victoria walked up to me and handcuffed me. Did you beat these people? I nodded in acknowledgement. Her eyes became a little deep, as if she understood something. You are now suspected of intentional injury. You are formally arrested. Whatever. I had completely given up struggling. He was anxious and said quickly, Officer, my brother is trying to help me. Yes, officer. He tried to rape me and beat me. My brother came to save me. Beata also said quickly, Yes, officer, my brother acted in self-defense. Eric also quickly defended me. Victoria looked at Michael and asked coldly, Is that so? In that case, send him to the hospital for care first and capture all the others. She made the decision. Danny shouted in dissatisfaction. Officer, you are mistaken. It is my brother who is being beaten, and you still want to arrest us? Victoria said calmly. You are suspected of gang fighting. I suspect you are a gang organization. I am formally arresting you now. Is there a problem? I want to complain. Danny shouted angrily. It's up to you, but you have to follow me back to the police station. Victoria said bluntly. Take them all away. Danny got anxious and shouted, Wait, I didn't do it. Victoria turned to Eric and asked, Did he do it? Eric shook his head, confirming that Danny hadn't done anything. Okay, take them all away. She gave the order, and everyone was taken away. Michael was sent to the hospital. Victoria is doing this simply to protect her child. Victoria walked me out of the bar and stuffed me straight into her car. Brother. The Zhao siblings stood outside the car, their expressions full of worry. I still said calmly, Brother, Qian, you go home and take care of Angela first. I will be out soon. Eric nodded. Don't worry, brother. Angela will be my biological sister from now on. Well, don't worry, brother. I will take good care of Angela. Eve also said. I smiled and said, Yeah. I have always been at ease with the Zhao brothers and sisters. To be honest, if I want to leave, there is no place that can keep me. Victoria didn't stop, started the car, and drove away from the bar. You seem quite confident. You said you'd be out soon, but don't you know what crime you've committed? You seem quite capable of judgment, she teased. I smiled faintly. Beautiful police officer, how long will my sentence be? Don't call me beautiful police officer anymore. My name is Victoria. She rolled her eyes at me. Officer su. Name. Victoria. That's right. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, jokingly saying, Johnson, I see you're really good. You came out of the police station in less than an hour. I smiled awkwardly. You and I are really destined to be together. Don't, this kind of fate is a bad fate. Victoria teased. Seriously, I'm not saying anything bad about you. But can you not be so impulsive in the future? You're like gangsters, always resorting to violence. You should also think about Angela. She began to scold me like an old friend. I was slightly stunned and asked, I don't think I know you well. Why do you care about me so much? I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to remind you kindly. Just consider me as your friend. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't want to, then forget it. Victoria said unhappily. Thank you. I knew in my heart that Victoria was so enthusiastic because she was curious about me and wanted to get closer to me. But I was still grateful to her in my heart for helping me a lot, both openly and secretly. Just know that I'm doing this for your own good. Her tone softened. I'll help you find a solution this time. Go back and record your confession, and you'll be able to go back later. Victoria, is this really okay? The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Do you really want to be the judge? She continued. Michael and his gang all have criminal records. They're just a bunch of scum. Besides, you're acting in self-defense. Don't worry. I will take care of this matter. I couldn't figure out her thoughts, so I joked. You're so nice to me. Are you secretly in love with me? Get lost. She rolled her eyes at me and ignored me. In a private room on the second floor of Jean Hao Bar, Harrison was smoking a cigar with a frown on his face. My appearance today made him lose face. Annie is a well-known figure in the underworld, but she was trampled by a stranger and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Boss, I can't swallow this. Danny hugged his injured arm, his eyes full of unwillingness. Harrison looked at him and said in a comforting tone, Danny, go to the hospital and treat your wounds first. Don't be useless anymore. But boss, I won't give up. Don't worry about that man for now. We have to prepare for tomorrow's affairs. Free up your hands. I will send someone to investigate him. This revenge will definitely be avenged. Harrison made up his mind. Don't worry, boss. I've already made arrangements for tomorrow. That's good. Go to the hospital first. In the interrogation room, Victoria sent everyone else away and interrogated me personally. Tell me about it. Victoria held the pen and looked at me intently. I described what happened in the bar word for word, and she wrote down every detail carefully. You're pretty quick. Victoria smiled. I raised my hands and said calmly, It's already like this. What else can't we talk about? Really? She narrowed her eyes and smiled, teasing. You're quite good at fighting. You took down so many people by yourself. Have you ever practiced? I served in the army for a few years and have trained. I answered briefly. Special forces? I guess so. She continued to ask, Did you also kill those dozens of people in the orphanage? I frowned slightly. Officer Sue, That doesn't seem to be related to this case, right? Can I not answer it? She smiled, stood up, and walked to me, handed me the transcript in her hand. I have investigated, and no one except you went in that day, and no one survived. You're the most suspicious. So what? Do you have evidence to prove that I killed those people? I responded coldly. No, and even if there was, I wouldn't bother you. The case is closed. I just wanted to make sure. Knowing too much is sometimes not necessarily a good thing, I said softly. Victoria was slightly stunned, then nodded. Well, you are right, but I'm a very curious person. You know what? I have checked your file, and your file is blank. Really? Why is it blank? I asked, pretending to be ignorant. The police station is connected to the internet. The personal information of all Northland citizens is recorded. From birth to work, all the bad things they have done in their lives are clearly visible. But there is nothing in your file. I don't know why. There are 3 possibilities. The first is that you have already reported the death, and the system shows it as dead. The second is that you are a special military personnel, and your file is confidential. The third is that the file has been transferred, and the information will be blank. Only the CIA can transfer the file. Which one do you belong to? I couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Which one do you think I am? Victoria thought for a moment and said, You are very skilled. You must be from the military or the CIA. Haha. Officer Sue, can you really imagine that I can't be the first one? I responded with a smile. In fact, I'm not from the military, nor from the CIA. I'm a member of the most mysterious Dragon Soul organization in the North. All the files of everyone are state secrets and can only be viewed by the highest level officers. Victoria also smiled after hearing this. Sign it, and you can go. Can we go now? The corner of my mouth twitched. Do you want to spend the night here? I glanced at the record and signed it quickly. Victoria uncuffed me and whispered, Don't come in again. I won't help you next time. This time I am just repaying the orphanage for their kindness. I will definitely never come in again. Victoria rolled her eyes. Remember what you said. I thanked her and left quickly. I really don't want to come here again. Victoria has been investigating me thoroughly. Maybe she can find out something. Officer Victoria, are you really going to let him go just like that? Robert was confused. He knew Victoria was always impartial. Victoria handed him my confession, helped Johnson establish a legitimate defense. Also, bite Michaelis' group of crimes and let them blame themselves. If they dare to bite Johnson again, arrest them. Yes, Robert responded and watched Victoria leave gracefully. He touched his forehead and muttered to himself, Could it be that Officer Victoria is attracted to that boy? That shouldn't be the case. She is a well-known, hardworking person. How could she be attracted to a man? Chapter 16, The owner is causing trouble again. It's easier to get things done when you have someone in the police station. If it weren't for Victoria, I would have been sentenced to at least 6 months. Fortunately, Victoria helped him. When I got home, it was already 12 o'clock. Brother is back. Eric, Eve, and Beata were all waiting for me. When they heard the knock on the door, Eve hurried to open it, and it turned out to be me. Brother, it's great that you're back. Eve saw me and threw herself into my arms, her nose sore. I patted her back gently. Okay, Chanchian, I'm fine, right? Brother, it's great that you're back. Chanchian cried for a long time and kept saying that she was the one who harmed you. Eric also said, it's okay, Chanchian, don't cry anymore. I looked at her tearful eyes, reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, Chanchian, don't blame yourself. I'm fine, right? She nodded, yeah. Eric might have been finished tonight. Eve's heart was filled with gratitude, and especially when she saw me being caught, the self-blame in her heart became even heavier. By the way, is Angela awake? Don't worry, brother. Angela hasn't woken up yet and is sleeping soundly. Eve wiped her tears and smiled. That's good. I breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, if you weren't here tonight, Chanchian and I would really be finished. Eric, have nothing to thank you for. From now on, you are my brother, and Chanchian is your sister. From now on, as long as you tell me to, I can give you my life. Eric said sincerely. I sat on the sofa, asked everyone to sit down, and said, Brother, you are too polite. I just returned to Jiangling and took Angela to make a living. If I hadn't met you, I might still be sleeping on the street. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I've already regarded you as a brother and Chanchian as a sister. What happened tonight was my own will. There is no need to thank each other between brothers. Saying those things will make it seem strange. Brother, you are straightforward. It's me who is being pretentious. Ha! Eric laughed heartily when he heard me say that. Chanchian, I told you a long time ago that you can't go to that kind of place. You're never allowed to work in that kind of place again. It doesn't matter how hard or tired I am, as long as you are safe. Eric's tone turned serious, and he said solemnly to Eve. Eve knew she was wrong and nodded. Brother, I understand. I won't work there anymore. I also advised, Chan, your brother is doing this for your own good. Although the salary there is high, it is not suitable for you. You don't have to worry about the family's finances. Eric and I are strong enough to earn money to support you and Angela. Life will get better and better. Eve listened, her eyes moistened, and she said softly, Yes, I understand, brothers. Haha, everyone laughed. It's getting late, and we have to go to work tomorrow. Chan and Meng will sleep in the same room tonight, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Brother, you can sleep in my room. Eric began to make arrangements. No way, I'll sleep on the sofa. I refused. Brother, you're welcome. You sleep on the bed. Eric insisted. No, I'll sleep on the sofa. I refused with a smile. Eve couldn't stand the two grown men trying to shirk responsibility. She rolled her eyes and said, You two are so hypocritical. After saying that, she took Meng to bed. In the end, I had to sleep on the sofa. After all, I wasn't going to stay there for just 1 or 2 days, so how could I let the owner sleep on the sofa for a long time? The next morning, Eric and I got up early. Even though Benjamin didn't save us, life had to go on, and we still had to go to work. Before leaving, Eric told Eve, Don't go out these few days, just take good care of Angela. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Eric and I had arrived at the company, changed into security uniforms, and stood guard at the door, as usual. Around 9 o'clock, Benjamin and Kayla arrived together. Benjamin saw that we were slightly stunned and walked up to us and said, You didn't go to work yesterday, so your salary will be deducted for 1 day. In addition, the company will deduct 500 yuan to save you too. Benjamin, do you still have a conscience? We are not refusing to go to work. We are going in for the company. Besides, don't you know whether you have saved us or not? Eric couldn't help but yelled at Benjamin. Benjamin looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, If you don't agree, you can leave. This is the company's rule. Fuck you, I quit. Eric took off his hat in anger and threw it at Benjamin. Benjamin sneered. Eric, I'm telling you, if you quit before you can find a replacement, you'll lose last month's salary. Eric was stunned. Forget it, brother. I grabbed him and said to Benjamin, Captain Shun, find someone to take over quickly. I'm quitting too. Wait, Benjamin said, and left without looking back. Brother, if it wasn't for a few dollars, I would have beaten Benjamin up today to vent my anger. He is so heartless. Eric said angrily. I patted his shoulder and said, Brother, bear with it for the sake of life. Yeah, Eric nodded, picked up his hat, and continued to stand guard. Who is willing to endure this kind of anger, but life must go on. At around 10 o'clock, a group of people holding banners walked towards Jinshio sales department on the street, shouting slogans such as, Give me back my hard-earned money. Overthrow the unscrupulous businessmen. Brother, it looks like they are here to cause trouble. Eric said in a low voice as he looked at the group of aggressive people outside. I frowned. Every day. Brother, don't be impulsive today. Let Benjamin handle it himself. We will just watch from behind. Soon, Kayla and Benjamin came out with their people. Seeing more and more people outside, Kayla quickly called the headquarters. Benjamin was so frightened that he shuddered and shouted at me. Hurry up and block the door. I picked up the remote control of the security booth, closed the automatic door, walked out of the booth, and hid far away from Eric, watching the excitement. As soon as the door closed, a group of owners arrived at the door, holding banners and shouting excitedly. Give me back my hard-earned money, overthrow the profiteers, and protect our rights. Refund, refund, refund. These owners were instigated. They heard that there were quality issues with Jinshio Real Estate's houses and that the company had beaten the owners. They no longer trusted Jinshio, so they united to defend their rights. Chapter 17, Annie, is coming. That day, the atmosphere on the scene really became more and more tense, as if the string was stretched too tight and would break at any time. The owners were also getting more and more excited, and the whole crowd was like the bottom of a boiling pot, ready to explode at any time. Suddenly, several journalists rushed in, scanning everyone with their cameras. The cameras kept moving between us, adding a bit of anxiety to this already uneasy scene. I stood in the lobby, feeling a sense of unease. The owners were getting impatient and were pushing the automatic doors, trying to force their way in. Open the door. We need an explanation. A tall man shouted at the door, his voice full of anger and repression. Open the door. We want an explanation. The roars outside continued, like a storm that was getting stronger and stronger. I noticed that Kayla's face changed, and she began to panic. She stood up and hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. Dear owners, please don't get excited. I have already notified the management, and they will come to deal with the problem soon. Everyone calm down, calm down. But obviously, such words did not have any effect. The angry voices did not decrease, but became more intense. Calm down. Jinshio Real Estate is a liar, a shoddy project, cheating us owners who worked hard to make money. Down with the profiteers. At this time, the angry shouts almost tore apart the entire scene, and the scene became extremely chaotic for a while. One by one, the young people with a strong social atmosphere began to kick the automatic door. I looked at the movement outside the door and knew that if this situation continued, the door would probably be knocked open and even lead to a more serious conflict. Benjamin was so scared that he quickly dragged Kayla into the sales hall. He turned to me and Eric and ordered, "You two, go block the door and don't let them in." Eric and I looked at each other, feeling a little helpless. Eric spoke first. "Benjamin, look at those people outside. Can we stop them? Besides, this job pays 2,000 yuan a month. There is no fixed working hours, and the salary can be deducted for no reason. It is better to just quit than to block the door," he said impatiently, and walked into the sales hall without looking back. Seeing Eric like this, Benjamin was obviously very angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Waste. Then he turned around and asked other security guards for help. I found a random place to sit down, feeling calm. After all, the current situation had nothing to do with me. No matter how much trouble it caused, it was a matter between them and the company. Eric and I watched from the sidelines, feeling surprisingly calm. However, there was a constant sound of banging on the door outside. Bang, 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 accompanied by angry shouts, and the tension in the air was almost suffocating. Several business cars stopped at the gate of Jinshio Real Estate. A dozen tall security guards got out of the cars and surrounded them aggressively. The most eye-catching person is a beautiful woman wearing a black and white OL suit, black stockings wrapped around her slender legs. She is wearing high heels and has a strong aura. She is the second in command of Jinshio Group, Annie. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, remembering that night in the restaurant. She handed Angela a burger. I didn't expect that we would meet again in such an occasion today. "Annie is here." Suddenly, someone shouted, and the angry owners immediately stopped and turned their eyes to her. "Dear owners, I'm Annie from Jinshio Group. Please calm down first. I will solve any problems you have." Annie walked forward, her voice steady but with a majesty that could not be ignored. The atmosphere became more relaxed when the owners saw her. She walked to the entrance of the sales department under the protection of the security guards and faced the owners. She said in a firm tone, "Don't worry, as long as it is a problem with Jinshio Group, we will definitely take all responsibilities. Regarding your questions about the quality of the house, we will immediately re-inspect it and invite relevant departments to inspect it together. If you have any doubts, you can participate in it." There was no hesitation in her voice. "If it is indeed a quality problem of the house, I guarantee here that I will refund the full amount, not a penny less. Please do not blindly listen to the instigation of some people, and do not let people with ulterior motives take advantage of our conflicts and destroy the harmonious relationship between us." Annie paused and added, "Please give me half a month, and we will give you a satisfactory answer." "Thank you." Her words calmed the situation. After hearing her words, the owners were no longer so angry. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they saw that Annie's attitude was so firm and they did not continue to make trouble. However, just when everyone thought the situation was about to calm down, a sudden shout broke the calm. "You said we should believe it? Your house is leaking and the walls are cracked. More than a dozen owners have reported it. Yes, a shoddy project is a shoddy project. Why do you dismiss us with just a few words? Give us back our hard-earned money." A group of emotional owners rushed forward again and had a fierce scuffle with Annie and her security guards. "What are you doing? Get out of here." The security personnel immediately rushed forward, stretched out their hands to push away the intruders, and tried to maintain order. However, things had changed, and the most excited members of the crowd began to become more violent. Those with ulterior motives took the opportunity and began throwing eggs at and splashing egg liquid all over the surrounding area. Fortunately, the security guards formed a line of defense that blocked the eggs, and almost all of the eggs hit them. But fortunately, no one hurt Annie. "Everyone calm down. Don't get excited. Annie was obviously a little panicked. She also realized that this was not just the anger of the owner, but also a premeditated conspiracy. Don't listen to their lies. We want to protect our rights. Suddenly, someone shouted this sentence like a signal, and the chaotic situation got completely out of control. The security personnel had to engage in physical conflict with those violent owners. Chapter 18, Rescue. The situation became increasingly chaotic, and a fight broke out between the security guards and those socialites disguised as owners. The crowd outside instantly became more excited. Many uninformed owners saw the situation deteriorate and began to worry about being dragged into it. They were afraid that Jinshio Real Estate would vent its anger on them and that they would not be able to protect their houses, so they became agitated. I stood aside, watching the chaos spiral out of control, not intending to intervene. But what happened next forced me to take action. The killers hiding in the crowd finally found their opportunity. They took advantage of the chaos and rushed directly towards Anne. The knife flashed and stabbed toward her chest. Seeing the scene, my heart sank instantly. Although I didn't want to intervene, I owed this woman a favor. She helped me before, and at this moment, I couldn't just watch her get into trouble. I rushed over quickly and appeared next to Annie in the blink of an eye. The knife was about to pierce her chest, but at the moment of approach, I grabbed the killer's wrist tightly. I only heard a crisp sound of bone cracking, and the knife fell to the ground. I broke the killer's wrist, and he took a step back in pain. But I didn't stop. I stretched out my other hand and quickly pointed at his chest. The powerful chi force suddenly penetrated his heart, instantly turning him into a helpless shell, and he fell to the ground. "Mr. Song, come in and hide." I turned around and saw Annie still standing there, dumbfounded, totally unresponsive. I quickly supported her and whispered. She snapped back to her senses, and her shocked eyes fell on me. She looked at me, her face pale, but she couldn't move away. At this moment, 2 more people rushed over with knives. Seeing her condition, I protected her behind me without hesitation. At this moment, I felt 2 sharp blades stabbing at me. I stretched out my hand without hesitation and slit the throats of the 2 men as quickly as the blades cut through the air. Blood gushed out, and the 2 killers fell to the ground, quickly losing signs of life. The crowd around them instantly fell silent. Even the assassins hiding in the dark did not dare to act rashly. Obviously, they had realized that they were facing an opponent that could not be easily defeated. I glanced at the crowd coldly. My eyes fell on the 2 lurkers and smiled evilly. "Since you are here, stay." The 2 looked at each other, knowing they couldn't dodge, and stabbed me with their knives without hesitation. I easily grabbed their wrists, sneered, and twisted them lightly. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the 2 knives fell. Letting go of their hands, I punched each of them in the chest without mercy. 2 lines of blood spurted out, and the bodies of the 2 killers flew out suddenly, and the blood dyed the ground red. Everyone around me was stunned, and their terrified eyes were instantly focused on me. Who would dare to do anything inappropriate again? The scene was so quiet that it was hard to breathe. "Mr. Song, I will protect you." Benjamin suddenly appeared at this time and escorted the frightened Annie into the sales department with a dozen security personnel. However, at this moment, several police cars rushed over. The police cars stopped, and the police officers in the cars quickly got out, and the one leading the way was Victoria. When she just walked to the door, 2 bodies were thrown out. She was so scared that she could hardly react. Her eyes almost popped out, and she locked eyes with me at the first moment. What a bad fate. She rolled her eyes at me, obviously unhappy, and muttered, "Don't move, squat down." Looking at her frustrated look, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily, but I still cooperated by holding my head with my hands and squatting down. Victoria glanced at me and then scanned the scene. Her eyes rested on the corpses, and she frowned. 5 of the corpses were obviously killed by me, and the other 4 unlucky ones were beaten to death by those gangsters. In the chaos, many people were injured and had bruises on their faces. "Robert, seal off the scene and don't let anyone escape. Also, call an ambulance." Victoria gave the order calmly. She walked into the sales hall alone and was already protected by a group of security guards and sat on a chair. Benjamin and Kayla also stood beside her. Victoria walked to the opposite side of Annie, sat down, and looked at her in an interrogating tone. "Are you Annie, the vice president of Jinshio Group?" And nodded and replied softly, "Yes." "Then tell me, what exactly happened outside?" Victoria's tone was not gentle, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. Please communicate through my lawyer if you have any questions. Annie said lightly. Miss Song, 9 people are dead outside now. This matter is closely related to your Jinsho group, and you're the person involved. I have the right to take you back to the police station for investigation. Victoria said in a stern tone, her eyes sparkling, and smiled slightly. Really? Officer, someone is deliberately causing trouble, and I was almost hurt just now. As a police officer, shouldn't you investigate the truth? Why are you questioning me, the victim? I'm not investigating you. I'm trying to understand the situation, Victoria said, somewhat embarrassedly. Annie stood up and said, I understand. This happened in Jinsho real estate. I will send someone to cooperate with your investigation. Now, I don't want to say anything. I just want to leave here. Victoria couldn't force her anymore, so she held out her hand and said, Ms. Song, please, and glanced at her and hurried away in her high heels. What's so great about that? Victoria sneered behind her and turned to look at Benjamin and Kayla. You two, come back to the police station with me to assist in the investigation. Officer, we are victims too. Benjamin hurriedly defended. Huh? How about you also find a lawyer to cooperate with my work? Victoria sneered and turned away, and happened to pass by me. She glanced at me with a hint of doubt in her eyes. It seemed that she felt I looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen me. She didn't stop or thank me, and left in a hurry. Chapter 19, the third time. I stood on the steps, felt a cold wind blowing, and my mood became a little heavy. I thought the matter was over, but it was far from that simple. Victoria obviously realized this, and she wanted to take Anne away for investigation. But because she was a victim, she couldn't take her away by force. So she turned around and shouted to Robert beside her, Robert. Robert ran over, his steps brisk. Officer Victoria, he answered eagerly. You stay with your men, take back all the surveillance footage here, and go interview the witnesses. All those involved in the fight will be taken back to the police station for interrogation. Victoria's voice was clear and firm, and there was no room for doubt in her tone. Yes, Robert answered and quickly led his men into action. Why are you arresting me? I didn't kill anyone. He did it. I saw it with my own eyes. Someone present seemed a little impatient and started pointing at me and accusing me. It was this security guard who killed the person. Another person also joined the accusation. I could sense their panic. They were afraid of being implicated, and they were eager to shirk responsibility. The police didn't give them any extra chances and started taking people away directly. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't say you killed anyone. You're just going back to the police station for investigation. The police responded coldly. Hey, leave him to me. Victoria suddenly saw someone trying to take me away and hurriedly stopped them. She walked up to me, her eyes cold but with a hint of teasing. You are really a criminal, and you'll be sentenced now. I looked up and smiled at her, saying lightly, Officer Sue, nice to see you again. Yes, I killed 5, but those 5 are not good guys. Forget it. Victoria waved her hands, looking a little impatient. 5 is enough punishment. After she finished speaking, she easily took off the silver bracelet from her waist, grabbed my wrist, handcuffed me without hesitation, and then dragged me towards the police car. Brother, Eric shouted anxiously when he saw me being taken away. It's okay, brother. Go back first and don't tell Angela. I said to Eric without turning my head. After that, I didn't even give him a chance to react and was dragged away by Victoria. Victoria pushed me into the car, opened the door, and without waiting for my reaction, she kicked me hard on the butt. Get in. I smiled and got in. Victoria also got in the car, looked back at me, and said coldly, What did I say last night? How did you promise? I smiled bitterly and replied awkwardly, I was indeed impulsive today, but those people were really killers. Their target was Annie, so I took action. Victoria looked me up and down and suddenly laughed. Not bad. The security guard can also be a hero and save the beauty? Are you thinking of taking this opportunity to hook up with a beautiful, rich girl? From now on, you can become a loser and win the battle. Her words left me speechless. I curled my lips and replied, I don't think so. You're right not to think so. Will someone like you? She smiled contemptuously. Dream on. I frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Victoria, do you look down on me so much? She curled her lips and said, Don't call me Victoria. It makes it seem like we are very familiar with each other. Didn't you ask me to scream? I was a little confused about what she was thinking. That was yesterday, and now it's today. You are now suspected of murder, and you might even be sentenced to death. I won't help you. She replied coldly, started the car, and drove towards the police station. It's death penalty. I smiled, with a relaxed attitude. as if I didn't care at all. If I really want to be sentenced to death, the worst that can happen is that I can escape from prison and leave Jiangling with Angela. Victoria didn't bother to pay attention to me. It was obvious that she was very upset. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Victoria kept thinking about how to excuse me, and she herself didn't seem to realize why she cared about me so much. Maybe she couldn't explain herself. We quickly arrived at the police station. Victoria dragged me into the detention center, pushed me in, closed the door, looked back at me, and turned away. I watched her leave in some confusion. What is this? No interrogation or questioning. I complained silently. Lying on the iron bed, I felt much calmer. This was my third time in jail. Although I tried my best to control my desire to kill, I couldn't hold back at the critical moment. 10 years of killing career has wiped out all my compassion. Every time I face the enemy, I never show mercy. This is also the bloody lesson I have learned time and time again, which makes me always insist on eradicating all evil. I raised my hands that were once stained with blood and murmured, I am no longer the me who only knew how to kill. These hands will no longer kill endlessly. From now on, these hands will be the pillars that support Angela and I. I'm not the Johnson who lives for killing. I am Johnson, an ordinary person. I clenched my fists, veins bulged, and they made crackling sounds, as if the air had become tense because of my anger. Chapter 20, You Can Go Away. The top floor of Jinshio Group, inside the president's office. Today, I wore a pair of tight jeans, a long white shirt, and a pair of crystal high heels. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the busy street outside, I couldn't help but feel like I was a still picture frame. Every movement is like a carefully carved work of art, while the world outside the window is still busy and has nothing to do with me. Knock, knock, knock. The door was pushed open and then walked in. She looked a little disheveled. She walked to the sofa, sat down, and began to breathe heavily. I noticed that her face was pale and her chest was heaving slightly. She had obviously experienced some great shock. Annie, what's wrong? Is there an accident at Jinshio building? I frowned and tried to sound calm. She took a deep breath and whispered, well, I almost didn't see you today. Fortunately, I was rescued by a security guard. Her voice trembled a little when she said this, and she obviously had not recovered from the fear. What? My heart suddenly tightened. What happened? And told me in detail what had happened. As I listened to her describe how she almost got assassinated, I couldn't help but feel scared. She also mentioned that she almost died at that moment, but fortunately Jinshio's security arrived in time and saved her life. These must be assassins sent by Wang Huan. My tone was as cold as ice. They are so bold. That's right. If it weren't for that security guard, I might not have been able to come back. I was almost scared to death at that moment. She murmured, her eyes still full of anxiety. I gently put my arm around her shoulders and consoled her. Have you called the police? Annie nodded. The police have intervened. But even if the police come, they can't do anything to Wang Huan. The Wang group has a deep foundation in Jiangling, plus the support of the Qing gang. This time I want to deal with me. Next time it might be you. You better be careful. I nodded slightly, but in my heart, I understood more clearly how complicated the situation was. Don't worry, I'm fine. Didn't you see the person standing at the door? She looked towards the door in confusion. Who is it? My dad's personal bodyguard, Chen Gue. I said unhappily, frowning slightly. He was sent by my dad, and he really makes me feel like I have no privacy at all. Annie narrowed her eyes and said, it should have been a long time ago. I guess my uncle is worried about you too. I sighed, with a hint of helplessness in my tone. You know, I hate it most when my family members are too controlling, especially my dad. Now you send a wooden stake here, and I don't even have any private space. Okay, Uncle is worried about you. Besides, given the current situation, if something like today happens, wouldn't you be in greater danger? Annie reminded me. I smiled and said, Okay, now that something so serious has happened, I'm afraid our property will have to postpone its launch. We'll pay what's due and try to minimize the losses. She nodded. Don't worry, I will arrange it right away. Although this incident has a great impact on Jinshio Group, Wang Group wants to use this method to suppress us, which is really underestimating us. Well, it's no problem as long as you're here, I joked. In the competition of the business world, the confrontation between Jinshio and Wang Group has been going on for a long time. We have been competing with each other, but unfortunately Wang Group does not seem to take us seriously. After all, Wang Group is not only targeting me, but also the Li family behind it. In the past 3 years, I suddenly set up my own business and rose rapidly, breaking the balance between the two companies. Of course, Wong's group would not accept this, and they put a lot of obstacles behind the scenes, but they never put them on the table. Until today, they finally took action. 3 days passed, and Annie was busy and exhausted. Although Jinshio Group suffered heavy losses due to sufficient financial resources and her ability, the situation was temporarily under control and the losses were contained. As for me, I still had 3 meals a day, but I felt a little bored. I was locked in this cell with no one to interrogate me. Time seemed to have stopped. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that Victoria came to see me. She pushed open the cell door and said coldly, "Johnson, you can get out now." I was stunned for a moment. I hadn't seen her for a few days and thought she had forgotten about me. I didn't expect her to let me go suddenly, which surprised me a little. "Are we really ready to go?" I asked with a smile. Victoria gave me an impatient look and said, "Do you still want to stay here for dinner?" I smiled. "Thank you, Victoria." She walked ahead calmly, her tone as cold as ice. "This time you are deemed to be acting in self-defense. Those 5 people have murder cases and are wanted criminals. Their target is Annie. As for the instigators behind them, they're already dead, and it is impossible to find out who hired the murder. You have also eliminated a threat for the police station. The remaining 4 are the owners of Jinshio Group, and they died in the melee. Jinshio has already made arrangements for the aftermath." I followed her, the corners of my mouth raised unconsciously, and looking at her figure, a warm feeling rose in my heart. "Thank you, Victoria," I whispered. She suddenly stopped and looked back at me. When she saw me smiling faintly, a blush appeared on her face. I couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong?" "Victoria, you look even more charming when you're angry." She was stunned for a moment. Her heart was agitated, and then she glared at him. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" I smiled and shook my head. "I just think that you look pretty when you're angry." "You." Her face turned even redder in an instant, but she pretended to be calm and turned to go upstairs. "By the way, don't come in again." She turned back and warned. "I'll try my best." I responded with a smile, turned and walked out of the police station. I couldn't help but laugh softly as I watched her leave. Victoria has helped me a lot these past few days. Although we haven't said much, I know that everything she has done makes me more grateful. Victoria stood in the stairwell, rubbing her hot cheeks, and whispered to herself, "Am I crazy? Why am I so obsessed with him? I don't have any thoughts about him, really." She shook her head, as if trying to convince herself. But no matter what she said, the feeling of uncertainty in her heart still did not go away. Chapter 21, Death Sentence. Victoria stood in a daze in the stairwell, muttering to herself from time to time, touching her face from time to time, and behaving strangely. Robert came up to her and looked at Victoria, who was usually serious and stern all day long. He couldn't help but ask, "Officer Victoria, are you sick?" "Ah." Victoria didn't notice Robert coming at all. She screamed in fright. When she saw it was Robert, she immediately scolded him. "Why are you yelling? Are you trying to scare me to death? You walk without making any sound." Robert said with a look of grievance. "Officer Victoria, I walked without making any sound. You were standing there in a daze and didn't notice me coming." Okay, what's the matter?" Victoria adjusted her mindset and asked. "Officer Victoria, it's Annie who is here and wants to see you." "She? Why is she here? Hasn't the problem been resolved?" Victoria asked curiously. "It seems like they came for Johnson, saying they want to bail Johnson out." Robert said. Victoria heard that they were here to bail out Johnson. She raised her lips and said, "You're only thinking of bailing out Johnson now? How funny. Officer Victoria, would you like to see me?" Victoria thought for a moment and said, "Let her come to my office to see me." Soon," and came to Victoria's office in high heels. Victoria was wearing a uniform, a dark blue police uniform on her upper body, and light makeup. She was still stunningly beautiful. She sat at her desk, looking at Annie, who came in. Annie was tall and wore a black hip skirt. The black stockings under the skirt exuded silent temptation. She looks exquisite, elegant, and noble, like a black rose, independent and strong. Victoria saw Annie. She raised her head proudly and said calmly, "Ms. Song, please take a seat," and had a blank expression on her face and a cold look. She sat opposite Victoria, hugged her shoulders, and went straight to the point. "Officer Sue, is Johnson currently in the police station?" Victoria nodded subconsciously. "Yes. I want Johnson out on bail." Ann's tone was firm. She had been busy for the past 3 days. It was only after she finished her company's work that she remembered Johnson and immediately came to the police station to bail him out. Victoria felt a little unhappy after hearing this and laughed. Miss Song, you only remembered to protect him now? Annie didn't know what he meant and frowned slightly. Officer Sue, what do you mean? Can't we come now? Victoria leaned back in her chair and said calmly, Ms. Song, don't you know that Johnson killed someone? Oh, he killed someone to protect you. So I'll protect him. What's the problem? Victoria smiled coldly. It's too late. He has been sentenced to death. What? Annie was surprised and asked, how could you be so careless? Johnson is a security guard of our Jinshio real estate. Although he killed someone, it was to protect me. At that time, those people had weapons in their hands, and Johnson's action was also legitimate defense. Victoria felt amused. For some reason, seeing Anne's anxious look, she felt a little secretly happy. She continued, and then what? Didn't he still kill someone? Is there any problem with the death penalty? And looked at Victoria's attitude of not caring about the matter, and stood up, unable to bear it any longer. She said in a cold voice, Officer Sue, your police are acting indiscriminately. I will let my lawyer sue you. Just wait. Victoria chuckled and said goodbye, and left the office with helplessness and anger on her face. Officer Victoria, why didn't you tell her that Johnson has been released? Robert didn't understand Victoria's behavior. Victoria looked like a winner and raised the corner of her mouth. I am happy to do so. I just feel uncomfortable seeing her. What? Do you have any objection? Robert's mouth twitched. How dare I have a problem with you? Are you kidding me? I almost don't recognize you now. And stormed out of the police station and said to the lawyer beside her, no matter what, Johnson must be released on bail. Good. Go to Fairview Real Estate. And actually thought Johnson was sentenced to death, which made her feel very guilty. If it weren't for Johnson, she might have died. Because she was too busy with work, she forgot about this matter until today, when she went to Jinshio Real Estate to inquire about Johnson, and then she hurried to the police station to bail him out. Johnson was released by Victoria and rushed back to Eric's house immediately. He hadn't seen Angela for 3 days and was worried about her. After knocking on the door, I saw Angela, accompanied by Eve and Beata, sitting on the sofa, watching cartoons and eating snacks. Brother, you're finally back. These past few days, I went to the police station every day to see you, but they wouldn't let me. I was so worried. Eric opened the door and saw Johnson and said happily, brother is back. When Angela saw Johnson coming back, she stopped watching the cartoon, jumped off the sofa, and rushed over quickly. Johnson squatted down with a smile and picked up Angela. Angela, your brother is not here. Are you going to be good? Angela nodded. Yes, I am very obedient. Sister Chan Chan and Sister Meng Meng are very nice to me. They even took me to eat hamburgers. Yeah, be good next time. I'll take you there too. Yeah. Angela was very happy. Brother, I'm glad you're okay. Eve and Beata were also very happy to see Johnson. Johnson smiled and said, well, thank you both for taking care of Angela. We are all family. No need to thank me. Besides, I like Angela too. She is very obedient. Eve said with a smile. Brother, you're back just in time. I was just about to go to the company to get our wages. I'd rather quit this crappy job. Eric said. Johnson had exactly this in mind. He had been in jail twice in less than 10 days at Jinshio. Being a security guard was more troublesome than being a gangster. It was not going to work out this way. Johnson and Eric gave a few instructions and immediately rushed to Jinshio Real Estate. The two of them came to the sales department. It was no longer obvious that it had been smashed, but it was no longer as lively as before the smashing. It was much quieter. A few sales girls were sitting together chatting, and there were no customers coming to see the house. When everyone saw Johnson and Eric coming, they just glanced at them and continued their discussion. Johnson. Benjamin was drinking tea with a few security guards and was surprised to see Johnson. Benjamin, we are here to settle our wages, Eric said directly. Benjamin looked smug, leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs. Eric, you haven't come to work for several days in a row, and you didn't even say hello. How dare you come here to ask for your salary? What the hell do you mean? Eric wanted to slap Benjamin to death to vent his anger. What do you mean? All your wages have been deducted, so you can do whatever you need to do. Benjamin smiled coldly. Eric couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward to attack. What? You want to fight? Who's afraid of who? Those ugly guys were timid when dealing with outsiders, but they were very arrogant when dealing with Eric and surrounded him. Chapter 22, Benjamin's difficulties. Johnson couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked over, pushed aside a few ugly people, and looked at Benjamin. "If you don't pay me today, I will kill you." Benjamin shuddered with fear. He was not afraid of Eric, but he was afraid of Johnson. He saw Johnson kill someone with his own eyes. "Johnson, you are threatening, but don't worry, your salary will be paid in full." Benjamin backed down immediately. "My brother's share must also be included." Well, okay. Benjamin still wanted to be stubborn, but when he saw Johnson glaring at him, he completely backed down. "Finance girl, please calculate their salaries." Benjamin shouted to the finance department. After a while, the finance girl came over with the salary slip. "Brother Hui, this is their salary." Huh. Eric snatched the pay slip and looked at it, then immediately cursed. "Benjamin, why do I only get 1,700 after working for more than a month? Johnson only got 200 after working for almost 10 days. Johnson was also stunned. 210 days? This is too much. It's like this. Last time you were arrested, Captain Shin said that according to the company's rules and regulations, 500 yuan was deducted from each of you. In addition, 300 yuan was deducted from your food expenses per month, and the finance girl was explaining, but Eric interrupted her and said, "Damn, didn't we agree that there would be commission? Where is the commission?" "Eric, you can only get commission after working for 3 months to become a regular employee. Both you and Johnson have not worked for 3 months, but your salary is only this much," said Benjamin. Eric grabbed Benjamin's collar and said angrily, "You bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a rule?" Benjamin shuddered with fear and twisted Eric's hand, saying, "How should I know you would only do this for so long?" Oh shit. Johnson was also furious. He slapped Benjamin and cursed, "You bastard, you are targeting us everywhere." Eric saw Johnson taking action. He raised his fist and punched Benjamin directly in the nose, causing him to bleed. "Ah, you hit me? I want to go to the hospital." Benjamin lay directly on the ground, wailing in pain, and said he wanted to go to the hospital. "Bah!" Eric spat at him. "I tell you, if you hit me, you won't be able to leave without a few thousand." Benjamin lay on the ground, ready to extort money. Johnson pulled Benjamin up and shouted, "You bastard, if you dare to shortchange us by even a penny, I will kill you right now." Benjamin was so scared that he couldn't speak. "Give him the money." Kayla came over and said, seeing this. She also knew that Benjamin was dishonest and often targeted other security guards, trying every means to deduct other people's money and pocket the money. Humph. Johnson then let go of Benjamin. After a while, the finance department settled the wages. Johnson looked at the $200 with mixed feelings. What was this? The two took their pitifully small wages and left without looking back. As I walked out of the gate, a business Mercedes-Benz drove in and a beautiful woman got out of the car. It was Annie, who came from the police station. "Johnson," and asked in surprise when she saw Johnson. Johnson saw that it was Annie who came and greeted her. "Mr. Song." After saying hello, I continued walking outside with Eric and was confused. She heard from Victoria that Johnson had been sentenced to death and was trying to get him bail. How come she met Johnson here? Seeing Johnson leaving without looking back, and shouted, "Johnson, wait a minute. Mr. Song, is there anything wrong?" Johnson turned around and asked, and smiled and walked over. "Johnson, thanks to you for saving my life last time. I haven't had time to thank you yet." Johnson smiled slightly. "Mr. Song, you're welcome. Logically, I'm an employee of your company, and I have the obligation to save you. Emotionally, I still owe you a favor, so I'll repay you. For now on, we don't owe each other anything, and you don't have to worry about it." Annie was slightly stunned, but she didn't ask any more questions and said, "Well, so I must reward you on behalf of the company." After that, he took out a bank card from his bag and handed it to Johnson. "Here is 100,000 yuan, which is a reward from the company." Johnson looked at the bank card and smiled faintly. "Mr. Song's life is worth only 100,000 yuan?" and frowned and took back the bank card awkwardly. Her good impression of Johnson was gone instantly. She thought Johnson thought the amount was too little. "I wonder how much you need, Mr. Johnson?" and asked coldly. Johnson shook his head slowly and said with a smile, "Mr. Song, you may have misunderstood. I saved you not for money, but to repay you a favor, so you really don't need to thank me." Favor. Annie was confused. She couldn't remember any connection with Johnson. Giving Angela a hamburger was just a trivial matter in her mind. "Why are you pretending? Annie can beat me up for $200. Now Mr. Song is giving you 100,000. Don't you just want more?" Benjamin covered his injured nose and walked over and said, Mr. Song, Johnson just thinks it's too little. He just resigned and his salary was paid off, but he still thinks it's too little and beat me up. Resign. And looked at Johnson. Why did you resign? 200 yuan may not be much, but I worked hard to earn it. 100,000 yuan may be a lot, but it is not what I want. It's my freedom to resign. I don't think this job is suitable for me. Besides, this bastard makes things difficult for me and my brother, which makes me unhappy working here. Johnson said lightly. Mr. Song, don't listen to his nonsense. I am following the rules and regulations. Benjamin explained. You're talking bullshit. My brother and I went to jail for the company, and you're still going to fine us 500 bucks. It's a crap company. Anyone who comes to work here is an idiot. Eric cursed and became more and more confused and looked at Benjamin. What's going on? Seeing that the truth had been revealed, Benjamin defended himself. Boss Song, they are just talking nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Last time someone came to cause trouble, my brother and I stood up for the company and were taken to the police station. Not only did you not pay the fine for us, you bastard, and you even deducted 1 day's salary from us and fined us 500. Is that true? Eric said angrily. You're talking nonsense. Benjamin said guiltily when he saw that the truth was exposed, and understood what he said and looked at Benjamin coldly. Didn't I say last time that the company would be responsible for all losses? Why are you still deducting their wages and fining them? Mr. Song, please listen to my explanation at that time. No need to explain. You've eaten my meal enough. Ask the finance department to pay your salary immediately, you bastard. Annie acted promptly and would not tolerate someone who said one thing in public and another in private. Mr. Song, seeing that Benjamin was fired, Kayla wanted to explain for him and didn't give her any chance at all and said, Kayla, you started with the company. You should know the company's rules. I let your brother be the captain because of you. Now, it's not that I don't give you face. It's that Benjamin has violated the company's rules, and he is not suitable for this position. Got it, Mr. Song. Chapter 23, Promotion to Security Captain. Benjamin had it all his own way and was fired by and on the spot. He could only collect his salary and leave in disgrace, leaving behind a grudge towards Eric. Great, the bastard deserves it. Eric was in a good mood, finally getting rid of his anger. Mr. Song, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Johnson was also in a good mood. If it weren't for his current status, he really wanted to beat Benjamin up to vent his anger, and frowned and shouted, Mr. Johnson, please stay. Anything else? And smiled softly. Mr. Johnson, I want to know, when have you ever owed me a favor? Johnson was slightly stunned and reminded. Mr. Song, I wonder if you still remember that you gave a hamburger to a girl at the entrance of KFC a few days ago, and thought about it carefully and suddenly remembered that this had happened. No wonder she felt Johnson looked familiar. Annie smiled awkwardly. So it's you. Johnson nodded. Well, maybe this matter is just a small matter to Mr. Song, but to me at that time, it was a very important matter, so I saved you just to repay you a favor. That's all. Annette's cheeks turned slightly red. She never expected that a kind gesture she made at the time actually saved her life. But after hearing what Johnson said, I felt a little sad. Mr. Johnson, is my life worth only a hamburger? Annie teased with a smile. Johnson smiled slightly and said, How is that possible? Mr. Song handed me a hamburger when I needed it the most. It is the most valuable gift for me. Maybe it is insignificant in Mr. Song's eyes, but in my heart, it is a warmth that cannot be bought with money and cannot be measured by price. And nodded slightly. Well, Mr. Johnson made me feel a little embarrassed. I was being hypocritical, but I still want to thank Mr. Johnson. Really, even though I'm very poor. Didn't Mr. Song say that even if a person is poor, his ambition should not be poor? If I accept your thanks, then the warmth you showed me back then will lose its original value in my heart. Johnson said sincerely. That was Angela S.'s first request to him. He was helpless and felt particularly incompetent at the time. It happened that an S kind gesture made the helpless Johnson feel great warmth. So he said that, and smiled awkwardly. Well, but I have another request. I would like Mr. Johnson to agree to it. Please speak, Mr. Song. I would like to hire Mr. Johnson as the security captain of Jinshio Real Estate. Jinshio Real Estate has been a bit unstable recently, and I would like to strengthen the security. In addition, several other real estate projects will be launched soon. Benjamin is not capable enough, which is why I fired him. I think Mr. Johnson should be able to do the job. The most important thing for Annie to come this time was to reorganize the security, and she also wanted to let Johnson take the position, and that was also the reason for bailing him out. Brother, where can we find such a good thing? Eric whispered to Johnson when he saw that he was still hesitating. No problem. Johnson nodded immediately and smiled slightly. Mr. Johnson, rest assured, the salary and benefits will satisfy you. I will give you a base salary of $10,000 per month, and for every household, I will give you a commission of 0.5%. In addition, the company's recruitment of security guards is entirely up to you. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Eric nodded excitedly. At this salary, he could make at least tens of thousands of yuan a month. This is your brother, right? He can serve as the deputy captain, with a base salary of 8,000 yuan per month and a commission of 0.2%. Annie continued to make an offer that the two poor guys, Johnson and Eric, could not refuse. Really? Mr. Song. Eric was completely dumbfounded. His salary was only 2,000 before, but now it has increased several times. The job of security guard is not bad. Of course, we can sign the contract now. Sign. Johnson didn't hesitate. What did he need now? He just needed money. How could he refuse? And was not vague and immediately took Johnson to the sales department, asked the finance department to print out the labor contract, and signed the contract with Johnson immediately. After signing the contract, Annie extended her hand and said, "Welcome to join Jinshio Group." Johnson reached out and gently held Annie's hand. It felt silky and soft and especially comfortable. Annie gently withdrew her arm and smiled softly. "Let's have a meal together when we have time." "Okay." Johnson nodded. "Then I'll leave first. The security here is left to you," Annie said, turned around and left in her high heels. Johnson smiled faintly as he looked at Anne's perfect curves. He had to admit that Anne was one of the rare beauties with a certain temperament that he had ever seen. She was first-rate in both appearance and figure. "Brother, that's awesome. You even know Mr. Song." Eric looked excited as he looked at Annie, who was leaving, and said excitedly, "With Mr. Song as our backer, we can finally make a name for ourselves." Johnson smiled and said, "Well, good days are coming." That's right. Eric, a new official, made 3 moves immediately. He looked at those ugly guys, including Benjamin, who looked lost. Eric straightened his chest, put his hands behind his back, and walked in front of the few people. Looking at the jealousy and envy in their eyes, his face darkened. "Stand up." "Eric, why are you so proud?" Benjamin said, extremely unhappy. Eric frowned and said, "Who is this guy? Who allowed him to stay here? Get him out now." "Eric, don't go too far." Benjamin pointed at Eric and wanted to beat him up, but unfortunately, he didn't have the courage. Eric chuckled. "I'm a security officer here now. I suspect you have ulterior motives here. Get out of here immediately." "You?" Benjamin gritted his teeth in hatred. "You guys, why don't you do it? Don't you want to do it anymore?" Eric looked at these misfits and scolded them. "What are you so proud of? I'm done with this." "Yes, we won't do it either." These guys were originally relatives of Eric and Johnson, and when they saw that Eric and Johnson became captains, they knew that they had no good days left, so they decided to be tough. "You can just get out of here and save you the trouble." Johnson walked over with a smile and said, "Go to the finance department to settle your wages and get out of here immediately." "Johnson, Eric, don't be so arrogant." Benjamin said something harsh and walked away in disgrace. The other few misfits were also cleared away, leaving only Johnson and Eric alone. "I'm finally proud of myself." Eric felt much better when he saw that all the annoying people had left. "We have to recruit people quickly and offer higher salaries. If they're not veterans, we don't want them," Johnson said. "Okay, I'll ask HR to put up a job ad now." Eric went to find HR immediately. If this guy gets lucky, everyone will look up to him. When Johnson and Eric worked here before, even the sales girl ignored them. Now, as soon as Johnson and Eric sat down on the chairs, a sales girl would immediately serve them tea and water and would come over from time to time to build relationships with them. Chapter 24, and invites you to dinner. Johnson has become the security captain. He is currently alone, so he and Eric are still doing their old job. The two of them took turns standing guard outside and receiving guests. Fortunately, without Benjamin, an eyesore, they felt much more comfortable. After work, Johnson used his only 200 yuan and took Angela, Eve and Meng Meng to a KFC and spent all the 200 yuan. The next day at work, someone came to apply for the security guard position. Because Johnson raised the monthly salary to 5,000 plus commissions and bonuses, he could get 7,000 to 8,000 a month, which attracted several veterans to come and recruit. Eric recruited 6 security guards according to the demand. Now, with Johnson and himself, there are exactly 8 security guards. Now at work, Johnson and Eric are very relaxed. Johnson is mainly responsible for arranging security work, and then he sits in the office drinking tea and watching the monitoring room, and the day passes by. Eric, the deputy captain, has an easy life. He inspects all the properties in Jinshio every day, has tea with Johnson, and then has a drink with him after work. His life seems very promising. Angela is now in the care of Eve. The two sisters are very close and don't need Johnson anymore. Before he knew it, Johnson had been hanging around for a week. The last week had been quite peaceful, with no one causing trouble. Johnson felt very comfortable with this kind of ordinary life. He went to work on time and punched in every day and went home after work to be with Angela, which made him experience the comfort and happiness he had never experienced before. Since leaving home at the age of 10, Johnson has spent 5 years in the mountains with his master, practicing martial arts every day. After coming down the mountain, he joined the army. Every day, he was either on his way to kill people or killing people. He has never had a comfortable day. Johnson also keeps a time limit for leaving work. After finally getting through the boring time, at 5 o'clock, he immediately changes his clothes, calls Eric, and leaves. "Brother, do you want to cook tonight? I'll buy some good food. It's still okay to have a drink." "Haha, okay." Johnson and Eric get off work. They think about having some drinks in the evening, and they live a carefree life. The two had just walked out of the company gate when a red BMW stopped at the door. The windows were rolled down, and an exquisite beauty was sitting in the driver's seat. "Johnson, get in the car." Johnson was slightly stunned, looked at the beautiful woman in the car, and smiled. "How come Mr. Song has time to come?" Eric immediately shouted respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Song." "And who came?" She smiled at Johnson and said, "Why? I can't come." "Of course, Mr. Song. What can I do for you?" Johnson asked. "I guess so. Get in the car first." "But I'm off work," and frowned and said teasingly, "Mr. Johnson, are you still afraid that I will eat you?" "That's not the case." Johnson smiled and said to Eric, "Brother, I'll accompany you tomorrow." Eric patted Johnson on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead, brother. Mr. Song is calling you. There must be something going on." "Okay, then." Johnson walked to the other side of the car, opened the passenger door, and got into this valuable limited edition BMW supercar. A particularly pleasant fragrance filled the entire carriage. It was the fragrance emanating from, and some kind of expensive perfume. Today she was wearing a white pearl dress, a crystal necklace around her neck, long black hair fixed with a hairpin, and a pair of white earrings in her ears. She had changed from her usual capable look to a charming one. Johnson was much more casual. Rather than being casual, he exuded a loser vibe. He wore a fake Adidas gray sports suit with a pair of brown sneakers, which did not match the outfit at all. This car is quite expensive. After getting in the car, Johnson recognized at a glance that it was a limited edition M8 top-of-the-line sports car, and rolled her eyes and said, "You're the first man to sit in my car." Johnson smiled awkwardly. "Then I am truly honored," and smiled charmingly at Johnson. "Really? Then accompany me to dinner tonight." "Eat." Johnson smiled. "With pleasure," and smiled and drove off. She had been wanting to find a time to thank Johnson for this meal, and it happened that there was someone she disliked today, and she couldn't refuse the meal. She just remembered that she owed Johnson a meal, so she came to find him. "By the way, I can repay Johnson for saving my life and use him as a shield, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." After a while, Annie drove to a 5-star restaurant. It was a Western restaurant, and there were basically expensive luxury cars parked at the door. "We're here," and parked the car and said to Johnson, "Johnson, when you go in, just pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't say too much, just listen to me." Johnson's mouth twitched. "Mr. Song, you are not using me, are you?" Annie smiled softly. "How could that be? I really want to invite you to dinner, but I also made an appointment with a nasty guy today. He has been pursuing me, and I don't like him at all, so you just pretend to be nice so that he will give up. Isn't this a bit embarrassing?" Johnson's face was filled with embarrassment. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come. Seeing Johnson's unwillingness, Song Ming said unhappily, "What's wrong with that? I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend, but you're not happy about it. Do you know how many men want to pretend, but still can't do it? Don't be so ungrateful after getting the advantage." Johnson's mouth twitched. "Then I'm really honored." "Of course, just listen to me and don't let anything slip," Annie instructed. Johnson spread his hands and said, "I understand. Just pretend you are a fool." and rolled her eyes at Johnson. That's not the case. Johnson really wanted to laugh and actually let him pretend to be her boyfriend. It would not be a bad thing to pretend to be a fool for a while. After all, for a beauty like, and if she wanted, there would probably be a mile-long line of people lining up to pretend to be her boyfriend. The two got out of the car. Annie walked in front, as usual, holding a bag in her hand, and walked towards the Western restaurant with great temperament. Johnson followed her slowly. The two of them didn't look like a couple at all. If you didn't know him, you would think Johnson was a creepy guy. "Sir, please stay." Johnson arrived at the door. He was stopped by the receptionist. "What do you mean?" Johnson asked angrily. Johnson with contempt and said, "Sir, this is a high-end restaurant. Are you sure you can afford it?" Johnson chuckled. "I can't afford it, but my girlfriend can." "What? Do you have any objection?" "Your girlfriend?" The receptionist looked confused. Johnson watched Annie walk into the restaurant without paying any attention to him and shouted inside, "Annie, Annie." Chapter 25, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. Johnson yelled at the top of his lungs, cursing Annie in his heart. She said she would treat him to a meal and pretend to be her boyfriend. But how could she do this? She walked in alone, and they didn't look like a couple at all. When he shouted like that, those who were eating inside couldn't help but look towards the door. "Sir, if you keep making such a fuss, I won't be polite," the receptionist said with a dark face and contempt in his eyes. The man in front of him didn't even have $100 on him, and he was obviously a poor loser. He couldn't believe that Johnson could spend money here, as this was a very expensive restaurant. Although he is handsome, the receptionist doesn't believe that such a loser would be a gigolo. Unless he is blind, he would not keep such a loser as a gigolo. "Don't look down on others." Johnson frowned, and he heard someone calling her from behind. The voice sounded familiar. She turned around and saw Johnson was blocked outside. She touched her forehead and quickly turned around and walked over. She was used to being alone and thought Johnson was following her. She agreed to pretend to be a couple, but she left Johnson behind as soon as she finished speaking. This can't be blamed on Annie. She has never had a boyfriend in her life and has no idea how couples get along. "Sorry, Johnson," and came to the door and asked apologetically. Johnson rolled his eyes at Annie and said to the receptionist, "My girlfriend is here to pick me up. Can I come in?" Annie was slightly stunned, then reacted and said, "Well, he's my boyfriend. Is there a problem with him coming in?" No. The receptionist shook his head. Annie was a regular customer, and he didn't dare to offend her. A dog looks down on people. Johnson walked in with a haughty look on his face. "What a pretty boy. Why am I not so lucky?" The receptionist muttered with envy. "Who are you calling a gigolo? Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you." Johnson heard it clearly and yelled at the receptionist. The corner of the welcoming guest's mouth twitched, thinking, "Aren't you a gigolo? If you're not a gigolo, what are you?" "I would like to be a gigolo, but no rich woman would like me, not to mention such a beautiful woman. Let alone being a gigolo. I'd be willing to be a spare tire." "Pretty boy, cough, cough." After hearing this, Annie squinted her eyes and laughed. "Mr. Song, you can still laugh." Johnson's forehead was full of black lines. He didn't expect that he would become a pretty boy. Okay, bear with it for a while." Annie comforted. Johnson felt aggrieved and said, "Mr. Song, we are a couple now. Shouldn't we act like a couple?" "Ah." Annie was slightly stunned. "What should a couple look like?" "At least you should hold my arm," and was very reluctant. But since it was her own fault, she could only let Johnson take advantage of her. She nodded and said, "Okay," and held Johnson's arm awkwardly and said, "Is this okay?" It was the first time for Johnson to see, and so closely. A faint fragrance emanated from her body. Her chest was dazzling white, and a little bit of the tempting cleft could be clearly seen. And began to regret it now. She awkwardly took Johnson's arm, accepted the strange looks from the customers here, and took Johnson upstairs. All the men present cast envious eyes at Johnson. Being a gigolo and being able to pick up a beauty like and was really worth it. Envied by others, Johnson followed into the door of a box on the second floor. "Ms. Song." There were two wooden stakes standing at the door, both in suits and leather shoes. When they saw Johnson beside, and they showed unfriendly expressions. Johnson stood there as if nothing had happened, looking at the two people in front of him. These two people should be the same as him, with a slightly better job title, bodyguards. A late-stage master of external strength? Johnson saw the two's abilities at a glance and was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw a warrior in Jiangling. Anyone who can practice external skills to the level of external strength is considered a martial arts genius. External strength is the ceiling among all the moves. Anyone who can practice the moves to the level of internal strength and kill people with luck is considered a true master. However, the two people in front of him, who were in the late stage of external strength, were indeed masters in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of Johnson, they were nothing. The fact that they can hire external forces as bodyguards is enough to prove that the people inside are either rich or noble. Miss Song, he can't go in. Johnson with an unfriendly look. Annie laughed. I brought my boyfriend to dinner. Does Lu Jie still have so many rules? In that case, then please tell Lu Jie that I'm leaving first. And finished speaking, pulled Johnson and turned to leave. It just so happened that she had no reason to refuse. Etc. Miss Song, please don't misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. Since this gentleman is your boyfriend, please. They were Lu Jie's personal bodyguards, so they naturally knew that Lu Jie was pursuing Annie and naturally didn't want anyone to disrupt it. But if Annie left, Lu Jie would definitely scold them, so they didn't dare to do anything rash. Snored, and turned her face away, but did not leave. Instead, she pulled Johnson into the room. Johnson was the one who was really depressed. He was blocked twice while having a meal and was very angry. Annie affectionately. When Lu Jie saw Annie holding Johnson's arm, his face, which had just been full of excitement, turned extremely gloomy and he stared at Johnson angrily. Johnson naturally saw him as well. He was wearing a white suit, a pair of custom-made crocodile leather shoes, and a valuable brand name watch. He exuded the scent of money from head to toe. Elegant music was playing in the box. The table was full of romance, and Lu Jie was holding a red rose in his hand. Lu Jie, this is my boyfriend Johnson. Annie smiled and introduced Johnson. Johnson smiled faintly. Hello. Lu Jie was stunned, but his angry expression flashed away. He immediately walked to Annie, handed her a rose with both hands, and said affectionately, Annie, you are really beautiful tonight. Please accept my love for you. Annie frowned. She had brought her boyfriend with her, but she didn't expect Lu Jie to be so shameless. However, it was difficult for her to refuse. The Lu family has been a partner of Jinxiu for the past 3 years. If it weren't for the group, she would not pay attention to the young man in front of her. Just when Annie was in a dilemma, Johnson snatched the rose, took a look at it, threw it on the ground with a look of disgust, and said, Mr. Lu, you gave flowers to my girlfriend in front of me to express your love. You really treat me as if I don't exist. Lu Jie was furious and looked extremely unhappy. However, when he took a closer look at the cheap clothes Johnson was wearing, he suddenly felt superior. After seeing and holding Johnson's arm in an unnatural way, it seemed that she had guessed that Johnson was just someone and had casually found to serve as a cover. Thinking of this, Lu Jie suppressed his anger. Since Annie had found such a loser to cover for her, it was just right for him to use this loser to show his superiority and let Annie know the difference. Moreover, he was determined to get Annie today. He had been pestering her for a month for this date. No matter Annie agreed or not, he had to get Annie today. Chapter 26, Have some egg fried rice. Lu Jie looked superior and looked at Johnson with disdain. He didn't know where to put his hands. He straightened his suit and moved the chair for Annie in a very gentlemanly manner. He gestured, Annie, please, and nodded slightly and sat down. Lu Jie sat opposite and said to Johnson contemptuously, Mr. Johnson, I didn't expect you to come. You'll just have to stand and eat. Inside the box, there are seats for couples to sit opposite each other, with romantic white roses and alluring candlelight on the table. Johnson smiled faintly, it doesn't matter, and frowned and said, Ask the waiter to bring a chair over. Lu Jie did not refuse. He snapped his fingers. The waiter had been waiting outside the door for a long time. A pretty French girl came in. She bowed politely and spoke fluent French. Hello, sir. Ahem. Lu Jie moistened his throat and said in French, Hello, beautiful lady. Please add a chair for this gentleman. Johnson provocatively. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He has been traveling around the world for many years and is proficient in various languages around the world. French is just one of them for him. Besides, Lu Jie's French pronunciation is not standard and can barely be used to communicate here. After all, these waiters are used to hearing this kind of loose French. Mr. Lu, can you speak French? Annie was surprised. In her eyes, Lu Jie was a good-for-nothing playboy. Sure enough, when Lu Jie heard this, his face was filled with pride, and he said in a very humble tone, Excuse me, Annie, you have studied abroad. I am nothing in front of you. and smiled slightly and didn't respond. Actually, I can speak English. Seeing that Annie didn't speak, Lu Jie said in English, Miss Annie, I like you. I hope you can be my girlfriend. Annie frowned and rejected him bluntly in English. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Johnson couldn't help laughing as he watched the two of them speaking in a foreign language. Lu Jie was rejected and was worried about where to vent his anger. Seeing that Johnson seemed to be laughing at him, he said contemptuously, Mr. Johnson, what are you laughing at? Do you know what we're talking about? Johnson shook his head. I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. Lu Jie suddenly felt superior again and sneered. We are communicating in English. A country bumpkin like you won't understand. Oh, Johnson said with a smile. Mr. Lu, do you know what I was laughing at just now? Lu Jie said with disdain. What else can you laugh at? You were just pretending to understand and laughing there, making it seem like you understand what I am saying. Johnson laughed in his heart and said, I didn't understand what you said, but from the looks on your faces, I might have guessed what it meant. When Lu Jie heard this, he immediately felt that his chance had come. He wanted to see what this country bumpkin could guess. So he asked, Tell me what we were talking about just now. Johnson smiled and said, I just saw Mr. Lu speaking English to my girlfriend with a sincere look on his face, while my girlfriend looked embarrassed. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lu was proposing to my girlfriend, but was rejected by her on the spot, right? Puff. Annie couldn't help laughing. She didn't expect Johnson to be so observant. Lu Jie was exposed on the spot. His face flushed, and he argued, No, I was just greeting Annie. And also tried to smooth things over. Well, Johnson stopped guessing. Oh, Johnson pretended to be suddenly enlightened and apologized to Lu Jie. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I'm a suspicious person. I'm afraid that other men have bad intentions toward my girlfriend. Please don't mind. Cursed Johnson's entire family in his heart and said with contempt, Mr. Johnson, you keep calling me your girlfriend. Don't you have any self-awareness? And is so outstanding. Look at yourself. How are you worthy of Anne? Johnson was not angry. He smiled and said, Mr. Lu is right. I also feel that I am not worthy of Annie. But Annie just likes me. I don't want it, but she still pursues me. You. Lu Jie's face was as red as the bottom of a pot due to anger, and frowned and really wanted to scold Johnson, saying, Shame on you. I'm still chasing you. Sir, your chair is here. The waiter brought a chair and placed it in the center of the table, and Johnson sat down on it. Hello, sir. What can I do for you? The waiter came to Lu Jie and handed him the menu. Lu Jie smiled evilly and said in French, Let this gentleman order the food. The waiter was slightly startled and looked at Johnson. Hello, sir. What can I order? Are you asking me? Johnson looked at the waiter, pretending not to understand. Ask you what you want to eat. Lu Jie said. Johnson took the menu and looked at it. It was still the same old style. To him, French cuisine was not to his taste at all. He took a quick look and returned the menu to the waiter. Just give me an egg fried rice. The waiter didn't understand Chinese, was slightly stunned, and looked at Lu Jie. Lu Jie laughed and said in his broken French, This gentleman wants an egg fried rice. Remember, give him a large portion, ha 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 ha. Annie was also extremely embarrassed, thinking that Johnson had really embarrassed her. How could she order egg fried rice in a restaurant like this? The waiter smiled and said, Well, this gentleman knows how to order. French fried rice is very popular in France. It just so happens that our chef knows how to make it. French fried rice. Lu Jie was confused. He originally wanted to laugh at Johnson for being a country bumpkin, but he didn't expect there really was fried rice. Beautiful lady, please give me 2 servings of French snails, black diamonds, caviar, French steak, and a bottle of limited edition Islay whiskey. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. The waiter backed out. Lu Jie started teasing Johnson again. Mr. Johnson, you come to a Western restaurant and just want to eat some egg fried rice? Johnson nodded. Yeah, a serving of egg fried rice is enough to fill me up. I'm not used to French cuisine. Lu Jie smiled michet. You, it seems like you have eaten it before. Mr. Johnson, you're not used to it? Are you sure you have eaten it? It's because I've never eaten it that I can't get used to it. Johnson spread his hands. He never thought that foreign cuisine was as delicious as his own. After traveling around the world for many years, he still couldn't get used to the food outside. In fact, many people think so. It's just that many people are obsessed with worshiping foreign things and think that everything abroad is better. Some people even think that they are superior to others and belong to the upper class because they have been abroad or hung out in Western restaurants. People like Lu Jie obviously think this way. and there are many people like him in our country. Chapter 27. Mr. Liu, you poisoned me. After a while, the waiter came in with a food cart and placed the ordered food one by one. Johnson, he took off the lid and saw a huge plate of French fried rice, which was colorful and very appetizing. Johnson looked at the rice, his mouth twitched, he picked up the spoon and started to eat, not forgetting to say, it smells so good. Liu Jie said with disdain, Mr. Johnson, eat slowly and don't choke. If it's not enough, I'll order another portion for you. No, that's enough, Johnson said while eating. Liu Jie was too lazy to pay attention to him and asked the waiter to open the wine. As soon as the bottle of whiskey was opened, Johnson grabbed it and said, Mr. Liu, it's really a bit choking. After saying that, he took the bottle of wine worth more than 200,000 yuan, tilted his head back and drank it. Liu Jie's face was gloomy and painful as he watched Johnson drink up the 200,000 in one breath. The waiter and Annie were both stunned. Isn't this a waste? Whiskey with food. First time seeing this. Mr. Johnson, you are so vulgar. Do you know how much this wine costs per bottle? Liu Jie wanted to hit Johnson a few times. It tastes okay, barely drinkable. Johnson pursed his lips and looked at Liu Jie. Mr. Liu, how much is a bottle? More than 200,000 is something that people like you can never afford in your lifetime. Liu Jie said angrily, I didn't drink this wine. You will pay for it later. What? So expensive? Johnson originally wanted to play a trick on Liu Jie, but he didn't expect that this guy was not stupid. This was so embarrassing, and smiled at Johnson and said, It's okay. I'll pay the bill later. Johnson smiled awkwardly. That's good, that's good. Now it was Liu Jie's turn to be embarrassed. How could he let Annie pay the bill at this time? He immediately said, Annie, what are you talking about? I was just joking. A bottle of wine is nothing in my eyes. I'll pay for this. Annie smiled faintly. How can I be so embarrassed? Haha. Annie, why are you being so polite to me? I have nothing but a lot of money. A lot of money? Johnson smiled, picked up the empty bottle, and gestured to the waiter. 3 more bottles. I think it's quite delicious, better than snow beer, and perfect for eating with rice. Johnson strangely then looked at Liu Jie. Liu Jie was so angry that he vomited blood. A whiskey worth more than 200,000 yuan tasted like snowflakes when drunk by this bumpkin. Although he wanted to refuse, he had already said such a big thing. So how could he let Annie look down on him? Go ahead, he said arrogantly. He didn't feel bad about the money, but he didn't want to let Johnson get away with it. And knew Johnson was teasing Liu Jie, so she didn't stop him. She smiled and said, Mr. Liu, this is my boyfriend's first time drinking it, so he might think it tastes good. Don't mind. Liu Jie's mouth twitched. How could that be? It's just that I think Mr. Johnson and you, Annie, are really not a good match. What do you mean? Annie, although Mr. Johnson is slightly more handsome than me, you can't judge a man by his appearance alone. He has no taste and is a complete country bumpkin. Look at what he's wearing. It's fake Adidas, and it's all frayed. He wears a gray sports suit with brown shoes. I don't know what he's thinking. He was so rude even when eating. He drank a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars as if it were beer. This kind of person is not worthy of you in any way. Not to mention being worthy of you. He is not even worthy of licking your toes. Liu Jie did not shy away from Johnson and criticized him to his face, and glanced at Johnson and smiled slightly. Mr. Liu, I am willing to do this even if it costs money. Liu Jie was stunned. Then he laughed. That's right, that's right. Mr. Liu, you see it. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Annie just likes me. And let me correct you, I'm not just a little bit more handsome than you. I'm much more handsome, Johnson said with a smile. You? Liu Jie's face turned red with anger at Johnson, and he wished he could kill him immediately. Annie looked at the frustrated Liu Jie and thought it was a very interesting thing to invite Johnson here. Haha, let's eat. Liu Jie didn't say anything else, but he greeted politely. Mr. Johnson, if you like it, eat more. You can also drink the wine from the bottle. You may not be able to eat it in the future. Johnson smiled lightly. He had already sensed Liu Jie's murderous intent and knew there was something else behind his words. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Soon, the waiter brought 3 more bottles of whiskey. Liu Jie quickly took one and stood up to fill Annie's glass. Annie shook her head slightly. Mr. Liu, I don't drink. Liu Jie didn't force himself. He poured himself a glass and started drinking. Johnson was busy eating, drinking from the bottles as he did so, and soon both bottles of whiskey were finished. Liu Jie looked at Johnson being treated so badly and said nothing. Seeing Johnson lowering his head to eat, he picked up the kettle on the table, poured a glass of water for Annie, and quickly threw a pill between his fingers into the cup. The pills are colorless and tasteless, dissolve in water, and there is no visible problem with the naked eye. Lu Jie picked up the cup and handed it to Annie. Annie, drink some water. Annie didn't refuse this time and took the cup. Thank you. Lu Jie raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This pill is a love potion. He came prepared today. If Annie agreed to his courtship, then he would not use this pill. If Annie refused, he would just force her. As for Johnson, he had already made up his mind. After he charmed, he would kill Johnson to relieve his hatred. His plan was good, but Johnson couldn't hide it all. Johnson was the world's #1 killer, and no one could play tricks on him in front of him. Annie, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Cheers, Lu Jie said, holding up the glass. Yeah. Annie gestured, holding up the glass of water. It's a bit choking. Just as Annie's cup of water hit her red lips, Johnson snatched the cup and said with a smile, Honey, I choked. Do you mind? And was slightly stunned. Hearing Johnson calling her so intimately, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was the first time for her to be called dear by a stranger, so Johnson had to take advantage of her, and rolled her eyes at Johnson. Eat slowly. No one is trying to snatch it from you. Johnson chuckled and looked at Lu Jie. Mr. Lu, don't mind it. After saying that, he picked up the water cup and drank it in one gulp. Johnson into pieces now, but he held back. Since Johnson drank the love potion without knowing the consequences, he would force Annie even if she was awake. Johnson ate up a large plate of rice, burped, touched his stomach, and said, I'm full. Lu Jie smiled coldly. Would you like another plate? No, I'm too full. Johnson leaned back in his chair, waving his hands, and suddenly covered his stomach. Oh, why does my stomach hurt? I want to vomit. I feel dizzy. Mr. Lu, you didn't poison me? Johnson pointed at Lu Jie with a shocked look on his face, then laid down on the table and stopped moving. Chapter 28, You Dare to Hit Me? And was frightened when she saw Johnson suddenly fainted and rushed over to shake Johnson. Johnson, what's wrong with you? Really? Why'd you drink so much? It's so annoying. Annie thought Johnson drank too quickly and got drunk. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, my boyfriend is drunk, so I'm going to send him home first. Annie said to Lu Jie. Huh? Annie with frivolous eyes. Annie, isn't this just right? No one will disturb us. Annie looked at Lu Jie's expression and asked, What do you mean? Haha. Lu Jie stopped pretending and laughed. Annie, what else could I mean? I just want you. To tell you the truth, I just put a love potion in the water. I want to knock you out, but I didn't expect this idiot to be so ignorant of life and death. This just saved me the trouble. Annie's face changed, and she said angrily, Lu Jie, what do you want to do? I advise you not to do anything reckless. Lu Jie smiled contemptuously. Really? I just want to mess around tonight. What can you do? You. Annie was completely panicked. She quickly picked up her bag and tried to take out her cell phone to call the police. Annie tightly. Annie, I have liked you for a long time. Why don't you agree to me and force yourself on you? But don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. No, let me go. Lu Jie, if you treat me like this, I will never forgive you. Annie was so scared that her face turned pale and she struggled desperately. If you don't want to forgive me, then don't forgive me. I'm already satisfied to have you in this life. Come on, Annie. Lu Jie has let go completely. Help. Annie screamed heart-wrenchingly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She would rather die than be defiled by Lu Jie. It's no use even if you shout at the top of your lungs. Sister Lu hugged Annie from behind, leaned over to her ear, and teased her crazily. No, I beg you, Lu Jie, please let me go. Annie cried and begged. This was all she could do now. It's useless. Lu Jie was so focused on teasing Annie that he didn't notice there was someone standing behind him, looking at him with a half-smile. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Johnson, who had fainted. He patted Lu Jie on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Get out. I'm doing serious business. Lu Jie thought it was his bodyguard and said viciously, What are you doing? Do you need my help? Johnson continued to ask from behind. Damn it. Lu Jie was furious. He let go of Annie and turned around to get angry. You. How is it possible? When he saw clearly that it was Johnson, Lu Jie took a few steps back in fright, looking at him in disbelief. When and saw Johnson wake up, she felt like she saw a savior. She quickly hid behind him and pulled at the corner of his clothes. Johnson's face turned extremely cold, and he looked at Lu Jie. How dare you violate my girlfriend in front of me? You deserve to die. What do you want to do? Lu Jie also calmed down. He felt that there was no need for him to be afraid of Johnson. With a slap, Johnson slapped him directly in the face. Lu Jie felt as if his face was hit by titanium alloy, and he was thrown out. Johnson, in disbelief, his mouth and nose covered in blood, with several teeth sticking out. Johnson viciously and shouted. The door was pushed open, and 2 bodyguards rushed in. Seeing Lu Jie lying on the ground in such a miserable state, they hurriedly helped him up. Master, what happened? Kill him for me. Kill him for me, quickly. Lu Jie now only wanted Johnson's life. Boy, you are so bold that you dare to hit my master. No one can save you today. As soon as he finished speaking, a bodyguard came very quickly and punched Johnson in the chest. Johnson smiled contemptuously, without moving, and stretched out his hand, grasping the man's fist exactly. How is this possible? The man was completely dumbfounded. He was a master in the late external strength stage. Dealing with an ordinary person like Johnson was as easy as crushing an ant. But his punch was easily caught by Johnson. Haven't you eaten? Johnson smiled at him gently, and with a slight force. The man's arm twisted uncontrollably. Ah, come and help. We've met an expert. The man realized belatedly that Johnson was an expert. The other one immediately threw a punch at Johnson, and Johnson calmly grabbed the other man's fist in the same way. I'm willing to give up one of your hands because it's not easy for you, Johnson said calmly. Then he exerted force with both hands, and with a snap, he broke the 2 men's arms. The 2 men screamed miserably in pain and knelt on one knee on the ground, looking at Johnson with fear in their eyes. They knew in their hearts that Johnson had the least internal energy, otherwise he would have no chance of fighting back. Honey, should we kill him or cripple him? Johnson looked at Anne, who was stunned, with a smile. Annie finally reacted. You can't kill him. He is the legitimate son of the Liu family. If you kill him, there will be no place for you in Jiangling. One of the bodyguards looked up and said. Johnson smiled, and it was a natural smile. Are you threatening me? The man's heart trembled, because he did not see any fear in Johnson's eyes. He even saw death. He did not dare to say anything more. You don't do that. Annie, I was wrong. I'm not a human being. Please beg your boyfriend not to kill me. Lu Jie reacted quickly and knelt down to beg for mercy, and frowned and pulled Johnson. Forget it. Johnson was slightly stunned. Are you sure? Annie nodded. Yeah. She knew Lu Jie's identity, so she just needed to teach him a lesson this time. If she really killed him, it would not only affect Jinxiu Group, but more importantly, she would worry about Johnson. Johnson looked at Lu Jie and warned him, Today, for my dear's sake, I will let you go this time. If you dare to harass my dear again, I don't mind going to your house and doing what I should have done today. Remember, I am not joking. Lu Jie shuddered with fear and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Johnson nodded in satisfaction and held out his hand to look at Annie. Dear, we can go now. And pinched Johnson's waist fiercely and said unhappily, Who is your dear? You are just pretending. You have taken advantage of me today. However, and still held Johnson's arm, and the 2 left intimately. Master, are you okay? When Lu Jie saw Johnson leaving, he slapped the 2 bodyguards twice and said angrily, Useless, useless. You spent so much money and let me suffer such a great humiliation. Master, calm down. This man is not a simple person. He is a master of internal strength. I don't care what kind of expert he is. I won't rest in peace until I get my revenge. Go investigate this bastard and find out what he does. Yes. Chapter 29, Fast and Furious. And took Johnson's arm and walked out of the restaurant. She immediately let go of his hand and looked at him with resentment on her face. Johnson, let me ask you, did you know that Lu Jie put drugs in the water? Johnson nodded. Yeah. Asshole. Annie was so angry that she raised her fist and punched Johnson's chest directly. You knew it, but you didn't say it. I was almost violated just now. Do you know how helpless I was? Annie spoke. Her eyes became red. Johnson also felt that he shouldn't have done that just now, and frightened Annie. So he said apologetically, Mr. Song, I was wrong. Forget it. Annie rolled her eyes at Johnson and asked, You drank it. Why are you okay? I didn't drink it. I vomited after I lay down. Johnson explained casually. In fact, he was immune to this kind of trick. You're such a bastard. If Annie wasn't fainted, you should have woken up immediately. But you deliberately made fun of me. Annie became even angrier. Mr. Song, it is indeed my fault for not considering it enough, Johnson apologized. Well, considering your sincerity and the fact that you saved me just now, I will forgive you, Annie said with a smile. But you called me dear several times today and took advantage of me. I don't like that. Johnson's mouth twitched. Boss Song, wasn't I just trying to piss off Lu Jie? Besides, it was you who asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend. So calling me dear isn't too much. It's not too much, you know. No man has ever called me that, and I had to pretend to accept it. I'm so unlucky. Then Mr. Song, what do you want to do? Annie frowned. Johnson, can you please not call Mr. Song Mr. Song? We are not in the company now. Then what's my name? Miss Song. Johnson smiled faintly. Aren't you calling me Annie just fine? Annie rolled her eyes and suddenly felt her face getting hot. She was afraid that Johnson would see her like this, so she turned around and walked towards the car. Annie? Interesting. Johnson looked at and who was walking in front of him, shook his head and smiled, then hurriedly followed. Johnson was about to get in the car when he suddenly felt a murderous intent around him. He turned his head and glanced at her nonchalantly, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and walked to the other side and said to Annie, Mr. Song, I'll drive. You? And was slightly stunned, staring at Johnson with wide eyes, her expression clearly showing distrust of Johnson. What? Are you afraid that I will destroy your car? I have driven a car before, but never a luxury car like this, Johnson said with a smile. Annie hesitated for a moment, unbuckled her seatbelt, lifted her legs, and sat on the passenger seat. While fastening her seatbelt, she said, I'm not worried about the car. I'm worried about you drinking so much. If something happens, I'll be in trouble with you. Johnson got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and said with a smile, Don't worry, Miss Song. I'll make sure you get home safely. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson started the car skillfully, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the engine was heard, and he accelerated to 100 meters in a breath and rushed out. And leaned forward and almost lost her balance and fell under the chair. She grabbed the safety ring above her head in panic and yelled at Johnson, You want to die? Drive slower. Just as the BMW was heading onto the street in the blink of an eye, 3 black sedans quickly followed it at the same time in another part of the parking lot. Johnson saw 3 cars following closely in the rearview mirror and said to, and who was yelling, Hold on tight. Anne's heart trembled. She grabbed the safety ring tightly and said palely, Johnson, I beg you, please take me home first, and I will lend you my car to go racing, okay? Johnson smiled at Annie, fast and furious. Beep, beep, beep. The BMW sped up to 180, speeding 120% over the speed limit on the fast lane in Jiangling, where the speed limit was 80 miles per hour, and weaved through the vehicles on the road. Johnson, you son of a bitch. You're crazy. Watch out for the car in front. Hit, turn, turn, turn. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Johnson, I order you to stop the car immediately. I want to get out. All that could be heard in the car was N's panicked roar. Johnson drove the car calmly, operating at the limit to avoid all vehicles on the road. Damn, Chase. There were 3 cars behind, and a young man with his right hand tied up in a bandage in the front car was urging people angrily. The other 2 sedans had been left far behind, but they were still following closely behind the BMW. Mr. Song, sit tight. Just as he finished speaking, Johnson did an extreme drift, drove the BMW into a small lane, and rushed out with his foot on the accelerator. Johnson, I'm going to kill you. Annie screamed loudly. The path ahead, Chase. A minute later, 3 cars followed. Johnson entered the trail. He slowed down his car a lot, with the aim of attracting the cars behind him. If Johnson wanted to get rid of them, it would be easy. He could just drive on the fast lane, speeding up and slowing down. If he didn't want to get rid of them, he had to pretend to be panicked. Johnson drove out of the trail exit and stopped. Boss Song, I'm here now. You can go back by yourself. N's chest heaved high. Her face was pale. She gasped for air and squinted at Johnson. Asshole, do you know that you almost scare me to death? Johnson smiled, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car. He leaned on the door and looked at Annie. Mr. Song, isn't it exciting? Annie unbuckled her seatbelt, sat in the driver's seat, and glared at him. I'm going to stimulate you, you big-headed ghost. After saying that, he cheered and left. Mr. Song, be careful on the road. Johnson shouted from behind. Damn Johnson, stinky Johnson. Annie cursed, muttering to herself. His driving skills are pretty good. It's a bit exciting, but it scared me to death. Johnson didn't have to wait long before the 3 cars arrived. Johnson, the young man in the first car, shouted with gritted teeth, pulled out a pistol from his waist with his left hand and loaded it, and shouted, "Brothers, go ahead." More than a dozen people got out of 3 cars, followed the young man, and came to Johnson with pistols in their hands and in an arrogant manner. Johnson looked calm, looking at the young man in front of him, and smiled. "Your name is Danny, right? Are you here to seek revenge?" Danny saw Johnson's calm expression and instantly lost his arrogance. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he raised the gun with his left hand and pointed it at Johnson. "Johnson, I know you're a good fighter, but even if you're good at fighting, can you be faster than a bullet?" Johnson spread his hands and smiled. "Why don't you try it?" Danny shuddered slightly and asked, What do you mean?" Johnson looked at Danny's cowardly look and sneered. "Didn't you say that I'm not as fast as a bullet? I'll give you one chance." Chapter 30. Johnson, are you still human? Now it was Danny's turn to be confused. He had been around society, but he had never seen anyone as calm as Johnson facing a dozen pistols. He was suddenly unsure. "Johnson, don't be so arrogant. This is a gun." Danny was completely frightened by Johnson's aura, and his hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. Johnson's face darkened. "Danny, you came to kill me. Is there anyone else behind this? What do you want?" Danny was rather unsure. "Brother Ming, why are you so cowardly? Just shoot him and kill him. What's so great about him?" Danny acting so cowardly. Danny's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth. "Johnson, you hurt my brother and ruined our boss's good deeds. It made my boss lose face. Tonight is the day you die. Brothers, shoot." Johnson had a mocking look on his face and held a handful of leaves in his hand. Before the group of people could open fire, he shook his wrist lightly. With a whoosh, the leaves in his hand were like a sharp blade, and with lightning speed, they hit the wrists of all the people holding guns. Danny and a dozen other people hadn't seen clearly yet, but they felt a sharp pain in their wrists. The pistols fell to the ground, and they held their injured hands, screaming in pain. "Johnson, are you still human?" Danny was the worst off. His right hand was broken by Johnson, and it hasn't healed yet. Now his left hand is pierced and bleeding. Johnson walked up to Danny with a wicked smile, bent down to pick up the fallen pistol, and shook it lightly, breaking the pistol into pieces. What can I say about guns? Not everyone can play with them. Danny was completely shocked, his face full of fear, and he knelt down in front of Johnson. "Brother Yun, Brother Lynn, I was wrong. Please send me to the hospital. I'm almost bleeding out." Johnson watched him like that and laughed inwardly. "Get in the car and take me to see your boss." This, Brother Lynn, you might as well kill me instead of asking me to betray my eldest brother." Danny's face was pale, but he was quite righteous. Johnson grabbed him by the collar, threw him into the back seat of the car, went to the driver's seat, and started the car. "Don't worry. As long as you take me to see your boss, I won't kill you." "Johnson, forget it. I will never betray my brother, even if I die." Johnson frowned. He didn't expect that the gangsters were so loyal. So he said calmly, "You think too much. Killing your boss is just as easy as crushing an ant. I went to see him and talk to him and ask him not to mess with me in the future." "Brother Lynn, do you really think so?" Danny was skeptical. He had seen how ruthless Johnson was. Johnson turned to look at Danny and said, "If you don't stop the bleeding, you might really die." Danny's voice became weaker and weaker, looking at Johnson with despair in his eyes. He couldn't even move his hands, so there was no way to stop the bleeding. Johnson looked at his pitiful appearance, tore off a piece of cloth from his body, wrapped it around his wrist, and said, "Let's leave it like this for now. You won't die." Danny's mouth twitched. "Brother Lynn, I'll take you to see my boss. Don't lie to me." "Don't worry, I keep my word." "Okay then." Danny had no choice. He felt his life slipping away. If he delayed any longer, he would probably be dead. Soon, under Danny's guidance, they arrived at the door of a villa. "Brother Lynn, this is my boss's house. Can I not go in? By the way, please help me call an ambulance." Danny looked like he was about to die. He was really afraid to go in and face Harrison. Johnson didn't say anything, took out his cell phone from his pocket, turned on the hands-free function, got out of the car, and walked straight in. I walked into the yard and came to the door. 2 young men were standing at the door, smoking cigarettes and talking and laughing. "Who?" The 2 men saw that Johnson was a stranger and shouted at him. Johnson went over and knocked down the 2 men with 2 moves, then walked slowly into the hall of the villa. On the sofa in the hall, Harrison was smoking a cigar, anxiously waiting for Danny's letter. Johnson beat up his people at Jinhao Bar last time and killed several killers he arranged at Jinxiu Real Estate the next day. Harrison felt very embarrassed. After all, as a gangster, he would never let his grudge go unpunished. In addition, Danny has been instigating him. So today, he let Danny take action to solve the hidden danger of Johnson. Who? Harrison saw someone coming in, looked up, and almost sent him away. He looked at Johnson with a dull expression, and the cigar in his mouth suddenly lost its fragrance. You, Johnson, why are you here? Harrison's face was filled with panic as he slowly stood up, his hand holding the cigar, shaking uncontrollably. Johnson smiled faintly, came to sit down opposite Harrison, leaned on the sofa, and said, "Sit down." "Oh, no. I'm standing. Harrison shook his head repeatedly. He thought he couldn't beat Johnson, so how could he dare to sit down? "Mr. Johnson, have some tea." Harrison knew how to handle things. He put out the cigar in his hand, picked up the teapot, poured a cup for Johnson, and handed it to Johnson with trembling hands. Johnson smiled lightly, took the teacup, and took a sip. "Do I have a grudge against you?" No. Harrison was so scared that his face turned green, and he shook his hands repeatedly. "There's no grudge, but you actually sent someone to kill me. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Johnson said lightly. Harrison really wanted to cry. He really regretted now. Why did he let Danny, that loser, kill Johnson in a fit of anger? Now, the other party came to his door. "It was all Danny's idea. I never intended to kill Mr. Johnson. I swear to God." Harrison was really loyal and put all the blame on Danny. Johnson's face darkened and he sneered. "Do you think I believe it?" Harrison's body trembled. The pressure from Johnson was too strong and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Harrison knew that if he didn't handle things well tonight, he would lose his life. He had seen Johnson's methods with his own eyes and was scared when he thought about it now. "Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry. I deserve to die. I didn't recognize the real man. Please forgive me this time. From now on, I will never be Mr. Johnson's enemy again. If Mr. Johnson doesn't mind, I, Harrison, will be Mr. Johnson's little brother from now on. If Mr. Johnson wants me to die, I will die. If Mr. Johnson wants me to live, I will live." It has to be said that Harrison is very capable. He knows that if he doesn't express his opinion today, Johnson will not let him go. Johnson had already made up his mind before he came. If Harrison didn't appreciate his kindness, he would kill him without hesitation. But if this man knew what was good for him, he could spare him this time. Johnson has been in the world for 10 years and knows the importance of power. As the world's #1 killer, he has secret forces all over the world who do shady things for him. These underground forces are very useful and can make things very convenient. Now he is living a peaceful life in Jiangling under an assumed name, so he does not need to build up his power. But after what happened tonight, he felt it was necessary. It would be very easy to kill Harrison, but keeping this kind of person would be useful sooner or later, so why not keep him? "Very good. Remember what you said today, and don't let me down. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences." Johnson's tone was quite calm, but it gave Harrison a sense of death oppression. "Don't worry, Mr. Johnson. I will never go back on what I said today. From now on, I am yours." Harrison immediately expressed his loyalty. He was really scared. He had never felt such oppression from anyone else. He was now sure that Johnson was not as simple as he seemed. If he followed Johnson, he would definitely have a chance to succeed. "Well, I can taste the flavor of this tea now." Johnson finished the tea in the cup, slowly stood up and said, "It's time to go home." "Mr. Johnson, I'll take you there." "No, just leave me your phone number." Yes. Harrison quickly handed over a business card, on which was written Harrison, the president of Eagle Group. These are the faces of social bosses who are selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton. Johnson put away the business card and turned away. After making sure Johnson had left, Harrison stood at the door, beads of sweat pouring out of his forehead. He hurriedly took out a cigar and lit it to calm his nerves. Chapter 31, Johnson the Bastard. Jiangling Jinshu Manor. This is the wealthy area of Jiangling City and also a luxurious residential area built by Jinshu Group with huge investment. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a red BMW supercar drove into a luxurious 2.5-story villa in the manor. "Damn Johnson, Stinky Johnson. I haven't recovered from my emotions yet." And who was returning home? On her way back, she kept scolding Johnson, scolding him all the way back home, and took her bag and got out of the car. Ms. Song. In the yard, there were 2 bodyguards in suits and leather shoes patrolling, and nodded slightly and walked to the door, where a wooden stake with an expressionless face stood. Annie took a quick glance, walked into the villa, and called out, "Miss Lee, I'm back." On the sofa in the living room, Linda was wearing a yoga suit, showing off her sexy curves. She was holding a cup of coffee, crossing her long legs, and looking at Annie with a smile. "Miss Song, are you back from your date?" Annie rolled her eyes at Linda, sat down on the sofa, threw her bag, leaned back on the sofa, and said unhappily, "My Miss Lee, please stop making fun of me. Am I going on a date?" Linda smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did Lu Jie do something out of line again?" Annie thought about how she was almost raped by Lu Jie tonight. She said angrily, "Don't mention that scumbag. He actually drugged me today, and when that didn't work, he tried to force himself on me. I was almost raped by him." Linda frowned and said angrily, "He is really a complete scumbag. Don't pay attention to him anymore. If it really doesn't work, we won't cooperate with the Lu family. It's no big deal. Yeah, my Miss Lee is still the best." Annie smiled with narrowed eyes. "Now you know." Linda smiled and asked, "Sister, how did you get back? Are you okay?" Annie smiled charmingly. "Fortunately, I am smart and brought a personal bodyguard with me today. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss." "Hey, a personal bodyguard. How come I didn't know you had a personal bodyguard?" Linda teased. Annie narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Hee hee, you don't know this. If it weren't for him, I would be finished." Seeing Annie smiling so brightly, Linda asked curiously, "Who is he to you? Why are you smiling so happily when you mention him?" "Really?" Annie's expression changed, and she cursed. "He's also a big bastard. Miss Song, you must have been irritated tonight. Tell me who your personal bodyguard is and whether he made you irritated." Linda suddenly became interested. "Johnson, I mentioned. Today I guessed that Lu Jie had bad intentions. So I made preparations and asked Johnson to pretend to be my boyfriend to stop Lu Jie's thoughts." Annie said, "What?" Linda was quite surprised and dumbfounded. "Annie, you said you let Johnson pretend to be your boyfriend?" "Yes." Annie nodded. "Oh my God. Miss Song, you are not interested in him, are you? I know you have very high standards for men. I have never seen you fall in love with that man in all these years. You actually let him pretend to be your boyfriend? This is really the sun rising in the west." Linda felt that this was too big a melon. Annie knew it best. She was very picky. So many handsome and rich men had pursued her, but she dismissed them all and blushed at what Linda said and argued, "It's just pretend, not real." "Haha, Miss Song, your face is blushing." Linda couldn't help laughing when she saw Annie like this. "Oh, stop talking. I'm already angry enough today. It's not just that scumbag Lu Jie. Johnson is also a big asshole. Don't mention him anymore. I get angry when you mention him." Annie said angrily. Linda stopped laughing and asked, "Sister, what happened tonight?" Annie sighed and told Linda carefully what happened tonight, especially when she talked about Johnson speeding. She was so angry that her teeth were itching. "Yeah." Linda nodded with a smile and said jokingly, "How romantic. A security guard is driving our Miss Song like crazy on the streets of Jiangling. Fast and furious." Annie said with a straight face, "No more talking, no more talking. I was really thrilling tonight, and you still keep making me angry. You're really my good sister." Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore." Linda said seriously, "Lu Jie is a vindictive person. He is also the eldest son of the Lu family. Johnson slapped him, so he will definitely retaliate. And you, sister, Lu Jie is a possessive person. You have to be careful of him." And he was also worried. The Lu family's influence in Jiangling was comparable to that of Linda's family. If they really wanted to retaliate, she had to be on guard. "What should we do then?" Linda smiled slightly. "What are you afraid of? If Lu Jie wants to retaliate, he has to think twice. As long as we are careful, everything will be fine. I'm just worried that your Johnson will get into trouble." "Huh?" Annie was worried about Johnson and said, "Sister, didn't I harm him?" Linda smiled and said, "You said you were not interested in him. Look how anxious you are. Sister, it's already this hour and you're still joking." Linda thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You let him come to the company and let him do whatever he wants, preferably with you. Isn't the wooden stake outside the door always there? Lu Jie wants to take revenge, but seeing the wooden stake, he may not dare to do it." Muju is Linda's personal bodyguard, Chun-Gei, who is also the Li family's mainstay. Although Linda doesn't like her father's arrangement, she knows Chun-Gui's abilities very well, and it is still very safe with him around. Annie narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Yeah, that's a good idea. Now you can rest assured. Please don't think of me like that. I'm not attracted to him. I just think he saved me 3 times. If I hurt him again, I would feel really bad." Annie said, Yes. Linda believed it. She really couldn't believe that such an outstanding Annie would be interested in a security guard. The two sisters happily made the decision. Johnson naturally didn't know that Annie was still concerned about his safety. If Annie knew his strength, not to mention the small Liu family, even the world's top killers would have to prepare a coffin at any time if they wanted to kill Johnson. It was already past 11 when Johnson returned home. He opened the door with his key and found Eric and the others were all asleep. Angela is now sticking to Eve, and Johnson can go to work with peace of mind without worrying about no one taking care of Angela. But he still feels guilty. I can only make up for it when I'm not busy at work. After all, the current conditions do not allow me to not work. Chapter 32, Standing Guard, is my job. The next day, Johnson and Eric came to work as usual. Brother, why did Mr. Song look for you last night? In the office, Eric couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Didn't she say she would treat me to a meal last time? So we had a meal, Johnson said. Brother, this is a good thing. Mr. Song invites you to dinner. Maybe you have a chance. Eric said seriously. Johnson naturally knew what he meant and smiled faintly. Brother, you think too much. How could Mr. Song be interested in me? That's not necessarily true. Brother is handsome and good at fighting. A strong-willed woman like Miss Song might like someone like you. Eric is very confident in Johnson. Brother, stop making fun of me. People invite me to dinner, probably just to thank me. We can't be too sentimental. Johnson smiled. He didn't expect Annie to like him, nor would he take the initiative to be a bootlicker. In the end, a bootlicker will end up with nothing. Eric nodded slightly, picked up his hat and put it on, patted Johnson and said, Brother, everything is possible. I'm going to work first. Well, go ahead. Johnson also wore a security hat and a ceremonial uniform, looking quite handsome. Morning, Brother Lynn. Wow, Brother Lynn looks so handsome today. Johnson came to the sales hall, and the sales girl greeted him warmly. Zhou Ling, you look very beautiful today, too. Johnson came to the hall and was bored every day. He would chat with these girls to pass the time. In the past, these girls would not even bother with Johnson, a loser. Johnson had just sat down when Zhou Ling came over with a cup of tea. She had a standard appearance and an average figure, but she was most proud of her breasts. She wore a black women's suit with a white shirt underneath, the buttons of which were almost bursting, and she couldn't even see her toes when she stood. Brother Lin, how about you treat me to dinner tonight? Zhou Ling bent down and placed the tea in front of Johnson. Johnson smelled the scent of perfume. From her collar, he could clearly see a piece of snow white, all squeezed together, and only a thin gap could be seen. Seeing Johnson's wandering eyes, Zhou Ling said in a tender voice, Brother Lin, you are so annoying. You have seen everything. Johnson's face turned red, and he couldn't help but said awkwardly, I didn't see anything. Zhou Ling pushed Johnson's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Lin, aren't you bullying me? I don't care. You have to treat me to a meal. Johnson's mouth twitched. Okay, I'll invite you after I get paid. Zhou Ling smiled and winked. You said so I will wait for Brother Lin to treat me to dinner. Of course, of course. Johnson smiled and thought that the women here were really open-minded. He didn't even have to take the initiative to ask out someone, but someone would come to him. It seemed that having money and status made a difference. Although he is just a small team leader, if he were the boss of a company, countless women would throw themselves at him. A red BMW drove in. It was Annie. Annie had a tall figure, a black OL suit, and walked in with high heels, full of aura. Mr. Song, you are here. Good morning, Mr. Song. Kayla and the sales girl greeted her respectfully. Compared with Annie, they were a world apart in both appearance and temperament. Annie glanced around the hall and nodded slightly. You guys are busy. Yes. And naturally saw Johnson drinking tea. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she walked towards Johnson briskly. Sister Hong, I heard that Mr. Song invited Brother Lin to dinner last night, and he came to see Brother Lin again today. Does he like Brother Lin? Zhou Ling whispered. Kayla said disdainfully. You think too much. Mr. Song is of such status that he would like a loser like Johnson. Oh, Kayla basically doesn't talk to Johnson here. Hello, Mr. Song. Johnson immediately stood up and greeted Annie when he saw her coming, and glanced at Johnson and said, Johnson, you have a very easy time at work, right? Johnson's mouth twitched. Yes, a little free. Annie raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Follow me. Yes, Mr. Song. Johnson followed Annie to the car happily. Annie got in the car directly and said, Get in. Mr. Song, where are we going? Johnson asked as he got on the passenger seat, and took an unopened cell phone from the back seat and handed it to Johnson. It's really troublesome to find you without even a cell phone. Johnson blushed and took the phone with a smile. Mr. Song, you are too polite. How can I let you spend money on this? Annie rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, You wish. It will be deducted from your salary. Johnson's mouth twitched. He really wanted to refuse, but he really needed a mobile phone now. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient. As she was talking, Annie had already driven away from Jinshio Real Estate. Where's Mr. Song going? Are you treating us to another meal? And smiled and said, Johnson, in view of your recent hard work, the company has decided to transfer you to the headquarters. Johnson was confused. He had only been on the job for a few days, but he was transferred to the headquarters. He wondered if Annie was really interested in him. Boss Song, this isn't a good idea. I've only been working for a few days. If I'm transferred to the headquarters as a team leader, I'm afraid others will not accept it. Annie smiled slightly. Don't worry. No one will disobey. Oh, that's good, that's good. Johnson was very happy. This promotion would definitely mean a pay raise, which was just what he needed. Soon, Annie drove into the headquarters of Jinshio Group, which was much more magnificent than Jinshio Real Estate. There's an office building with more than 30 floors and a spacious campus. There's a tall security guard standing in the security booth at the entrance. When a vehicle approaches, he immediately gives a standard military salute. Annie just drove into the park and stopped immediately. Johnson, get out of the car. Oh, and got out of the car and took Johnson to the security booth. Hello, Mr. Song. Annie nodded and said, Tell Captain Wong that this is the new Johnson who is now on guard duty. You can go on patrol. He will be on guard alone today. Yes. When the security guard heard about this good thing, he immediately got off work, came to Johnson, and smiled. Dude, thank you for your hard work. Johnson's mouth twitched. Boss Song, I'm on guard, and had a blank expression on her face and said, What else? I'll go. Johnson really wanted to curse in his heart and said, Boss Song, wasn't it agreed that I would get a promotion and a raise? I am at least a security captain, and it feels like I didn't get a promotion. And narrowed her eyes and smiled. Johnson, what are you thinking about? You've only been working for a few days, and you're already thinking about getting a promotion and a raise? Just do your job well first. If you perform well, I can consider it. Johnson now understood that this was Anne's revenge. She would rather offend a villain than a woman. Okay. Johnson do? He went to the security booth, stood at attention, and leaned forward slightly like a wooden stake. Yeah. Annie nodded with satisfaction. Johnson, work hard. Maybe you can become the captain one day. Johnson had no expression on his face, and his eyelids didn't even move. Chapter 33 in S Revenge. And felt bored at once, but she was very happy in her heart, as she had finally avenged herself from last night, and walked briskly to the top floor with a smile on her face, and walked into the president's office. Seeing that Annie looked so happy today, Linda asked, Miss Song, what are you so happy about? Annie narrowed her eyes and smiled. Guess? Linda pretended to be thoughtful and smiled. You must be so happy to see Johnson when you go to pick him up. Annie rolled her eyes and said, No, but it has something to do with him. I tell you, I finally got my revenge for last night. Why? Tell me about it. Didn't he scare me by speeding last night? I asked him to stand at the gate today, and seeing his expression, I was happy. Linda joked. He saved you several times, and you still treat him like this, sister. You are really cruel. It's his fault for bullying me. A woman must take revenge immediately. Annie smiled smugly. Yeah, that makes sense. Linda nodded in agreement. Johnson really regretted being tricked by Annie into coming here. There were too many cars coming in and out of the headquarters. He stood from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock before being notified to eat. Johnson followed the guidance of others and went to the cafeteria on the second floor of the company. When he arrived at the cafeteria, there were no people in the hall. However, there were still people in the management dining room next to it. In one of the management dining rooms, Anne and Linda were having a sumptuous lunch and saw Johnson coming through the window and stared at him intently. Linda looked over curiously and asked, Is he Johnson? Annie nodded and said with a meaningful smile, Well, he will be in trouble later. Linda smiled and said, Sister, you don't have any other tricks, do you? That's right. Annie smiled proudly. Johnson had been standing for the whole morning and was really hungry. He came to the food window and looked at the sumptuous lunch. He didn't know what to eat. Auntie, just give me a little of each. The auntie who served the food saw Johnson and smiled. You are Johnson, right? Johnson frowned. Do you know me? I don't know him, but Mr. Song has asked me to prepare a special lunch for you. Oh, Johnson finally felt better. and finally had some conscience and made a special lunch for him. You are a great boy, to be cared for personally by Mr. Song, Auntie said as she picked up a large plate with a lid on it and handed it to Johnson. Johnson's mouth twitched. Well, she takes good care of me. Young man, you are so lucky. Mr. Song is so nice to you. He knows that you have a big appetite, so he specially asked us to make a big portion. Eat it while it's hot. Johnson took the plate in a daze, opened the lid, and almost cursed as he saw a large plate of steaming egg-fried rice. Auntie, can I order some food? The aunt said with embarrassment. This, Mr. Song has treated you. I won't give it to you. Can I have a bowl of soup? This won't work either. Well, Annie, you are cruel enough. Johnson looked helpless. He picked up a large plate of rice, found a table, and started eating. The rice tasted much worse than last night. It was dry and just egg-fried rice. It made me choke after a few bites. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I'll let you eat fried rice as much as you want. Annie laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward, unable to control herself. Linda was speechless for a while. Seeing her best friend taking so much trouble for a man, she teased, I think you really care about him. Bah, I didn't. Linda smiled slightly. Hey, I'm full. You can take your time. Annie rolled her eyes at Linda and said, I'd love to. After Linda left, and picked up a bottle of water and walked up to Johnson with a smile. Is it tasty? Johnson, who was busy eating, replied, It's okay, but a little choking. Oh, it's delicious. Would you like another serving? Johnson looked up and saw and staring at him jokingly. Annie, you are ungrateful. Johnson was furious. Annie said with a matter-of-fact look, Don't you like egg-fried rice? I made it according to your preference. Johnson really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then you can't keep coming. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I haven't digested the egg-fried rice last night. You give me another big plate. I'm a pig. Annie scolded. You are a pig here, and handed Johnson the water and said, Go stand guard after dinner. Don't let me see you slacking off. You're so cruel. Johnson took the water and drank it in one gulp. Also, you must wait for me to get off work in the evening, otherwise your salary will be deducted. After saying this, Annie left briskly. Women are so cruel, Johnson cursed, and adhering to the spirit of not wasting food, he finished the fried rice and continued to stand guard. In the afternoon, a luxury car drove into Jinshio Group and stopped next to the security booth. Four people got off the car, led by an old man in his 60s with a short beard, wearing a white short suit and a pair of old cloth shoes. Standing next to him was a young playboy, wearing expensive brand-name clothes and with a slightly swollen face. He recognized Johnson at first sight and was glaring at him. There were two men with injured hands behind him. Johnson recognized them at a glance, and they were Liu Jie and his two bodyguards from last night. Uncle Hong, it was this bastard who hit me. Liu Jie pointed at Johnson and said angrily. Johnson didn't change his posture, but frowned slightly. He glanced at the old man out of the corner of his eye and saw at a glance that this man was actually a mid-stage internal strength master. This surprised Johnson. The small Jiangling was home to many hidden talents. It was not difficult to guess that there must be an ancient martial arts family in Jiangling. Johnson expressionlessly, Young man, you really don't know your own limitations. Johnson still maintained his standing posture with a calm expression. The internal force master could scare others, but in his eyes, they were nothing. Johnson, your death is coming. Liu Jie said viciously when he saw Johnson was still so arrogant. The old man was also slightly stunned, with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, hum. It was as if in his eyes, Johnson was already dead. Uncle Hong, kill him quickly. Liu Jie couldn't wait any longer. The old man's name was Hong Chung. He comforted him. Master, don't be impatient. Killing him is as easy as crushing an ant. The master has instructed us to see what Linda's attitude is first, so as not to hurt the harmony between the two families. Johnson unwillingly. Johnson, I'll let you live a few more hours. Johnson laughed in his heart. He was the only one who told others that killing people was like killing ants. He didn't expect that today he would become an ant in the eyes of others. If he wasn't at work, he wouldn't mind crushing these ants. Chapter 34 Liu Jie comes for revenge. From beginning to end, Johnson didn't even raise his eyelids. This made Liu Jie very angry, thinking that Johnson was too pretentious. Hong Chung was also confused, but he didn't take Johnson seriously. Instead, he took Liu Jie to find Linda to ask for an explanation. Master, What is the strength of this Johnson? One of the bodyguards asked. He was defeated by Johnson's move last night and could not see Johnson's strength at all. Hong Chung said calmly, "Since I can destroy you with one move, my strength should be at the peak of external strength, and it is possible that I have stepped into the realm of internal strength. This person is so young, yet so powerful. Could he also be a Guwu?" In Jiangling, there are only the Qi family and the Jiang family who are good at ancient martial arts. I have never seen this person before. Maybe he came from somewhere else. But he has fallen to being a security guard, so I guess he doesn't have any power behind him. The old man was not worried that Johnson had someone behind him, and he would not be afraid even if there was one. "Uncle Hong, Johnson is too arrogant. We must kill him later," Lu Jie said viciously. "Don't worry, whether Linda hands him over or not, he will die." As they were talking, Hong Chung and Lu Jie had already arrived at the top floor. Since they were a cooperative relationship, they did not need to make an appointment. Chun Ge, who was standing at the door of the president's office, frowned slightly when he saw Hong Chung and stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Hello, Senior Hong." Hong Chung smiled slightly. "Chun Ge is always nice. Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Is Linda there?" Chun Ge nodded slightly. "Yes. I have something to see him about." Chun Ge nodded. "Please wait a moment, Senior." After that, Chun Ge pushed the door and walked into the office, saying, "Miss, Hong Chung from the Liu family wants to see you." Linda frowned. "It's so fast." Annie was there at the time. When she heard that someone from the Liu family had come, she immediately became worried about Johnson. She hurried to the window and looked down. Seeing that everything was fine, she felt relieved. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Johnson. "Hey, Johnson, hide quickly." Johnson, who was standing guard, felt warm in his heart when he heard Annie ask him to hide. He said, "What if I hide and you deduct my salary?" "Asshole, it's already late. Lu Jie is here to cause trouble. Didn't you see it?" "Yes." "Then you should hide quickly." "Oh," and hung up the phone and asked, "Sister, what should we do now?" Linda thought about it and said soothingly, "It's okay." He turned to Chun Ge and said, "Let them come in and talk." "Good." Johnson ignored him. Hiding? Is it necessary? As long as Hong Chung dared to provoke him, he would not mind killing them. After a while, Hong Chung came in with Lu Jie. Linda smiled and greeted, "Uncle Hong, why are you here in person? Please take a seat." Hong Chung smiled slightly, came to sit on the sofa, and said, "I don't come to the temple for no reason." Linda smiled and said, "Uncle Hong, is there something wrong?" "Linda, stop playing dumb. Didn't Annie tell you whether there was something wrong?" Lu Jie said angrily. Linda chuckled. "Mr. Liu, are you saying that you drugged Annie yesterday and tried to rape her, but failed?" Lu Jie blushed and said, "Humph, last night Annie called a security guard, pretending to be her boyfriend, and beat me up. What do you think I should do?" Linda's face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Mr. Liu, Annie is my sister. You dared to drug her and violate her. You were beaten by her bodyguards. That's what you deserve. I haven't bothered you yet, and you dare to bother me?" "Linda, don't be ungrateful." Lu Jie slammed the coffee table angrily and said through gritted teeth. Linda had no expression on her face and said calmly, "Mr. Liu, this is not your Liu family. If you want to make a scene, please go home." "You." Lu Jie was speechless. "Haha, Linda, why do you have to hurt the harmony between the two families? The Liu and Li families have been friends for many years. It's not worth it for a security guard." Hong Chung said to smooth things over. Linda nodded. "Well, Uncle Hong, you must know that Lu Jie had bad intentions first, and I don't want to damage the relationship between our two families, so I didn't plan to cause trouble for Lu Jie. But he wanted to cause trouble for me. I'm afraid he's going too far." The corner of Hong Cheng's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that before the event even started, Linda pushed all the responsibility onto Lu Jie. This time, it was arranged by the master to save the Li family's reputation, so I came to you first. As long as you hand over the security guard, we can pretend that this incident never happened. Annie couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Why? Lu Jie, that scumbag, violated me, and I haven't settled the score with him yet, but you guys are flattering me and looking for trouble with me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? You want me to hand over Johnson? You're dreaming. Annie, don't be shameless. It's your blessing that I like you." Lu Jie said, "Bah, who do you think you are? If it weren't for the cooperation between Jinxiu Group and your family, you wouldn't even be worthy of licking my shoes." Annie hugged her shoulders and said with great momentum, "You." Lu Jie felt extremely insulted. but he could only endure it. Annie coldly. Miss Song, don't take yourself too seriously. Without the Lee family, you are nothing. And sneered, really? You know it in your heart. Hong Chung said, I came here today only for the sake of the Lee family. I have already made the call, and I will kill him. Anyone who touches the Liu family will pay the price. If you want to protect him, you can declare war on the Liu family, but it is best to inform your father. Listen carefully, I have Johnson protected. No one can touch him. Annie responded domineeringly. Linda expressed her opinion. My sister's words are my own. If Uncle Hong wants to kill Johnson, my Lee family will be safe. Ah, very good. Hong Chung said coldly, turned around and left with Liu Jie murderously, and was anxious, fearing that Johnson had not left yet, so she quickly followed him. Chen Gue, did you hear what I said? Linda said coldly. Chen Gue was slightly stunned. Miss, are you sure you want to hire a security guard? Yes. Miss, you should know that doing this will embarrass the master, and this matter has nothing to do with you. It was Annie who caused it. There is no need for you to get involved. Linda looked at Chen Gue coldly. Are you going or not? Chen Gue nodded and said, okay. Then he turned and left. Johnson was still standing guard as if nothing had happened, not taking the matter seriously at all. He looked calm and composed, while Hong Chung came with murderous intent, and Annie followed with a worried look on her face. Uncle Hong, kill that bastard now. Liu Jie couldn't wait to see Johnson die. Well, don't worry, I will kill him today. Chapter 35, Domineering Annie. Hong Chung came to the security booth with murderous intent and saw Johnson standing there very calmly, without moving, with the murderous intent in his eyes no longer hidden. Stop! Annie ran over quickly, opened her arms, and said fearlessly, if you want to kill him, kill me first. Johnson's mouth twitched. He didn't understand yet, but seeing Annie's actions, he felt warm in his heart. He walked down and asked, Mr. Song, what's going on? And really wanted to scold Johnson, her pretty face full of worry. You are such a bastard. Didn't I tell you to hide? Johnson was slightly stunned. Hide? In broad daylight. Do they dare to kill me? You? Annie was speechless. These ancient warriors relied on their own powerful strength and did not take secular law seriously at all. Johnson, what's the point of you hiding behind a woman? Seeing that Annie was willing to die for Johnson, Liu Jie looked at Johnson with jealousy and resentment on his face. Johnson raised a mocking expression and looked at Liu Jie. Mr. Liu, do you really want to kill me? Bastard, Uncle Hong should kill him. Liu Jie couldn't stand the fact that Johnson was so arrogant even when he was about to die. Hong Cheng's eyes were full of murderous intent. Miss Song, don't think I dare not kill you. You'd better go away, otherwise I don't mind killing you first. No, just hurt her. Liu Jie said hurriedly. He didn't want to see this beauty Annie die. What a pity, and was not afraid at all and said, do you dare? Very good. Johnson patted Annie on the shoulder and said, Mr. Song, matters between men should be resolved by men themselves. Please give way. And stepped on Johnson's shoe and cursed. Do you know how strong others are? You can fight, but you can't beat him. Oh, really? Johnson smiled faintly, looking at Hong Chung fiercely. Middle stage of internal strength, huh? He didn't know how many he had killed, and he couldn't remember. Hong Chung looked into Johnson's eyes, and suddenly his heart trembled. He saw the murderous intent in Johnson's eyes, which was overbearing. Senior Hong, please give me some face and don't do anything here. Don't embarrass me. Just at this moment, Chen Gue came over. Johnson looked at Chen Gue, who was another mid-stage internal strength master. Hong Chung frowned slightly. Chen Gue, what do you mean? Chen Gue clasped his fists and said, Senior Hong, I have to obey the young lady's orders. Please forgive me. Chen Gue's meaning was very clear. As long as Hong Chung took action, he would stop him. Both of them were mid-stage internal strength masters. If they fought, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Hong Chung did not dare to act rashly. He was not sure he could capture Chen Gue, but he was unwilling to let Johnson go. Senior Hong, there's no need to rush. Chen Gue continued. Hong Chung understood the hidden meaning in these words and nodded. Okay, I'll give you a favor today. Thank you, Senior. Chen Gue was not trying to protect Johnson. He just didn't want Johnson to die in front of him, but he could die somewhere else. Hong Cheng's eyes fell on Johnson, and he said, Young man, be careful when walking at night. Let's go. Hong Chung left with Liu Jie unwillingly after saying a few words. Annie finally put her mind at ease and thanked Chen Gue. Thank you, Chen Gue. Miss Song, you are too polite. I have a piece of advice for you. There is no need to do that for such a person, Chun Gue said calmly. It's my own business, thank you. And was indifferent, and she saved Johnson. Chun Gue laughed and looked at Johnson with disdain. If you don't have the strength, don't provoke those who can't afford to provoke. Don't you feel ashamed that a man has to rely on a woman to survive? Johnson smiled faintly. Are you strong? Ignorance. Chun Gue replied coldly, turned and left, as if he would feel lowered if he said one more word to Johnson. He is very strong. Annie murmured. He's still sick. Johnson said disdainfully, strong? Is there anyone in this world who is stronger than me? And rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, did you hear me? Be careful when walking at night. They won't let you go. You must wait for me after work. Oh, Johnson nodded and looked at Johnson, who didn't care, and said unhappily, stand guard well. I'm going to work. Yeah. Johnson nodded and shouted to, and who was walking away, thank you, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly and left without looking back. Brother, what is your relationship with Mr. Song? Just after Annie left, several security guards came over. It was the first time they saw Annie being like this for a man who was a loser like them. Johnson chuckled. She's my girlfriend. What? Mr. Song has a boyfriend? Or security guard? This is a shocking piece of news. And returned to the office and sat on the sofa with a distressed look on her face. Linda came over and comforted her. Sister, it's okay. Annie worriedly said, they won't let Johnson go. If anything happens to Johnson, I won't be able to get over it. He saved me several times, and this time he got into trouble with Lu Jie because of me. What do you think I should do? Linda was also worried about Annie and comforted her. Don't worry, sister. I will always support you. Annie nodded. If it really doesn't work, I'll take him back to Yinjing. Ah, Linda was shocked. Sister, are you crazy? Aren't you walking into a trap if you go back? What should I do? Am I really going to watch Johnson die? At worst, I can agree to marry that guy. Annie said distressedly. Don't think like that. If you take Johnson back and let him know, Johnson will definitely be dead. Linda said, this doesn't work, and that doesn't work. I'm done. Sister, tell me honestly, are you really attracted to Johnson? Linda asked seriously. Annie shook her head. No, I can't explain it. And really couldn't explain it. At first, she was just simply grateful to Johnson for saving her life. After spending a few times together, she began to have a slight affection for Johnson, but she was mostly just grateful. Now Johnson is in danger. It's all her fault. She can't just sit there and watch. Whether she is grateful or attracted to Johnson, she has reason to take responsibility. Well, how about giving him some money and letting him hide out? Linda suggested. Yeah, that's a good idea. Annie agreed. This was really the best way now. Sister, there's one more thing. I want to take Johnson home tonight and ask for his opinion. Do you mind? Annie said. Linda smiled slightly. I don't mind. That's good. Thank you, sister. We are good sisters after all. And knew that Linda hated strange men, let alone bringing a stranger home. Linda knows Annie's true identity. She is not as simple as she seems. Her family is one of the most powerful families in Yanjing, and its strength is far beyond that of the Li family. Chapter 36. Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. Johnson stood on guard boardly until the end of his shift. He watched the cars drive away one by one. Every time these cars passed by, they would not forget to glance at Johnson, and each of them had a strange look in their eyes. A luxury business car also stopped at the security booth. The rear window glass slowly lowered. A cool and beautiful woman was sitting in the back seat. The woman was Linda, the president of Jinxiu Group. Linda glanced at Johnson with a cold expression, and the car continued to move forward. Johnson stood upright and was struck by Linda. Her appearance, like Anne's, was so stunning that it could captivate the eyes of men and women alike. Each had her own beauty. Of course, Johnson didn't know that she was the CEO of Jinxiu Group. What are you looking at? Annie stopped in her red BMW and saw him staring at the black business car that was driving away. She couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Johnson saw Annie and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Mr. Song. Annie smiled coldly. Does it look good? Huh. Johnson was slightly stunned, knowing that Annie was teasing him, and quickly smiled and said, it's just so. Not even 1/10 as pretty as Mr. Song, and was so angry that she laughed. But she was still happy to hear him say that she was prettier than Linda. She said, get in the car. Oh, Johnson got in the car and said as she drove, do you know who she is? Who is it? Whoever feeds you is the one. Johnson was slightly stunned and asked, was it Mr. Lee just now? Annie's eyes lit up and she joked, "Oh, you know that." Johnson held the back of his head, leaned back in his seat, and rolled his eyes at Annie. "Nonsense. You've never seen or heard of this. Otherwise, how could you survive in Jinshio?" "Uh," Annie laughed. "Sure, Johnson. I'll pay you tens of thousands a month to come work here. You just want to mess around, right?" Johnson's mouth twitched. "Mr. Song, I was just giving an example. I didn't slack off at work today. I stood diligently all day." "I see." Annie nodded. "Boss Song, are you going to take me home?" "Go to Mr. Lee's house." "Mr. Lee's house?" Johnson was slightly stunned. "Why go to her house?" "Johnson, do you realize the seriousness of the problem? Lu Jia wants to kill you to vent his anger. You are in danger at any time. I will take you to Mr. Lee's house, where you can be safe temporarily." Annie said. Johnson didn't care. "Mr. Song, thank you for your kindness. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. I can handle them by myself." Annie laughed and said, "Johnson, I know you have some skills, but you really shouldn't be so stubborn. The Liu family is not as simple as you think. You'd better listen to me for once. Boss Song, I'm really good at fighting. If you don't believe me, I'll show you how to fight." "Forget it, Johnson. After tonight, you can do whatever you want. Do you really think I care about you? I just don't want to owe you anything because you saved my life," Annie said with a stern face. It's not that she didn't believe Johnson, but she knew the power of the Liu family. Johnson knew that Annie cared about him, so he didn't say anything else. After all, it was a bit too much to ask her to believe that a loser was the best in the world. Soon, and brought Johnson back to Jinshio Manor and drove the car into the villa's courtyard garage and stopped. Arrive, and got out of the car and took Johnson to the door of the villa. "Miss Song, he can't go in. The master is here." Shingue stood at the door and blocked Johnson's steps. "My uncle is here," and was slightly startled, and said to Johnson, "Just stay in the yard, okay?" "All right." Annie walked into the villa. Linda was sitting on the sofa, along with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. He was Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. "Hello, uncle," and greeted politely. "Annie is back. Please sit down." Li Yuan was still very polite and asked Annie to sit down. "Linda, although I don't ask about your affairs, today's incident has already involved the interests of the Li family. I came here today to ask about your attitude." Annie sat down. Li Yuan explained his purpose. Linda said firmly, "Dad, this matter was originally Lu Jie's fault. The Lu family is making trouble unreasonably." Li Yuan nodded. "Well, that's reasonable. If it was someone from our Li family, we would have beaten him, but now it's an outsider security guard. Where can you let the Lu family put their face?" "Uncle, Johnson is the company's security guard and is also a member of the Li family." Annie said. Li Yuan frowned and sighed. "You can say that, but the Lu family doesn't think so. A small security guard beat up Lu Jie, which really made the Lu family lose face. It's understandable that the Lu family asked them to hand him over." "Dad, what do you mean? If you ask us to make friends, who will work for Jinshio in the future?" Linda said. "Linda, this matter is not as simple as you think. Lu Xiong called me today and said that if the Li family does not take an attitude, he will unilaterally stop all cooperation with the Li family. In addition, the old man also meant for us to stay out of this matter and not to damage the relationship between the two families." Li Yuan said. Linda laughed and said, "Dad, Annie, it was Lu Jie who made the mistake first. Why should we compromise? There is no room for negotiation on this matter. I will never hand Johnson over to the Lu family, and I will never ignore it." Seeing Linda's determination, Li Yuan's face darkened. "Linda, I can ignore you while you're doing business outside, but the trouble you caused has already involved the Li family, so I, as the head of the family, have the right to intervene. Not only did Lu Xiong call me today, but the senior executives of the Li family's companies are also asking about this matter. Even Mr. Qi has spoken. You must not embarrass me. Dad, that's your business. I'll handle the matter of Jinshio Group myself." Linda did not back down at all. She was also doing it for Annie. "Why is this happening? He's just a security guard. Is it that important?" Li Yuan was also very puzzled as to why Linda was so persistent that she even ignored the overall situation. "Uncle, I'm sorry to have put you in a difficult position. Johnson is the one I want to protect, and Linda is also doing this for me. If you are in a difficult position, I can take Johnson away." Seeing the stalemate between Li Yuan and Linda, Annie expressed her opinion immediately. Li Yuan naturally knew that this incident was caused by Annie, but for Linda's sake, he did not hold her accountable. However, when he saw Annie suggested taking Johnson away, he acquiesced. Seeing this, Linda pulled Annie and said, Sister, if my dad doesn't care about this, I'll go with you. Linda, this? Annie was also embarrassed. It was obvious that Linda was forcing Li Yuan to take care of the matter. Sure enough, when Li Yuan saw Linda's attitude, his face turned extremely ugly. He was no longer as polite as before and said angrily, Linda, I've been too permissive with you. You don't even know that I have a father, right? Linda did not show any weakness and said, Dad, I can follow your arrangements on anything, but I won't give in when it comes to logic. Do you know that Mr. Chi has spoken? The Lee family has to listen. Do you still want to go against Mr. Chi's words? I will explain this matter to the old man myself. Very good. Mr. Chi has made an appointment with Lu Xiong and me tonight just for this little thing. You are really capable. A small security guard can make such a big fuss. It's the Lu family that won't give in. Li Yuan was silent. Then he slowly stood up and said, If that's the case, come with me to the Chi family to explain. Linda was slightly stunned. Okay. Chapter 37, Jiangling Pattern. Linda and her daughter argued fiercely in the villa over Johnson. It seemed like a small matter, but it was related to the power structure of Jiangling. Johnson naturally didn't know that he had such a big face. He was bored, so he sent a video to Eric with his mobile phone, and the two of them were chatting happily. Brother, why didn't you come back tonight? On the other side of the video, Angela pouted her lips. She didn't wait for Johnson to come home last night. Angela, brother is working overtime. If you want to be obedient, brother will take you out for a delicious meal tomorrow night. Hee, really? Uh-huh. Brother, don't lie to me. I lied to you. My brother is a puppy. Uh-huh. Brother, just work overtime with peace of mind. Angela is so well-behaved. Eve said with a smile. Uh-huh. Chan, you've worked hard during this period. When I get my salary, I'll take you to buy whatever you want. Brother, this is what you said. Don't lie to me. Well, brother lied to you that you were a puppy. Brother, where are you now? You don't look like you are in the company. I just came home with President Song and am at her house now. What, brother? You and Mr. Song are developing so fast. Brother, you think too much. It's not like that. There are some special circumstances. I went home with President Song. Now, I'm outside her yard, and I am not even allowed to enter the gate. Oh, what is it? It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll tell you slowly when I get home. Good. Johnson looked like an outsider, not caring about the matter at all, and was happily chatting. Coincidentally, Li Yuan, Linda, and Annie came out. Ah, he's Johnson. Li Yuan looked at Johnson, who looked as if it had nothing to do with him, and wished he could kill Johnson for Lu Jia. Yeah. Linda also looked a little unhappy. After all, she was already extremely worried about Johnson's matter, but Johnson seemed to be fine. Annie was also angry and hurried to Johnson's side and said, Johnson, what are you doing? Mr. Lee and the head of the Lee family are here. Why don't you go and see them? Oh. Johnson hung up the video, walked over and greeted, Mr. Lee, hello, Mr. Lee. Li Yuan stared at Johnson with an expressionless face, even a little anger. He looked at Johnson with great disdain and left with his hands behind his back. Linda also had a blank expression on her face and nodded coldly, probably for Annie's sake. Johnson raised a mocking look at the corner of his mouth and smiled with great disdain. This father and daughter pair is really interesting. However, it surprised Johnson that Li Yuan was actually a master of late-stage internal strength. Li Yuan got in the car and ordered, Chen Gui, you stay. Yes, sir. Sitting in the car, Li Yuan said to Linda, It's really not worth it for such a person. Linda didn't say anything. In fact, she felt it was not worth it. Everything was done for Annie. The Li family father and daughter left. Mr. Song, can I leave now? Johnson asked. No, let's wait until Mr. Lee comes back. Annie said with a straight face. Does this count as overtime? Johnson, you were obsessed with money, right? And really doubted whether Johnson had a problem with his brain or was just too confident. Johnson's mouth twitched. The contract says that I get off work at 5 o'clock. It's almost 7 o'clock now. Okay. Johnson, listen carefully. I'm going to hire you as my personal bodyguard now. Okay? I'll double your salary, okay? Annie really wanted to hit Johnson a few times. Let me think about it. Johnson thought for a while and said he really needs to think about it. Money is important, but time is also important. If he becomes a private bodyguard, he will have no time to accompany Angela. And suddenly smiled, and it was as fake as it could be. Johnson, why do I miss you so much? Mr. Song said this. Listen carefully, stay here honestly. If you dare to leave, all your salary for this month will be deducted. And felt that if she kept talking to Johnson, he would be pissed off sooner or later. So she left after saying this. Johnson's mouth twitched. Seeing Annie enter the room, he looked at the aloof Chun Gue and said, "Dude, are you Mr. Lee's personal bodyguard? How much do you make a month?" Chun Gue glanced at Johnson with disdain. Being too proud, he disdained to answer Johnson's question. "Be a bodyguard, then. I currently make $20,000 a month." Mr. Song said that my salary could be doubled, which means $40,000 a month, which would be $240,000 in half a year. I can use it as a down payment on a small apartment in Jiangling. If I buy a house in Jinxiu, I can even get an internal price. In this way, I can give Angela a home, find a good school for Angela next year, and bring Eric and Qianqian over, letting Qianqian help pick up and drop off Angela. Then I can focus on making money. In a few years, Angela will be old enough to go to school by herself. Qianqian will also have found a husband by then, and I will marry her off in a grand manner. Eric and his brother should also have started a family by then. Yes, that's the plan. Johnson was in the yard, talking to himself about the future. He was so full of longing for the future that he had long forgotten his past self. Longxing Mountain in Jiangling is a famous scenic spot in Jiangling Prefecture. This place is far away from the bustling city and is surrounded by pleasant scenery with mountains and water. At the foot of the Longxing Mountains, there are rows of ancient manors. The two real giants of Jiangling, the Jiang family, are both located here. Jiangling's structure is headed by the ancient Wuqi and Jiang families. These two families are aristocratic families that have been passed down for hundreds of years. They can be said to be deeply rooted in Jiangling, and their influence is spread all over Jiangling. The Qi and Jiang families have been fighting each other since their ancestors. Of course, it was a fight over who was the real giant. Over the past few hundred years, the two families have been evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Especially with the changes of the times, the Qi and Jiang families gradually evolved from fighting openly to fighting covertly. The four major families in Jiangling are Li, Lu, Wang, and Tan. The four major families have been passed down for many years and are very powerful. They are also the capital for the Qi and Jiang families to compete with each other. The four major clans were involved in various industries in Jiangling and were also subordinate forces cultivated by the Qi and Jiang families. The Lu and Li families belong to the Qi family, while the Wang and Tan families belong to the Jiang family. Over the years, the power in Jiangling has been very evenly distributed. Although the Qi and Jiang families have been wrestling with each other, it has never reached the point of fight to the death. Both sides stop at the right time, so Jiangling is still relatively peaceful. Linda's strong rise 3 years ago, Jiangling's power has been losing balance, but Linda has no intention of getting involved in the feud between the two families. Although Linda didn't want to get involved, the rise of Jinxiu Group also caused the Wang family to target her unilaterally, but it didn't go too far. Now that Johnson has beaten Lu Jie, it has caused a fight between the Li and Lu families, which has a huge impact on the entire balance of power in Jiangling. This matter was actually a small matter for Jiangling's boss. But as Annie strongly protected him, the matter turned into a big deal, and the chief family had to intervene to calm it down. Once there is a problem internally, it is no longer a simple matter for the chief family, but a major issue concerning status, and even a major issue that will cause a struggle among the entire Jiangling forces. Chapter 38, Jiangling Qi Family. Soon, Li Yuan's car stopped at the gate of a manor, which was the Qi family compound. Li Yuan and Linda walked all the way, and the father and daughter had basically no communication. They got out of the car, and the gatekeepers of the Qi mansion took them all the way to the backyard hall. The backyard lobby was brightly lit. Two members of the Qi family dressed as warriors stood guard on either side of the hall. Sitting high in the lobby was an old man in his 70s. He had white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and an imposing presence without even getting angry. He is Qi Zhuan, the head of the Qi family. There was a middle-aged man sitting on each of the left and right chiefs. These two men were Qi Zhuan's two sons. The eldest on the left was Aldrich, the deputy governor of Jiangling Prefecture and the second in command of the government. The one on the right is younger, and he is offering sacrifices to the gods. Behind each of them stood a young man, Qi Ning and Qi Guang. Qi Ning was Aldrich's son, and Qi Guang was Qi Siwen's son. There was a middle-aged man sitting on the lower left. He was Lu Xiong, the head of the Lu family. Standing behind him were Hong Cheng and Lu Jie. Master, Li Yuan and his daughter are here. Qi Zhuan nodded slightly. Let them in. After a while, Li Yuan brought Linda into the lobby. Meet the old man. Linda has met Grandpa Qi. Shizwan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Li Yuan, Linda is here. Please sit down. Li Yuan glanced at Lu Xiong and sat down at the lower right seat. Qi Ning, who was standing behind Aldrich, couldn't take his eyes off Linda when he saw her. Linda naturally felt it. She stood behind Li Yuan and smiled at Qi Ning as a greeting. Qi Ning has been pursuing Linda, and the parents of both parties are willing to bring them together. But Linda has been putting it off on the grounds of her career. Ahem. Shizwan picked up the teacup, took a sip, glanced at Li Yuan and Lu Xiong, and slowly said, I asked you to come here today. I believe you know it very well, so I won't beat around the bush. The two heads of your family and the younger generation are here. If you have any grievances, talk about it face to face, and I will act as a middleman to mediate. Brother Li, today in front of the old man, I want to ask you one question. What are you going to do about this? Lu Xiong took the lead and attacked with an overwhelming momentum. Li Yuan frowned and smiled slightly. Brother Lu, why do you have to hurt the harmony between brothers for a small matter? In the final analysis, it was nephew Lu Jie who was wronged first. Of course, nephew Lu Jie was wronged, and I also scolded Linda and Annie. Brother Lu, please consider our brotherhood and make a big deal out of a small matter. How about I set up a table to apologize tomorrow night? Li Yuan said this beautifully. He first pushed the main responsibility onto Lu Jie and then took the initiative to take responsibility, but he did not mention Johnson at all, which already showed that he wanted to protect Johnson. He changed his previous style. He did this not for Johnson, but half to stand behind Linda and the other half for face. Although the Lu and Li families were both subordinates of the Qi family, there were some frictions between the two families. Once Li Yuan gave in, the Lu family would only make more demands. Linda originally thought that Li Yuan would push Johnson out to settle the matter, but after hearing what Li Yuan said, she felt more confident. Lu Xiong sneered. Is this your attitude? Is my Lu family so shameless? Anyone can slap someone if they want. Even a little security guard can come and slap someone. Li Yuan said calmly, Brother Lu, it has already happened. Do you want to slap me again? Lu Xiong said coldly, Brother Li, stop yawning. What does this have to do with you? This matter was caused by Linda's best friend Annie and the security guard. I won't touch Annie, which has given your Li family enough face, but I will kill the security guard. No one dares to hit my son, Lu Xiong, and can be safe. There was nothing wrong with what Lu Xiong said. He did save Li Yuan's face. Logically, Li Yuan should have pushed Johnson out at this time. Brother Lu, Annie is half my daughter. I never objected to Lu Jie pursuing her, but it should be based on mutual consent. When Lu Jie failed to succeed, he wanted to drug and rape her. Her bodyguard tried to stop him and accidentally slapped Lu Jie. Doesn't that mean Lu Jie did nothing wrong? What's more, by doing this, Lu Jie doesn't take me seriously at all. Li Yuan changed the subject and began to blame Lu Jie. Lu Jie's face flushed, and he was about to say something to quibble, but Lu Xiong glared at him coldly, and he choked back his words. Brotherly, you said so much just to say that you have saved your life? You are willing to tear your face off for a security guard? In that case, I have nothing to say. Lu Xiong said lightly, and did not argue anymore, because his meaning was clear. The atmosphere was a little discordant, so Shizwan naturally wanted to speak. He said to Li Yuan, after all, this is just a small matter. Are you sure you want to do this? These words need to be savored carefully. Although Shizwan's tone was neutral, there was something behind his words. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with Li Yuan's attitude. Li Yuan fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Lu Xiong, but he had to give face to the Qi family. To offend the Qi family would undoubtedly be digging his own grave. Grandpa Qi, seeing Li Yuan in trouble, Linda said the whole thing was caused by Lu Jie. Annie and I are like sisters. It's not that our Li family wants to offend Uncle Lu. It's just that Johnson saved Annie's life several times, and Annie was determined to save Johnson. Moreover, it was Johnson who offended Lu Jie for Annie. If we don't save him at this time, who will save lives for the Li family in the future? Others will say that the Li family is ungrateful. Linda finished speaking. She bowed to Lu Xiong and said, Uncle Lu, please be merciful. I will not hand over Johnson. If Uncle Lu feels embarrassed, I will apologize if I can do what you ask of me. After hearing this, Shizwan nodded repeatedly. Well, Linda is right. This is indeed embarrassing for Linda. If we really do this, who will work for the Li family in the future? Lu Xiong, what do you think? Although Lu Xiong wanted to refuse, Shizwan's intention was clear, so he should take a step back and the world would be more open. Brother Liu, I think let's just forget it. It's not worth it for the two families to fall out over this matter. Once we start a mess, it will only benefit the Jiang family and will not benefit anyone. Qi Siwen said, You're right. This is all a misunderstanding. It's just that the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. I'd like to propose a compromise. The Jiangling government's plan to improve the old city into a commercial integrated center has been promoted. The Wang Group is ready to move on this matter. Linda is also following up. The final result has not been determined yet. The worst-case scenario is that the two companies will each take half. This is a rare large project in Jiangling. Brother Liu, haven't you always wanted to enter the real estate industry? I think Linda's company has a foundation in this area. If Linda wins this project, I will make the decision and let Linda take half and give it to Brother Liu as an apology. What do you think, Brother Liu? Aldrich said. Lu Xiong's eyes lit up. Linda's rise really made him jealous. He had been cooperating with Jinxiu Group for the past 3 years. However, Lu Xiong had always proposed to cooperate with Jinxiu in real estate, but was rejected. Real estate is the main business of the Jinxiu Group. Linda naturally doesn't want others to get involved, not to mention the Liu family who don't understand this area and will only cause trouble for her work. Lu Xiong naturally wanted to cooperate with Linda, so he said, It depends on what niece Linda wants. Linda frowned, but she didn't hesitate and nodded. If Uncle Liu doesn't pursue this matter, I'm willing. Chapter 39, Johnson runs away. Li Yuan didn't expect Linda to agree without hesitation. Even when he asked about Jinxiu Group, Linda looked disgusted. According to Linda's personality, she should have refused. What's more, when Aldrich suddenly brought up this matter, it felt like it had been discussed in advance. Haha, now that niece Linda has said this, it would be hard for me to continue to pester her. Lu Xiong laughed. Sacrificing Lu Jie in exchange for a big project is totally worth it. Dad, Lu Jie was unwilling to see Lu Xiong's attitude change. In his mind, what kind of crappy career was that? It was not as important as his face. Shut up. Lu Xiong glared at him fiercely, wishing he could hit him again. Lu Jie's neck shrank, and he had to shut up. Seeing that both families had no objections, Qizhuan smiled and said, Isn't this good? Now that the matter has been decided, it should not be mentioned again. If anyone brings this up again, don't blame me for not giving them face. Qizhuan's tone changed, and he gave a warning. Yes. Lu Xiong and Li Yuan agreed. After the matter was decided, everyone started chatting again. Lu Xiong and Li Yuan were on good terms with each other, but it was just superficial. Linda came out of the hall with a heavy heart. She had known about the government's plan for a long time. This month, she had submitted several plans to the relevant departments in order to get this big project. Now, before the project even started, they had to share half of the profits. It wasn't because she cared about the money, but because Linda was a strong-willed person and she didn't want anyone to interfere when the project started. Linda, are you busy recently? Qining came to Linda and asked. Yeah. Linda nodded slightly. Qining had been asking her out for dinner recently, but she had rejected him every time. Linda, although your career is important, you must take care of your health and don't overwork yourself. Thank you. I will. Linda smiled. She didn't dislike Qining, but she didn't like him either. It's just that both sets of parents agreed, so she didn't have much resistance. To her, marriage is dispensable, and the same goes for men. Career is what she cares about most. Linda, how about having dinner together these days? Linda frowned. I'm afraid I don't have time. I need to take a look. Yeah, of course business is more important. Thank you for understanding me. Linda, you don't have to be so polite to me. Qining's eyes were full of Linda, and he wished he could marry her right away. However, every time he chatted with Linda, she was always indifferent, which really tortured him to the point of being unable to stop. The two of them just had an awkward chat, with each asking a question and answering it. After a while, Li Yuan and Lu Xiong came out talking and laughing. Lu Xiong smiled and said to Linda, Niece Linda, you have to support your uncle more in the future. Linda smiled slightly. Uncle Lu is joking. Ha ha, brotherly. Niece Linda, I'll be leaving first. Lu Xiong said hello and left with Lu Jie. Linda, let's go too. I'll take you there. Qi Ning accompanied Linda out of the manor, reluctantly saying, Linda, let's have a meal together when we are free. Good. Li Yuan got in the car and said, Linda, Qi Ning is a good guy. Don't be so busy with your career. Go spend more time with him. Linda said expressionlessly, I know. Li Yuan asked again, why did you agree to Lu Xiong taking half of the capital? That's a multi-billion-dollar project. Dad, can't you see that Uncle Chi brought up this matter suddenly? I'm afraid Lu Xiong had already made arrangements. If I don't let go, Lu Xiong will never give up. Linda said. Li Yuan nodded. Yeah, I noticed that too. It seems that Lu Xiong has taken advantage of this situation and made a plan. Isn't it the Chi family who is balancing us? The Chi family doesn't want to see us become too powerful, right? Linda said lightly. Li Yuan sighed. Forget it. It was Annie and the security guard who caused all this trouble. Otherwise, what chance would Lu Xiong have? Li Yuan blamed everything that happened today on Johnson. He felt that he had suffered a huge loss by giving up a project worth hundreds of millions of yuan for a loser security guard. Dad, this is my own business. Linda reminded. Okay, it's your business. Li Yuan was speechless and simply didn't bother to care. Lu Xiong was very proud. He had been eyeing this project for a long time, but he only had money but no strength. He had been hinting to Linda that he wanted to cooperate with her on a big project, but Linda ignored him. Just because this happened, Lu Xiong would first send someone to Linda's company to ask for the person. If the person is successful, he would kill Johnson to vent his anger. If the person is not successful, he would solve the problem. First, she notified Lu Xiong. Then she went to Chi Zhuan to complain and asked the Chi family to put pressure on Linda. By the way, he came to Chi's house in advance and told them that Li's family had become powerful and asked Chi's family to beware of the Li's dominance and being out of control in the future. As expected, Zidane didn't want to see this result, so Aldrich took the opportunity to bring up this matter. Dad, are we just going to let go like this? Did I get beaten for nothing? Lu Jia in the car was still unwilling to accept it. Lu Xiong looked at Lu Jia with a look of disappointment and scolded. Why did I give birth to such a fool like you? Look at Linda. You're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Dad, how could you say that to me? Okay, let's stop this matter. Don't mess with Linda and Annie in the future. Lu Xiong continued. As for the security guard, let him live for a while. I don't believe that the Li family would really do this to a security guard. Dad, what do you mean? It doesn't matter. When the Li family stops protecting him, you can do whatever you want. Okay, I must take revenge. I will slap him to death. And Annie, I must get her. Lu Jie said with a determined look. Lu Xiong looked at him and couldn't help scolding him. That's all you can do. You're such a loser. Li Yuan's car drove into the Jinxiu Manor Villa. He deliberately opened the car window and took a look at Johnson, who was outside, as if nothing had happened. Johnson smiled at him. Li Yuan's mo tuisha. He just couldn't stand Johnson no matter how he looked at him. It was this guy who almost disturbed the balance of power in Jiangling and caused Jinxiu Group to lose tens of billions of profits. Walk. Li Yuan was afraid that if he looked at Johnson for too long, he would not be able to resist killing him with a palm, so he told the driver to leave quickly. Master Li, take care. Johnson smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Li, you're back. Johnson did not forget to say hello to Linda. Linda frowned as she looked at Johnson and nodded slightly. She walked into the villa without looking back. I wonder if she also hates this man at this moment. In the whole courtyard, Annie might be the only one who doesn't hate Johnson, and Chung Gue looks down on Johnson from the bottom of his heart. It's past 10 o'clock. Mr. Song is back. Can I get off work now? Johnson looked at his phone and left without looking back. Annie said that he could leave once President Song came back. Chapter 40. Hello, Brother Lynn. Annie was still anxiously waiting for Linda and thought of many plans throughout the night. The worst plan was to inform her family, but she ran away from the engagement party without saying a word and came to Jiangling 3 years ago. She and Linda graduated from the same school abroad, and they have been like sisters since then. Miss Song, I'm back. Linda shouted as she came in. Linda, you're back. What happened? Annie immediately got up from the sofa and came over to ask about the situation. Linda couldn't figure out whether Annie was grateful to Johnson or had real feelings for him. So she joked, Ms. Song, do you care about Johnson so much? Annie rolled her eyes at Linda and said, Yes, I care about him very much now, okay. Linda smiled and touched Annie's forehead. Sister, are you really moved? And was speechless for a while and said, What are you thinking? I can tell you for sure now that I was so nice to Johnson because I was really grateful that he saved me. That's good. Linda nodded. She didn't want to see her sister fall in love with Johnson, a good-for-nothing. Tell me quickly what happened. It's okay, Linda said calmly. Is everything okay? So simple. Annie asked doubtfully. Linda nodded. Yes, it's that simple. Lu Xiong has promised not to cause trouble for Johnson anymore, so you can rest assured now. And looked at Linda and asked doubtfully, Are you sure? Are you not lying to me? Linda took Annie's hand and said, "Sister, don't you even believe what I say?" "Huh." Annie smiled and hugged Linda. "Thank you, my good sister. Now I finally feel relieved." "Oh, I have to tell that bastard." Annie ran out immediately, and when she got outside, Johnson was nowhere to be seen. "Johnson, get out here, you bastard," and called out several times, but still no sign of Johnson. "Miss Song, he's gone," Shin Gue said indifferently. "What? Gone?" Annie suddenly felt furious. She had been worried about Johnson the whole night, but he just left without saying a word, as if nothing had happened. "Johnson, you big bastard," and said through gritted teeth, and ran into the villa angrily. Linda frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "That bastard actually left." Annie became angrier the more she thought about it. "Gone? Without even saying goodbye. So rude." Linda felt even more disgusted with Johnson. It was possible that hundreds of billions of dollars would be wasted, and he just left without even saying goodbye. However, Linda did not tell Annie about this because she wanted to relieve her of the psychological burden. Anne's face turned pale, and she sat down on the sofa. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She took out her phone and called Johnson. When he answered, he yelled, "Hey, did I let you leave without permission? How can you be a bodyguard? If someone assassinates me, you will be sentenced to death." Johnson hadn't even reached his doorstep yet and was answering the phone on the way when he heard and roaring with a frown on his face. "Mr. Song, didn't you say—" "What did I say?" "Johnson, I'm telling you, you're going to lose all your salary for this month. Also, you must be on guard at the company headquarters at 7 a.m. tomorrow and get off work at 9 p.m. If you're late, you'll be fined 1,000 yuan. And didn't even give Johnson a chance to speak and hung up the phone. "Woman? Ha ha." Johnson's mouth twitched several times. Just because he left work early, he lost all his salary for this month? How could this be? When I got home and opened the door, Eric was dozing on the sofa, and there was a boring commercial playing on TV. "Brother is back." Eric heard the noise and saw Johnson looked upset, so he asked, "Brother, what happened to you?" Johnson sat down on the sofa and complained, "Don't mention it. I left work early. Mr. Song called and deducted all my salary for this month." "What's going on, brother? Did you offend Mr. Song?" Eric's face was filled with worry. It was not easy to find this job, so he couldn't just give it up. "Women are like the sea. How can I know if I have offended her?" "Brother, didn't President Song transfer you to the headquarters this morning? Why did the situation suddenly change in the evening?" "Brother, don't you know? She has no good intentions. I've been on duty at the headquarters for a whole day, and it's not my turn yet. I haven't had dinner yet. I have to go to work at 7 o'clock tomorrow and get off work at 9 o'clock in the evening." Johnson complained. Eric was speechless for a while, then stood up and said, "Brother, I'll make you a bowl of noodles. You can go to bed early." "I'll go by myself, bro. Why are you being so polite to me? I'll be at work at 9. It's okay." Eric came to the kitchen and tinkered with it. Johnson thought this brother was very thoughtful. Soon, a bowl of hot noodles was served. Johnson was actually a little hungry, so he started eating in big mouthfuls. "Brother, I may not be at home for long recently, so please take care of Angela." "What's the big deal? Why should I be polite to you?" Okay, brother, finish your noodles and rest. You have to get up early tomorrow." "Good." After eating the noodles, Johnson took a shower and fell asleep on the sofa. At 6 o'clock the next day, Johnson got up on time. Eric and Chanchian had not gotten up yet. Johnson got dressed and went upstairs to do a set of military boxing. This was his daily habit. Johnson's home is some distance from the company. He has no salary and doesn't feel comfortable asking Eric for money, so he just runs to exercise. At 6:59, Johnson arrived at the company on time. "Brother Lynn, why are you here so early?" When the security guard on duty saw Johnson, he smiled and greeted him warmly. Johnson got goosebumps when he was called Brother Lynn. He was so indifferent yesterday, but his attitude changed so quickly today. Well, Mr. Song arranged to go to work early. "Boss Song? Brother Lynn, isn't Boss Song your girlfriend? Why did she ask you to stand guard?" Isn't this hurting me?" Johnson's mouth twitched. He had just said this casually yesterday, but he didn't expect someone to take it seriously. Johnson was too lazy to pay attention to him. He changed his clothes, went to the security booth, and started his day's work. Starting from 7:30, people started to go to work one after another. Everyone was surprised to see Johnson, and from time to time someone would whisper about the scandal between him and Anne. Johnson wanted to slap himself in the face, blaming himself for being too talkative. If this got to Anne's ears, given an S temper, he might be in trouble again. Morning, Brother Lynn. Good morning, Brother Lynn. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lynn. People came in one after another and greeted everyone very politely. Chapter 41 Victoria calls. It's over. Johnson's mouth twitched, and he raised his head high, standing as tall and straight as a pine tree, pretending not to hear any of the greetings from these people. Hey, you said Johnson is really Mr. Song's boyfriend? I don't know, but he was sitting in Mr. Song's car after get off work last night. Have you ever seen anyone sitting in Mr. Song's car after get off work? That's true, but why did Mr. Song let him be a security guard? You don't know this. Look at him. How handsome he is standing there. Yeah, maybe Mr. Song likes it this way. Chill. Mr. Song is here. At the gate, a group of young girls were whispering about Johnson. When they saw Annie's car approaching from a distance, they immediately stopped talking and sat down to watch the show. Annie was still angry. When the car passed the security booth, she honked the horn. Johnson was startled and saluted quickly. You deserve it. Annie cursed while sitting in the car and drove to the parking space. Today, Anne is wearing a black lace long skirt, which exudes charm and sexiness in her elegant temperament. With her tall figure, exquisite face, and a pair of black high heels, she is the center of attention wherever she goes. Good morning, Mr. Song. Good morning, Mr. Song. Annie walked into the company. She always felt that the looks from these people seemed different from usual, but she ignored them. Soon, Chung Gue drove a business Benz and slowly drove over. Johnson was shocked again and saluted. Linda in the car glanced at Johnson and didn't like him at all. Today, Linda is wearing a long white lace dress. Her stunning face and perfect curves make her extremely beautiful. She and are like a beauty pageant, giving people a choice. I'm afraid no man can make up his mind who to choose. I can only say that only children would choose it, but all men want it. Johnson worked diligently and stood guard without asking anyone to take his place. Most people would not be able to stand for an hour or two. Johnson stood guard for the entire day without slacking off and didn't cause any trouble that day, and Johnson felt much more relaxed. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, and Linda got off work together. They just glanced at Johnson and left. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Johnson finally finished this boring day's work. Johnson came over like this for a week in a row, and seemed to have forgotten about him and didn't even look at him. Anne and Linda have been very busy in the past week. Because of the Jinxiu real estate incident, several real estate projects that were originally postponed have to be relaunched in the near future, and things in all aspects need to be carried out. Especially for the government's big project of old city renovation, Linda dared not slack off at all. After all, the Wong Group has been in competition. Johnson still stood guard as usual, almost forgetting that he was once an excellent killer. Johnson was slightly startled when the phone rang. Only Annie and Eric Chanchian knew his phone number, and they probably wouldn't call it this time. I took out my cell phone and saw that the call was from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Johnson, come to my office within 10 minutes. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was in an imperative tone. Johnson's mouth twitched. Sister, I'm at work. Can I come to you in the evening? Johnson, don't think I don't know that you were taken to work by that woman in her company. Do you want to be a gigolo? I am very disappointed in you. You'd better come right away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The tone on the other end of the phone was still unnegotiable. Victoria, are you being unreasonable? Why am I living off you? This is hard-earned money. You don't know how tired I am every day. If I leave, I might lose a day's salary. I'll pay you as much as you want per day. Don't talk nonsense. Come right away. If I don't see you for 10 minutes, I'll come to you in person with a silver bracelet. Victoria, who called, and she hung up right after she finished speaking. Who the hell did I offend? Johnson cursed, but he didn't dare not go. He could refuse others, but he really didn't dare to refuse Victoria. This girl has done him a favor, and her temper is even worse than Anne's, so she might really come with the silver bracelet. Victoria has several criminal records on him. They won't find out, will they? Johnson muttered, letting someone cover for him for the whole morning, and then ran straight to the police station. 10 minutes later, Johnson arrived at the police station, sweating profusely. He rushed here at full speed, went up to the second floor in one breath, found Victoria's office, and knocked on the door. Come in. Su Chin held her cup of coffee, leaned back in her chair, and stared at the densely packed photos on the wall, her eyes fixed on them. Victoria, what's the matter? Tell me quickly. I still have to go to work. Johnson said breathlessly. Victoria is still the same, wearing black trousers, a blue police uniform, and a flawless face, exuding a heroic spirit. Her hair is always tied in a naughty ponytail, which makes her look more adorable. Victoria looked at Johnson and tilted her head. Johnson, you won't tell me you ran here? Johnson nodded. What else? Are you stupid? Take the bus. Victoria took a sip of her coffee. Sister, we have no money. Johnson looked helpless. Who the hell would suffer like this if he had money? Puffed. Victoria was amused by Johnson and spit out a mouthful of coffee. She couldn't help laughing. Johnson, you are such a talent. By the way, which rich woman didn't give you money? Johnson said with a frown. Victoria, if you continue like this, I will really get angry with you. Ha, okay. Victoria stopped laughing and said seriously, Johnson, I called you here this time because I have something important to ask you. Oh, Johnson shuddered slightly. This girl studied him all day long. Could she have discovered something? Johnson, do you remember the Yongfu orphanage? Victoria asked. Yongfu orphanage? What's wrong? Johnson was relieved. As long as it was not a secret about himself, it was not a big deal. Victoria pointed to the photos on the wall and said, Recently, 3 orphanages have reported cases, and more than a dozen children have mysteriously disappeared. In addition, the police have received more than a dozen cases of missing children recently. There's a group of people in Jiangling who cooperate very closely. Their purpose is to steal children. We have set up surveillance at multiple points in Jiangling, but there is still no progress. In addition, the clues from Yongfu Orphanage were interrupted last time, and we have not found the whereabouts of child. It seems that there must be someone behind this case, and Yongfu Orphanage is just a point. The real mastermind has not been caught yet. Johnson nodded. Well, you made a good analysis. I didn't think about it that much last time. Su Qin said meaningfully. So you killed those people? Johnson's mouth twitched. Are you done yet? Okay, let's get down to business. This matter is of a serious nature, and I will not stop until I find the beast behind it and cut him into pieces. I called you here to ask you, did you discover anything else that day? Victoria asked. Johnson's mind raced with memories, remembering a conversation between Baldy and Richard that day, in which they both talked about one person. Master? I heard Richard and that bald man talking one day. They called the person behind them the master, and the mastermind behind them was even more urgent. Johnson said, Master? That proves there is someone behind them. This could be a transnational child trafficking case. We must find this person, otherwise more children will be victimized. Well, I hope you can solve the case soon. Johnson nodded. Su Qin rolled her eyes and said, Johnson, don't think you have nothing to do with this. If you had left anyone alive that day, would I have no clues at all? So, you must be responsible for this matter. Chapter 42, 1,300 yuan per day. Johnson's mouth twitched. Sister, are you kidding me? You want me to be responsible? What can I be responsible for? You don't want me to check it, do you? Victoria really meant. Recently, she mobilized almost all police forces to investigate, but there was no clue, so she thought of Johnson. I'll give you 3 days to find clues. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable for the murder in Yongfu Orphanage. Victoria was being unreasonable. What a sin. Women. Johnson really had no place to express his reason. Victoria narrowed her eyes and smiled. Why, you don't like it? After that, she hooked her fingers on the silver bracelet and teased. Do you want to enter the palace for the 4th time? Johnson's face was full of black lines. He said, Victoria, I am just an ordinary citizen. You police are incompetent. What can I do? Victoria laughed. You are an ordinary person? Who would believe it? You are unreasonable. Women are the most unreasonable. Do you want to go? You're so cruel. Johnson had no choice but to agree and left angrily. After thinking for a while, he walked back in and stretched out his hand, saying, Pay me a day's salary. Victoria was amused by Johnson and asked, How much? 13,000. Johnson said this based on 40,000 a month. Victoria didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Johnson, you are sure? You want 1,300 a day? You might as well go rob. Victoria, you said you would compensate me for 1 day's salary. I make $40,000 a month, and I think you underpaid me. Johnson said confidently. Victoria's mouth twitched. Great. After that, she took out some loose change from her trouser pocket and counted it carefully. There were more than 200 yuan. Johnson snatched it away and put it in his pocket. I'll owe you the rest. After saying that, he left in a flash. Men. Victoria couldn't help but laugh. Johnson was not soft-hearted when he took the money, because Victoria had cheated him, but he was still concerned about the missing child. It was when he saw those scumbags attacking the child that he decided to kill them. Now, I think we were too hasty at that time. We should have found out who was behind this so that we could save more children. Since he agreed to the investigation, Johnson would not let it go. He had to find the person behind the scene, both for Victoria and the children. After all, it was his fault, and he would not tolerate such a scumbag. Johnson could think of to help with the investigation was Harrison, and using social media to investigate such matters was far more effective than police investigation. As he walked out of the police station, Johnson called Harrison. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Johnson." "Mr. Johnson? Hello, may I help you?" Harrison was very respectful on the other end of the phone. "There is something I need your help investigating. Please give your instructions, Mr. Johnson. I will do my best to investigate." "Well, there's a gang of beasts in Jiangling lately. They're kidnapping children under the age of 10. You need to investigate for me and find out which gang is responsible for these crimes. It would be best if you could catch one or two of them and interrogate them." Johnson said, "Don't worry, Mr. Johnson. I will investigate immediately." "Very good. If you do a good job, I will remember your contribution and will benefit you in the future." Clear. In the office of the president of Eagle Group, Harrison received a call from Johnson and took action immediately. He is now completely devoted to Johnson. Danny. Danny heard Harrison calling him, so he ran in and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Are you going to kill someone?" Harrison's mouth twitched. "Kill someone? Who can you kill better than me?" Danny's injury has healed, but he is still angry. Harrison and his gang have been much more obedient recently. Mr. Johnson said that there is a group of people in Jiangling who are kidnapping children. Mr. Johnson wants us to find out who did it and find one or two people who know the truth. Do you understand? Danny nodded. Understood. I will ask my brothers to find out the news later. Brother, are we really going to follow Johnson? Danny didn't understand Harrison's behavior. Harrison glared. It's Mr. Johnson. You'd better be polite. Yes, but why, brother? Harrison took a puff of his cigar and said, What are we doing in Jiangling Road? In the eyes of ordinary people, we are still okay. But in the eyes of the big guys of the Green Gang, we are just reptiles. We have to do whatever they tell us to do, and we will never be able to stand out. Anyone can destroy us. If we want to become big in Jiangling, we must have a backer. The Qing Gang is backed by the Jiang family, and the Ian Gang is backed by the Qi family. These two gangs control the entire Jiangling underground organization. If you want to get a share of the soup from them, you must have strength. I think Mr. Johnson is strong enough, so I'm willing to work for him. As long as I have the support of Mr. Johnson, I will also set up a gang. I tell you, I have even thought of a name for the gang. What the hell is the Eagle Group? Screw it. I want to set up the Hungry Wolf Gang. We must swallow up the Green Gang and the Ian Gang bit by bit like a hungry wolf and become the #1 gang in Jiangling. Danny's mouth twitched. Brother, can you change the name? Why? Hungry Wolf Gang, Hungry Wolf Gang. If you don't know, you might think they are hungry. Harrison's mouth twitched and he cursed, Get lost. Hey, brother, I'm going to investigate the child kidnapping case. Danny hurried away. Harrison smoked a cigar with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hungry Wolf Gang. One day, the Hungry Wolf Gang will become the #1 gang in Jiangling, the top floor of Jinxiu Group. The two secretaries outside the president's office were whispering. It seems that our president's song has ignored Johnson in the past week. Are they having a quarrel? Maybe. I don't believe that Mr. Song will do it for real. Yeah, Johnson is just a little security guard. How can our president's song think highly of him? Johnson is a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. The two of them were mumbling to each other, not noticing that Annie was right behind them. What did you two say? Annie asked in a cold tone, with a slightly angry look on her face. The two of them shuddered with fear and lowered their heads and said, Boss Song, and hugged her shoulders and asked, What did you just say? What happened between me and Johnson? Say it again. Mr. Song, I'm sorry. Annie frowned. I've noticed you guys are acting strange lately, always gossiping behind my back. What's going on? Tell me. Yes. Mr. Song, we also heard it from others. What did you say? Everyone is saying that the security guard downstairs, Johnson, is Mr. Song's boyfriend. You two are in a relationship. Annie's face turned green, and she laughed. Who told you he was my boyfriend? Who told you that nonsense? Mr. Song, the whole company is talking about this. It was Johnson himself who said that you, Mr. Song, are his girlfriend. What? Annie stomped her feet in anger when she heard that it was Johnson who said that. She said angrily, What are you talking about during working hours? If anyone dares to discuss it, I will not forgive him. Yes, Mr. Song. Chapter 43, Johnson's salary increase. Annie just found out today that the whole company is saying that she is Johnson's girlfriend. This made her so angry that she wanted to slap Johnson a few times. Miss Song, who made you so angry? And came to Linda's office. Seeing her distorted face, Linda couldn't help teasing her. Linda, do you know about this? And came to Linda angrily and asked. Linda's eyes were filled with suspicion. What's the matter? And stamped her feet and said, the whole company is hearing rumors that Johnson is my boyfriend. I just found out today. What? Linda was also surprised. Who spread the rumor? Who else could it be? Johnson said it himself. Annie was getting angrier the more she thought about it. Him. Linda looked strange and said to Annie, Annie, you'd better keep your distance from him. He has bad intentions. Annie nodded and snorted. I have to ask him face to face and see how he can quibble. Annie, I think you should send him back to Fairview Real Estate. And left angrily, and Linda didn't forget to warn her behind her back that she really didn't have any good feelings toward Johnson anymore. And returned to her office, the first thing she did was to take out her cell phone and call Johnson. Johnson, come to my office on the top floor in 5 minutes. Hello. Hello, Mr. Song. I can't make it. Johnson was still at the door of the police station when he received a call from Annie. Before he could say anything, the call was hung up. 5 minutes? Are you kidding? I didn't check the almanac before going out today, and I offended a woman. Johnson didn't dare to delay. It was his first time to leave his post without permission, and he would be discovered. He took a taxi and hurried back to the company. Annie didn't know that Johnson was not in the company. She looked at the time and hadn't seen Johnson for 5 minutes. She became even angrier and immediately called the security room. Has Johnson come up yet? Mr. Song, Johnson. He's not in the company. He just went out for something. What? Where did you go? I don't know. Asshole. And hung up the phone, grappled and cursed, then called Johnson. Johnson, where are you? Why am I not in the office? Mr. Song, please listen to my explanation. I'll be there soon. You better hurry up. Johnson looked helpless and had to urge the driver to hurry up. After rushing for a long time, he finally arrived at the company, but it would have been faster than walking. Johnson went straight to the top floor. When he appeared there, everyone looked at him strangely, and the rumors became even more rampant. This is the first time that a security guard has entered the top floor area of the company since its establishment. Johnson came to the general manager's office. Chingue was there too. He was sitting on the sofa in the reception area outside, looking at his phone. When he saw Johnson, his eyes were still full of disdain. Johnson naturally ignored him and stood at the door and knocked. Come in. Johnson walked into the office, closed the door, and sitting in a chair with an angry look on her face. Hey, hello, Mr. Song. Johnson greeted with a smile because he was the one giving him food. Annie was not in a good mood and asked, Johnson, I want to ask you, where did you go when you were not on guard? Mr. Song, this is what happened. The police suddenly called me today and said they needed to question me about the previous case. I wanted to go later, but the police insisted that I go right away, and they said they would arrest me if I didn't go. I had no choice but to rush over. Mr. Song, I was only away for half an hour. Johnson confessed honestly and smiled coldly. Really? The last case was closed a long time ago. Why would the police station look for you for no reason? Is it Victoria who is looking for you? Johnson was slightly stunned and asked, Mr. Song also knows Victoria? She was the one who came to me. When and heard that it was really Victoria who found Johnson, she became furious and yelled at Johnson. Johnson, you dared to leave your post without permission during work hours. You have violated the company's rules and regulations. You will be fined $5,000. What? Johnson immediately defended himself when he heard that he was fined again. Boss Song, can you please be reasonable? I'll be gone for half an hour. You can just deduct my salary for that day. $5,000? Last time you deducted a month's salary, and this time you deduct another $5,000. I quit, who cares? Johnson really couldn't accept it. Although his salary was high, he couldn't afford such a high salary. If he continued to calculate like this, he would still have to pay for his salary at the end of the year. Johnson, what's your attitude? And became anxious when she heard that Johnson was quitting the job. Johnson took off his hat, sat down on the sofa, and said with a nonchalant attitude, Anyway, the month is done. I might as well sleep at home. Annie laughed and said, You're right. Who told you to leave without asking for leave? I'm telling you, Johnson, you can quit, but you've already deducted 1 month's salary for 15 days' salary this month. You can either pay up and leave, or finish this month's work and forget about the $5,000 you won today. Johnson also lost his temper and slapped the sofa and said, Annie, Don't go too far. Believe it or not, I will sue you at the Labor Bureau. And refused to give in and said, Johnson, you have grown up. Go ahead and sue me. Can you afford a lawyer? Annie, don't think that I can't live without you. Johnson, have hands and feet, so I don't believe I will starve to death. I'm leaving now, and I'll see what you can do to me. After Johnson finished speaking, he stood up and left, and saw that Johnson was really leaving. She didn't really want to drive Lynn away, so she immediately shouted, Come back here. Johnson, come back immediately. You, I'll give you a raise. Johnson walked to the door and heard about the salary increase. His legs, which had been moving nonstop, stopped moving. In the end, he finally bowed to society. Hey, Mr. Song, you just said a raise? Johnson's expression changed immediately. He had a face full of courage just now, but now it's all gone, and was both angry and amused when she saw Johnson like this. Johnson, I see you clearly now. You are obsessed with money. Johnson's mouth twitched. These days, having money is everything. I don't feel ashamed, and laughed. Johnson, why didn't I realize that you were so shameless? Hey, Mr. Song, did you just say you wanted to increase the salary? Annie thought for a moment and said, That's right. On top of your original salary of $40,000, I'll give you another $10,000. Is $50,000 enough a month? Enough. That's enough. Johnson nodded quickly. Annie said seriously, Your salary is gone this month. I will give you another 10,000 yuan. As long as you work for a full month, you can get 10,000 yuan this month after deducting the 40,000 yuan. Do you want to do it? Johnson's mouth twitched, and after thinking for a while, he said, Fuck. Nowadays, any job can pay $10,000 a month, except for those irregular jobs. Of course, Johnson wants money, and he has 10,000 ways to make money, but he will not violate his principles. There is some money that he can feel at ease with, but there is some money that he cannot touch, and he will definitely not take. Chapter 44. Johnson transferred to the warehouse. Annie would not let Johnson go like this, and was thinking about how to vent her anger. Johnson, you should quit your job as a security guard. Then what should I do? Annie thought for a moment and said, The company is still short of people for freight. Aren't you a good driver? Where can you go to deliver the goods? Johnson's mouth twitched. Okay, it's just physical work, right? I'll do it, and nodded in satisfaction. Johnson, you have to be serious and don't make any mistakes, otherwise you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell yourself to me. Johnson felt that this was another trap set by, and suddenly felt that 50,000 a month was not a good thing. Don't think so badly of me. I don't have time to spare, and said when she saw Johnson was a little hesitant. Okay, I'll do it. Mr. Song, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go back to work. Johnson was ready to leave. Wait, and stopped Johnson and asked seriously, Johnson, let me ask you, do you know that the whole company is rumored to be saying that you are my boyfriend? Johnson not know? He pretended to be stupid and said, No, I don't know. Anne's face darkened. Her eyes were filled with anger. Johnson, don't play dumb. How could you not know about this? Tell me, did you tell others that I was your girlfriend? Johnson felt guilty. He hadn't expected this incident to cause such a big commotion. Well, I just said it casually. I didn't mean it. Johnson avoided his eyes. This was indeed not a decent thing to do. Anne's face turned pale, and she sneered. Johnson, we were just doing business just now, but now it's a private matter between you and me. I want to ask you, when did I become your girlfriend? Mr. Song, I'm going to work. Johnson didn't dare to say any more. Annie's eyes were about to spit fire, so she prepared to leave first. Johnson, you bastard, come back here. Annie shouted loudly. Johnson was so frightened that he stopped unconsciously. Mr. Song, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. You didn't mean it? I'm an innocent girl, and your words, you didn't mean it, have ruined my reputation. What do you think we should do? And hugged her shoulders and looked at Johnson angrily. Johnson was a little flustered by being looked at and whispered, How about I take responsibility for you? And laughed and said, Johnson, you are dreaming. Is there such a cheap thing in the world? Johnson spread his hands and said, Mr. Song, what do you say we should do? And thought for a moment and said, Johnson, I'm telling you not to act so nonchalant. You must take responsibility. I haven't figured out how to make it up to you yet, but remember, you owe it to me, and you'll have to make it up to me sooner or later. Johnson's mouth twitched. Okay, I remember it. Seeing that Johnson's attitude was pretty good, Annie nodded in satisfaction. Well, okay, you can go to work in the warehouse now. Johnson came to the back of the first floor of the building, where Jinshio Group's shipping location was located. The entire first floor was used as a warehouse, except for the front desk reception. There are many production workshops in the Jinshio Group building, involving many industries, and real estate is just one of them. When Johnson arrived here, a woman in her 30s came over. She was holding a notebook in her hand, wearing a work suit and high heels, and walked over with a smile. "Hello, Brother Lynn. Are you really here?" Johnson was slightly stunned. "Hello, hello. What's your name?" "Brother Lynn and I are family. My name is Lynn Kai. I'm the supervisor here, responsible for the company's shipments. President Song just called and said you were here, but I didn't believe it. President Song also told me to take good care of you," Lin Kai said. Johnson finally understood and thought that, and still had a conscience and knew to ask others to take care of her. "Hello, Manager Lin. How can I help you?" Lin Kai smiled slightly. "Brother Lin is here, and we are short of manpower. Come with me." "Good." Johnson followed Lin Kai to the shipping point. The warehouse was full of goods. There were more than a dozen large trucks loading goods at the shipping point. There were dozens of porters alone, and they were all sweating profusely. "Brother Lin, I heard from President Song that you are a good driver. That truck will be yours from now on. Your job is to move all the goods onto the truck, load them, and then deliver them to another warehouse," Lin Kai said, pointing to the mountain of goods in front of him. Johnson looked at the goods in front of him and asked, "Is there a set time?" Lin Kai smiled slightly. "Today, and every day, these must be transported away. Otherwise, there will be no place to store them tomorrow." "What? Today? Are you kidding me? This must be 100 tons. Johnson was stunned. Now he finally understood Annie's purpose. "Well, that's about right. Mr. Song said that we don't have enough manpower, so you have to do this all by yourself." "Okay, isn't it just hard work? Go tell Mr. Song that as long as the money is in place, I can do anything." Johnson gritted his teeth and moved his shins. Isn't it just hard work? The last thing he lacked was strength. Johnson threw away his security hat, took off his clothes, rolled up his sleeves, walked to the shelf, held a box in front of him with both hands, lifted it with force, and walked away easily. Lin Kai was stunned. These items weighed several hundred kilograms, and some even weighed 1,000 kilograms. Usually, a forklift was used to move them, but Johnson seemed to have moved them away very easily. "Brother Lin, we can actually use a forklift. In addition, that's not necessary." Johnson ignored her and continued loading the goods onto the truck. The porter nearby was also stunned. Lin Kai actually wanted to tell Johnson that Annie had instructed that if Johnson didn't want to do it, he only had to admit his mistake and he would be allowed to continue to stand guard. "Hello, is this Mr. Song?" "Well, is Johnson willing to admit his mistake?" "Boss Song," before I could finish my words, Brother Lin started moving the goods. He could move hundreds of kilograms of things by himself. He also said that Boss Song paid him enough and he could do anything. Isn't it just moving goods? Annie was furious after hearing Lin Kai's report. "Let him move. He has the strength, right? Don't let him rest. He can't leave work until he finishes moving. He deserves to be exhausted." Was completely shocked when she saw Johnson carrying hundreds of kilograms of goods and still walking briskly. Is this still a human being? No wonder Mr. Song likes him. I also like this kind of handsome and strong man. Who said Mr. Song has bad taste? I think Mr. Song has a very bad taste. Lin Kai is now more convinced that Johnson is Annie's boyfriend. If you know Annie's status, why would she deliberately ask about a small security guard? And why would she deliberately ask about him? The way these two people are angry with each other is clearly like a couple who are having a quarrel, and neither of them wants to give in. Chapter 45, You Deserve to Die. Johnson's incredible operation made it impossible for others to do it, and the speed was much faster than a forklift. Soon, Johnson had filled half of the carriage, with more and more beads of sweat on his forehead. Johnson simply took off his coat, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt underneath, and the muscles on his arms were dark and shiny. Wow, so cool. Brother Lin is truly a god among men. Yeah, Brother Lin is really strong, tall, handsome, and looks very healthy. The girls who were counting the goods in the warehouse were all attracted by Johnson and came out to watch. Johnson is 1.85 meters tall, handsome, and has a standard body, especially his well-developed muscles and healthy skin. He is even more handsome than those tough guys in the movies. Moreover, his muscles were not made of paper. Seeing him carrying hundreds of kilograms of goods, as if it were a piece of cake, the woman did not like it. Johnson was also giving it his all. Isn't it just working hard? Just treat it as a kind of training. You have to know that he has been with his master in the mountains for 5 years. His physique has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Not to mention hundreds of pounds, he can easily lift thousands of pounds. Johnson had already filled the car with the goods that were supposed to be delivered in a few hours. He closed the door and walked to Lynn Kai in a casual manner. Manager Lynn, where are you sending these goods? Ah, Lynn Kai was still in shock. She took out her keys, handed the manifest to Johnson, and said, deliver it to this address. Just use the navigation system. Johnson got into the car without looking back, started the car, turned on the navigation, and drove away. Everyone was left with a look of shock as they watched him leave. Another warehouse is located on the outskirts of Jiangling City, only a few dozen kilometers away from here, about half an hour. It is convenient for shipping, and the space is relatively spacious. Soon Johnson drove the car to the location and gave the delivery note to the person in charge. He didn't need to move the goods, as people would be arranged to unload the goods, but it was too slow. After more than an hour of trouble, Johnson finally drove back. After all, he still had several trucks of goods to deliver. Johnson came back to continue working, but the warehouse was bustling. Many beautiful women who had heard about this man wanted to see what was so special about this man that Mr. Song liked. When they saw Johnson working, they all stared at him like crazy fans. It must be said that a handsome, strong, and hardworking man is particularly attractive. Mr. Song's boyfriend is so handsome. Yeah, I think this must be true. If my boyfriend was this handsome, I wouldn't care about his identity. But why did Mr. Song let him do this job? Haven't you heard that he and Mr. Song are having a quarrel? Mr. Song is very righteous. A group of girls huddled together, whispering. They had no idea that and was right behind them and heard every word they said. But this time, she didn't seem that angry. Annie heard about Johnson. She also wanted to see this man. When she saw this man, her eyes couldn't blink at his damn charm. When I saw the man sweating and working diligently while being watched by a group of people, I felt very uncomfortable and actually felt a little sorry for the man. You don't have to go to work, right? The company invited you here just to watch the fun and gossip. Anne's pretty face was slightly angry, and she said in a cold tone, Mr. Song, I'm sorry, Mr. Song. A group of onlookers were so scared when they saw Annie coming that they hurried away and drove away the others and walked to Johnson in her high heels. Although she felt sorry for the man, she still hugged her shoulders and said with a proud look, Johnson, are you sick? You just moved when I told you to? Are you a cow? Johnson was carrying goods in his hands. He didn't stop when he saw Annie. He walked past her and said, didn't you ask me to move it? Are you asking me if I'm sick? And blushed slightly at Johnson's criticism and said, Johnson, what's your attitude? Mr. Song, I moved just because you asked me to. I don't think I violated any company regulations, right? Johnson said, I asked you to eat shit, and you did it. Annie was really angry and amused. She thought Johnson would refuse, but she didn't know that Johnson was such a stubborn person. Mr. Song, this is a bit insulting. I can't do this. And laughed. Johnson, you are really hopeless. I just said casually, I didn't mean to ask you to move. Do you really think you are a cow? Even a cow would die of exhaustion if it did this. You must not die of exhaustion here. Don't worry, you won't die. Johnson was also angry and continued to move, and saw that Johnson still had this attitude and couldn't help but scold him. Johnson, just move it. You deserve to be exhausted. If you finish moving today, there will be more tomorrow. Don't tell me you can't do it. Mr. Song, as long as the money is in place, I can do it. And was so angry at Johnson that she stomped her feet and turned away. Damn Johnson, stinky Johnson, I'd better tire you stupid cow to death. Johnson naturally knew that and cared about him out of kindness, but she just couldn't lower herself and still looked arrogant. Johnson has his own plans. Victoria asked him to investigate the missing child's case within 3 days. If there are any clues, he can use it as an opportunity to deliver the goods. It was reasonable to have a flat tire on the road, so as to avoid Annie causing trouble for him again. Johnson spent the whole day transporting and moving goods. 100 tons of goods were finally completed at 7 o'clock in the evening. Although he was very tired, it was worth it. Johnson felt that his body seemed to be much more relaxed. It seems that he still needs to exercise more often. Johnson, who had just delivered the car and was about to go home from work, received a call from Victoria. Johnson, are you off work yet? I just finished work. Victoria, I have to tell you that I haven't been with my sister for 2 nights. I haven't seen her since yesterday. If you have anything to say, we can talk tomorrow. I'm going home first. No, something important happens tonight. You have to be there. Johnson was slightly stunned and asked, do you have any clues? Johnson thought about it. This is a big deal. Okay. I'm at the door of your company now. Johnson's mouth twitched. You are so positive. Have you been here for a long time? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Johnson didn't waste time. The sooner the scum was caught, the fewer children would be harmed. When I arrived at the company gate, I saw Victoria leaning against a jeep with her shoulders folded. Tonight, Victoria wore a pair of light blue tight jeans, a pair of white sneakers, and a white tight long-sleeve top, which perfectly set off her 1.75-meter figure. Her slender waist, long legs, and high breasts, coupled with her exquisite and perfect face, are so beautiful that they look like a painting frozen in time. Chapter 46, He is My Boyfriend. Johnson couldn't help but look at Victoria a few more times. He walked over with a smile and joked, Victoria, you are very unique tonight. Victoria rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. Oh, Johnson was frustrated and had no choice but to get in the car. Just when Victoria and Johnson opened the car door and were about to get in and happened to drive out, she saw Johnson and Victoria at a glance, and her face immediately turned sour. Beep, 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 and honked the horn a few times, got out of the car, glanced at Victoria unfriendlily, then turned to look at Johnson. Who told you to get off work? Johnson's mouth twitched. Boss Song, I've finished my work. Why can't I leave work? Victoria laughed. Annie, right? Johnson didn't sell herself to you, so why can't you leave work? And looked at Victoria and said coldly, Officer Sue, I'm talking to my company employees. What does it have to do with you? Victoria's eyes were also unfriendly, and she smiled faintly. Sorry, Johnson is my boyfriend now. Why can't I ask? And was slightly stunned and looked at Johnson. Mr. Song, don't believe her. We're just friends. Johnson hurriedly explained. He didn't know why he had to explain, but he saw that the two women seemed to be about to fight. Annie felt more comfortable after hearing what Johnson said. A hint of mockery appeared in the corner of her mouth. Officer Sue, you are a little too self-indulgent. Victoria blushed and stepped hard on Johnson's foot. Then she smiled at Annie and said, Really? We are friends now, but we will be lovers soon. Victoria turned and looked at Johnson, her eyes wide open. Did I say that? This is clearly a threat to Johnson. Johnson's mouth twitched a few times, and he glanced at Anne. Her eyes told Johnson, You're finished. Victoria's eyes seemed to say, You're dead. Victoria, are you done yet? Didn't you say you had something to do? If you continue like this, I'm leaving. Johnson whispered. Victoria glared at Johnson fiercely, then said to Annie with a smile, Annie, my boyfriend can't wait any longer, bye. After saying that, he pulled Johnson into the car. Johnson took advantage of the situation and got into the car. There was a lot of tension between the two women, and it would be dangerous if they didn't leave. Oh my God, who is this woman? Why does Johnson have another girlfriend? And this woman is also a great beauty. Johnson is so greedy. He has our CEO song, but he dares to play both sides. It's so imbibe. There were already people waiting in front of the company. Annie heard these gossips. A nameless anger surged in her heart. She glared at these people fiercely, and these people immediately shut up. Annie got into the car angrily, slammed the door shut, pounded the steering wheel with her fists, and cursed, Damn Johnson, you think I care about you from now on? I will never talk to you again. After saying that, he drove away from the company. Victoria, you went a little too far tonight. You said I was your boyfriend without asking for my consent. This is somewhat damaging to my personal reputation, said Johnson, who was sitting in the car. Victoria laughed and glanced at Johnson. You are beautiful, aren't you? I recognize you as my boyfriend. I don't know how many lifetimes you have cultivated to get this blessing. Don't be so ungrateful. That's true, but you're not my girlfriend, but you insist on saying you're my girlfriend, and I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Victoria narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled sweetly at Johnson. Johnson, since you feel at a disadvantage, I will be kind enough to be your girlfriend for one night. Johnson was just joking. When he saw Victoria's sweet look, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This girl is very fierce, and she wouldn't be so nice for no reason. No. Johnson shook his head like a rattle. Victoria's eyes widened, and her expression changed immediately. She put one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand on Johnson's collar. You have to do it. I am your girlfriend tonight. Hey, Victoria, you're going too far. How can you force someone to be your boyfriend? Besides, don't we have a clue tonight? What do you want to do? Johnson was panicking. You'll know when we get there. Stop talking nonsense. From now on, I'm your girlfriend. What on earth do you want? Are you crazy? Victoria ignored Johnson and parked the car at a men's clothing store. Get off. Why get off? Clothes shopping. Are you sick? Aren't you here to look for clues? Just get off the car when I told you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Victoria. Johnson looked helpless and got out of the car. You want to buy men's clothing? I'll buy it for you. Me? Why? Victoria rolled her eyes and said, You stink of sweat. Don't you know that? Nonsense, I did physical work all day. It's normal to sweat. That's it, go in. Wait, Victoria, you tricked me out for no reason, and now you want to buy me clothes. What do you want to do? Johnson asked suspiciously. Have a meal. Eat. Johnson was even more confused and asked why. There's no reason. I just want to invite you to dinner and talk about your views on the case of missing children. That's it. That's right. Johnson was half believing and half doubting, remembering that some time ago, Annie dragged him out to dinner and pretended to be her boyfriend. So he said, Victoria, if it's just dinner, then there's no problem, but don't use me as a cover, pretending to be your boyfriend, to shun other suitors. Victoria was slightly stunned and said seriously, That's not the case. That's more like it. Wait, I don't have money to buy clothes. Victoria dragged Johnson into the clothing store and said, Get him a decent set of clothes, preferably not more than 1,000. Don't worry, miss, we understand. Sir, which style do you like here? The shop girl enthusiastically recommended clothes. Johnson didn't care about what he was wearing. He just picked up a black suit, walked into the dressing room, and put it on. It is true that clothes make the man. Johnson looks even more handsome in a suit. Yeah, not bad. Victoria nodded with satisfaction. Are you okay now? Johnson asked. Okay, it looks like that now. Victoria nodded and went to check out. The total cost was over 800 square meters and a cheap suit. Victoria took Johnson to a 5-star hotel, where the top floor was a restaurant. Victoria, there's no need to come to such a luxurious hotel, right? Johnson still had doubts in his heart, thinking that Victoria must have a purpose in inviting him to dinner. You talk too much nonsense. Remember, I'm your girlfriend now. Just nod your head and say whatever I say. Victoria said. Victoria, didn't you say it was just the two of us? You talk a lot of nonsense. Chapter 47, Victoria's purpose. Victoria didn't care what Johnson was thinking. She took Johnson's arm and pulled him into the hotel. I'm not going. Johnson didn't want to go the same way as and did that night, so he refused to go. Seeing that Johnson was still resisting, Victoria pulled out a pair of handcuffs from the back pocket of her jeans and said, Johnson, do you dare? Johnson's mouth twitched. You are really sick. You wear handcuffs while eating. What do you want to do? It's just a meal. What are you afraid of? Victoria was also confused and didn't know why Johnson was so resistant. All right. Johnson saw Victoria take out the handcuffs and had no doubt that she would be handcuffed if she didn't leave. Johnson followed Victoria to the top floor with an uneasy mood. When they arrived at the door of a private room, Victoria threatened, Just nod your head to whatever I say later. If you dare to say something nonsense, I will not forgive you. Okay, it's not the first time I'm being a fool. Johnson had no choice but to go along with it. As soon as I walked in, I saw a middle-aged man and woman sitting inside. The man was wearing a pair of glasses and a high-end suit, and the woman was dressed in an elegant manner. Dad, Mom, Victoria shouted, and didn't forget to pinch Johnson. Johnson never dreamed that Victoria would actually take him to meet her parents. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Now that you are here, Commander Johnson greeted you two with a smile. These two people are Victoria's parents, Su Beiwang and Huang Wan. When the two saw Johnson, they were also shocked. Especially Su Beiwang's expression was extremely ugly. Huang Wan looked angry and asked, Chinger, who is he? Victoria said calmly, My boyfriend Johnson. When did you get a boyfriend? We've been dating for a long time. You. Huang Wan was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Su Beiwang's face turned pale. He could no longer bear it. He slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, Don't you know who you are going to meet today? Get him out right now. Victoria was not to be outdone and said, Who you meet is none of my business. I brought my boyfriend here just to tell you to forget about it. My marriage is decided by me and no one else. How dare you? Su Beiwang's lips trembled with anger. He knew Victoria's temper, so he looked at Johnson and said, Boy, I don't care who you are. My daughter is not worthy of you. You'd better leave him. If Johnson hadn't taken Victoria into consideration, he would have turned hostile long ago, but he still said politely, Okay, I'll leave first. You're smart. Victoria grabbed Johnson and said, Let's go together. Johnson whispered, Victoria, stop it. I didn't. Johnson, if you leave, I will hate you forever. Victoria's eyes were red as she stared at Johnson. Johnson looked at her like this and felt a little distressed. Okay. Chinger, why are you so ignorant? Your father is doing this for your own good. Juan Baist. Victoria chuckled. For my own good, you can just not ask me. For a political marriage, you can just give me away. Su Beiwang said angrily. I'm telling you, Jiang Haoran likes you. That's your good fortune. Don't be ungrateful. Oh, today I want to tell him to give up this idea. You. As they were talking, the door was pushed open and two young men walked in. The leader was about 27 or 28 years old, handsome and dressed in designer clothes. Following behind him was a man in his early 20s. He was thin, looked a little listless, and had a very aggressive aura. Haoran, you're here. Su Beiwang spoke in a very gentle tone when he saw the two of them. The two are from the Jiangling Jiang family, brothers Jiang Haoran and Luke. Johnson calmly. Then his eyes fell on Victoria. Victoria, is this your boyfriend? Haoran, don't get me wrong. He is my daughter's friend. Su Beiwang explained. Victoria didn't give Su Beiwang any face and said, yes. Jiang Haoran's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and there was no emotion on his face. He said calmly, I didn't expect you to have a boyfriend. How boring. He turned to Su Beiwang and said, Director Su, congratulations. Since Victoria already has a partner, I won't bother you anymore. Su Beiwang glared at Victoria, then smiled and said to Jiang Haoran, Haoran, what do you think of this? It doesn't matter. Marriage can't be forced. After Su Haoran finished speaking, his eyes fell on Johnson. He gave him a cold look and left. Luke narrowed his eyes and glanced at Johnson. Without saying a word, he followed Jiang Haoran away. Johnson looked calm. From the moment the two men came in, he already knew that both of them actually had the strength of late-stage internal energy. Luke, in particular, gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. It was not because he was so powerful, but because he was very violent and had a murderous look in his eyes, especially the look he gave Johnson. You. Su Beiwang pointed at Victoria and said something, then hurriedly caught up with Jiang Haoran. Huang Wan also glared at Victoria and followed her. Finally, it's quiet. Victoria sat down, looked at the table full of food, and said with a smile, Johnson, are we the only ones eating? Johnson's mouth twitched, and he sat down next to her. You are so generous. Eat yours. Downstairs in the hotel, Su Beiwang caught up with Jiang Haoran and apologized repeatedly. Director Su, it really doesn't matter. This kind of thing can't be forced. I'm sincerely happy that Victoria can find a better one. Jiang Haoran was very open-minded and had a tolerant and generous look on his face. Well, that's good. Goodbye. Su Haoran nodded, turned around, and got into the car. Hey, Su Haoran is such a good kid. Why doesn't she like him? Su Beiwang really didn't understand Victoria. Let her be. You don't know Qinger's temper. The one just now was probably fake. Huang Wan said. She didn't believe that Victoria had a boyfriend at all. No matter whether it's true or not, he wants to marry Qinger. He's dreaming. Su Beiwang said, turned around and left. Second brother, do you want me to kill him? In the car, Luke said. Jiang Haoran glanced at Luke coldly. Do I need your help with my matter? Luke looked at Jiang Haoran with a gloomy face and said nothing. Jiang Haoran closed his eyes, expressionless. In his eyes, Victoria was just a woman. He didn't care at all. What he cared about was Su Beiwang's identity, the head of Jiangling Police Station. As for Johnson, he didn't take her seriously at all and would not compete with someone he didn't like for a woman, as this would only make him feel devalued. Eat more. On the top floor of the hotel, Victoria kept passing food to Johnson. You should eat more too. I'm not doing hard labor. Why should I eat so much? Johnson asked as he ate. Who are these two people today? The Jiang family has two brothers. The one who went on a blind date with me is called Jiang Haoran, and the other one is called Luke. I heard that he is an illegitimate child. They also have an older brother named Jiang Haoyu, who is the top leader of Jiangling. Victoria said, Oh, is the Jiang family very powerful in Jiangling? Well, he is indeed very cool, but I just don't like him. What's so great about him? That's why I don't want an arranged marriage. The man I want to marry in the future must be the most powerful and the strongest. Victoria said, Do I look like that? Johnson laughed. It's just SOSO, but it's okay. In my opinion, I'd give it an 80. Victoria said with a smile. Chapter 48, Pack Up and Take Away. Johnson smiled slightly. Thank you. It's still 80 points. I thought I could only get 50 points at most. Victoria narrowed her eyes, staring straight at Johnson, and commented, Your appearance meets my standards. A man should be as strong as you, not too white, with dark skin, looking healthy, and a height that matches mine. He must be able to fight and protect me, and he must be very good at fighting. It would be best if he also has a good temper and is obedient. Johnson's mouth twitched. I'm not very good at fighting, and I have a bad temper. I kill people at any time. Victoria smiled and said, I know you are ruthless, so I admire you very much. You are decisive and never show mercy to bad guys, but you will not hurt innocent people. You have a strong sense of justice. What I admire most is that you are an honest person, down to earth, and you don't take crooked paths. Johnson was stared at by Victoria, and her heart was pounding when she said, That's because you haven't seen the real me. Otherwise, you would be scared. Victoria's eyes were full of tenderness, and she said in a soft voice, Then tell me, who are you? Johnson got goosebumps when Victoria looked at him, and his body trembled. I can't stand you like this. Victoria's face changed, and she cursed. You are such a bitch. Okay, I have something serious to say. There is something wrong with Luke, Johnson said seriously. Victoria was slightly stunned. What's the problem? This man has a strong sense of hostility and a fierce look in his eyes. He must have killed many people. I also sensed that his aura was very weird. If I'm not mistaken, he is practicing some weird martial arts. This martial arts may be related to the missing children. Johnson guessed, but he was not sure. Victoria perked up immediately and asked, Are you sure? Not sure, but he's suspicious. Even if it doesn't matter, he's definitely not a good person. Never mind him. I'll go back and investigate him now. Well, Victoria, you'd better be careful when investigating him. He has a cruel and ruthless personality. Victoria narrowed her eyes and smiled. Are you concerned about me? Isn't that nonsense? Of course I care about you. I understand. Bye. Victoria smiled and turned to leave. Hey, have you paid yet? Don't worry, my dad is a VIP at this hotel, and the money has already been deducted. That's good. Johnson was relieved. Don't waste so many dishes. Waiter, pack them up. Johnson packed up all the leftovers and took away a bottle of fine wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. His action stunned the waiter. After all, who would be so embarrassed as to pack up the food when they can consume here? Johnson took it because he hadn't eaten any of the food on the table. He might as well take it back for Eric and Chanchan to try. It was just past 8 o'clock when I got home, and this was the earliest night I had returned in the past few days. Brother, why are you so early tonight? Aren't you working overtime? No, I got off work early today. Have you eaten yet? Yes, I ate some noodles to make do with the evening. Chanchan took Angela to KFC for a meal. Johnson smiled and said, It just so happens that there's a company dinner today. I packed some food. Let's eat some and have a drink. Eric licked his lips. I'm not full yet. I haven't had a drink in a long time. Come on, come on. Elder brother. Angela and Eve were playing in the room. When they heard Johnson's voice, they ran over quickly. Angela. Johnson hugged her and sat on the sofa and asked, Angela, did you go to eat hamburgers again tonight? Yeah, my sister took me there. Angela said with a smile. Johnson looked at Eve and said, Chanchan, please don't spoil her. No, Angela is very well behaved. She didn't want to eat tonight, so I took her there, Eve said. Angela, you can't eat hamburgers often. You have to eat more meals, okay? Yeah, I got it, brother. Wow, there's so many delicious foods. I want to eat some too. Angela looked at the many dishes on the coffee table and shouted for food. Chanchan, eat some more. These are the meals from a 5-star hotel. Try them and see how they taste. Johnson called. Good. The family of 4 get along very well, and Johnson likes this home feeling very much. A bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was also made by Johnson and Eric. The next day, Johnson got up early again and came to the company early in the morning. The company was full of goods again overnight. Brother Lynn, why don't you take a break today? Lynn Kai felt a little sorry for this man. Even though he had a lot of stuff, Johnson alone was not enough. It's okay, I'm fine. Johnson declined the offer and just took it as exercise and started a new day of moving bricks. I ran back and forth 3 times in one morning. Just after I loaded the car and prepared to set off in the afternoon, I received a call from Harrison saying that he had found out the information and arrested a relevant person and asked Johnson to go over to question him personally. Johnson immediately drove the truck to the Eagle Group compound. It was more like a bandit den than a group. It is a 3-story building with a particularly large yard. There is no security guard standing guard at the door, but a few social people who are good at painting dragons and tigers. There were more than a dozen cars parked in the yard, mostly vans, and 7 or 8 guys were standing at the door of the building, including Harrison and Danny. Mr. Johnson, you are here. Hello, Brother Lynn. Harrison and Danny hurried over to say hello. Johnson nodded and asked, where are the people? Brother Lynn, he's inside. This guy is still very stubborn. If I hadn't waited for you, Brother Lynn, to come, I would have killed him long ago. Danny said. Johnson's mouth twitched, and he looked at Danny. Are you healed? Haha, Brother Lao Lin misses you. Okay. Lead the way. Harrison and Danny took Johnson to the backyard of the building, behind which were several storage rooms. They entered a room with a wooden bed. Danny moved the bed away and found something else inside. Johnson looked at the dark passage under the bed and laughed. Your company has a dungeon? Harrison smiled awkwardly. Mr. Johnson, please forgive me. Johnson didn't bother to pay attention to them and followed Danny to the basement, where there were a few thugs guarding there. I saw a man with a bruised face and nose kneeling on the ground. It seemed that he was beaten by Danny. Brother Lynn is him. Last night, I asked my brothers to get information. He was drunk in the bar and inadvertently said that he would go to follow and look for children tomorrow. I thought this guy must be related to what Brother Lynn wanted to investigate. So today I sent someone to follow him quietly. And sure enough, I found that this guy was sneaking around the street, looking for places where there were children. Danny said, pointing at the man. Johnson nodded. Well, that's good. Did you find out anything? No, I'm very stubborn. Johnson squatted down, looked at the man, and asked, why are you asking about the child? The man looked up at Johnson and said with contempt, you'd better let me go, otherwise you won't know how to die. Damn it, you still dare to be stubborn. Danny slapped him in the face. Chapter 49, Getting a Clue. Johnson smiled faintly, stood up, and said to Danny, Danny, pry open his mouth. Just don't die before he speaks. Danny raised the corner of his mouth, as excited as if he had received an imperial decree, and ordered, hold this guy's hand. The two thugs immediately stretched out one of his hands and pressed it to the ground. Danny took a sledgehammer, spat on his hand, raised the sledgehammer above his head, and smashed it hard next to the man's palm. With a bang, the frightened man turned pale and struggled desperately. Damn it, why can't I hit it? Danny cursed and continued to swing the sledgehammer. He hit it several times, deliberately missing the target each time. The man was so scared that he was trembling and sweating profusely. Every time he was hit, it felt like he was on a roller coaster. Danny saw that he was shaking with fear and his face was pale, so he squatted down and asked, are you still stubborn? You know where I am from? You'd better let me go, otherwise. Huh? What else? I think you're looking for death. Danny didn't ask any more questions. He raised the sledgehammer and smashed it hard on the back of the man's hand. With a muffled sound, the man's palm was instantly covered in blood and several fingers were smashed to pieces. The intense pain made the man scream at the top of his lungs. Take out his other hand, Danny ordered. No. The man finally got scared and tried his best to resist. But because of the large number of people, the other hand was soon pressed to the ground. Danny smiled evilly. Really not going to tell me? If you don't tell me, I will take my time. I will first hit your hands, then your feet, and finally your head. With a bang, the head will be torn into pieces like a watermelon, and the brain will burst out. How about it? Want to try it? Danny said, then spat into his mouth again, raised the hammer, and smashed it next to him. With a bang, this guy was scared to the point of peeing. I'll tell you. Danny smiled coldly. You should have said no earlier. Brother Lynn, it's done. Johnson had been watching, and when he saw the man speak, he asked, what do you want to do by asking about the child? I really don't know what we are doing. My boss told us to scout out places in the city where children are and where adults are likely to be careless. Then note the locations, and someone will come to catch these children the next day. Where have all these kids been taken? I really don't know. That's all I know. Danny, boy, you're still being stubborn, aren't you? I'm telling you, these children are in warehouse number 4 on Chowman Street. As for where they're being shipped to or what they're being used for, I really don't know. I beg you, please let me go. What do you do? Ching Gang. We are from the Ching Gang. Harrison was slightly stunned. Mr. Johnson, the Ching Gang is the largest gang in Jiangling, with more than 10,000 disciples and a huge influence. Yeah, Johnson had gotten what he wanted. That's all the man knew, and it showed in his eyes. Johnson came outside, followed by Danny and Harrison. Don't keep anyone here, Johnson said calmly. Clear. Mr. Johnson, do you need any help? Harrison asked. Not for now. I can handle this matter myself. Besides, can you defeat the Green Gang? Johnson said. Excuse me, Mr. Johnson. There is no way we can defeat the Green Gang. Harrison smiled awkwardly. That's great. Just do your job well. I won't treat you unfairly. I'll tell you when you need help. Also, don't mention this to anyone. I'm leaving now. Yes. Johnson said this and left. Johnson called Victoria immediately. Hey, Victoria, we have a clue. Where are you? I'll be there soon. Johnson parked the car somewhere randomly and told Victoria the address. 20 minutes later, Victoria arrived in a Jeep. Get in the car. There's something wrong with Luke. Today I sent someone to follow him, and 2 of my colleagues died. Victoria said coldly. Johnson was slightly stunned. You sent someone to follow? How can we investigate him if we don't follow him? He's a master of internal strength, and you sent an ordinary person to follow him. How could you come up with that? Johnson was speechless. Victoria stepped on the brakes and looked at Johnson. What else? I actually hate ancient martial artists the most. They rely on their martial arts skills and completely disregard the law. Johnson, are you also an ancient martial artist? Johnson scratched his hair awkwardly. I guess so. I knew you were that powerful. No matter how powerful an ordinary person is, it's impossible for him to defeat dozens of people by himself. Are you powerful? It's okay, but I didn't kill innocent people. Victoria rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, You dare? I'll catch you. Okay, let's get down to business. I've already found out that these kids were tied up there, and I know it was the Jiangling Green Gang's doing. Johnson said seriously. What? Where? Victoria couldn't wait any longer. Warehouse number 4, Chuyang Street. After hearing this, Victoria immediately took out her cell phone. Johnson immediately stopped her. What are you doing? Shake the man. Catch him. You made such a fuss that you caught some people, but they were just small fry. Can you catch the real mastermind? What do you mean? Keep an eye on them first. They must have a purpose in capturing the children, and they will definitely not leave them in the city. If I'm not mistaken, they will transport them away at night. I will follow them then. You wait for my notification. Johnson said. Victoria didn't even think twice and said, I'll go with you. No, you'll be easily discovered. Okay then. Victoria also knew that she was not good at hiding and would be easily discovered in front of these ancient warriors. Soon, the 2 arrived outside warehouse number 4 on Choyang Street. You wait here, I'll go see what's going on inside, Johnson said. Yeah. Victoria nodded. Be careful. Johnson smiled at her. Are you concerned about me? Nonsense. Victoria rolled her eyes. Johnson smiled slightly, sneaked into the warehouse without anyone noticing, and took a look at the situation inside. The entrance was heavily guarded, with a dozen thugs watching, and they were all carrying pistols. Parked at the door of the warehouse was a truck that was exactly the same as the one I saw last time at Yongfu Orphanage. Johnson quietly came to the top of the warehouse and looked down. There were a dozen thugs playing cards together inside. In the farthest corner, Johnson indeed found the children locked up there. All of them were tied up and their mouths were sealed with tape. A bunch of scum, they all deserved to die. Johnson was furious. Although he had killed countless people, they were all people who deserved to be killed and their enemies. Anyone who can harm a child cannot be called a human being and deserves to be killed. Chapter 50. Luke the man behind the scenes. Johnson, the head of Dragon Soul Palace, would not be so impulsive. What's more, he is still an ordinary person. If he wants to find the person behind the scenes, he must be patient temporarily. After finding out the situation, Johnson quietly retreated and got into the car quietly. Johnson, when did you come here? Victoria, who had been in the car, concentrating on observing the situation outside, was suddenly startled when she heard the sound of a car door opening. Johnson slumped into the car and said, I just walked here. Tisk. Victoria obviously didn't believe it and asked, You went in? Johnson nodded. Yeah, sure enough, those missing children are kept here. What? When Victoria heard that the child was found, she immediately said, Then what are we waiting for? Rescue the child now, and then bring all these people back to the police station for interrogation. We will definitely be able to find out who is behind this. Don't be naive. These people are probably just here to get things done. If we want to know who is behind the scenes, we have to wait. Johnson guessed that these people probably didn't know who was behind the scenes. Wait, if the child is in danger, you will be responsible. Johnson said seriously, Victoria, if we don't find out who is behind this, even if we save them this time, more children will get into trouble in the future. We have to root out the problem. Victoria nodded. Okay. After waiting till 12 o'clock in the evening, there was still no movement. Victoria was very anxious. Johnson, How long do you have to wait? Johnson looked at Victoria speechlessly. Officer Victoria, you are the captain of the criminal police team after all. How can you be so patient? I don't know how you got this position. You must have connections. Victoria blushed slightly and rolled her eyes at Johnson. Bullshit. You are the one with connections. I graduated from a real police academy and worked my way up from the bottom to this position. Johnson said with disdain, Come on, how old are you? You have at most 3 years of police experience. If you don't have connections, no one would believe you. Victoria was exposed, her face flushed, and she glared at Johnson angrily. Johnson, you fart. Oh, I'm so angry. Victoria gritted her teeth and reached out to hit Johnson on the back of his head. If you dare to make fun of me, I will kill you. Victoria, stop it. You dare to deny me, Johnson. You are finished. Victoria refused to give in and beat Johnson wildly with both hands. At this moment, the warehouse door finally opened and the truck slowly drove out. Johnson saw something was wrong and held Victoria's hands with both hands. Victoria, something is wrong. What? Victoria hurriedly looked outside and found something was happening. Johnson, what now? Well, I'll follow them. When we get there, I'll give you the address and you can arrange for police support. I want to go to... No, it's inconvenient to take you with me. Snort. Victoria was very upset. When she reacted, she saw Johnson took advantage of this opportunity to hold her hand tightly and cursed. Johnson, are you taking advantage of me? Johnson quickly let go of Victoria's hand with a look of disgust and said, Miss Sue, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Johnson, you're dead. Victoria's pretty face turned slightly red, and when she saw Johnson's disgusted look, her eyes widened. Johnson hurriedly got out of the car and called out, Victoria, no kidding, wait for my news, okay? I know. Victoria nodded and shouted, Be careful. Johnson turned around and smiled, then disappeared into the night. Asshole, do you think so little of me? Bah. Victoria cursed at the air and drove away to deploy police forces. The truck drove from the city to the suburbs, and an hour later, the truck stopped on the road outside the city. Several people got down, opened the car, and carried more than a dozen children down. There were several vans parked at a small intersection on the road, and all the children were transferred to the vans. All of this was witnessed by Johnson, who immediately called Victoria. Victoria, you must immediately arrange for someone to guard the warehouse and wait for the truck to come back and arrest them immediately. Okay, where are you now? I'll send you a location. Don't send anyone over for now. After hanging up the phone, Johnson continued to follow. The path was very narrow and only one car could pass through. There were barren mountains and wilderness on both sides. Johnson followed. The more worried he became. It didn't look like child trafficking was the case at all. If it wasn't child trafficking, then the children who had gone missing before were most likely dead. On the other side, Victoria ordered Robert to take his men to wait around warehouse number 4 and arrest them immediately once the truck returned. Drove to the address Johnson sent her alone, ignoring his instructions. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the foot of a mountain. There was no road ahead. There were already more than a dozen people waiting. Each of them carried a child and walked towards the path on the mountain. Johnson followed all the way to a flat place halfway up the mountain. There were no buildings here, but he could vaguely see a cave in front of him. There were a dozen people guarding outside with heavy weapons. There were 2 men in black guarding the cave entrance. Johnson could tell at a glance that both of them were mid-stage internal strength masters. Johnson immediately sent Victoria a location and asked her to lead people to surround the place immediately. Victoria was already waiting at the intersection. After getting the address, she rushed over immediately and notified Robert to dispatch someone to come over. When the 2 people at the entrance of the cave saw the child being brought in, they called out to the others to guard outside, and they took the child into the cave. There was a pungent smell of blood in the cave. On a stone pier sat a skinny young man with fierce eyes. It was Luke from the Jiang family. Master, the person has been brought here. Luke gave a fierce look to the dozen or so children huddled together and shivering, then smiled wickedly. Ha, very good. These 10 days are crucial. I must capture 100 children. As long as I absorb the clean blood essence of another 100 children, I will surely be able to break through to the transformation realm. Even if I cannot break through, I will be able to reach the transformation realm halfway. Who in the Jiang family dares to look down on me by then? I will kill anyone who does, ha ha. Master, rest assured. Very good. Ada and Air, You have followed me for many years, and Luke, will never treat you unfairly. When I take the top position in the Jiang family, you will be my right-hand man, and then the whole Jiangling will be ours. Thank you, my lord. I will be loyal to you. Well, you guys go guard outside and don't let anyone in. Yes. Ada and A Heir are Luke's protectors. Although Luke is a member of the Jiang family, he does not receive much protection from the Jiang family. His master is an evil cultivator of ancient martial arts. Since ancient times, evil practitioners have been despised by their peers in the ancient martial arts world. Luke doesn't care about that. He just wants to be strong enough to do whatever he wants. He is surrounded by black air. His eyes are fierce, and he is full of murderous spirit. Chapter 51, Action. Johnson glanced around and saw dense woods on both sides. There were about 40 or 50 people outside the cave, all holding heavy firepower. Evil spirit. Johnson smelled something evil and thought of Luke he met last night. Now he was sure that he must be behind this. Just as Johnson was about to take action, he noticed someone coming down the mountain, and he looked very familiar. How come she's here so fast? Johnson's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was beside Victoria. Why are you here? Johnson, why can't I come? Victoria asked with wide eyes. Don't be impulsive, follow me. Johnson gave some instructions, and the two of them quietly came to a place 100 meters away from the cave and hid. Victoria, we've identified the location. There are about 50 people here, and they all have guns. To prevent any of them from slipping through the net, I'll go and deal with them. Don't show up, Johnson said. Are you going alone? My people will be here soon. Victoria was still worried about Johnson. Johnson smiled and said, Why? You think I can't do it? Victoria said seriously, Johnson, that's not what I meant. They all have guns, and the situation is unclear. What if something happens to you? What should I do alone? Johnson chuckled. Don't worry, I can handle them. Just be careful. No, I'll go with you. Nonsense. If you really want to help me, you'll be obedient. Victoria said unhappily. What do you mean, Johnson? Do you think I'm holding you back? Victoria, I'm not kidding. We don't understand the situation now, and there's no time to waste. The longer we delay, the more danger the child will be in. Johnson said seriously. Okay, be careful and don't be so stubborn. Johnson comforted Victoria and disappeared without a worry. Victoria looked at the situation ahead nervously, pulled out the pistol from her waist, and was ready to respond to Johnson at any time. Johnson arrived at the destination in a breath. Ooh! Before the group of people could react, Johnson rushed towards the people in front like a ghost, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Puff, puff, puff. Johnson used his fingers as blades, and wherever he passed, he cut off the throat with one finger. They didn't even have the chance to shoot. Something is happening. Those who reacted picked up their guns and shot wildly at Johnson's afterimage. Victoria's heart tightened, and she ignored Johnson's instructions and rushed forward with a gun in hand. Johnson would not give them the chance to fire a second shot. He put his palm on the ground and sucked the energy. The stones on the ground rose out of thin air. He waved his hand, and the stones flew out like sharp blades and hit the remaining people right on target. Puff, puff, puff. All those who were hit fell to the ground and died. 50 small fish were dealt with in a short time. Johnson clapped his hands and looked at Ada and Air at the entrance of the cave. The two men faced Johnson with suspicion on their faces. They saw everything and believed that they were no match for Johnson. Johnson, are you okay? Victoria came to Johnson with a gun in hand, looking worried. Don't move. Victoria immediately pointed the gun at Ada and Air. Johnson, are these people dead? Victoria was so stunned that she didn't even see how Johnson did it. Johnson frowned. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Victoria held the gun in both hands and said nervously, Nonsense, am I not worried about your safety? Johnson ignored Victoria and said, Let the people inside come out. Who are you? A dead man. Do you need to know so much? Ada and Air trembled slightly and shouted, Master, something is wrong. Luke naturally heard the noise outside, but he was very confident that and Air could handle it. Luke heard that something was wrong. He was filled with anger and walked out of the cave angrily. Luke! Victoria recognized Luke at the first sight. Even though she had some doubts beforehand, she was still shocked. Luke was also shocked. Victoria? Haha, there's a road to heaven, but you don't take it, so you're going to break into hell. And you, it's really interesting. Luke found that there were only Victoria and Johnson, and he immediately laughed wildly. Victoria was furious and asked coldly, Luke, you are the one who kidnapped the innocent child? Are you still a human being? What on earth do you want to do? Luke smiled evilly. Huh. Why do you need to know so much about a dead person? Humph. You have crossed the bottom line of the law. I'm going to arrest you now. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Luke, wondering what his confidence was. Ancient martial arts evil cultivator. You are using the child's blood essence to practice martial arts. Huh. Luke finally noticed Johnson and frowned. How did you know? Johnson's eyes turned cold. You are not even a human being. Luke stared at Johnson fiercely and laughed wildly. Only the weak can't even be considered human. Only the strong can look down on all living beings in the world. And you can only look up to me. Johnson smiled faintly. Confidence means invincibility? You're going a bit too far. Master, is this person a master? Ada reminded. Luke was slightly stunned, but he couldn't tell Johnson's strength and didn't believe Johnson could beat him. Ha ha, master? That's ridiculous. Luke's face was ferocious. He formed a palm with one hand and rushed toward Johnson. Go to hell. Bang, bang, bang. When Victoria saw Luke was about to kill Johnson, she fired 3 shots without saying a word. Luke ignored it and dodged it easily. He was already in front of Johnson and pushed him with his palm. Johnson moved his body slightly to protect Victoria, but before his palm reached her, a black aura could be seen rushing towards her. Johnson's lips. He pointed out with one finger and a powerful force shot out like a sharp blade. Puff! How is this possible? Luke felt his palm being pierced instantly, and the severe pain made him retreat quickly. Johnson was not going to show any mercy. He followed and hit Luke in the abdomen with his palm from midair. With a bang, Luke was knocked flying and hit the mountain wall. BFFD. Luke felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. A stream of black blood spurted out, and he rolled on the ground. How is this possible? How is this possible? Luke gritted his bloodshot teeth and stared at Johnson with unwilling eyes. He never thought that he couldn't even defeat one of Johnson's moves. Johnson didn't kill him. He kept him alive so Victoria could catch him. Otherwise, Luke would have died long ago. Master, run quickly. All this happened in just a breath. Ada and Air reacted and rushed towards Johnson regardless of everything. Johnson would not show mercy to these 2 people. He raised his hands and hit them in the chest with both palms. Boom, boom. Ada and Air had not yet put down their raised moves. The 2 of them seemed to be frozen there, their eyes full of fear. Then a cloud of blood mist dispersed, and the 2 men fell to the ground instantly. Chapter 52, You Are Responsible. In this split second, Luke knew he couldn't beat Johnson, so he dragged his seriously injured body and ran towards the forest at a high speed. Want to leave? Seeing this, Victoria rushed forward and Johnson didn't have time to hold her back. Victoria, you're looking for death. Luke looked fierce, raised his hand, and hit Victoria's chest through the air. Puff! Victoria underestimated the injured Luke and was knocked away by a palm. Johnson reacted quickly, caught Victoria, and raised his hand to hit Luke with a palm. Boom! Luke had nowhere to hide and was knocked away by a palm and fell into the forest. Victoria, Victoria. Johnson quickly squatted down and supported Victoria's head. Her face was now pale and blood was foaming at her mouth. Johnson, go chase him quickly. Don't let him run away. Victoria said weakly, then tilted her head and spat out a mouthful of black blood. It's already so late. You're going to die. I feel so uncomfortable. I'm a little cold. Johnson, am I really going to die? Victoria's breath became weaker and weaker, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Can you please stop talking? I want to help you heal your wounds now. You were hit in the chest, and evil energy has entered your body. Once the evil energy enters your internal organs, it will be troublesome. Then why don't you save me quickly? Johnson nodded and said, Victoria, I don't have any silver needles, so I can only use my fingers to help you get rid of the evil spirits, so I have to take off your clothes. Do you understand what I mean? Victoria, who was originally weak, raised her head when she heard this and asked in pain, Johnson, what do you mean? Do you want to take advantage of me? Ahem, wow. Victoria spoke. She spat out another mouthful of black blood. Johnson was speechless for a while, then said seriously, It's time now. What's more important, life or innocence? Besides, I have absolutely no improper thoughts. Ahem. No, my wound is so private, and you've seen it all. How can I face other people? Victoria, I'm not kidding. If you hesitate any longer, It will be too late for me to save you even if I want to. Unless you take responsibility, otherwise, I would rather die. Victoria felt that she was at a disadvantage when she thought about Johnson seeing her naked body. But her life was more important, so she simply wanted Johnson to take responsibility. Johnson looked at Victoria, who was getting weaker and weaker, but still looked strong. He thought that since he was a bachelor, he should just be responsible. Besides, Victoria was a super beauty, so he would not lose out no matter how he thought about it. Okay. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. Victoria gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, that's good enough." Johnson stopped talking, laid Victoria flat, and reached out to take off Victoria's white long-sleeve shirt. Victoria's chest was beating fast, her eyes were wide open, and she was almost dying, but she still grabbed Johnson's hand and said, "Johnson, you owl. Come on, this is better." Johnson laughed in his heart. Before Victoria could finish her words, she vomited blood and fainted. Johnson quickly took off Victoria's top, revealing a black lace bra. Her breasts were raised high and still beating slightly. If he had silver needles in hand, he could use them to inject true chi to remove the evil spirits. Now, he could only use his fingers to touch the wound. Not that Johnson wanted to take advantage. Johnson didn't hesitate and directly unhooked her bra, and Victoria's 2 white rabbits were completely liberated. Wow, it's so big. Johnson couldn't help but take a few glances. Facing such a top-notch product, which man could resist? It's just that this one is dark, which is a bit regrettable. Johnson muttered as Luke slapped her on the right side, leaving a black and purple spot on Victoria's right chest. "What's dark?" Johnson, what are you looking at?" Victoria suddenly woke up and forced herself to look up, only to see Johnson staring at her chest. Johnson shuddered and explained, "I'm looking at the wound. It's all black and purple." "Asshole, you're dead." Victoria looked at her chest and saw that the right side was all black and purple. She was embarrassed and shocked and screamed, "How could this happen? Hurry up." "Come on, I scare myself," Victoria said, and fainted again. Johnson stretched out his finger, touched the wound, and circulated his chi. The chi in his body passed through his fingers and the wound and was poured into Victoria's body. As the true energy continued to flow in, Victoria's originally bloodless face gradually turned rosy, and her wounds slowly returned to normal. 5 minutes later, the wound had completely healed, and the blue veins on it could be clearly seen. This time Johnson really had a feast for the eyes. "Knock off." Johnson retracted his finger, squatted beside Victoria, looked at the beauty in front of him seriously, and nodded frequently. "Excellent." What he didn't notice was that Victoria had woken up and was staring at Johnson angrily with her eyes wide open and her teeth clenched. "Have you seen enough? I'll kill you." Victoria suddenly sat up and beat Johnson's head wildly with both hands. Johnson felt guilty and quickly stood up and turned around, saying, "Victoria, don't get me wrong. I'm just observing if there are any sequelae. Even dogs wouldn't believe this." "Johnson, I see you clearly now. You are no different from those men. I think you don't even need to take off your clothes. You just want to take advantage of me, right?" Victoria said angrily while putting on her clothes. "Victoria, you are really wrong. I am really observing the treatment effect. Doctors need to keep patients in the hospital for observation even after they have cured them." "Fuck you. Johnson, you're dead." Victoria put on her clothes, stood up, and kicked Johnson in the ass. "I'm so pissed off." Johnson felt guilty, turned around and looked at Victoria and said, "Victoria, I saved you out of kindness. What's wrong with just taking a look?" Victoria laughed. "The true colors are revealed." "No, I mean it's unavoidable during the treatment process. Forget it. Since you saved my life, I'll just give you a break this time." Victoria didn't continue to pester him. After all, she knew Johnson was trying to save her. Johnson smiled and said, "Well, Victoria, look, I've seen it all, and you want me to be responsible for this? Don't even think about it. I still need to observe you carefully and see who you are. You have to tell me honestly, otherwise I won't let you take responsibility," Victoria said. Johnson smiled slightly. "Just observe slowly." Victoria frowned. "Johnson, tell me honestly, who are you?" "Victoria, this is my personal matter. Everyone has some secrets. Don't ask me about it." Victoria was puzzled when she heard Johnson say that, but she didn't ask any more questions. She said, "Go see if Luke has run away." Johnson nodded. "Well, I'll go and see. You go in and save the child." "Good." Johnson went to the mountains to look for Luke, but there was no trace of him. Only traces of blood were left. Run away. Johnson shook his head, regretting his mercy. If he had known this guy was so tough, he should have killed him with one blow. Chapter 53, Capturing Luke. Victoria arrived at the cave, and the children were safe. Don't be afraid, kids. I'm a police officer. You're safe now. Victoria untied the ropes and tapes that bound the children one by one, and the children immediately burst into tears and clamored to go home. Victoria can only continue to comfort their young hearts. Fortunately, 10 minutes later, Robert and his men finally arrived. Captain. Robert looked at the bodies outside, worried, and rushed into the cave. He was relieved to see that Victoria and the child were fine. Captain, I'm glad you're okay. Victoria nodded. Arrange someone to send the child back to the police station and notify the family. Good. Captain, you have done a great job this time. Victoria frowned slightly. The main culprit ran away. The main culprit? Who? Robert asked. Luke from the Jiang family practices evil skills. He captured these children just to use their blood and essence to practice. He is worse than a beast. Victoria said angrily. You are so cruel. You are worse than a beast. He can't run away. Victoria's eyes were firm as she ordered. Robert, take your men to search the surrounding area. Those missing children are likely dead. I believe they dealt with the bodies of those children nearby. We must find evidence as soon as possible. I'm going back to the police station to arrange personnel to arrest Luke at any time. Yes, Robert responded and asked, Officer Victoria, Jiang Haoyu is a city official. Will he be stopped when he goes to arrest him? Victoria said coldly. Anyone who breaks the law must pay the price. What's wrong with the Jiang family? Officer Victoria, were all these people killed by Johnson? Robert asked again. Victoria nodded. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone about this. Johnson is just an ordinary person after all. Just say it was done by the police. Yeah, I understand. Robert naturally wouldn't say that this was a great achievement. Victoria handed the place over to Robert and drove to the police station. She now had to dispatch people to the Jiang family to arrest Luke. Hey, Johnson, are you leaving? Why don't you stay for dinner? I'm going back to the police station now to arrest Luke. Well, go ahead. I think he might have already run away. No matter where he runs to, I will catch him. Your ambition is commendable, but Victoria, if you find him, don't act impulsively. It's best to be well prepared and notify him if you need help. Okay, I got it. Victoria hung up the phone and murmured, Am I so useless? Johnson was no longer worried about Victoria's safety. Although the last palm did not kill Luke, it was certain that he was seriously injured and would need a long time to recover. As long as we find him, he will have no ability to fight back. Johnson returned to the city, found his truck, and saw that it was already past 3 o'clock. He decided to sleep in the car for the night and drive to work the next day. Victoria returned to the police station and immediately held a meeting to report the crime committed by Luke. Then, special police were urgently assembled to seal off and investigate the entire city. He took his men and immediately rushed to the Jiang family. That's because she's the director's daughter, but everyone was worried when they heard that Luke committed the crime. Soon, Victoria and her men arrived at the Jiang family mansion. What puzzled Victoria was that Jiang Haoyu and Jiang Haoran had been waiting at the door for a long time. No doubt someone in the police station tipped off. Victoria, what do you mean? Bringing people here late at night? Do you know where this place is? Jiang Haoran said with a cold face. Victoria held the search warrant and said, Luke is suspected of dozens of child deaths. I suspect he fled to the Jiang family for shelter. I'm going to search for him now. Please cooperate. Victoria, are you still asleep? In the middle of the night, you dare to come to the Jiang residence to search with a random accusation? Jiang Haoran sneered. Victoria froneth. She had no authority here. The police officers behind her were also indifferent. Victoria, let's not talk about whether what you said is true or not. For such a big matter, it's hard to convince people with just your one-sided statement. Also, who gave you the authority to bring people to the Jiang mansion to search in the middle of the night? Jiang Haoyu said calmly, I think you have good intentions, so I won't pursue the matter tonight. Take your people and leave. Master Dufu, Luke practices evil skills and uses the blood and essence of children to practice. I saw this with my own eyes. Please believe what I say. Victoria said. Jiang Haoyu's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, Victoria, if you dare to do this again, I will immediately dismiss you from your position. Everyone retreat. Jiang Haoyu was the top leader of Jiangling. He shouted loudly, and the police officers who accompanied him did not dare to look at him directly and retreated to the side. Victoria frowned. You guys. Victoria, who gave you the authority to mobilize the troops? At this moment, Su Beiwang hurried over, got out of the car, and yelled at the police officer, Everyone go back immediately. Yes. These police officers had wanted to leave for a long time, and when they heard the chief speak, they drove away immediately. Dad, what are you doing? Victoria was very confused when she saw this. Su Beiwang said with a straight face, Victoria, if you continue to act recklessly, I will immediately suspend you for investigation. Victoria's pretty face turned red. She looked at Su Beiwang angrily and left angrily. Su Bei saw Victoria leave. Then he smiled and came to Jiang Haoyu to explain, Master Dufu, it's all because of my poor teaching of my daughter. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Don't worry, this matter ends here. Jiang Haoyu smiled slightly. Director Su, I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. If it happens again, I won't agree. Yes. After Jiang Haoyu and Jiang Haoran finished speaking, they turned around and entered the mansion. Su Beiwang watched the two of them enter the mansion before leaving. Jiang Haoyu and Jiang Haoran came to the backyard hall. Sitting in the center was a man in his 50s, Jareth, the head of the Jiang family. How's it going? Jiang Haoyu said, Dad, it's okay now. Jiang Haoran said coldly, I shouldn't have let Luke go home in the first place. Jareth's face was gloomy, and he asked, Is he really using the child's blood to practice evil skills? Could this be false? I've heard some rumors a long time ago. Who else could it be other than him practicing evil skills? Jiang Haoran said with disdain. Jareth slapped the table lightly with his palm and said, This rebellious son is really shameful. He was practicing and was discovered by others. The reputation of the Jiang family has been ruined by him. Haoran, find him first no matter what. Don't let him fall into the hands of the police. This will have a very bad impact. Haoyu, this matter should be suppressed if possible. After all, it has a bad impact. Haoji is my son after all. I see. Although the Jiang family is all-powerful in Jiangling, this matter concerns the reputation of the Jiang family. The most despicable thing in the ancient martial arts world is evil cultivators. Chapter 54, Ancient Martial Arts Family. In the police station, Victoria was in a bad mood in her office. What happened tonight made her feel powerless. Annie and Luke were the devil, and the Jiang family wanted to stop her. She is ignorant and fearless, but Su Beiwang doesn't think so. When Su Beiwang returned to the police station, the first thing he did was to withdraw all police forces, block the news, and announce to the public that the murderer was someone else and had nothing to do with the Jiang family. Victoria, do you know what you were doing? Su Beiwang still felt unsatisfied, so he found Victoria and wanted to teach her a lesson. Victoria was already furious. Seeing Su Beiwang scolding her, she immediately got angry and retorted, Director Su, do you know what you were doing? You are condoning the murderer. Su Beiwang gritted his teeth in anger. Victoria, you really don't know your place. Do you think you can touch the Jiang family? Should those innocent children die? Can Luke get away with it? So what? The Jiang family is a family of ancient martial arts. Do you know what ancient martial arts represent? They're not ordinary people. How can you get away with going against ancient martial arts? What's wrong with ancient martial arts? Can ancient martial arts rely on force to ignore the existence of the law? Yes, they can. The entire Northern Kingdom, that place, turns a blind eye to ancient warriors. That's the fact. Facts? I think it's a problem. Ancient warriors are also human beings. Why can they be beyond the law? As long as they don't threaten the country and don't kill innocent people, ancient martial artists are outside the law. This is the reality. Su Beiwang said angrily. As the director, he also wants to uphold the law. But this is how the world is. It has always been the law of the jungle. Ancient warriors who are inherited from aristocratic families have preferential treatment. These people are all extraordinary and special. Ordinary people are no match for them at all, and the law is just meaningless in their eyes. Over time, even the country turns a blind eye. As long as these ancient martial arts families behave themselves, do not threaten the state power, do not kill innocent people indiscriminately, and cause a big impact, the country will not easily take action against them. Of course, it is not that the country can't do anything to the ancient martial arts family, but in the center of the Northern Kingdom's political power, there are a few top people who are not ancient martial artists. Johnson is also a person who inherits ancient martial arts. In fact, It is the ancient martial artists who control the world in all countries, so they are so indulgent. Take Jiangling, for example. The top leader and the second in command are from ancient martial arts families, and even the four major conglomerate families have an ancient martial arts heritage. This is the reality. Umph. I only know that killing someone means paying with your life. Besides, Luke has already killed innocent people indiscriminately. He is an unforgivable demon. As long as I know where he is, I will never let him go. Victoria said with a firm look in her eyes. You're just being stubborn. You won't feel at ease until you harm me sooner or later. Su Beiwang was helpless facing Victoria. After all, she was her precious daughter, and she was born with a strong and stubborn temper. Goo-woo. Huh, I'm not afraid. Victoria said secretly, as if to cheer herself up. Everything that happened that night was suppressed by Su Beiwang, and even Victoria's power was restricted. Victoria could only accept her fate. Of course, Johnson knew nothing about these things. As soon as it was light, Johnson drove to the warehouse and went to the toilet to wash his face. It was not until 8 o'clock that Lin Kai opened the warehouse door. Johnson. Lin Kai was very surprised to see Johnson. Johnson had not come back since he left yesterday afternoon. Haha, good morning, Manager Lin. Johnson greeted with a smile. Brother Lin, what did you do yesterday afternoon? My tire was flat, so I found a place to get it fixed. By the time I got it fixed, it was already night. I went to the warehouse over there, but it was closed. When I came back here, it was already off work, so I slept outside that night. Johnson Lit. When Lin Kai heard what was going on, she smiled and said, Oh, that's what I was wondering. How come Brother Lin didn't see anyone? I was scared to death. Lin Kai patted her chest after she finished speaking. She was really scared by Johnson. If Johnson ran away with the goods, she would be responsible. By the way, Manager Lin, I didn't come back yesterday afternoon. Does President Song know about this? Johnson was most worried about Annie, especially since she was angry the night before. If he knew that Johnson was slacking off, who knows how he would treat him? Lin Kai smiled and said, Brother Lin, I helped you keep a secret. I saw that you didn't come back, so I knew something must have happened. So I didn't tell Ms. Song, and she didn't know. Thank you, Manager Lin. Johnson finally felt relieved. Lin Kai smiled and said, Brother Lin, you didn't sleep well tonight. Don't pull the goods today. Take a rest. That's not good. I'd better keep working. Johnson rejected Lin Kai's kindness and said that he would deliver the truckload of goods yesterday afternoon. He dared not take a rest. If Annie knew that he did not come yesterday afternoon, his salary for this year might be reimbursed. Johnson was completely overthinking it and was still angry and didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Instead, she was busy with the recent opening of a real estate project. The top floor of Jinxiu Group. In the president's office, Annie leaned on the sofa with her long legs crossed, pinching her tired shoulders with her fair hands. Linda was sitting opposite her, looking at the plan carefully. Seeing Annie's tired face, she raised her eyes and said, Annie, why don't you go back and rest a day? Annie lazily leaned on the sofa, squinting her eyes and smiling. I can't sleep in the broad daylight. It's almost the first day, and there are still many things to prepare for the opening. Thank you for your hard work. Linda smiled. By the way, I've already contacted the bodyguard you asked me to hire last time. She's a young woman. Annie said. Linda always felt that it was not a good idea to have Chung Gue follow her, so she asked Annie to find a suitable candidate. Yeah, women are the best. At least it won't be embarrassing. Linda nodded in agreement. I thought so too. The bodyguard's name is Lung Bing. I looked up her information, and she is one of the top 100 in the country. Although she is young, she has experience in protecting many wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials. Annie said, Well, when can you come? It should be here in a few days, but the price is a bit expensive. It costs tens of thousands a day, which means the annual hiring fee is almost 10 million. And if the contract is less than 1 year, the price will double. Annie said with pursed lips. Oh, Linda thought for a moment and said, Money is not a problem. After all, she is working hard to earn it. If she does a good job, we can hire her for a long time. Yeah, it happens that the market will open in a few days, and it will come in handy then. I'm worried that someone will come and sabotage it. Yeah, I'm worried about this too. Next month, the government will also hold an open bidding for the old city renovation project, and the biggest competitor is the Wong Group. The Wong family will definitely deal with us secretly, so it's right to be careful. Yeah, I hope it's okay. Linda smiled softly and suddenly thought of Johnson and asked, By the way, Annie, is Johnson still moving goods in the warehouse? Annie heard the name. She immediately turned cold. Don't mention him to me again. Linda tried not to laugh and said, Yeah, I'm glad Miss Song thinks so. I was really worried that you might be bewitched by him. Oh, don't mention him. Now I feel so annoyed whenever I hear his name. Okay, let's not talk about it. And hates Johnson now. She hates him so much that her teeth itch. Chapter 55. The Four Great Families, the Wong Family. 3 days pass quickly. Tomorrow is the day when Jinxiu Group's real estate project will be launched for sale. It seems calm, but undercurrents are surging. As one of the two major real estate giants in Jiangling, the Wong Group, one of the four major families, does not want Jinxiu Group to be so smooth. In the living room of the Wong family villa, Wong Huan, the head of the Wong family, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, rubbing a string of Buddhist beads in his hands. Master, someone is coming. Wang Lin, the Wong family's housekeeper, walked into the hall and said. Wang Huan raised his eyes slightly and said, Let someone in. After a while, a man and a woman came in. They were about 30 years old. They were dressed casually and looked no different from ordinary people. In fact, these two people were killers hired by Wang Huan at a high price. Wang Huan placed the Buddhist beads on a coffee table, slowly stood up, and looked at the two people in front of him, whom he had hired for 100 million yuan. Are you two the 39th ranked Scorpion Viper in the North? Wang Huan looked at their temperament and was obviously a little unconvinced. The man spoke first. Boss Wang, do you look suspicious? Wang Huan smiled awkwardly. That's not the case. I just didn't expect you guys to be so young. The woman nicknamed Viper held a coin between her fingers and waved it casually at Wang Huan. With a whoosh sound, Wang Huan smiled faintly and reached out to grab the coin. The coin was in his palm, and a strong force burst out, which was a unique force of internal strength. Wang Huan held the coin calmly, and then put his hands behind his back. I didn't expect that you two are middle-stage internal strength masters at such a young age. When the venomous snake saw Wang Huan catch the coin so easily, it showed a look of astonishment, but quickly returned to normal. After all, Wang Huan did not hide his strength. Haha, Boss Wang, can we talk now? Scorpion said with a smile. You two, please. Wang Huan motioned for the two to sit down and said Wang Lin. Butler Wang Lin came over with 2 photos and an address and placed them on the table. You two, your target this time is these 2 people. One is Linda, the president of Jinxiu Group, and the other is Annie, the vice president. Go to this address tomorrow, and they will definitely show up. Wang Huan said. Scorpion held a photo in one hand and started looking at it. Seeing how beautiful Linda and Annie were, he smiled evilly. Boss Wang, isn't it a pity to kill them like this? Wang Huan smiled faintly and said, It's not a pity at all. Viper snatched the photo and said, Don't worry, Boss Wang. They will definitely die tomorrow. Wang Huan raised his lips slightly. That's good. Then I'll leave it to you two. Do you need any cooperation? Scorpion said confidently. Just prepare the balance. Not to mention 2 ordinary people, even a late-stage expert like Boss Wang, can be easily killed by us. Wang Huan's mouth twitched, and his expression turned slightly cold. Then he smiled and said, Haha, money is not a problem. Okay, Boss Wang, goodbye. The scorpion and the poisonous snake didn't waste any time and left with the photos and address. After they left, Wang Huan asked, Is the second master back? Master, the second master is on his way. Wang Huan waved his hand. You can go down. Yes. After everyone left, Wang Huan stretched out his clenched right hand, and the coin in his palm had been deformed. Wang Huan picked up the coin, and there was a red mark on his palm. Looking at the mark, he murmured, He is in the middle stage of internal strength, but he can hurt me. He is indeed a top killer. After a while, a man in his 40s came in from outside. He also had the strength of mid-level internal energy. Brother, what's the matter with you calling me back? The man was Wang Huan's younger brother Wang Qing, the leader of the Jiangling Qing gang. The killer just arrived, Wang Huan said seriously. Here. Wang Qing, sitting opposite, asked in confusion. 100 million just to kill Linda? Brother, you are really generous. Wang Huan smiled slightly. What do you know? Don't underestimate Linda. She is a member of the Li family. Besides, Linda has been competing with me for the old city renovation project. As long as she dies, this project will be mine. It's worth more than 100 million. Linda and Jiangling, you don't need to hire any assassins. Just leave it to me. No, no, no. Wang Huan shook his head repeatedly. If you take action, even if you kill Linda, Will the Lee family stop? Once something big happens, Jiangling will be in complete chaos. Wang Qing asked in confusion. Wouldn't this killer have the same result? Wang Huan smiled faintly. This is different. Not to mention that no one knows that it was the assassin we hired. Even if a Yuan guessed it was me, he wouldn't dare to do anything openly. As long as we don't do it openly, won't the situation remain the same? Haven't there been enough open and covert struggles over the years? This time is not a big deal. Wang Qing nodded. Well, what Big Brother said makes sense. But can this killer succeed? There is a Chun Gue beside Linda. Wang Huan said confidently. It shouldn't be a big problem. The killer we hired this time is indeed worth 100 million. As a killer, he knows how to hide himself. These two people don't have a trace of warrior aura. Standing in front of me, they're just like ordinary people. They're not simple. Moreover, they are young, but they have the strength of the middle stage of internal energy, and their chi is strong. That's good, as long as it's professional. Very professional. By the way, brother, you call me back so urgently. Is there anything else you want to arrange? Wang Qing asked. Wang Huan nodded slightly. That's right, we won't do it this time. If we do it, we have to do it thoroughly. I asked you to come back to prevent any accidents. What's the surprise? Of course it's those two killers. Wang Huan's eyes were a little more ruthless. If they fail, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? So, this time we must make sure it's foolproof. Brother, what do you say we should do? Wang Huan thought for a moment and said, well, tomorrow you arrange for someone to set up an ambush at the opening of Jinxiu and prepare a few more sniper rifles. Also, arrange more people in the crowd and have them all bring weapons. Also, arrange more people on the road to prevent Linda from escaping and intercept her on the road. Of course, this is all in the case that the killer fails. If they succeed, you must immediately withdraw all the people. If they fail, you must eliminate Linda and Annie tomorrow. Wang Qing nodded. Understood. Brother, aren't you afraid of Li Yuan's revenge? Wang Qing asked curiously. Wang Huan smiled evilly. If we really want to tear each other's faces apart and use Linda's life as the price, we can give it a try. If it really comes to that, the situation in Jiangling will also change. What am I afraid of? There's still the Jiang and Qi families above me. Besides, speaking of the Li family, Li Yuan's good days are coming to an end. Wang Qing smiled and said, Brother, is Tan Qin's plan almost successful? Wang Huan smiled proudly. What do you think? I really want to see Li Yuan and Lu Xiong fight each other. Then Zidane will be unable to sit still. Chapter 56 opening. On November 1st, Jiangling entered winter. Annie has been planning for a long time to ensure a smooth opening today. Early in the morning, Linda and Annie got up early to prepare for today's opening event. Linda wore a fashionable white suit, cropped pants, and a pair of white high heels, showing off her beauty and CEO style. An black lace long dress, matched with her exquisite face, showed her nobility and elegance. Inside the villa compound, Chun Gue had already been waiting. There was a cold and beautiful woman beside him. She looked cold, wearing a black suit, with shoulder-length hair and sharp eyes. She is the bodyguard hired by Annie, cold and cold. Mississippi. When Chun Gue saw Linda coming out, he took the initiative to open the back door of the business Benz. Chun Gue, you could go home after the event is over. Linda was ready to send Chen back to the Lee family yesterday, but he insisted on leaving after today's activities were over. Chun Gue nodded slightly. Yeah. Linda and Annie got into the back seat of the car. Chun Gue entered the driver's seat skillfully and got on the passenger seat coldly, without saying a word. Chun Gue was quite worried about this new bodyguard. Otherwise, he would not have asked to follow Linda. Linda and Annie were very satisfied with Lung Bing, who was a quiet man who knew the rules well and gave them enough private space. I'll take a nap. Call me when we get there. Annie started dozing off as soon as she got in the car. Good. The car drove towards the new building of Jinxiu Real Estate. In the warehouse on the first floor of the Jinxiu Group headquarters, Johnson came early in the morning to move the goods. The past few days have been quite quiet, which gave Johnson a rare few days of leisure. The purpose of coming here so early is to finish moving as soon as possible and get off work and go home early. Johnson had already loaded a truck with goods early in the morning. He said hello to Lynn Kai and drove away to deliver the goods. Hello. Morning, Mr. Johnson. On the way, Johnson received a call from Harrison and asked curiously, why are you calling so early in the morning? Is there something urgent? Nothing, Mr. Johnson. Are you still working as a security guard in Jinxiu? No, I'm working as a porter now. Johnson responded indifferently. On the other end of the phone, Harrison's mouth twitched. Oh. Just say it if you have something to say. Harrison's attitude made Johnson very unhappy, and had something to say, but didn't say it, which made him very upset. Harrison did not hide it and said, "It's nothing serious. I got a piece of information early in the morning. Today, the Green Gang is planning to assassinate Annie and Linda at the new property of Jinxiu Group. I think Mr. Johnson is not working as a security guard there, so I want to inform Mr. Johnson to be careful, and it is best not to go to work today." Johnson frowned when he heard this. Is the news reliable? It should be true. The Qing Gang asked me to do this before. They only asked me to do this because they didn't want to mess up with the Lee family. Now it looks like the two families are going to have a falling out. The news is reliable. Oh, how much do you know? I don't know much, but I heard that the Green Gang is very confident this time. I also know that they have prepared sniper rifles. It looks like they are serious about this. Sniper rifle? Johnson frowned and said, "Okay, I know about this." After that, Johnson hung up the phone and immediately called Annie. The phone rang a few times, and then Annie, who was angry, hung up without mercy. Johnson continued to hit her a few more times, but Annie still did the same. It's so hateful. I just took a nap, and this bastard won't stop, right? Annie in the car said angrily. Linda smiled and said, "Annie, maybe they want to talk to you about something." Him? Forget it. Even if there is something wrong, I won't bother with him anymore. Yeah, let him be. And still has some complaints about Johnson. And with Linda around, she can't bring herself to answer the phone. Are you crazy? Johnson couldn't get through the phone and couldn't help but curse at the air. Forget it, let's go. Johnson originally didn't want to go, but when he thought about and being in danger, he really couldn't just sit there and watch. Although, and had a bit of a spoiled brat temper, she helped Johnson a lot. Johnson immediately drove a large truck towards the place. Half an hour later, Johnson arrived at his destination, but his car couldn't drive in. The new Jinxiu property had just opened for sale, attracting many people, and both sides of the road were filled with parked cars. Johnson got out of the car and walked to the sales department. There were nearly 10,000 people gathered outside, all of whom were there to queue up. Annie made full preparations. Various promotional slogans and various preferential activities can be seen everywhere. A stage was built outside the sales department. From a distance, you could see Jinxiu staff on the stage explaining the event to the people on site. Any customer who pays for a room today can enjoy a 10% discount and receive a luxury gift package. Moreover, Jinxiu Homeland has launched a lucky draw, and the first prize is a luxury car worth $1 million. Today, we have also invited our image spokesperson to interact with everyone in person, and there are many gifts. Linda, the president of Jinxiu Group, and Ms. Annie, the president of Jinxiu Group's real estate, were present in person. The atmosphere was lively, and the host on stage was introducing the event with great effort. It seemed that no one remembered the negative events of Jinxiu real estate earlier. Johnson had been in the crowd and did not see Ann and Linda, but he sensed murderous intent among the crowd. Johnson didn't take these murderous intentions seriously. Please invite Mr. Lee and Mr. Song from Jinxiu Group to come to the stage and give a speech. Another half an hour passed before Linda and Annie finally showed up. There was a sudden commotion at the scene. Linda, dressed like a CEO, walked towards the stage hand in hand with Ann, who was wearing a black dress. Following closely behind them were Chun Gui and Lung Bing, as well as a dozen security personnel from Jinxiu Group. Linda and Annie are both among the most beautiful women in Gangnam, especially Linda's fame. With their appearance, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly reached its peak. The crowd was filled with discussions about the two of them, mixed with some dirty words, mostly from men who were expressing their admiration for them and using dirty words. Johnson listened to the crowd's discussion with a frown on his face. But he didn't care too much. After all, the mouths were on other people's bodies, and what they said was their business, as long as there was no substantial harm. Just as the two men appeared at the same time, two murderous intentions flashed in the crowd. These two murderous intentions passed by in a flash, but were still captured by Johnson. Chapter 57, Professional Killer. These two murderous intentions were different from other murderous intentions. They made Johnson smell a sense of crisis. The murderous intentions that made Johnson feel a sense of crisis were enough to prove that this was someone Chen Gui could not deal with. Interesting, a professional killer? Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. He hadn't felt the professional atmosphere for a long time. This flash of murderous intent was enough to prove that the person who came was very professional. As the leader of the assassin world, Johnson knew the killer's survival method best. To become a professional killer, strength is important, but what is more important is how to hide your own breath and give the target a surprise and ultimate move. Instead, you will be discovered before you get close to the target, which will put you in danger. It is obvious that the people who came today know how to hide themselves very well. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to detect it. Unfortunately, they met Johnson today, even in a dense crowd. Even if they accidentally revealed a hint of murderous intent, it would not escape Johnson's eyes. Soon, Johnson spotted two people in the crowd, a man and a woman. The two of them were squeezed in the front row. At first glance, they looked no different from ordinary people and were even interacting with each other. These two people are the Scorpion and the Viper. They don't know yet that they have been locked by a pair of eyes. "Brother, please make way. Squeeze-a. Idiot." Johnson shuttled through the crowd vigorously and was cursed by many people, but he didn't care at all. Soon, Johnson, with his thick skin, squeezed through the crowd and came to the front row, next to the scorpions and poisonous snakes. "Hey, buddy, are you here to buy a house too?" Johnson looked cheerful and greeted Scorpion in a familiar manner. "Yes. I heard that the houses in Jinshio real estate are quite good, and there's a discount today, so I came to take a look." Scorpion behaved very professionally, without any emotional fluctuations while speaking. Johnson chuckled and looked at Viper. On the surface, she looked like a housewife, but she couldn't hide the truth from Johnson. "Is this my sister-in-law?" "Yeah," Scorpion replied casually, but his eyes were fixed on Annie and Linda on the stage. "Dude, what type of apartment are you planning to buy?" "I haven't thought about this yet. Buying a house is a big deal. Didn't I just say that there's a discount on a duplex, but the space is too big? Otherwise, I would also like to buy it." Johnson chattered on. Scorpion and Viper are not here to buy a house. Now that their target has appeared, they want to complete the mission as soon as possible, but they have no time to deal with Johnson. "Dude, I think it's worth buying a duplex. What do you think?" Johnson continued to pester the two. The corner of Scorpion's mouth twitched. "My brother, the duplex is too expensive, and we can't afford it. We can only buy a small apartment." "That's great. I'm also planning to buy a small apartment." "Are you planning to buy a small apartment a few blocks away? Maybe we can be neighbors in the future." "Say it again." The Scorpion said a few perfunctory words, and the poisonous snake beside it pulled the Scorpion. Scorpion understood and wanted to move to another place, but Johnson kept chattering beside him, and it would be difficult to take action. "Brother, I'll go over there and take a look first," Scorpion said, and walked away with the poisonous snake. The two came to the place closest to the stage, which was only a few meters away from Linda and Annie. The man and woman next to the target are both in the middle stage of internal strength. In 1 minute, you take action to attract their attention, and I will kill them both instantly with flying needles. After you succeed, immediately retreat along the route. The Viper whispered. Scorpion nodded. In their opinion, killing Linda and Annie was easy. Even if they had experts around them, it would be useless to them. Chun-Gae and Lung Bing on the stage had no idea that there were two dangers, and they were so close to them. On the contrary, Lung Bing had already sensed other murderous intentions, but she could handle them all. "Mr. Lee, Mr. Song, I sense danger in the crowd. It's better to leave here as soon as possible." Lung Bing whispered behind the two of them, her eyes fixed on several people in the crowd. Just a few small fry," Chen Gue said disdainfully. Lung Bing frowned and said, "Once they start to attack, you and I will strike first. I will protect Mr. Lee, and Mr. Song will leave." Chen Gue said calmly, "You don't need to do anything, just deal with a few trash." Linda and Annie listened to their conversation, looked at each other, and did not doubt the danger they talked about. Linda took the microphone and said, "Thank you for your support and trust in Jinshio Group. On behalf of Jinshio Real Estate, thank you again." After saying that, Linda and Annie bowed to express their gratitude. "I thought it would be best to leave as soon as possible, and I had no time to think of a good speech. Want to leave." Seeing this, Scorpion and Viper were about to fight, but someone grabbed their wrist from behind. The Scorpion and the poisonous snake were all startled. They felt as if their hands were clamped tightly by iron pliers, and they could not move at all. "Is it you?" The two turned around and saw Johnson. He looked at them with a faint smile. "What do you want to do?" The Scorpion and the Viper looked at Johnson, feeling a sense of danger, and exchanged glances. The Viper held a silver needle in his other finger and stabbed it towards Johnson's heart. Scorpion raised his fist and moved towards Johnson's chest. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth, exerted force with his hands, and crushed the wrists of the two men. The intense pain slowed the two men down for a moment, but Johnson had already grabbed their other hands and smiled faintly. Very professional. Who sent you? The Scorpion and the venomous snake looked in pain. They knew they were doomed today. What they didn't expect was that little Jiangling would meet a real master. Since you know we are professionals, do you think we will tell you? Scorpion gritted his teeth and said, enduring the great pain. Yeah. Johnson nodded, agreeing with him. Wait, before you die, can you tell me who you are? Is it important? I want to know at whose hands I died. Johnson thought about it and decided that since they were dead, it would be fine to tell them. He said, Johnson, you are. When Scorpion heard this name, his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He refused to utter the name that shocked the world of assassins. I have no regrets dying in your hands. The Scorpion suddenly laughed sadly and exchanged glances with the venomous snake. The two of them bit the poison hidden on the tip of their tongues in tacit understanding. This is a killer's essential poison. Once bitten, death will occur immediately. The two clenched their teeth, but still couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Johnson showed no mercy and watched the two men die coldly. Then he let them go and left in an instant. The Scorpion and the venomous snake fell to the ground, attracting the attention of those around them. What happened? Why did you fall to the ground? Dead. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Chapter 58, Gunfight. Just as the Scorpion and the venomous snake fell to the ground, the people around them noticed something was wrong, and someone immediately shouted in panic. This shout caused a commotion among the crowd. Boss Lee, Boss Song, something is wrong. Please leave here immediately. Lung Bing and Chun Gui's attention was focused elsewhere, and they didn't notice the Scorpion and the venomous snake at all. Seeing someone suddenly die, Lung Bing didn't care about anything else and immediately protected Annie and Linda. Get started. The Green Gang gunmen hiding in the crowd saw the sudden change and that Linda and Annie were about to leave, so they no longer hid and pulled out their pistols one by one, clearly aiming at Linda and Annie and pulling the trigger. In an instant, lightning struck. Protect the lady. Chun Gui, who had been paying attention for a long time, arrived in front of several gunmen in an instant. As soon as they pulled the trigger, Chun Gui, with a dagger in his hand, cut off all the hands holding the guns in a breath. Before they could scream, Chun Gui, holding a dagger, easily cut their throats. Do it! The crowd shouted again. Dozens of gunmen rushed out from all directions and surrounded Linda and Annie. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire rang out. Bullets were fired wildly at Annie and Linda. Linda and Annie were already frightened out of their wits. They covered their ears and screamed in fear. Fortunately, Lung Bing reacted quickly. As a professional bodyguard, she nimbly held one person in each hand and dodged all the bullets with her mid-stage internal strength. The Jinshio group security guard at the scene were not so lucky. They were mercilessly knocked to the ground by bullets one by one. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The scene was in complete chaos, and the ordinary people who were looking for houses to buy and see screamed in fear and fled desperately. Chun Gui's eyes were already bloodshot, but the gunmen were scattered all around him, and he couldn't take care of them all at once. Take the lady away quickly. Chun Gui shouted to Lung Bing and used the dagger in his hand to kill several gunmen. Lung Bing didn't dare to hesitate. Her current mission was to protect the safety of Linda and Annie, and she had no time to spare. Fortunately, the security guards did not flee at this time. More than a dozen security guards quickly took out their pistols and fought back. Now a gunfight breaks out. Lung Bing also took out his pistol at this moment, dealt with the people in front of him, and led Linda and Annie to the sales department. But now Linda and Annie have already lost their autonomy. If they hadn't been led and protected by Lung Bing, they would have been robbed and killed long ago. Not good. Just when Lung Bing wanted to escape to the sales department, she sensed danger and several long-range bullets were fired at Linda and Annie. It's a sniper rifle. Lung Bing was aware of the presence of a sniper rifle and was not at all careless. He did not bother to move forward and quickly pulled Linda and Annie apart. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets grazed Linda and Annie. Linda and Annie screamed in fright. They had never expected this to happen. There's a sniper rifle. Lung Bing also felt the pressure. If she was protecting one person and leaving, she could do it easily. But now she was protecting two people and facing the sniper bullets that could come at any time. She did not dare to be careless. Linda and Annie recklessly. The security guards at the scene were also killed one after another. Lung Bing kept protecting Linda and Annie from bullets, but their way forward was blocked by sniper rifles, leaving them with no way to retreat. At the critical moment, a figure flashed by. Court death. Lung Bing reacted quickly and punched the figure. The man was not panicking at all, and his goal was very clear. He put his arms around An's slender waist and moved her entire body to the other side. He gently pushed the pale-faced Linda behind Lung Bing, and with a slight twist of her body, she easily avoided Lung Bing's attack. Everything is done in a breath. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets hit the positions where Linda and Annie were just now. You protect her. I'll take care of Mr. Song. The person who came was Johnson, he said to Lung Bing. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, he picked up Annie and left here quickly, killing a few robbers by the way. Lung Bing didn't have time to think about who this was. Seeing Annie being taken away, he didn't care about anything else and just protected Linda and left. Without Annie, Lung Bing easily protected Linda, freeing up one hand to clear the way. With her accurate shooting skills and keen perception, she could easily avoid bullets. Annie screamed continuously. She didn't dare to open her eyes. She just felt someone hugged her around the waist and hit her head madly. Johnson was speechless for a while and said, "Miss Song, it's me, I'm Johnson," and opened her eyes when she heard the familiar name. "Johnson? Why are you here?" "Miss Song, if I hadn't come, you would have died." Johnson, there's someone." Annie saw when she opened her eyes was a few gunmen pointing their guns at her. She was so scared that she hugged Johnson's neck and buried her head. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth, and his figure was like a ghost. He dodged the bullets of several people and used his fingers as blades to easily kill several people. He took Annie into the crowd and killed all the attackers he passed by without exception. On the other side, Lung Bing quickly took Linda into the sales department. Jean Xiao and was guarding the door with a gun, and the staff inside were already trembling with fear. "Where's Annie?" Linda was safe, she asked immediately. Lung Bing said with some self-blame, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. The situation just now was too sudden, and Mr. Song was taken away by someone." "What?" Linda was shocked after hearing this. "Who is that person? Is Annie in danger?" "Probably not. That person didn't hurt Mr. Song." "Yeah." Linda felt a little relieved. Johnson's goal was very clear, which was to save Anne. As for Linda's life or death, he didn't care at all, nor did he care about the fight between the two families. Annie to her car with familiarity and said, "You don't have the car keys with you." "No, it's on Changgue." Johnson didn't hesitate at all. He used brute force to open the driver's door of the business Benz and threw Annie into the passenger seat without saying a word. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Annie got in, a dozen gunmen in the parking lot opened fire at the Benz. "Put your head down." Johnson said something, closed the car door, and strode towards the nearest person, easily killing him and picking up his pistol. "Type 92, I haven't played it in a long time." Johnson muttered, then took out his pistol and killed everyone with every bullet. "It's boring." Johnson threw the gun away and got in the car, and lay down under the car window, which made Johnson laugh. Mr. Song is fine now." After saying that, Johnson skillfully punched the car keyhole open, used the wiring to force the car to start, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Chapter 59 Gang Fight. As soon as the car drove out, it was followed by several cars. "Mr. Song, fasten your seatbelts, it's fast and furious." And, who was still in shock, didn't bother to call Johnson a bastard when she heard this. She fastened her seatbelt skillfully and grabbed the safety ring. Johnson looked at her skilled movements and smiled slightly. "Mr. Song, you are really afraid of death." And looked at Johnson expressionlessly and in a panic. "Johnson, don't mess around." Johnson didn't care what she thought. He stepped on the accelerator and drove at full horsepower, speeding madly on the street. Annie screamed in fear, then simply closed her eyes and yelled wildly to release the panic in her heart. Soon, Johnson pulled away. With Annie and Linda safe, the Green Gang gunmen completely lost their target and began to retreat. The whole process did not last 5 minutes. The police didn't come, but another group of people had already arrived. The Jiangling Yan Gang came with people, led by the gang's leader Lei Yun, who arrived with dozens of Yan Gang disciples. If you encounter anyone from the Green Gang, kill them without mercy. Lynn got out of the car and gave his men direct orders to act. A group of Ian Gang disciples armed with firepower crazily shot at the retreating Qing Gang robbers. A gang fight broke out in the urban area of Jiangling. The entire event was a scene of lightning and fire. The Ian Gang came with anger, and dozens of armed gunmen retaliated against the retreating Qing Gang disciples. As a fierce gun battle broke out, those who needed to run ran away, and no vehicles dared to drive on the streets. Li Yuan also rushed over with his men at the first opportunity. Dozens of commercial vehicles blocked the street. Hundreds of Ian Gang disciples, all dressed in suits and leather shoes, held firepower in their hands. At the same time, Wang Qing arrived with hundreds of Qing Gang disciples. For a moment, hundreds of people from both sides confronted each other on the street with firepower in hand. This was the first large-scale gunfight among Jiangling gangs in more than a decade. The atmosphere was depressing to the freezing point, and the disciples on both sides were nervous. If there was a conflict, it would be a big war. Li Yuan got out of the car with anger, walked straight to the front of the confrontation between the two sides, and said calmly, "Is Wang Huan here?" Wang Huan didn't come. Wang Qing walked out slowly, with a faint smile, and said with a fist, "Brotherly, how are you?" Li Yuan snorted coldly. "Wang Qing, you are so capable. You dare to kill my daughter. Do you really think that Jiangling is your Wang family's world?" Wang Qing's eyes turned cold, and he said disdainfully, "So what?" Li Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Then you should pay the price." Wang Qing's eyes were full of murderous intent. He sneered and waved his hand. "Brothers, just do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the Qing Gang disciple pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A gunfight was about to break out. Wang Qing took over his men's light machine gun and arrogantly fired at the Ian Gang. Li Yuan put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Don't leave anyone behind." As the two sides became more hostile, a larger conflict broke out, which directly evolved into a small-scale war. There was a hail of bullets on the streets, and people kept falling down. Not far from here, Jiangling Police Station has assembled hundreds of special police officers, led by Victoria, but the order from above is to wait. As for the gang fights, the police station has always been sitting on the sidelines watching the fight, wanting to wait until the incident is over and then do some cleanup work. In particular, in this large-scale conflict, Su Beiwang, as the head of Jiangling Police Station, would not rashly interfere. Victoria was waiting for instructions with an anxious look on her face. Today she was wearing full SWAT gear, even a bulletproof vest, but her father didn't give her any orders, which made her very anxious. As the gunshots became more frequent, Victoria could no longer bear it. She took out her pistol and loaded it directly and ordered go. Robert's mouth twitched. "Officer Victoria, the chief hasn't given the order yet," Victoria said angrily. "Still waiting for orders. Everyone is dead." "Captain Victoria, this is a gang fight. Why are we joining in?" "Yeah, let's wait for orders." These special police officers didn't want to join the fun. This was no joke, and they might lose their lives. "Are you still police officers? If you are so afraid of death, why don't you just stop being a police officer? If you don't go, I'll go by myself." Victoria cursed and rushed forward alone with a gun. Robert saw this and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" Now that the captain had gone up, the special police had no choice but to hold up their shields and follow Victoria forward. Tear gas, smoke bombs, flash bombs. There was really nothing like it. Once they arrived at the place, all the special police officers stood outside with shields in hand and threw tear gas, smoke bombs, and flash bombs crazily into the crowd, creating even greater chaos. "I am Victoria from the Gangnam Police Department Criminal Investigation Team. Stop the gunfight immediately." Victoria held the microphone and shouted wildly. To be honest, when she arrived at the scene, she didn't dare to go on stage after seeing this scene. Li Yuan and Wang Qing were both stunned. They didn't expect the police to interfere in the gang shootout. Withdraw. Li Yuan didn't think too much about it. Since the police had intervened, there was no point in fighting any further. On the other side, Wang Qing did not hesitate and led his men to retreat. It's not that they are afraid of the police. The police station represents the country, and they must give them the face they deserve. Victoria quickly ordered, "Don't let them get away." The special police on the scene acted as if they didn't hear anything. Not only did they not stop it, they even left a loophole. Victoria was so angry that she stamped her feet and cursed, "They're all bastards." Although no one was arrested, the gunfight was settled because of Victoria's arrival. All that was left was the cleanup work. Victoria ordered people to cordon off the scene, and ambulances arrived immediately to take away the dead and injured. After the gunfight stopped, Linda was escorted away by Chun-Gui and Longbing. Johnson had already taken him back to the splendid manor villa where she and Linda lived. "Mr. Song, you are safe now." Johnson drove the car into the villa compound and said to, and who still had a panic look on her face, and was still in panic, gasping for breath. After a while, Annie finally calmed down. She turned to look at Johnson, who looked calm, and said, "How horrible. I was scared to death." Johnson smiled gently. "With me here, what are you afraid of?" "Johnson, how dare you say that? I'm just scared by you. Do you know that when I sit in your car, I feel like I'm on the road to death every second?" Annie said, unhappily. Johnson's mouth twitched. "Miss Song, if it weren't for me today, you might have been beaten into a hornet's nest." I know. Do you want me to kneel down and thank you?" And was grateful to Johnson in her heart, but she just couldn't control her emotions. Johnson waved his hand. "Forget it. Forget the thanks. Just consider it as your special care for me recently. I still have to go to work by." Chapter 60, Personal Bodyguard. Johnson really thinks so. After saying that, he opened the car door and left. What a bastard. And cursed, opened the car door and chased after him, saying, "Johnson, thank you for today." Johnson smiled slightly. "Why are you so polite? Hey, are you still moving goods?" Annie asked embarrassedly. "If you don't move goods, what else can you do?" "Johnson, why are you here today?" "I was passing by while delivering goods and came to check out the house prices. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing and save you by the way." Johnson Leet. "Oh," Annie said, a little disappointed. "You want to buy a house?" "Nonsense, I don't even have a home. Of course I have to buy a house, otherwise I won't put up with your bullshit." Johnson said seriously. Annie rolled her eyes and said, "What do you mean by put up with my wrath? Am I not good to you? My salary has been raised to 50,000. What else do you want?" Johnson's mouth twitched. "Well, it's 50,000. I worked for a month and didn't get a penny." Ann's forehead was full of black lines. After thinking for a while, she said, "Johnson, considering your good performance today, I will give you a raise." Johnson grinned. "Really?" And said unhappily, "It's true. How much is Mr. Song going to add?" 1 million annual salary. Johnson heard that it was 1 million a year. He immediately became excited and asked in a flattering manner, "Are you really not lying to me? Is it really 1 million?" Annie nodded. "Yes, it is 1 million. But you're not allowed to work in the company." "What's that for?" "If it's to support me, then forget it. You're dreaming. I'm even supporting you." "You don't deserve it, Johnson," Annie said with a straight face. "Although it's not a sponsorship, it's almost the same in nature. From today on, I'll hire you as my personal bodyguard for 1 million a year. Do you want to do it? Private bodyguard?" "Shit." Johnson agreed without hesitation. What he lacked most now was money. And continued, "Okay, from now on, you are not allowed to leave without my permission. You must be on call 24 hours a day. Except when I am at home or sleeping, you must follow me wherever I go and do whatever I tell you to do." Johnson's mouth twitched. "Miss, isn't this a slave?" "Why? You don't want to do it. It's fine to do it. But I feel like I have no freedom unless I get paid more." Annie's face darkened. "Don't push your luck. 1 million is already the limit. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it." Johnson's mouth twitched. "It's fine to do it, but I have to ask clearly, can I go home at night?" And rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, "You don't want to go home, but you still want to sleep with me? Let me tell you, Johnson, come here at 8 o'clock every morning to pick me up for work, and then you can go home after you send me home. Of course, if I have to go out at night, you have to work overtime." "Is there overtime pay?" "No." "Okay, that's fine." And was afraid that Johnson would go back on his word. So she said, "You said it. The contract is for 1 year. Come to the company to sign it tomorrow. If you dare not do it halfway, I will not forgive you." "No problem. Everything will be fine once the money is in place." Johnson smiled faintly. Anyway, his biggest goal now is to take good care of Angela. Everything else has no meaning. It's just being a bodyguard, so just do it. And was finally in a much better mood. She had her own thoughts. She asked Johnson to be her bodyguard because she felt it was really necessary. In addition, she had an indescribable affection for Johnson. This man always had a charm that she could not resist. Since you can't resist this damn charm, just tie him to your side. At this moment, a business car drove into the villa. Linda also got out of the car with a panicked look on her face, along with Chun-Gay and Lung Bing. Annie, Linda, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing that Annie was fine, Linda ran over. The two best friends hugged each other tightly, enjoying the feeling of surviving a disaster. Another car drove in. The ones coming down were Li Yuan and Lei Yin. Dad, Uncle. Li Yuan came over and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. I'm relieved that you're okay. Linda nodded. Well, this time thanks to Lung Bing and Qingui, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. It is my duty to protect the young lady. Qingui said. It is also my duty to protect Mr. Li, but Lung Bing did not say the rest, but glanced at Johnson. Johnson hadn't suddenly appeared today. She might have failed in her duty. Linda also looked at Johnson and asked, Annie, was he the one who saved you today? And nodded, yes. Today is all thanks to Johnson. After saying that, and leaned over to Linda's ear and told her about hiring Johnson as a personal bodyguard. Linda frowned slightly, but didn't say much. After all, in today's situation, Annie really needed someone to protect her. Although she had no good feelings toward Johnson, she could also see that and had a special fondness for Johnson, so she naturally would not interfere. Li Yuan also disliked Johnson and had no good feelings towards him, but he didn't say anything. Okay, today's events were so unexpected. If you have anything to say, let's go inside and talk. As they were talking, Li Yuan brought Linda and Annie into the villa, accompanied by Lei Yin. There were only 3 bodyguards left in the yard. Lung Bing looked at Johnson and said, Thank you for your help today. Johnson smiled slightly. My job is here. My job is here. Then he stretched out his hand to greet Lung Bing. Hello, my name is Johnson. I am Mr. Song's personal bodyguard now, and we will be colleagues in the future. Lung Bing frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and shook it. My name is Lung Bing. Ms. Lung, how much is your annual salary for protecting Mr. Li? Johnson asked with a smile. Lung Bing frowned, looked cold, just glanced at Johnson, and walked away. Johnson helped her today. It doesn't mean that she thinks highly of Johnson. After all, in their eyes, Johnson doesn't have any ancient martial arts aura and is just an ordinary person. Of course, what they didn't know was that Johnson had hidden his abilities. Johnson looked embarrassed, glanced at Qingui, who had no expression on his face, smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, Hello, hello. Qingui looked down on Johnson from the bottom of his heart. With a cold expression, he said indifferently, Miss Song wants you to be her bodyguard? Qingui's tone was quite disdainful. What? Am I not worthy? Johnson smiled faintly. Protect Miss Song well. Qingui didn't say much. He turned and walked to the door, hugged his shoulders, and leaned against the pillar in front of the door. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly, not caring about his indifference. He glanced at Lung Bing, who was equally aloof, and wandered around the yard as if nothing had happened. Chapter 61, Governor Vincent. A fierce gun battle broke out on the opening day of Jinxiu Group, which was another huge loss for Jinxiu Group. Although Linda and Annie were fine, many Jinxiu Group security guards and innocent people were killed or injured in the process, for which Jinxiu Group is responsible. In addition, the seriousness of this incident is also a fatal blow to the image of Jinxiu Group. Inside the villa, Linda and Annie sat on the sofa, no longer panicking, with more worry on their pretty faces. This is a targeted act. Wang Huan is too ruthless. He doesn't want my Li family to have an easy life, and I won't let the Wang family have an easy life either. Li Yuan's face was gloomy. Although Wang Huan had been dealing with Jinxiu Group openly and secretly in the past few years, he had endured it in order to maintain the status quo in Jiangling. Today, Wang Huan wanted to kill Linda, and at any cost. It was no longer a question of whether he could bear it or not. Linda frowned. Dad, what do you want? Li Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If Wang Huan makes my life difficult, then neither of us will be able to live a good life. Lei Yun, from today on, have the brothers take action against the people and enterprises of the Wang family at all costs. If the chaos is going to continue, then let's make it completely chaotic. Lei Yun nodded, understood. Linda's pretty face sank. Dad, if this happens, the Wang family will definitely not let it go. Wouldn't that make things even more chaotic? Li Yuan stood up with a blank expression and said, The more chaos there is, the better. Starting today, you and Annie will not go to work. It's best to notify the group and stop all operations in the near future. Dad, this. Linda wanted to say something, but Annie stopped her. Uncle is right. Wang Huan is not afraid. So why should we be afraid? Seeing Annie say this, Linda didn't say anything. She had never supported this kind of behavior and just wanted to run the business quietly. This was just her naive idea. Okay, Chingue, you should stay. Remember, stay at home recently. Li Yuan instructed. Don't worry, uncle. We will pay attention. That's good. Li Yuan left immediately. He only wanted to take revenge on Wang Huan. Jiangling was in complete chaos, and the Li and Wang families had completely fallen out. Following Li Yuan's revenge, all the disciples of the Ian gang were mobilized. On the same day, multiple locations of the Wang group were subjected to crazy retaliation by the Ian gang. Gunfights and explosions occur from time to time in Gangnam. People were in panic for a while. Inside the Wang family villa, Wang Huan was so exhausted that he held the Buddhist beads in his hand with an anxious look on his face. He couldn't understand why this matter had not been accomplished. Big brother, Wang Qing rushed in and said, Brother, those damn scorpions and poisonous snakes are dead. Wang Huan's mouth twitched. Dead? Wang Qing said angrily, Dead? King dead. What kind of news is this that I just got from the police? It's worth 100 million. Only you, big brother, believe it. You're such a King expert. Wang Huan was completely speechless. He couldn't understand why Annie, Scorpion, and Viper, who were both very powerful, died for no reason even though he was in the late stage of internal strength. Are you sure it's them? It's absolutely true. It's them. How'd he die? Poison. Wang Huan's mouth twitched. Taking poison? Why the hell is that? Wang Qing sighed. How would I know? Brother, now is not the time to investigate how those two died. Li Yuan has already started to take revenge. Wang Huan looked thoughtful and glanced at Wang Qing. I miscalculated this time. I didn't expect that I failed to kill Linda. Now that we have already torn our faces apart, there's no need to hide it. Let the brothers fight back. Wang Qing nodded. Yes, I have given the order a long time ago. Wang Huan nodded slightly and asked, Does the Jiang family know about this? I understand. I didn't express my opinion. I acquiesced. That's good, go ahead and do it. I want to see if the Li family has improved in strength over the years. Wang Huan couldn't understand why the killer he hired for 100 million yuan committed suicide before he could even take action. Now that the person had not been killed and the goal had not been achieved, the conflict between the two families was escalating. Both the Jiang and Qi families had acquiesced, but neither of them intervened. The fighting between the two major gangs in Jiangling also cast a layer of haze over Jiangling. This incident had a huge impact on society and brought great panic to the citizens of the entire Jiangling city. As time went by, 3 days passed quickly. The fight between the Li and Wang families ended in a draw, with both sides suffering heavy losses. There were more than 1,000 bloody incidents, resulting in hundreds of casualties on both sides, and the companies of both countries also suffered huge economic losses. This matter soon attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Although the Northern Kingdom was tolerant of the ancient martial arts families, it did not mean that they could disrupt the national order. In order to quell the chaos in Jiangling, the capital quickly sent officials to Jiangling to stabilize the situation. Jiangling Municipal Government Compound. A Beijing-branded car, protected by 2 commercial vehicles in front and back, drove into the city compound. A handsome man in his 20s got out of the car. He was wearing a black Zhongshan suit with the national emblem on his chest. Vincent, he is the governor sent by the capital to Jiangling to take office, and is the nominal head of the officials at all levels in Jiangling. This is also the nominal imperial commissioner of the Northern Kingdom. Once an irreconcilable situation arises in the local area, an official from the governor's office will be appointed. The governor's office does not involve government affairs, but only manages officials at all levels and has the power of life and death. Governor General Han's mansion, welcome. Jiangling's current top official, Jiang Haoyu, with a smile on his face, came to the door with city government officials to greet Vincent. Vincent straightened his official uniform, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, Jiangdu Prefecture, I have long heard of your great name. Haha, Governor General, you're too kind. Thank you for your hard work. Hello, Governor General. Aldrich, the second in command of Jiangling, smiled and extended his hand in greeting. This must be Lord Qi from the deputy governor. Vincent stretched out his hand and shook Aldrich's and said with a smile, It is I, Governor. You have worked hard on the journey. Please come in and have a lecture. Good. After a few reserved official remarks, Vincent, surrounded by officials, came to the city hall. Almost all officials at all levels of Gangnam City were present, including official government journalists and other media personnel. Vincent sat on the podium with Jiang Haoyu and Aldrich. My dear colleagues, today is the day when Vincent takes up the post of Governor General of Gangnam. Let us warmly welcome Governor General Han to his new post. Jiang Haoyu spoke first. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Vincent smiled and stepped forward to express his gratitude, saying, "First of all, I thank you all for your enthusiasm. This time, I took up the post of Governor General of Jiangling with a heavy responsibility, and I dare not slack off or be arrogant. I'm a person of limited talent and learning, but I have been cultivated by the superiors and entrusted with important tasks. I think I am not as capable as the governor of Jiang, nor as knowledgeable as the governor of Qi. I hope you will take good care of me in my future work in Jiangling." There was another round of thunderous applause from the audience. Chapter 62, The Four Great Masters, Tan. Vincent said a few polite words, then changed the subject. "I'm sure you all know my mission this time, so I'll get straight to the point. This fight between the gangs in Jiangling has seriously endangered social stability, brought huge economic losses to Jiangling City, and even had a bad impact on the whole country. The higher-ups attach great importance to the stable development of Jiangling. They also hate fighting between gangs. That's why they sent me to Jiangling. The first thing I have to do is to calm down this incident and investigate the people responsible for this incident. We must do what needs to be done and arrest those who need to be arrested. We will never tolerate it. The second thing is to rectify the Jiangling officialdom and public security, and provide the people of Jiangling with a stable living environment to prevent such things from happening again. Of course, you also need to cooperate with me and complete the tasks assigned by the superiors as soon as possible. Regarding the arrangements for this incident, I will discuss and deal with it with the relevant personnel later, and will announce it in an official announcement later. Thank you, everyone." Thunderous applause rang out again. The gunfight in Jiangling has caused great distress and panic to most people in Jiangling. People from all walks of life are also very concerned about how the higher-ups will handle the situation. Vincent's visit to Gangnam this time was a reassurance to everyone. Jiang Haoyu and Aldrich both had fake smiles on their faces. Vincent's sudden arrival caught both families off guard. They also didn't expect that the incident in Jiangling would become so serious. Vincent's appointment also broke the situation of the two companies dominating the market. What worries them even more is that Vincent is not an ordinary person. The Han family holds a very important position in the capital. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of the young Vincent to serve as the governor. The Jiang and Qi families were more worried about Vincent's attitude. Once he leaned to one side, the other family would be at a disadvantage, which could be fatal in Jiangling. After the meeting, Vincent immediately talked to Jiang Haoyu and Aldrich. Inside the governor's office, Vincent said modestly, "Seniors, please take a seat." "Sit down, Governor." The three of them exchanged polite words and sat down. "Two seniors. I just arrived in Jiangling. Please take care of me in the future. If I do something wrong, please tell me in person." Vincent said politely, "Ah, no way. Governor Han is young and promising. How dare we point fingers at him? You are too polite, seniors." Vincent smiled slightly, then changed the subject and said seriously, "Seniors, I have made it clear what the higher-ups mean. The incident in Jiangling this time has a serious impact, and we should immediately calm it down before it continues to develop." Jiang Haoyu crossed his legs, pondered for a moment, and asked, "What do you think, Governor?" Vincent smiled faintly. "Senior Jiang, I have to ask you too about this. Oh, let's be frank. Before I came to Jiangling this time, I had some understanding of the situation in Jiangling. The Qing gang and Ian gang should be subordinate forces of your two families." Jiang Haoyu and Aldrich looked at each other and nodded, which was considered as their agreement. Vincent smiled and said, "That's easy. This matter has become so serious, but it is still your own business. If the superiors want to give an explanation, you'll naturally have to give an attitude. If the masses want an explanation, I will naturally have to give an attitude too. Isn't this good? Do you really want me to handle this matter?" Vincent's words were already very straightforward. It would be best to make a big deal out of a small matter, or a small matter out of nothing. The higher-ups need to give an explanation, which is very simple. As long as things calm down, that's the explanation. The masses want to be explained, which is easy to do. Just do some superficial work. This is also Vincent. who gave face to the two families and did not interfere in this matter. Aldrich immediately stood up and said, "Thank you, Governor. I will arrange this matter immediately." Jiang Haoyu followed suit and said, "Thank you, Governor. I will make the Qing gang stop immediately." Vincent smiled slightly. "Isn't that good? It's not a big deal. Just give way to each other." "Yes. Also, regarding the official handling of the matter, you two should come up with a plan before tonight. Just to show off, you should do your best." "Clear. Okay, get busy." Jiang Haoyu and Aldrich said goodbye and left. Both sides immediately notified the heads of the two families to stop the Ian gang and the Qing gang from continuing to fight. After the two left, Vincent showed a meaningful smile. With the intervention of the two heads of the family, the struggle between the Ian gang and the Qing gang temporarily stopped, but the conflict between the Li and Wang families remained. That afternoon, the municipal government began a major rectification of the incident. In order to quell public grievances, all losses caused to innocent people by this incident were borne by the government. The city police department even dispatched all special police officers to start a major rectification, launching a large-scale anti-gang operation between the two gangs, conducting anti-gang operations in various areas of Jiangling, and strengthening security patrols in Jiangling. Of course, this is just a superficial effort, with much ado about nothing. After a day, Jiangling returned to peace again, and the streets were full of patrolling special police. In the afternoon, Vincent took a special car to a private box on the top floor of a hotel in Gangnam City. "Honey." Vincent walked in. He was greeted by a tall, elegantly dressed, and extremely beautiful woman who hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Vincent raised his lips slightly. "Xiaoyun." "Ha ha, Vincent is here." There was a middle-aged man sitting in the box. When he saw Vincent, he shouted with a big smile on his face. Vincent called out very politely, "Hello, Uncle Tan." "You're welcome. We're a family. Please take a seat," the man said with a smile. Vincent's arm enthusiastically and said, "Honey, I thought you were joking with me, but I didn't expect you to really come to Jiangling." Vincent came to sit next to the man and said, "To be honest with you, Uncle Tan, it took a lot of effort for me to come to Jiangling this time. My dad didn't want me to come at first, but when he heard that I came for Xiaoyun, he didn't say anything." The man was none other than Tan Qin from the Tan family, one of the four major families in Jiangling, and the woman was his daughter Tan Xiaoyun, also Vincent's fiancée. "Huh, how are you these days, old man?" "Thank you, Uncle Tan, for your concern. My father is doing well." That's good, that's good." Tan Qin smiled slightly, picked up a bottle of wine on the table, and filled Vincent's glass. "Vincent, what do you think about Jiangling's incident this time?" Vincent smiled faintly. "I am an outsider, so I don't understand the twists and turns." "Ha ha, yeah." Tan Qin smiled, then his face darkened. "On the surface, the Li family and the Wang family are fighting again, but in fact it's the Qi and Jiang families fighting. Jiangling's structure has always been led by Qi and Jiang. The two families have been fighting for so many years, but there's no winner. As for the four major families, they're just pawns of the Qi and Jiang families." Vincent nodded. "Well, Uncle Tan heard from Xiaoyun that you want Jiangling to change his appearance." Tan Qin looked at Vincent, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "That's right. My Tan family has been in Jiangling for more than 100 years, but we have always had to look at other people's faces. The Qi and Jiang families have controlled Jiangling for hundreds of years, and it's time to change." "Uncle Tan, what are your plans?" "The Jiang and Qi families are deeply rooted. It is impossible for me to overthrow them alone. These two families have always wanted to dominate Jiangling, but they have never been able to do so. Therefore, for hundreds of years, although the two families have been fighting openly and secretly, they have never torn their faces. In the final analysis, there is still no absolute certainty. If one family is absolutely sure to destroy the other, then they will definitely do it. If the two families want to fight to the death, they must weaken the other family, and then I will have a chance. I've been planning this for all these years. In fact, the fight between the Li and Wang families was instigated by me behind the scenes. Of course, this only intensified the conflict between the two families and did not have any effect. I already have a plan to deal with the Qi family. First, let the Li and Lu families of the Qi family fight each other to the death. As long as the Qi family loses the power of these two families, the Jiang family will definitely take action. Wait for the two families to fight to the death. I will take action, and by then, only my Tan family will dominate Jiangling." Tan Qin said confidently. Vincent smiled and said, "Uncle Tan, as long as I could be of use to you, Just tell me what to do. Ha ha, of course, I have your support. I am now 80% sure. Ha ha. By the way, don't let anyone know about your relationship with Xiaoyan for the time being to avoid any unexpected changes. Tanin instructive. Don't worry, Uncle Tan, I understand. I am now using a surprise attack to give Qi and Jiang a fatal blow when they are most needed, Vincent said with a smile. Haha, exactly. Chapter 63, Peace Negotiation. Night falls. Outside the Jinxiu Manor Villa, Chun Gue sat in the driver's seat, while Johnson and Lung Bing stood outside. During these days, Linda stayed at home, and Johnson also stayed at home for 3 days without doing anything. Johnson, go to the co-pilot, and Linda walked out of the villa together, greeted Johnson, and got into the car under cold escort. Johnson put his hands in his trouser pockets, watched Annie get into the car, then sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Song, where are we going? Annie moved a seat closer to Linda and said, Lungbing, sit next to me. After everyone got in the car, Chun Gue drove out of the manor without saying a word. Along the way, and didn't tell Johnson where she was going. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Longxing Mountain Scenic Forest and stopped next to the gate of a temple-like ancestral hall. The roads on both sides of the ancestral hall were filled with luxury cars, and the entrance was filled with thugs in suits and leather shoes, all of them armed with pistols. As soon as the car stopped, a man in his 20s wearing a white designer suit ran over with a smile on his face and shouted to Linda, who had not yet gotten out of the car, Sister, you're here. Linda got out of the car and smiled faintly at the man. Sister Annie, you're here too. Yeah, you and Hal. I haven't seen you for a while. What have you been doing? Annie greeted with a smile. What else can I do? Just mess around. The man smiled. He was Linda's cousin Li Yuan Hao. Linda was wearing a long skirt and a red windbreaker. She put her hands in her pockets, glanced at the people in front of the door, and asked, Is my dad here? Not yet. It should be here soon. Who are all coming? They haven't come yet, but you're the first one to come. Linda didn't ask any more questions and walked towards the entrance of the ancestral hall, with Chun Gue and Lung Bing following closely, and was also wearing a long dress today. She had a tall figure and a black trench coat on the outside. She followed behind with a strong aura. Johnson pulled Annie's arm and asked, Mr. Song, what are you doing? And rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, Why are you asking so many questions? You're my personal bodyguard now. Just follow me wherever I go. You need to learn to be more cold and cold. My salary is not as high as others. Roll. And Kirsten followed. Johnson was the most poorly dressed, wearing a pair of jeans that cost a few $dozen, a short sleeve shirt underneath, and a black jacket outside. He followed, and slowly with his hands in his trouser pockets. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a competent bodyguard. Miss Song, please. Stop. As expected, Johnson was stopped again. Annie turned her head and said calmly, He is my personal bodyguard. The security guard at the door didn't say anything else, and Johnson followed and into the ancestral hall. This ancestral hall is quite large, with 1 or 2 large courtyards. There are dozens of people in each courtyard, and it seems that they are divided into gangs. There are many people standing on each side, and they don't greet each other. Hello, miss. Linda went in. The people on her left all bowed and greeted her. They were obviously from the Lee family. Johnson followed him to the second courtyard and was stopped by someone. This time, and didn't say anything. Not only him, Chun Gue and Lung Bing also knew what to do and didn't follow in. Chun Gue, what are you doing? Johnson asked curiously. Chun Gue glanced at Johnson and said calmly, Why are you asking so many questions? Then he distanced himself from Johnson. Isn't it just a gang meeting? What's so mysterious about it? Johnson said with disdain, walked to the front hall, found a chair, and sat down alone. Chun Gue just took a look and said nothing. After a while, Li Yuan and Lu Xiong came together, followed by Lu Jie and Hong Chung. Li Yuan saw Johnson from a distance. It wasn't that Johnson was a big shot, but he was the only one sitting in the front hall in the entire front yard, which made him very uncomfortable. When they arrived at the front hall, Chun Gue bowed respectfully and said, Master, Boss Lu. Johnson with unfriendly eyes. Johnson smiled and nodded at Li Yuan. Master Li, hello. Johnson. Lu Jie was extremely jealous when he saw Johnson. Who let you in? How dare you sit here? Johnson smiled faintly. None of your business. Lu Jie's forehead was full of black lines, and he said angrily, What the hell did you say? This sentence completely angered Johnson. He stood up suddenly, looked at Lu Jie fiercely, and said indifferently, What did you just say? Lu Jie shuddered slightly and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. For some reason, he immediately became scared when he saw Johnson's sharp eyes. Who the hell told you to sit down? Lu Jie relied on the presence of Lu Xiong and Hong Chang by his side, and his timid heart hardened again. Johnson raised the corners of his mouth slightly, which was his habit before taking action. Johnson! Li Yuan noticed the murderous intent in Johnson's eyes and shouted loudly. Johnson glanced at Li Yuan indifferently, then laughed. Ha, very interesting. After saying that, he suppressed his anger and continued to sit on the chair. Yu-he! Lu Jie wanted to continue cursing, but Lu Xiong glared at him and swallowed the rest of his words. Are you Johnson? Lu Xiong stopped Lu Jie because he just sensed an indescribable sense of danger from him. Any advice? Johnson asked calmly. Lu Xiong shook his head and smiled faintly. You are very good. Lu Xiong carefully looked at Johnson, who was sitting there, and found that this man was really ordinary. However, he had promised Li Yuan not to make things difficult for Johnson, so he did not bother with Johnson and took Lu Jie in. Li Yuan let out a long sigh, glanced at Johnson, and walked into the back hall with great dissatisfaction. Johnson calmed down and returned to his original state. If Li Yuan hadn't called him just now, he would have killed Lu Jie without mercy. You can insult him, but you can't insult his dead parents. Li Yuan came to the back hall with dissatisfaction. Linda and Annie had been waiting there for a while. Dad, Uncle Lu, you're here. Hello, Uncle. There was no one else in the back hall except the three of them. Linda, you're here early. Lu Xiong greeted her with a smile and brought Lu Jie to the back hall. In front of the back hall, there is a chair on each side, and below it, there are 6 chairs on each side. Lu Xiong came in, but didn't rush to sit down. Instead, he stood aside and waited. Dad, you don't look well. What's wrong? Linda asked with concern. Li Yuan glanced at Annie and sighed. Hey, Annie, although I'm not your father, I still treat you as my half-daughter. If I have anything to say, I'll say it to my face. Please don't be so reserved. And was slightly stunned and said, Uncle, Linda and I are like sisters. In my heart, you are half my father. You can tell me what you want to say. Li Yuan nodded. It's like this. I'm not against you getting a private bodyguard, but I don't like Johnson. He's sloppy and doesn't know the rules. He sat alone in the front hall at such an important occasion, and he almost got into a fight with Lu Jie just now. At this moment, he doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation at all and will bring us disaster again sooner or later. Linda heard that it was Johnson again. Her brows furrowed and her eyes showed disgust for him. Annie stamped her feet and cursed. What a bastard. I shouldn't have brought him here. I must teach him a lesson. Annie, forget it. Let's go back and talk about it. Li Yuan called out to Annie. It would not be easy for any more trouble to occur in today's situation, and nodded. Okay, Uncle, don't worry. I will discipline Johnson well in the future and won't let him cause you any trouble again. Li Yuan's mouth twitched, and he said with a fake smile, That's good. That's good. What he meant was that he wanted and to send Johnson away, but didn't take it seriously at all, so he didn't know what to say. Chapter 64 Peace Negotiation 2. Outside the front hall, Johnson crossed his legs with a calm expression on his face, holding the mobile phone that Annie bought for him, reading jokes on the internet, and laughing from time to time. He was the only one in the whole yard who did this. Chen Gui simply stayed away from him and pretended not to know Johnson. Lung Bing had an indifferent expression and stood in the hall as if nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. Wong. Hello, boss. Suddenly, someone on the right side of the hall shouted loudly. Johnson looked up and saw 2 people coming in from outside. They looked quite similar and had a strong aura. They were surrounded by a group of people and came into the hall. Johnson leaning on the chair, they were stunned for a moment, glanced at him coldly, and then walked into the back hall. Johnson is really a bit of standout now. But Wang Huan and his brother didn't know him, so they didn't say anything. All the big shots in Jiangling are here tonight, and he's the only one who dares to sit in the front hall. After a while, there was another commotion. A middle-aged man came in, followed by a very beautiful woman and a man in his 20s. It was Tan Xin and his daughter Tan Xiaonan from the 4 major families, and the man was his son Tan Mo. Johnson was slightly stunned. He could tell at a glance that Tan Mo was young, but had the strength of the late stage of internal energy, and the way he walked showed that he was a military man. The 3 of them also looked at Johnson. Johnson seemed to be more impressive than them. Everyone else was standing, except for him, who was sitting in the front hall wearing cheap clothes. No one knew what he was like. Although they didn't like it, no one paid any attention to him. All 4 major families are present. After a while, the 2 giants of Jiangling, the Jiang and Qi families, arrived at the same time without any prior arrangement. When the two families arrived, everyone stood and bowed respectfully. Only Johnson remained calm and sat in the front hall. "Haha, senior, please go first." Jareth, the head of the Jiang family, politely extended his hand to signal Qi Zuan to go first. Qi Zuan smiled faintly. "Brother Jiang, although you are a generation younger than me, you are now the head of the Jiang family. How dare I suppress you?" Jareth laughed and said, "Ah, senior, what are you talking about? Huh, how about you and I go together?" "Okay." The two of them pretended to be nice and walked in at the same time. Following behind Qi Zuan were Aldrich, Qi Siwen, Qi Ning, and Qi Guang, 3 generations of people. Following behind Jareth were Jiang Haoyu and Jiang Haoran. The two families came to the front hall under the respectful gaze of everyone. When Zidane and Jareth saw Johnson sitting there, they looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time, meaning they don't know who this is. However, neither of them said anything. Firstly, they didn't know who Johnson was, and secondly, this kind of occasion was not suitable for causing trouble. Both of them looked unhappy. They were the big shots standing at the top of Jiangling. Before they sat down, someone actually sat here and ignored them. It was really embarrassing. Johnson didn't do it on purpose, but he didn't know Zidane and Jareth at all. Even if he did, they were not qualified for Johnson to humble himself in front of them. There is actually a master in the realm of transformation in Jiangling. Johnson looked at Qi Zuan and Jareth with a meaningful smile. "Please." Johnson was just an episode that affected the mood. In their eyes, he was just a small person who didn't know the rules, and no one cared about him. Zidane and Jareth walked into the back hall. Everyone immediately bowed respectfully to greet him. "Old man, Master Jiang." "Haha, everyone, please don't be polite." After exchanging pleasantries, Zidane and Jareth came to the front of the hall and sat down on either side. "Everyone, please sit down." There are rules for sitting. The Jiang and Qi families sit at the top of the table. The heads of the 4 major families sit at no seats, and the younger generations can only stand behind their elders and listen. At this point, all the important people in Jiangling have basically arrived. They came here for only one purpose, which is to negotiate peace. Although the government ordered an end to the dispute between the Li and Wang families, it was only an apparent stop. In order to completely stop the feud between the two sides, the Qi and Jiang families had to sit down and talk. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. Everyone knew that this was only a superficial peace. The hundreds of years of grudges between the Qi and Jiang families could be resolved by just sitting down and talking. Ahem. Zidane glanced at Jareth, who had an expressionless face, and smiled slightly. "Brother Jiang, can I just say a few words first, just because I'm older than you?" Jareth said with a fake smile. "Please, senior, I am all ears." Qi Zuan nodded slightly and said, "I have invited everyone here today. You can talk about anything. Some time ago, something unpleasant happened between the Li family and the Wang family. The bloody storm between the two families in Jiangling even alarmed people in the capital. This matter is not only about the Li and Wang families. It is also about the Qi and Jiang families, and even more so about you. To be frank, what is Jiangling's matter that has nothing to do with you? And what matter is inseparable from the Qi and Jiang families? The Qi and Jiang families have a history of hundreds of years in Jiangling, and the 4 major families are also deeply rooted in Jiangling. Over the years, they have been fighting and fighting, but in the end, both sides are hurt, right? Jiangling is in chaos, not because of others, but because of ourselves. If we really want to fight, who is really afraid of whom? It's just, I'm afraid that it will benefit others and destroy the situation in Jiangling. I heard that the capital sent a governor. What does this mean? You all know it without me saying it. Who has the final say in Jiangling from now on? It is not up to you present here. To dampen my enthusiasm, we can call the shots in Jiangling, but this is only in Jiangling. No matter how big Jiangling is, it is still the territory of the Northern Kingdom. If someone from above comes and tells you to stop, you have to stop. If we keep killing each other, I'm afraid that in the end we will end up hurting ourselves, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Today, we have called everyone here. We are rivals, but aren't we all family members? Jiangling's affairs still have to be decided by us. It's time to put an end to the dispute between the Li and Wang families. The feud between the Qi and Jiang families must also stop. If you have any opinions, please feel free to share them. Qi Zuan's words and deeds hinted that harmony brings wealth. He knew very well that if they continued like this, the final result would be a lose-lose situation for both sides. In the end, it might benefit outsiders. This is not the case now. In the case of the Li and Wang families, a Governor Vincent suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This also serves as a reminder to the Qi and Jiang families. Well said, well said. Jareth kept clapping, and the people below applauded in flattery. Chizwan stopped and said, Haha, excuse me, Brother Jiang. I wonder if Brother Jiang has any good ideas? No, no. Jareth smiled faintly, and then said, It's not a brilliant idea. After all, the feud between the Li Wang family this time was caused by the girl from the Li family. To be honest, our two families have been fighting for hundreds of years. If one of them really wanted to suppress the other, they would have destroyed the other family long ago. When it comes to us, it's even more impossible to say who will destroy who. Although we have had some frictions over the years, we are all doing well. We each do our own thing, and if there is something to talk about, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? The four major families, each doing their own business, are all going well, right? But 3 years ago, the Li family's maid brought another maid, and the two maids set up their own business in Jiangling. They have a big business, so they want to get involved in everything. What's going on? Don't you want to eat? To put it bluntly, everything must follow the rules. If this girl was not a member of the Li family, would she still be alive? Would she still be able to succeed? I think I have given her enough face here. Nowadays, the government is renovating the old city, which is a project worth tens of billions. If the Wang family wants to do it, I will naturally support it. After all, Wang Huan is my person, but the girl from the Li family is fighting fiercely. I think the Qi family is supporting this to some extent. To be honest, if you set up your own family, then don't do this. Jiangling can't tolerate an outsider. Is it wrong for the Wang family to kill people? Is it breaking the rules? Jareth suddenly changed the subject and spoke in a cold tone, pointing the finger at Linda, describing Jinxiu Group as an external company. Chapter 65, Peace Negotiation 3. Linda did set up her own business back then, but her rise in Jiangling was naturally due to her relationship with the Li family. Otherwise, she would have been targeted long ago. Now, Jareth directly pushed all the problems on Linda and told Chizwan clearly that all the problems were caused by someone who destroyed the structure of Jiangling. At this point, the friendly words that Zidane just said seemed to be of no use at all. Instead, he started to pursue responsibility. If the negotiations were not successful, the situation would likely continue to deteriorate and intensify into a greater conflict. Linda frowned and wanted to say something, but Li Yuan glared back at her. She had no right to speak here. After hearing this, Chizwan smiled faintly and said, Brother Jiang, Linda is Li Yuan's daughter. She is a member of the Li family anyway. It is true that she can set up her own business. No one has stipulated that she cannot set up her own business, right? Linda's success is certainly due to the reputation of the Li family and the favor of Brother Jiang, but more importantly, it is due to her talent. Everyone here, who doesn't have children doing their own things? Don't say that there's no such rule just because others are doing well and big. This is unreasonable. In addition, this is not a reason for the Wang family to openly hire someone to kill someone. Wang Huan's behavior shows that he does not take me seriously at all. This is a blatant provocation to the status of the Qi family. If it weren't for Brother Jiang's sake, I would have questioned him today. As Chizwan spoke, he looked at Wang Huan with murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Huan shuddered slightly. He didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Chizwan. Haha, what you said is right, Senior. Wang Huan's behavior this time was indeed a bit extreme. After all, Li Girl is also a member of the Li family. Wang Huan did not inform me of this matter in advance. If I had known in advance, I would definitely stop it. Jareth said. He shared the same idea as Chizwan. If Vincent had not been brought in by this incident, they could have had a fight with the Qi family. But now that Vincent was here, he was an unstable factor. Brother Jiang, I asked you to come here today, not to ask for accountability, nor to fight. We all live in Jiangling, and chaos in Jiangling will not benefit anyone. If anyone wants to make Jiangling chaotic, my Qi family will fight to the end. If you want peace, everyone should behave themselves. If anyone dares to do something behind your back again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chizwan said seriously. Jareth smiled faintly. Well said. Chizwan looked at Jareth and asked, Brother Jiang, do you have any ideas? Jareth waved his hands repeatedly. No. Then he changed the subject. It depends on the Wang and Li families, right? I am an outsider. Chizwan nodded slightly, and looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, what do you think? As the person involved, Li Yuan hated Wang Huan very much. Although this fight caused the Li family to suffer heavy losses, he was still venting his anger. I should listen to the old man, but I can't get it out. If Wang Huan has any dissatisfaction with me, Li Yuan, he can just come after me. But he went after my daughter. Li Yuan looked at Wang Huan and gritted his teeth. He really thinks highly of me, Li Yuan. Wang Huan had a blank expression on his face. He played with the Buddhist beads in his hand and said calmly, "If you are dissatisfied, you can also come after my children." Wang Huan, don't be so arrogant. Li Yuan angrily slammed the table and pointed at Wang Huan and said angrily, "Don't think I'm afraid of you. Sooner or later, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Wang Qing, who was standing by, suddenly stood up and glared at Li Yuan. "Li Yuan, come again if you're not convinced. Come if you want." Ahem. Jarrett's mouth curled up. "Senior, this is difficult to deal with." Qi Zhuan's face was gloomy and he said, "Brother Jiang, is the Wang family so lawless in their actions? Are they really going to turn against us?" Jareth was slightly stunned. He didn't want to get angry now, so he could only comfort Wang Huan and said, "Wang Huan, Wang Qing must not be so presumptuous." When Brother Wang Huan heard Jareth speak, he didn't say anything else. Qi Zhuan said calmly, "Li Yuan, since everyone is here today, the matter between the Li and Wang families must come to an end. Everyone should take a step back." Li Yuan nodded. "It's all up to the old man." Qi Zhuan nodded with relief and looked at Jareth. "Brother Jiang, what I mean is that the two families should take a step back and let it be over. Both parties will bear their own losses. What do you think?" Jareth thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll follow your instructions, Senior." Qi Zhuan nodded and said, "In that case, let me be frank with you all. Everyone is here today. From today on, the grudge between the Li and Wang families will be written off. The two families will not cause trouble to the other family again. If anyone dares to mess with me, I will destroy him. I will never break my promise." "Okay, Senior, you're right." As soon as he finished speaking, Jareth cheered loudly, then slowly stood up and asked politely, "Senior, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I'll take my leave." Qi Zhuan said calmly, "Brother Jiang, please do as you please." Jareth nodded slightly, put his hands behind his back, and walked away. The rest of the people followed Jareth and left. After everyone left, Zidane face became extremely gloomy. It could be said that Jareth did not give him any face at all tonight. "Fuck, what is this?" Lu Xiong couldn't help but curse. Wang Huan openly hired someone to assassinate Linda, and he just let it go like this? He didn't even say a word of apology. Li Yuan's face was extremely ugly. Annie was deliberately provoked by Wang Huan, but in the end, nothing happened, and he even had to talk about peace with a flattering face. Qi Zhuan sighed. "Li Yuan, be patient and keep calm. I will get this back for you sooner or later. It's just not easy to do it now." Li Yuan nudda. "Simon, what do you think of Vincent?" Qi Zhuan asked. Aldrich shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but as of today, he is neutral, and he is very indifferent to Jiangling's affairs. I think he will not interfere in Jiangling's political affairs." Qi Zhuan nodded. "Well, Vincent S.'s background is not simple. He may come to Jiangling by chance, or there may be other reasons. In short, don't offend this person easily. If you can win him over, try to win him over. If he stands on our side, we will have a better chance of winning against the Jiang family." "I see." Qi Zhuan continued. "The matter has come to an end. Although we suffered a little this time, I think the Jiang family will not dare to have any more conspiracies. But we still have to take precautions. Everyone should pay more attention to safety outside. Especially Linda. Remember to bring more people with you when you go out." Linda nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Qi." Qi Zhuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I'm sorry for what happened this time. Logically, I should speak up for you. But in this situation, it is best not to do anything. Linda, just bear with it for a while." "Uh-huh. Simon, please give me a definite answer about the renovation of the old city." A week later, an open tender was held on the second floor of the municipal government. Although it was an open tender, only Wang's group and Jinxiu were selected. The plans of both companies have been approved. I have been in charge of this matter, but I cannot guarantee it 100%. After all, Jiang Haoyu interfered. There are a total of 20 officials who are selecting the bids this time. I can get at least 10 votes, and I am still trying to get more. As long as I can help Jinxiu get 11 votes, the deal will be done." Qi Zhuan nodded slightly and instructed, No matter what. You must help Linda get it all, no matter how much it costs. Um, Thank you, Grandpa Chi. Thank you, Uncle Chi. Linda bowed to express her gratitude. Linda, don't be polite with my dad. Chi Ning smiled at Linda. Chapter 66. Have you seen enough? Taking over the old city area was also a gesture from Chi Zwan to Linda. Of course, more importantly, he didn't want the Jiang family to get anything out of it. With this meeting between Chi and Jiang, the matter came to an end. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the show gradually dispersed. Linda and Annie walked out hand in hand. Johnson jumped up from his seat and said with a smile, Mr. Song, and got angry just looking at Johnson and said sarcastically, don't do that. Mr. Lynn, you are more arrogant than anyone else. If someone doesn't know me, they would think I am your personal bodyguard. Johnson's mouth twitched. It should be a personal secretary. Roll. And rolled her eyes and quickly left with Linda. She was afraid she couldn't control her temper. Johnson chased after him, and just as he was about to get in the car, he found Lung Bing already sitting in the passenger seat. He tried to open the back door, but was already locked, and rolled down the car window and raised her lips slightly. Johnson, you can go home now. Remember to come early tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the car drove away. What is this? Johnson's mouth twitched, and he cursed and in his heart, saying that she was really something. Johnson looked back and saw Li Yuan coming out. He walked over and said, Master Li, can I get a ride to the city? Li Yuan's mouth twitched. He snorted coldly, got into the car, and ignored Johnson. Johnson! At this time, Lu Jia also came out with Lu Xiong. When he saw Johnson, he gritted his teeth at the door. Johnson snorted softly, and no one paid any attention to him. You bastard. Lu Jia was so embarrassed that he wanted to kill Johnson right away. Is he Johnson? Just then, Zidane came out and glanced at Johnson. Lu Xiong nodded. Yes, this person is Johnson. Johnson coldly, and found that there was nothing he liked about this man. Last time, he made so much fuss just for this little guy. It was really not worth it. Johnson looked at Zidane calmly, with a faint smile on his face, as if saying hello. Zijuan frowned. You know, most people would show awe and fear when looking at him. But Johnson was calm as water. Cheeseone didn't think too much about it. He just thought Johnson was ignorant and fearless. After all, he had learned from the previous experience. He immediately said, Don't make trouble. We have already discussed the last matter. Remember it. Lu Xiong nodded. Don't worry, old man, I understand. That's good. Cheeseone said something and left. As soon as he left, everyone left. The ancestral hall, which was bustling before I came, is now very quiet. Hey, let's walk back. Johnson sighed. He didn't have $1 on him, so he could only walk back to the city. Fortunately, he was using Route 12. An hour later, Johnson returned home. Eric and Eve were already asleep. It was cold now, so everyone went to bed early. Brother, you're back? Johnson was about to wash up and go to bed. Eve opened the door, wearing a thin pink nightgown, rubbing her eyes and looking at Johnson. Johnson smiled slightly and said, Yeah, did I wake you up? Eve smiled and said, No, I heard some noise and came out to see if my brother was back. Oh, is Angela awake? No, I slept soundly. Really? Johnson came to the door and looked inside and saw Angela sleeping soundly. Chanchian, you've worked so hard during this period. Johnson looked at the well-behaved and sensible Chanchian and couldn't help but give her a pat on the head. Eve narrowed her eyes and smiled. It's not hard. Angela is very obedient. That's good. Chanchian, go and have a rest. I'll definitely reward you well when I get my salary. Hee, you're the one who said this, so don't be stingy with the money when the time comes. Johnson laughed. You must be joking. I'm willing to spend money on my sister. Yeah, bro, you should get some rest too. Okay, good night. Good night. Johnson sighed helplessly, washed up, and fell on the sofa, thinking about what a mess his life had been over the past month. The salary was said to be high, but I only received $200 in reality. If I hadn't met Eric and his sister, I wouldn't know if I would be sleeping on the streets. I feel more indebted to Angela. Ever since I became Annie's bodyguard, I have never returned home before 9 o'clock. Now, I think it was a bit too impulsive to take this job, but then I thought it's a lot of money. After working for a year, I can buy a house, and next year I can find a job and support Angela's studies. And that's it. This is also Johnson's biggest ambition now. Johnson got up before dawn. After washing up, he went downstairs to do some boxing exercises and then walked to Jinxiu Manor to wait. Came here at 7:30. There was no one in the yard. Chen Guo and Lung Bing were sleeping on the first floor of the villa and did not need to go home. After all, Chun-gui is a member of the Lee family. Although Linda doesn't like having a man living here, he is a member of the Lee family and is deeply trusted by Linda. Lung Bing is a woman, so there is no problem at all. Only Johnson was not allowed to even enter the villa gate. Linda and Annie have always lived together and have never hired a nanny. They basically take care of the hygiene and cooking themselves. The two of them got up early in the morning. It was a habit. Plus, the matter had been resolved, and they hadn't been to work for 3 days. So they got up even earlier today. Annie is more hands-on and usually makes breakfast. She made 4 simple breakfasts and invited Lung Bing to sit down and have breakfast together. Chun Gui knew the rules and came out with a breakfast. Johnson squatted in front of the flower bed in the yard and muttered, "I am a bodyguard after all. You never call me to have breakfast, Doug." At 8 o'clock, Linda took Chun Gui's car and went to the company under Lung Bing's protection and closed the door, wearing an OL suit, a pair of sexy black stockings, and high heels as she walked toward Johnson. "Johnson, you are quite punctual." Johnson smiled and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Song." "Ah." Annie laughed and drove out, "Get in the car." She didn't dare to let Johnson drive the car. Johnson opened the door and sat in. A faint fragrance wafted in. Johnson glanced at Anne's beautiful legs. She leaned lightly on the seat and pulled up the edge of her knee-length lace skirt, revealing a pair of extremely seductive long legs in black stockings, and rolled her eyes at Johnson and scolded, "Have you seen enough? Do you want to lift up your skirt?" Johnson's mouth twitched, and he said righteously, "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Annie said coldly, "No man is good. He can't take his eyes off a pretty girl. You are the same. When I wear black stockings, the first thing you see is my legs. Don't think I don't know." Johnson was speechless after being retorted by Anne. He was really like that. Every time Anne wore black stockings, he would habitually admire her beautiful legs first. After all, no man could resist the temptation of black stockings, especially a tall and sexy beauty like Anne. Chapter 67, participating in the bidding selection, and was too lazy to pay attention to Johnson anymore. She drove seriously and arrived at the company soon. Most people in the company were at work today, and no one was surprised to see Johnson following Annie. When he reached the top floor, Johnson had basically nothing to do. Like Chun Geilingbing, he just found a place outside to stay. Annie and Linda became busy. The opening of the real estate project had brought huge economic losses and negative news to the Jinshio group, so the project had to be stopped for the time being. Annie was responsible for all the aftermath. All aspects of the company had also been hit by Wong in the past few days. Fortunately, Jinshio was financially strong and could still hold on. Linda put all her energy into the renovation of the old city. As long as she won this project, Jinshio Group's losses could be recovered and it could even move to a higher level in Jiangling. Jinshio Group is devoting all its efforts to the renovation of the old city, while the Wong family, which also suffered huge losses, is calm. In order to help Linda get this project, Aldrich was busy running around the government. However, Jiang Haoyu seemed not to care about this matter. He went to work as usual every day and never asked about the renovation of the old city. The reversal of Jiang Haoyu and Wang Huan's attitudes made Linda and Li Yuan a little confused. But on second thought, maybe it was because of the last peace talk that Wang Huan had restrained himself, so Linda didn't take it too seriously. Everything seemed calm. Jiangling had returned to its former self, with special police still on duty in the streets. Since Vincent came, the public security in the whole of Jiangling had improved greatly, and even fights had not occurred again. The Wang family and the Jiang family no longer made things difficult for the Jinshio Group. The calmer the sea is, the bigger storm is coming. Soon, a week passed. Today is the day when the government officially selects bids for the renovation of the old city. This project has been planned for a long time, and the government also held an open tender. After rounds of elimination, only Wang Group and Jinshio Group were selected. Today is the referendum to decide which company will take over. Linda had been preparing for this day for months, and she woke up excitedly early in the morning. Johnson naturally arrived very early, but as usual, he was only allowed to stay outside the yard and couldn't even get breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Linda and Annie walked out hand in hand, both of them with confidence on their faces. Johnson sits in the front, and glanced at Johnson and asked him to sit in the passenger seat. Johnson sat on it tactfully. It must be said that although Johnson was an incompetent bodyguard, he still obeyed Anne's orders. Shin Gui has always looked down on Johnson. Although they have been colleagues these days, he hardly speaks to Johnson. Lung Bing is a man of few words and would occasionally chat with Johnson. The car drove towards the city hall. Johnson turned back and stared at Annie. Mr. Song, where are we going? Wei turned around. Linda was filled with disgust. She unconsciously pressed her hands on the hem of her skirt and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Annie frowned and said, "Who told you to look back?" Turn around quickly. Oh. Johnson's forehead was full of black lines, and he turned away. He just asked curiously and didn't want to look at Linda. Linda really didn't have any good feelings toward Johnson at all. If it weren't for Annie, she would have driven Johnson away long ago. Chen Gue, who was driving, also glanced at Johnson with a look that showed great contempt for him. Johnson laughed at himself and thought to himself, "Isn't it just a glance back? What's the big deal? You act like everyone has never seen a beauty before. You act so cool all day long, as if someone likes you. Annie is better. She is much better than this iceberg person." To be honest, Johnson also had no good feelings towards Linda. He would not even say hello to Linda when he saw her. Linda is not being pretentious. She just doesn't like Johnson. When she doesn't like someone, then all of that person's actions will be displeasing to her, which is why she is so disgusted with Johnson. The car continued to move. The atmosphere inside was very awkward, and no one spoke anymore. However, Linda and Annie were still in a good mood. Soon, we arrived at the city government compound. Linda is here. At the city government compound, Lu Xiong and Li Yuan had already arrived. But today's protagonist is Linda. "Dad, good morning, Uncle Lu." "Haha, Linda is more beautiful today than usual." Lu Xiong's mouth was as sweet as honey. After all, he was still counting on Annie to take charge of half of the project. Uncle Lu is really good at joking. Linda smiled, and after greeting each other, they walked into the city hall together. Johnson and the other two stayed outside. After all, their level was not high enough. In the government hall, Vincent just came downstairs and passed by Linda and others. Among them, and caught Vincent's attention. Vincent was slightly stunned, stopped, and turned to look at Annie, who was talking and laughing. When he saw Annie's face clearly, Vincent's mouth curled up. She is really the eldest daughter of the Song family? She has been missing for 3 years and is hiding in Jiangling. This is really explosive news. Interesting. Miss Song disappeared at the engagement party, which made the Wen family lose face. The Song and Wen families also fell out because of this incident. If young Master Wen knew that his fiancée was hiding in Jiangling, it would be a great achievement. Vincent thought about it. The more he felt that Jiangling had made the right decision. He didn't expect to meet Annie, and had no idea that Vincent knew her, and she didn't know anyone named Vincent. Linda and Annie came to the conference hall on the second floor chatting and laughing. Many well-known people from Jiangling were already there, including Wang Huan and Tan Xin. The two chatted and laughed happily amidst the crowds of people. "Hey, Boss Li and Miss Li are here." When everyone saw Li Yuan and Linda, they came over to greet them. Linda came to her seat and sat down under the spotlight. Snored. Wang Huan looked at this group of fence-sitters and couldn't help but despise them. Tan Xin smiled and said, "Brother Wang, just let the Li family show off. They won't be able to survive for many more days." Wang Huan raised his lips slightly and whispered, "Brother Tan, how are things going?" Tan Xin smiled faintly. "After the meeting, I will take you to see it." "Ah, good. Linda came. Everyone present was chasing after Wang Huan. Now, all of them are chasing after Linda. These people have all received some inside information. This time, Jinxiu Group is 70% sure. Now, they have to take sides. They all rely on cooperating with Linda. Linda gets this kind of big project. Everyone can get a piece of the pie if they can cooperate. At 9 o'clock, relevant government personnel arrived. Aldrich personally presided over the bidding conference. Aldrich didn't waste any words and went on stage to say, "Hello, everyone. The Jiangling Municipal Government's project to renovate the new city's commercial integration has been launched for a long time. After careful selection by the government, the Jinxiu Group and the Wang Group have been selected. Representatives of both companies are here today. On behalf of the municipal government, I formally convene this bid selection meeting. Now, please invite the two representatives to introduce their plans respectively." Chapter 68, Winning the Project. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from below. Linda walked onto the stage amid applause. She had been preparing for this project for a long time. Although she had already submitted the proposal, she still had to explain the renovation plan in detail on the spot. Linda carefully explained to relevant government officials the transformation plan of Jinxiu Group, etc. Half an hour later, Wang Group also sent a representative to the stage to explain. After the two companies finished explaining, Aldrich spoke again. Okay, the two companies have finished explaining their plans. In order to make the selection of bids open and fair, I will not participate. The following 19 relevant personnel will choose the company they want from the two companies. These are just polite words. Fairness and justice are a joke. Soon, the voting results came out. Jinxiu Group received 10 votes, and Wang Group received 9 votes. Oh shit. When Wang Huan saw the result, he couldn't help but curse. Tan Xin beside him smiled faintly. Brother Wang, isn't this a good result? Should we go and congratulate them too? Wang Huan sneered. Go if you want. Ah. All of this was something Tan Xin and Jareth decided not to argue about. Although Wang Huan knew the outcome in advance, he still felt a little unhappy. Aldrich happily announced, "It seems that the results have come out. I now announce that the old city renovation and commercial integration project will be officially undertaken by Jinxiu Group. Congratulations, Mr. Li." There was applause at the scene. Linda excitedly went on stage and shook hands with the relevant personnel one by one to express her gratitude. Everyone present congratulated him with flattering faces. Wang Huan stood up and left angrily. Li Yuan shouted proudly, "Boss Wang, are you in such a hurry to leave?" Li Yuan, don't be happy too soon. Wang Huan left angrily after leaving this sentence. Li Yuan laughed very loudly. This time the project was won. As expected, Jinxiu's status in Jiangling would be further elevated. He was naturally happy. Congratulations, Brother Li. Tan Xin extended his hand to congratulate with a smile on his face. Li Yuan was slightly stunned. Then he held Tan Tan's hand and said with a smile, "Brother Tan, congratulations to you." "Brother Li, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again another day." Sure. The two exchanged some polite words. Tan Xin had always been a low-key person in Jiangling, and he never fought for anything. He always had a smiling face when he met everyone, like a smiling tiger. But Li Yuan felt that this person was the most cunning and the most dangerous. Linda is now the center of attention and is busy finalizing the relevant procedures with Aldrich. Annie is also overwhelmed. All the companies here want to cooperate with Jinxiu. They're all suppliers in the housing construction sector. And who wouldn't want to get a piece of the pie? Wang Huan came out angrily, and Tan Xin followed closely. Brother Tan, now that this project has really been won by Jinxiu, are you doing things reliably? Brother Wang, are you still not confident in my ability to do things? It's not that I'm worried, but the killer you introduced me to last time almost got me into trouble. Tan Xin's mouth twitched, and he said, I really didn't handle the last matter well. I didn't know that the two assassins would end up like this. They were hired by the dark web assassin list, but I didn't expect that there would be so much water in it. Tan Xin himself was puzzled. How come Annie, a killer hired for 100 million yuan, seemed to be capable enough, but couldn't kill Linda? He could only think that he was deceived. I hope you won't play such a joke this time. Wang Huan now doesn't trust Tan Xin very much. Haha, brother, have you never heard of this saying? To destroy something, you must first make it crazy? The Li family is like this now. The higher the Li family stands, the harder they will fall. Yeah. Wang Huan nodded doubtfully, still feeling unsure. Seeing Wang Huan looking unhappy, Tan Xin said with a smile, Brother, shall we go to my rich man to have some fun? Wang Huan glanced at Tan Xin and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Yeah. Haha, brother will definitely be satisfied. The two smiled at each other, not caring about the defeat at all. Johnson waited until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon before he saw Linda and Annie coming out surrounded by a group of people. This group of people wanted to lick their toes and kept saying nice things behind them just to leave a good impression in front of the two of them. However, Linda and Annie ignored it. When Lung Bing saw Linda coming out, he immediately walked over and blocked everyone behind him. Xingue drove the car out quickly, and Linda and Annie got in quickly. Johnson. Among the group of people, one person rubbed his eyes and saw Johnson hurriedly getting on the bus with a look of disbelief. Boss Lynn, do you have any connections? His words caused others to ask questions. The man who just got into Mr. Lee's car looks a bit like my nephew. What? Your nephew is related to Mr. Lee? Boss Lynn, you really are a low-key person. Boss Lynn, with this relationship, your Lynn family will be gone. The person who spoke was George, who had severed ties with Johnson. He was also looking at the car that had already left in confusion. It's really him. How is it possible? George didn't dare to confirm and left in a hurry with doubt. He came here today just to make himself familiar. The Lynn family has always been engaged in a company engaged in building materials. Although it is not the largest building materials company in Jiangling, it is also considered to be in the middle and upper levels. If it can cooperate with Jinxiu Group on this project, the Lin family's business will be able to move to a higher level. However, the Lin family is not good enough in front of Jinxiu. Although there was some cooperation before, they were all small contracts and were not in Linda's eyes at all. Today he saw a man who looked very much like Johnson getting into Linda's car. He felt mixed emotions and could only comfort himself by thinking that he might have made a mistake. Linda and Annie in the car couldn't contain their joy. They completely relaxed in the car and happily talked about their future plans. We must celebrate today. Uh-huh. As they were talking, they came to the Western restaurant where Johnson and Annie had been last time. This pretty boy hasn't broken up yet. The receptionist at the door was impressed by Johnson and did not try to stop him this time. He just said something jealously behind him. Linda and Annie found a seat in the hall. There weren't many people eating there at this time. As soon as they sat down, Johnson shrugged and tried to come closer. Seeing him being so polite, Linda was obviously a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything. Annie was afraid that it would be awkward to eat later, so she said to Johnson, "Johnson, you can eat by yourself over there. Eat whatever you want. It's my treat." Johnson's mouth twitched. This was so fucking insulting. All right. Although he was very unhappy, Johnson did not get angry. After all, he was a bodyguard now, so he had to find a seat nearby and sat at a table alone. Chapter 69. Hello, brother-in-law. Chun Gui and Lung Bing originally wanted to find a seat nearby, but Linda generously let them sit together and did not leave Johnson alone. The dog looks down on people. Johnson felt really bad and said this in a self-deprecating way. In fact, and felt unhappy, but she couldn't say anything. She knew that Linda had a big prejudice against Johnson, and in order to take care of Linda's feelings, she had to let Johnson down. "Johnson, eat whatever you want. Don't worry about the money." And turned to Johnson with a smile. Johnson finally felt better and smiled faintly. "Really? It just so happens that I don't have money to treat Qian to a meal, so I might as well go all out." Johnson thought, since it doesn't cost any money anyway, I can just pick out the good and expensive items and pack them up to take home at once. During this time, he did not forget to send a message to Qian to tell her to wait for him in the evening. Soon, and order the food. She and Linda were chatting and laughing, but Johnson seemed not to notice. Even the waiter looked down on them. "Johnson, do you want me to order some egg fried rice for you?" Annie teased to ease Johnson's embarrassment. Johnson's mouth twitched. "I'll order it myself." "Oh, okay." Annie didn't say anything and continued chatting with Linda. Johnson raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Finally, a waiter noticed him. A French girl came over, but the look she gave Johnson clearly looked down on him. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Johnson raised his lips slightly and said in fluent French, "1 serving of king crab for Australian lobsters, 1 serving of tuna sashimi, the belly part, and some of your French home-cooked dishes. Also, 2 bottles of Cheval Blanc honey dry wine. Remember, the wine must be authentic, don't fool me." When the waiter saw that Johnson spoke fluent French, his attitude instantly became polite, and he said, "Sir, your French is very standard. Have you been to France?" Johnson smiled and said, "Well, I've been to watch a football match. I like the French football team very much. Didn't France win a world championship last time? It's a pity that they lost to Argentina this time." "Well, sir, France is not only good at football. Yes, French women are also very beautiful. Miss, you are very beautiful. Haha, sir, you really know how to talk." Johnson was chatting happily with the waiter, leaving Anne and Linda behind him stunned. This guy knows French? One day, he pretended not to understand it. Annie muttered behind him, "Sir, do you need anything else?" "Another serving of egg fried rice. And please pack up everything I ordered." "Well, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter smiled at Johnson again. "Sir, are you free tonight, and can we make an appointment?" Johnson's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, "Talk about it later." The waiter left with a smile. Ahem, and looked at Johnson with a half-smile. "Johnson, didn't you say you don't speak French?" Johnson smiled faintly. "I know a little bit." "Oh, you don't just know a little bit. You clearly explain it better than me. What exactly do you do?" Annie said self-deprecatingly. "Am I not your personal bodyguard?" "Forget it if you don't want to say it." Annie turned away angrily and ignored Johnson, but she was curious about him. After all, if you are proficient in a foreign language, there is no need to be a security guard. Soon the waiter brought the egg fried rice and did not forget to wink at Johnson. It has to be said that French women are really open-minded and ignored Johnson and happily drank wine with Linda, chatting and laughing. Johnson. Johnson was eating his meal when he heard someone calling him and subconsciously looked up. Jessica. Person who came was Jessica, dressed fashionably, and was looking at Johnson, who was eating with disdain. She was also holding the arm of a young man in a suit and tie, who looked like a nouveau riche and was quite good-looking. Johnson just glanced at her calmly and continued eating. He couldn't describe the feeling he had towards his sister. He couldn't say he hated her, but he couldn't say he loved her either. Anyway, he no longer felt the same as before. Jessica's mood immediately turned bad when she saw Johnson ignoring her. Then, she despised him even more when she saw that Johnson was still dressed like a poor loser and was even eating fried rice in such a restaurant. Johnson, you've been missing for more than a month. I thought you were dead. Johnson frowned and raised his eyes slightly. Jessica, are you so eager for me to die? Jessica smiled coldly. Don't be so sentimental. In my heart, you were already dead 15 years ago. I just feel uncomfortable seeing you now. Johnson suppressed his anger and said calmly, just don't look at it. Jessica sneered, who cares? As he said this, he was about to pull the young man away. But the young man's attention was attracted by Linda and Annie, and now he met Johnson, a loser. How could he easily miss such a good opportunity to attract the attention of beautiful women? The young man adjusted his tie and said sarcastically, Jessica, is this the cousin Johnson you mentioned? Jessica nodded. Yeah. The young man suddenly became interested. He bowed politely and extended his hand to Johnson, saying, it turns out to be my brother-in-law. Hello, my name is Tang Ji. I'm Jessica's fiancé, and I'm also the successor of Tang's enterprise. Johnson didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but when he heard that he was Jessica's fiancé, he couldn't be as heartless as Jessica. After all, she was his own sister. Hello. Johnson slowly extended his hand. Unexpectedly, Tang Ji suddenly retracted his hand, touched his hair, and said with a mocking smile, brother-in-law, do you take it seriously? Ha! Eh. Johnson laughed at himself, shook his head slowly, glanced at the two smug people, and continued to eat. Ha ha! Jessica, he really wants to get close to me. Tang Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jessica laughed. He has nothing to do with me. He is just a poor loser. Ha ha, it's true. He's eating fried rice here. It really makes me laugh to death. I don't know what he's thinking. Tang Ji asked with a smile. Brother-in-law, do you want me to order you a bottle of mineral water? Johnson really wanted to slap this guy to death now. If it wasn't for Jessica's sake, he would really do it. What exactly do you want to say? Johnson threw away the rice spoon, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Tang Ji expressionlessly. Tang Ji didn't care that Johnson had reached his limit of patience and continued to mock him. Why are you so angry, brother-in-law? I'm just afraid that you'll choke. Thank you, Johnson said lightly. Ah, we are a family. Brother-in-law, you have become such a mess. How about you come and work in my company, and I will arrange a job for you as a gatekeeper. What do you think? Johnson looked at Tang Ji with a fierce look in his eyes. He had killed many people in his life, so he really didn't care about killing this idiot. He had endured it until now, just for Jessica's sake. Chapter 70, Brother-in-Law. Take care. Tang Ji was totally unaware of the seriousness of the problem and had a mocking expression on his face, as if he would only feel comfortable if he pressed Johnson to the ground and rubbed him madly today. Ann's pretty face was full of frost at this moment. She didn't understand why Johnson was so good-tempered. She could no longer bear it, so she threw her knife and fork on the table, stood up domineeringly, walked in front of Tang Ji with full momentum, and shouted angrily, Are you done yet? Get out of here right now. Tang Ji was frightened by Ann's momentum. Then he pulled down his tie and looked up and said, Beauty, this doesn't seem to be any of your business, right? Annie said coldly, He is my boyfriend. You insulted my boyfriend in front of me. Do you think it is none of my business? Johnson in disbelief, and his mouth twitched. He is your boyfriend? Jessica was also confused and couldn't believe that Johnson was Ann's boyfriend, and admitted generously, Yes, Johnson is my boyfriend. So you, get out of here immediately. You'd better not make me unhappy. I don't have as good a temper as my boyfriend. Tang Ji suddenly felt unbalanced. And Johnson was just a poor loser. How could she have such a beautiful girlfriend? However, when he thought of his own identity, he felt superior again. Tang Ji shamelessly extended his hand and said, "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Tang Ji, the successor of Tang's enterprise. Can we be friends?" Annie laughed and said, "Get lost. You beauty, are you really not going to give me this face?" Tang Ji's face darkened, as if Annie would be in trouble today if she didn't give him face. Annie smiled coldly. "You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Isn't it just Tangjia Building Materials Company, Limited? Your father has to be respectful in front of me. Who are you?" Tang Ji was slightly stunned. "Do you know my dad?" Annie smiled coldly and ignored Tang Ji. Instead, she took out her phone and called Tang Ji's father directly. The call was quickly connected, and Annie said in a cold tone, "If you still want to cooperate with me, get your son out immediately." After saying that, Annie hung up the phone. Tang Ji raised his lips and said, "Why are you pretending?" and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Then Tang Ji's phone rang. Seeing that it was his father calling, his heart trembled. He glanced at Annie and answered the call. "Rebellious son, what have you done? Where are you now? How did you offend Mr. Song from Jinxiu Group?" As the call was connected, I heard a series of roars from the other end. Tang Ji panicked and asked, "Dad, what happened? I didn't do anything." "Nothing. Just now, President Song called me and asked me to get you out of here. Tell me the truth. Have you offended President Song?" "Let me tell you, our Tang family relies on Jinxiu for a living. President Song is our bread and butter. If you dare to offend her, I will break your legs." "I? What do you mean by I?" "No matter where you are now, get out of here immediately. If you have offended Mr. Song, apologize and get out immediately." "Yes, yes, yes." Tang Ji hung up the phone, his face pale, looked at Annie, and asked in a low voice, "Are you Annie Song, president of Jinxiu Group?" and said coldly, "Yes." Tang Ji's attitude changed immediately, and he bowed humbly to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Song. I didn't know you were here just now. I apologize to you, and please don't mind it." Annie said coldly, "Get lost." "Yes, yes, yes. Come back." Annie called Tang Ji again and said, "Apologize to my boyfriend." "Yes, yes, yes." Tang Ji no longer had the superiority he had before, and he bowed to Johnson and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Please forgive my ignorance." Johnson raised his lips and said, "Go away, brother-in-law." Tang Ji's mouth twitched, and he walked away dejectedly. Jessica looked at Johnson blankly, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. With mixed feelings, she left silently. "He's Annie's boyfriend? How is that possible?" "No, that's simply impossible." Jessica muttered to herself. Even if, and said to herself, she still didn't want to believe that all this was true. When she thought about the fact that Johnson, this loser, was actually Annie's boyfriend from Jinxiu Group, she felt uncomfortable, as if she couldn't bear to see Johnson living a better life than her. After the annoying person left, Annie hugged her shoulders and looked at Johnson angrily. "Johnson, did you choke on your food? Why don't you fight back?" Johnson smiled and, "Thank you." Annie rolled her eyes and cursed. "Just eat it. It would be best if you choked to death." Johnson smiled slightly, shook his head, and continued eating. Although Annie scolded him, she felt warm in her heart. But Annie didn't know the relationship between Johnson and Jessica, nor did she know that Johnson had been away from home for 15 years and had caused harm to the Lynn family. He controlled his temper and disdained to pay attention to people like Tang Ji. When he paid attention to him, it was time to kill him. After all, Tang Ji was Jessica's fiancé, and he couldn't be so heartless. Annie was also very angry. She sat down on the stool and refused to eat. "Annie, why are you angry?" Linda asked with a smile. "No, drink," and said, picked up the glass and drank it all. She was angry because she couldn't bear to see someone insulting Johnson. Maybe she didn't know why. Linda saw Anne's expression. She knew that and had actually been attracted to Johnson for a long time, but she was just too strong-willed to admit it. What happened today is enough to prove that, and completely disregarded her own reputation and said in public that Johnson was her boyfriend. This would have been impossible in the past. Especially now, Johnson can directly affect Anne's mood. Linda, as a bystander, has already noticed it. But she could only pretend not to know, because she didn't think highly of Johnson at all, and she didn't want Anne to be with Johnson. After a few drinks, Anne's mood improved, and she started discussing things with Linda again. They finished the meal during the negotiation. When the bill came, and had spent more than 200,000 yuan on this meal. Seeing Johnson carrying so many bags, and rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain, "Johnson, you are really amazing. You are full, and you want to take it away." You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Johnson laughed. Boss Song, you said you would treat me, so I'll just take some back for dinner. I'll save as much as I can. Annie laughed and said, Really? You are really thrifty. One meal cost me hundreds of thousands. Okay. Hey. Annie didn't feel bad about the money. She just felt that Johnson's operations were sometimes hard to understand. Seeing how open Johnson was, Linda disliked him even more. She felt that and would suffer a great loss sooner or later if she liked a man like him. Johnson's actions are just like an ordinary citizen, and this is how he tries hard to live. This is how he feels that this is the real him, and he doesn't care what others think of him. Tapte satantong gamble li fem. Jiangling City, rich man. This is an entertainment club that combines pornography, gambling, and drugs, and it is also the power of Tanshin. In the lobby on the first floor of the Rich Man Hotel, there is a secret door. A dozen thugs with pistols are standing at the door to guard it. Inside the gate is the casino, where gamblers come in an endless stream, all hoping to get rich overnight. In a luxurious private room on the second floor of the casino, two middle-aged men were sitting on the sofa. They were Tanshin and Wang Huan. Tanshin looked at his watch and said with a smile, It's time, Brother Wang. Let's go out and take a look. Wang Huan nodded. Okay. The two of them came to the second floor, where there were various gambling venues, including Shaker, 13 cards, AG video games, horse racing, Texas Hold'em, Baccarat, etc. Tanshin pointed to a man at one of the gambling tables and said, Brother Wang, look who that is. Wang Huan looked in the direction indicated and said with a smile, Li Feng, haha. Brother Wang, take another look over there. Tanshin raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to the video game area. On a video game machine sat a young man with a girl. Liu Ye. He's here too. Wang Huan was very surprised. Tanshin laughed. Brother Wang, prostitution, gambling, and drugs are the most deadly. All men like prostitution, but beauty is the root of trouble. How many heroes have died because of it? As for drugs, needless to say, once you get addicted, there's only one way to go. Gambling is actually the most deadly of the three. It is more terrible than drugs. Drug addiction harms your body, but gambling addiction is more terrible than drugs. It can control your brain, making you neither human nor ghost. You will lose everything. Your wife and children will be separated, your brothers will turn against you, and your parents will become enemies. You can be said to be feared by everyone. What's more deadly is that gamblers can do anything for money. Wang Huan's mouth curled up a little. What Brother Tan said is very insightful. You said Li Yuan cut off one of Li Feng's fingers for this matter. Why didn't he learn his lesson? Tanshin smiled faintly. Don't even mention one finger. Even if you cut off all 10 of his fingers, the gambler will still be the same. So, don't believe what the gambler says, Li Feng at the card table didn't notice that Tanshin and Wang Huan were looking at him. He was concentrating on betting. The chips in front of him were getting fewer and fewer. His face was getting uglier and uglier, and his temper was getting worse and worse. 9 out of 10 gambling games are scams. To gamblers, this is all bullshit. They always think they can win on the next round, and the more they lose, the more addicted they become. Li Feng can be said to be a famous prodigal son and gambler in Jiangling. He is Li Yuan's biological brother. Because of gambling, Li Yuan cut off one of his fingers as a warning, but it was of no use. Finally, Li Yuan had no choice but to kick him out of the house. After all, he was his own brother, so Li Yuan still allowed him to hold 30% of the Li family's shares. Every year, 30% of the profits would be given to him to squander. This 30% of the shares was also kept by his son Li Yuanhao, for fear that Li Feng would take the share certificates and resell them. The Li family's 30% profit could not withstand the endless consumption of a gambler. Li Feng would lose all the profit every year. Li Feng was sitting at the poker table with a cigarette in his mouth. All the chips in front of him were gone, so he just went all in. As expected, I lost again. Damn, that's a fucking back. Li Feng cursed loudly, threw the cards in his hand, and shouted, Give me another 10 million chips. Gao Li, the person in charge of the casino, came over and said, Brother Feng, you have already owed more than 100 million this month. It will be difficult to get another 10 million. When Li Feng heard this, his face darkened. What? Are you still afraid that I can't pay it back? That's not what I meant. I know Feng Ji's strength, but the casino has its own rules. Fuck the rules. Will you give me a word? This is a bit difficult. Li Feng immediately flew into a rage and grabbed Gao Li's collar. I'm entertaining you here because I think highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Brother Feng, Please don't do this. This is Boss Tan's place. Scare me? Let me tell you, no one in Jiangling can scare me. Even if Tan Shin is here, he has to give me some face. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was applause. Tan Shin clapped his hands and walked over with a smile. Brotherly, what you said is correct. Boss. Li Feng saw Tan Shin's mouth twitch, let go of the person in charge, and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Brother Chin. Tan Shin came to Li Feng with a smile on his face, patted Li Feng on the shoulder, and said, Don't be angry, brotherly. They don't know the relationship between you and me. After all, the Li and Tan families have been friends for many years. It's just a few small amounts of money. It's nothing. Li Feng smiled again and again. Yes, yes, yes. Tan Shin continued to laugh and said, Brotherly can come to my place to play, which means he thinks highly of me. What's the point of money? He is not an outsider. Others may not trust Brotherly, but why should I not trust him? Yes, yes, yes. Brotherly, how much do you owe? Tan Shin changed the subject. Li Feng said in a low voice, Brother Chin, I owe you 130 million. Don't worry, I will pay it back when I have the money. I will never default on the payment. Tan Shin smiled slightly. It's a bit of a formality, isn't it? Let alone this small amount of money, even if it's tens of billions. It's not a big deal for you, brotherly. Just have fun. Li Feng was very afraid that Tan Shin would ask for the debt, but when he saw that Tan Shin didn't care at all, he felt much more comfortable and hurriedly smiled and said, Brother Chin is really loyal. Tan Shin sighed. Hey, brotherly is a big shot in Jiangling. This little fight is beneath your status. There's a card game at the casino tonight. The bet is 10 times the price, and there are tens of billions of dollars to be won or lost. I wonder if Brotherly is interested. Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he whispered, Brother Chin, how can I play so big? Alas, Jiang Ling, if you're not worthy of playing such a big game, who else is qualified to play such a big game? Don't worry about the money. I will invest. If you win, I only want the principal, and the rest is yours. If you lose, don't worry. I don't want any interest, and I won't rush you as your brother. When you have money, just pay it back. It's no big deal. When Li Feng heard about this good thing, he felt itchy in his heart. The gambler's inner demon immediately controlled him. He didn't think about why Tan Shin was so generous. He said hot-headedly, Brother Chin, are you serious? Tan Shin didn't waste any words and waved his hand, saying, Come, give Li Feng 3 billion chips. No matter how he plays here, he just needs to take the money. Yes, boss. Ha ha, Brother Chin, you are so righteous. I admire you, brother. Li Feng laughed continuously, thinking that he must win a huge sum of money tonight to feel proud. Tan Shin was so happy that he shouted, Come on, why don't you invite Master Li to the VIP room? Yes. Li Feng said a few more words of gratitude to Tan Shin and was surrounded by the casino girls and taken into the VIP room to have some fun. Tonight's game was carefully prepared by Tan Shin for Li Feng, and he was not the only one involved. Tan Shin glanced at Lu Jie, who was playing video games, and gave him a wink. Gally beside him understood immediately and said, Boss, the VIP room is still short of a VIP guest. Tan Shin frowned slightly and said loudly, Everyone, listen to me. There is a big game in the casino tonight. We are still short of a rich man with a deposit of 3 billion. I wonder if anyone here is interested? When the gamblers in the casino heard that there was a base of 3 billion and no one could afford it, they all shook their heads. Tan Shin's target was naturally not them. Lu Jie, who was playing video games, did not say anything after hearing this. However, a very beautiful woman beside him said to Lu Jie in a delicate voice, Dear, go and have some fun. I have never seen such a big gambling game. I really want to see it. Lu Jie's mouth twitched. I can't afford this. When the beauty heard this, she pouted her lips instantly. Dear, didn't you tell me that your family is the richest in Jiangling? How come you're not as good as them? Lu Jie was embarrassed for a moment and explained, Dear, my family is naturally the richest in Jiangling. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the old city reconstruction project. My Lu family accounts for half, which is a project worth tens of billions. Then you can't afford to play. I think you were just bragging. What? I'm bragging? Go ask around in Jiangling Lu's group. Who dares to say that my Lu family isn't the richest in Jiangling? I'm the only heir to the Lu's group. When the beauty heard this, she smiled and said in a sweet voice, My dear, I know your family is rich, but I want to see you play the big game, so please fulfill my wish. Lu Jie's face turned red. It's not that he didn't want to play, but he was self-aware that he had no money in his pocket. If Lu Xiong knew he was gambling, he would probably beat him up. Okay, next time, dear. The beauty was originally sent by Tan Xin to seduce Lu Jie, with the purpose of taking him to the casino. Seeing that Lu Jie was not fooled, she said with a straight face, "My dear, I think you are a coward, not like a man." Lu Jie blushed and said, "I'm not a man." "That's right. You tell me every day how rich you are, but you come to the casino and play these video games that kids play. It's meaningless." "Damn it." Lu Jie cursed, stood up, and said, "How dare you look down on me, young master? It's just a big bet. You just don't dare. Let me show you my strength." In order to save face in front of the beauty, Lu Jie shouted, "I'll do it." When Tan Xin heard the voice, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Which big boss is coming?" "I." Accompanied by the beautiful woman, Lu Jie came in front of Tan Xin and said with a proud look, "Hey, isn't this young Master Lu?" Tan Xin said with a smile, "Boss Tan, I wonder if I am qualified to play?" Lu Jie said proudly. Tan Xin was waiting for him and nodded. "Of course, if young Master Lu is not qualified in Jiangling City, who else is qualified?" Lu Jie was so flattered by this that he looked at the beautiful woman in a daze and continued, "Boss Tan, I don't have any money on me." Without saying anything, Tan Xin snapped his fingers and said, "Come on, prepare 3 billion chips for young Master Lu." "Thank you, Boss Tan." "You're welcome. Just have fun, young Master Lu. If you win, you can take it. If you lose, that's fine too. Just pay it back if you have the money. Don't worry, I have an old friendship with your father, so I won't rush you." Lu Jie felt very proud and said with a smile, "Thank you, Boss Tan. Don't worry, I won't lose." That's right. Come on, please invite young Master Lu into the VIP room." "Yes." Lu Jie lost himself in the words, "young Master Lu," and was led by a beautiful woman into the VIP room to gamble. Little did he know that it was all a trap. "Gally, are you all ready?" Tan Xin asked with a gloomy face. "Don't worry, boss. There will be no accidents." Gauli whispered. Tan Xin laughed and felt relieved. "Brother Tan, that's brilliant, huh?" At some point, Wang Huan came over with a smug smile on his face. "Ha. Are you in a better mood, brother?" "Ha, it's going well. Today is really a smooth day. Ha. Let's go and continue drinking tea." "Good." The two of them went to drink tea happily. The old house of the Lynn family. George had been depressed the whole day since he saw Johnson this afternoon, although he was not sure whether it was Johnson. In the evening, Jessica returned home lazily, feeling depressed and confused. Susan saw that Jessica was worried and asked, "Jessica, didn't you go on a date with Tang Ji today? What happened?" Jessica sat on the sofa and said, "Don't mention it. Johnson ruined all the good things today. I'm in no mood at all." "Johnson?" George frowned when he heard this. "Jessica, have you seen Johnson?" Susan said with disdain, "You two are really interesting. Seeing Johnson makes you look like this." Jessica looked at George. "Dad, have you seen Johnson too?" George nodded. "Yes, but I'm not sure. Today I went to the City Hall building and saw someone who looked very similar to Johnson. He was in the same car with Linda from the Jinsho group. I'm not sure if it was him." "Tisk, you're just daydreaming all day. If that loser Johnson can hook up with Linda, I'll eat shit," Susan said with great disdain. Jessica's mouth twitched, and she looked at Susan. "Mom, don't brag. Johnson really got close to the Jinsho group, but it's not Linda, it's Annie." "What? Jessica, are you telling the truth?" Susan looked at Jessica in disbelief. George was also startled and asked, "Jessica, are you sure? What is the relationship between Johnson and Anne?" Jessica didn't quite believe it at first, but after hearing George say that Johnson and Linda were in the same car, she had to believe that Johnson was really Annie's boyfriend. "Damn, Mom. Johnson is Annie's boyfriend now." "What? How is that possible?" George and Susan looked shocked. "Really, Annie said it to my face today." Jessica had told them what happened today in detail, which made George and Susan believe it. Susan slumped down on the sofa and muttered, "How did this Johnson get close to Annie? He will be very rich in the future. What if he takes revenge on us?" "Not really. We are family after all." Jessica didn't believe Johnson would retaliate against them. "Of course he will. We have taken over the Lynn family's assets, and I even sold his sister. What if he wants to retaliate against us? What should we do?" "I don't know." Jessica shook her head. She was not sure whether Johnson would retaliate. After all, what the Lynn family did was too ruthless. Chapter 73, Losing Everything. Susan's face was filled with worry jealousy, and resentment. She couldn't bear to see Johnson living a better life than her, so she hated and cursed him. George remained silent the whole time. When Susan stopped talking for a while, he said, "Stop making so much noise. I'm making a fuss. I'm just doing it for this family." All right, all right. George waved his hand and said to Jessica, "Jessica, Johnson is still a member of our family no matter what. His father and I are brothers, and you and he are cousins. We are still connected. I don't believe Johnson will retaliate against us. We did go too far at the beginning, but we are family after all. We can just talk it out if there are any misunderstandings. Go to Jinshio Group to find him tomorrow and tell him that I asked him to go home for a reunion. Remember to ask him to bring Angela home as well." Jessica looked reluctant and said, "Dad, I'm not going." "You," George said again. "Jessica, Jinshio Group has already won the Old City renovation project. Our family specializes in building materials. If we can cooperate with Jinshio, our Lynn family can immediately become a giant in Jiangling building materials. In a few years, our family will become the top enterprise in Jiangling, and you can enjoy the benefits at that time." Jessica frowned. But will Johnson agree?" "Why not? He is your father's nephew. They say a nephew is like a son. His father is gone, so he is your father's son. How dare he not come?" Susan's expression changed instantly. Jessica was also disgusted by Susan's words. She only now remembered that her nephew was considered her son. What'd she done before? "Jessica, you must help Dad this once. No matter what, go there tomorrow and ask Johnson to bring Angela home." "Jessica, listen to your father and make sure Johnson comes home." Jessica reluctantly agreed. "Okay, I'll go, but I can't guarantee that Johnson will come back." "It's okay, you go first. If it doesn't work, I'll go myself." George then instructed, "Jessica, remember, Johnson is your brother, so be polite when you speak." Jessica said coldly, "Huh, what were you doing earlier? You only remember that he is my brother now." Susan and George were so angry that their faces turned red. Jessica had mixed feelings. It was not that she had no conscience, but she hated Johnson deep down for leaving without saying goodbye, which made her sad for a long time. In the Lynn family, Jessica and Johnson, they grew up together and have a deep relationship. However, after Johnson left, Jessica began to become lonely and resentful toward Johnson. In addition, after Johnson left, subtle changes occurred in the Lynn family. George and Susan felt that the opportunity had come and began to instill hatred into Jessica, leading to discord between the two brothers. Until Johnson's parents had an accident, George and Susan swallowed up all the property. Grandpa Lynn made a will that half of the property belonged to Johnson. If Johnson didn't come back, George and his wife would have to raise Angela, and when she grew up, she would inherit the other side of the assets. But in order to keep the property for themselves, George and his wife kicked Angela out of the house as soon as Grandpa Lynn died. After Johnson came back, they forced him to break off relations with the Lynn family. Jessica was indoctrinated since childhood and became a different person, which is why she is so indifferent to Johnson. The night is deep. The Monopoly Casino is still bustling with activity, and gamblers are still dreaming of getting rich overnight, but the results are often not as expected. In the VIP room, Lu Jie and Li Feng had only a few chips left out of their 3 billion. The more they played, the more nervous they became. They were no longer as confident as before they entered the room. In less than half an hour, Li Feng and Lu Jie lost all their money, which was something that had been expected. Damn it, why am I so unlucky tonight? Li Feng's face turned pale after losing. He still can't figure out why he was so unlucky. Lu Jie slumped in his chair, thinking about the 3 billion yuan he lost in one night. If Lu Xiong knew about this, he would be skinned alive. No, come again, come again. Li Feng said unwillingly. Yes. Don't go, let's fight until dawn. Lu Jie also became excited. He was already excited. Gao Li said with a smile, "Brother Feng, young Master Lu, let's go home tonight. Your luck is so bad. If you continue playing, you will lose more." "What? Are you afraid that I can't pay it back?" Gao Li raised his lips and said, "That's not the case. It's just that 3 billion is not a small amount." 3 billion. Li Feng was so slow to react that he shuddered when he heard the number 3 billion. Lu Jie's face turned pale. 3 billion. Not 300 million. Not 30 million. Gao Li, didn't Brother Qin say that money is not a problem? Give me another 3 billion and I will make up for my losses. I will not play anymore after I win enough. The more Li Feng thought about it, the more scared he became. He had never been able to get 3 billion, and now he was counting on getting another 3 billion to take a gamble. This, Gauliazitata. Lu Jia also hoped to make up for his losses and said, "What are you afraid of? Can we still run away? Besides, it's only 3 billion, so we can't lose your money." "Yes, yes, yes. How about you call Brother Chin over and I'll talk to him?" "Yes, call Boss Tan." Gao Li pretended to be hesitant, thought for a long time, and said, "Then there is no need to ask the boss to come. The boss has told me that money is not a problem for you too, but he is afraid that you will lose too much. It's none of your business if we lose, just take the money." "That's right. Hurry up and get the money." Gao Li thought for a moment and said, "Okay, giving another 3 billion is not a problem, but adding it to the previous 3 billion, this is not a small amount. Although the boss said that he's still very confident in you, you still have to abide by the rules." "What rules?" Gao Li snapped his fingers, and someone immediately brought 2 loan agreements and handed them to Li Feng and Lu Jia. "Everything must be based on real evidence. Take a close look at these 2 loan agreements. If you agree to sign, you can get the money right away." Li Feng took a closer look and saw that the agreement stated that the 6 billion yuan debt would be waived if repaid in one lump sum within 3 months. If it could not be repaid in one lump sum after 3 months, 30% of the shares of the Li Group would be used as collateral. If the owner was unwilling to mortgage the shares, he would be repaid at 100% annual interest. That is to say, the debt is 6 billion and 12 billion needs to be repaid 1 year. This is already the highest level of high-altitude debt. Lu Jia's debts were directly treated as high-interest loans. Didn't Brother Gao Li Qin say that interest would not be included? Li Feng felt a little scared when he saw the equity mortgage written on the contract. Gao Li smiled faintly. "Brother Feng, this is not considered as your interest. You can pay it back in one lump sum within 3 months without any interest. Where else can you borrow money for such a good thing?" Li Feng nodded and asked, "What if you can't pay it back in 3 months?" "Then follow the contract." Gao Li continued, "Brother Feng, why do you always think about losing? What if you win back? Besides, if I give you 3 months, can't you raise 6 billion?" Li Feng, who was completely overwhelmed, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'm willing to sign the contract." After saying that, he signed without further ado. Gao Li raised his lips and said, "Give Brother Feng 3 billion chips." "Master Lu, what about you?" Lu Jie was also hesitant, but seeing that Li Feng was not afraid, he felt that he had no need to be afraid. Coupled with the gambler's mentality, he had lost the ability to think, and he gritted his teeth and signed. Gao Li took the 2 contracts with satisfaction, gave Lu Jie 3 billion chips, and turned to leave the VIP room. "Boss, they signed it." Gao Li took the contract and came to Tan Shin's private box. Tan Shin looked at the contract on a coffee table and smiled evilly. How come Li and Lu families came up with these 2 things? I really can't wait to see how the Lu and Li families get into trouble." Wang laughed. Don't be impatient, brother. This kind of thing needs to be done slowly, and chess must be played step by step. I want to make sure Li Yuan is killed without a burial place, and let Lu Xiong be used by us. Just wait and see what I will do next." Tan Shin said with a smile. Wang Hua nodded. "Brother, you are really smart. Fortunately, you and I are friends. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, same here." As expected, Li Feng and Lu Jie lost 6 billion in one night. They were really desperate. Even though they clearly knew that this might be a pig slaughter, it would be of no use now that they have signed the contract. The 2 men were filled with regret and even staggered as they walked out of the casino. They left this nightmarish casino in a daze. Chapter 74. Being scolded for no reason. Early in the morning, Johnson followed Annie to work. Now his job is to protect Annie, and he is so bored. Yesterday, Johnson went home at 5 o'clock, brought packed food, drank some wine with Eric, and took Angela and Eve out to play for a while. He lived a comfortable life. Since Jinshio Group won the Old City renovation project, Annie and Linda also became busy, and the preliminary work was quite tedious. Linda of the demolition, and now all she needs to do is pay the compensation according to the agreement, so there isn't much dispute. Early in the morning, many people wanted to see Annie, just to find Jinshio Group for cooperation. For such a large project, Annie was very cautious about her partners and had to consider many aspects. Moreover, one company cannot satisfy the demand. Lu Xiong got up early today and couldn't wait to come to Jinshio and went straight to Linda's office. What's Linda busy with?" Lu Xiong walked into the office and greeted Linda with a smile on his face. Linda was not surprised to see Lu Xiong coming. She smiled and stood up to greet him. "Uncle Lu, you are here. Linda, you go about your business. I'm here just to ask, does the agreement between us count? Lu Xiong asked with a smile. Linda took a document from the desk and said with a smile, Uncle Lu, since I promised to give you half, I will not break my promise. I have already written the contract. Please take a look. Okay. Lu Xiong took the contract very happily and sat on the sofa to read it. Linda sat next to him and explained, Uncle Lu, I'm handing over the area in the south of the city to you. I have only one request. All renovations must be done according to my plan, and all materials must be purchased according to my standards. Lu Xiong nodded immediately. No problem, Linda, don't worry. I'm just your pawn in front of the battlefield. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Linda smiled slightly. Uncle Lu, please don't say that. I'm also considering the quality issue. After all, Jinxiu is responsible for this matter. If there is any quality problem, I will not be able to explain it. Ah, that's right. Linda, don't worry. I'm a sensible man. I won't do anything here, and I won't hold you back. Yes, then thank you, Uncle Lu, for your cooperation. Okay. Linda, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back to the company to arrange for staff to prepare. Lu Xiong went back with the contract satisfied. Annie learned that Linda gave half of the project to Lu Xiong. She was quite surprised and ran to inquire about the situation. Sister, what are you doing? Why are you giving half of the project to Lu Xiong? What? Annie didn't understand why Linda did this. Linda looked at Annie, who looked surprised and chuckled. Annie, I'm really sorry. Actually, this was already agreed upon a long time ago, but I didn't have time to tell you. What? It was agreed upon long ago? When did it happen? Annie was obviously a little unconvinced. It was too abnormal that Linda had never told her about such a big thing. It just happened a few days ago. I didn't have time to tell you. Linda explained calmly. Oh, Annie felt that this was not like Linda's character. Linda worked day and night for this project, so how could she easily give up half of it to others? There must be something she was hiding. Linda, how was the Johnson incident handled last time? Annie thought about how Lu Xiong let Johnson go easily last time. Maybe it was related to the project. Linda frowned. Annie, actually, this project was only possible thanks to Uncle Chi. Giving half to Lu Xiong was also Grandpa's idea. It was decided after the Johnson incident last time. Although it is somewhat related to Johnson, even if there was no Johnson incident, the Chi family would have stepped in, so don't think too much. Annie knew it was like this. Linda didn't tell her because she was afraid that she would worry too much. Thank you, Linda. What are you talking about? We don't talk about this between us. Well, I'll get busy now. And knew clearly that if it weren't for Johnson, Linda would never give in even if the Chi family stepped in. All this was just to save her face. And came outside and caught a glimpse of Johnson sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching short videos and laughing from time to time. Johnson! And shouted, which frightened Johnson. He immediately put away his phone and walked over, asking, Mr. Song, what's the matter? And said with a straight face, Johnson, is $1 million a year just for you to play with your phone? Johnson's mouth twitched. He didn't know what was wrong with him again, so he had to play dumb. Go ahead and have fun. And left a message and went into her office. You are sick. After Annie left, Johnson cursed at her behind her back, turned around, and looked at Lung Bing and Chun Gue, who were also doing nothing. They were both sitting with their legs crossed and playing with their phones. He suddenly felt so wronged. Oh, women are so hard to please. Johnson came to the sofa and continued to lie there, saying something indifferent. Maybe Ms. Song is having her period and is in a bad mood. Lung Bing said something to comfort her for the first time. Yeah. Johnson leaned over to Lung Bing and whispered, when women have their period, they curse for no reason? Lung Bing frowned. I don't know. Aren't you a woman? Lung Bing was speechless. He looked at Johnson coldly and continued to stare at his phone. It's boring. Johnson wisely continued to lie down and play with his phone. At this time, at the gate of Jinxiu Group, a Maserati was stopped by security guards. Miss, can I ask you something? Jessica was sitting in the car. She said to the security guard, I'm here to look for Johnson at your company. Is he here? Brother Lynn? What do you want from him? I'm his sister, and I have something urgent to ask him. Could you please give me a favor? Is that so? Are you really Brother Lynn's sister? Yeah. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. That's not necessary. Just go in. Go straight to the top floor and say you're looking for Brother Lynn. Oh, thank you. Jessica didn't expect to get in so easily. There were a lot of people outside today, and you need to make an appointment to go to the top floor. This made Jessica more convinced that Johnson was Annie's boyfriend. In the reception area on the first floor, many businessmen came to seek cooperation, and they were all waiting for Annie's decision-making meeting. However, when Jessica told the receptionist that she was Johnson's sister, the girl at the reception was very polite and gave the green light. Now everyone in the company knows that Johnson is Annie's boyfriend, and everyone calls him Brother Lynn. Jessica followed the instructions and came to the top floor management area. The front desk receptionist had already received a call from the first floor saying that Johnson's sister had arrived. The receptionist politely instructed Jessica to go to the last office where she could see Johnson. Chapter 75. George comes to discuss cooperation. Johnson was still sitting with his legs crossed, looking at his phone. Jessica came over and saw Johnson. She stopped, moved her lips a few times, but didn't call him brother after not seeing him for 15 years. Johnson. Johnson raised his eyes and saw that it was Jessica. His expression instantly turned bad, and he lowered his head to continue looking at his phone. Jessica had mixed feelings, but she still mustered up her courage, walked up to Johnson, and whispered, "Johnson, my dad asked you to bring Angela home tonight." Johnson thought he had heard it wrong, looked up at Jessica, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Do I still have a home in Jiangling?" Jessica lost her temper in the face of Johnson's sarcasm. She just lowered her head and said, "Johnson, I know my family has let you down, but we are a family after all. We can sort out any misunderstandings." Johnson said calmly, "There's nothing more to say. Ever since your mother sold my sister, I have had no relationship with your family. Isn't this exactly what your parents wished?" "Johnson, I know you feel uncomfortable, but we are still a family, right? You can disown my parents, and you can disown me, but that is Grandpa's home, and you're Grandpa's only grandson, so you are a member of the Lynn family." Jessica moved out of Grandpa Lynn's house. Johnson thought of his own grandfather, and his eyes became red unconsciously. He felt so sorry for his grandfather in this life, and even more sorry for his parents. But how could he forget how George and his wife treated him? He smiled and said, "Jessica, if I go home, will your parents hand over all the Lynn family assets to me?" Jessica was speechless when asked. Johnson continued, "If I remember correctly, the Lynn family is engaged in building materials business. Now you come here to ask me to go back, just because you think I am Annie's boyfriend and want to cooperate with Jean Xiu. But I'm sorry, I'm not Annie's boyfriend, and I can't help your parents." "You're not Annie's boyfriend?" Jessica was also surprised. Johnson chuckled. "Are you disappointed? Go back and tell your parents that since I severed ties with them, I will never have anything to do with them again. As for the Lynn family, I am indeed my grandfather's only grandson. As long as I'm not dead, the Lynn family will take root in Jiangling and thrive." "I see." Jessica said nothing more and walked away in a daze. After walking a few steps, Jessica turned around and looked back at Johnson. Thoughts of the past came to her mind, and she recalled her childhood memories of Johnson. At that time, she loved to stick to Johnson the most. Jessica's eyes turned red unconsciously. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she bowed deeply to Johnson and said, "Brother, I'm sorry." After saying that, he covered his face and ran away crying. This long-lost brother directly broke Johnson's heart. Looking at Jessica's back as she left, Johnson was filled with thoughts. He also thought of the sister who used to cling to him. In fact, he never blamed Jessica at all, but was disappointed with what George and his wife did. Of course, Johnson would never go back, nor would he forgive George and his wife for selling Angela. The next day, Johnson continued to live a boring life of following and to work in the morning and following her to work in the evening, but fortunately the salary was good. Today was the same as yesterday and was very busy, and Johnson was still sitting on the sofa outside. In the morning, a figure came over. Johnson knew him. It was his Uncle George. Jessica went back yesterday and told George what happened. George no longer expected Johnson to come home, so today he made up his mind and went directly to Annie with his company resume to discuss cooperation. Jessica yesterday. Because of Johnson's relationship, he could get the green light without even making an appointment, so he came to try it. Sure enough, we told the front desk that he was Johnson's uncle and had something to ask Annie. He was immediately given the green light to come in. George smiled nervously at Johnson. Johnson had no expression on his face. He just glanced at him calmly and continued playing with his phone. George had no choice but to walk to the door awkwardly and knock on Inn's office door. "Come in." George pushed the door open and walked in, and was still looking down at resumes from other companies to see which one was suitable for cooperation. "Are you Johnson's uncle?" And looked up at George. She had received a call from the front desk earlier, saying that Johnson's uncle was also in the building materials business, so they asked George to come up to talk. Hello, Mr. Song. I am Johnson's Uncle George, and this is my company's resume. George was very humble and handed his resume to and with both hands. Annie took his resume and said with a smile, Mr. Lynn, there's no need to be so reserved. Please sit down and let me take a look at your resume. Yes. George sat across from and nervously, because he knew that if he was judged by qualifications, he would not be in his eyes. Annie looked a little embarrassed. Although Lynn's company was engaged in building materials, its strength was too weak to meet Jinxio's needs. If they cooperated, they could only give her one area, and wanted to refuse directly. But when she thought of the relationship between George and Johnson, she felt a little selfish. Boss Lynn, you should know that this old city renovation project is quite large in scale, and the demands in all aspects are also huge. The first requirement for our partners is strength and quality. If they're not strong enough, it will affect the progress of the entire project. Yes, I understand. If I can cooperate with Jinxio, I will put down all my business and devote myself to the old city renovation project. I will definitely not delay the progress of the project and will ensure the quality. George said sincerely. Seeing George say this, Annie thought about it for a while and decided directly, well, your company definitely can't handle so many projects. Not only your company can't handle it, but the whole Jiangling can't handle it either. So for the sake of the progress of the entire project, we decided to divide the entire project into 10 sections. Currently, 5 companies have won the bid. If you're willing to cooperate, I can contract all the building materials for Section 6 to your company. I wonder if Mr. Lynn has confidence. George never dreamed that things would go so smoothly. He quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your support. Annie chuckled. Mr. Lynn, you're welcome. By the way, since Johnson is your nephew, why doesn't he live with you? Are his parents still around? George's heart skipped a beat. If Annie knew about this, let alone cooperation, he might not even be able to survive in Jiangling. Well, to be honest with you, Mr. Song, although I am Johnson's uncle, I don't have a very good relationship with him. There are some misunderstandings between us. This kid is too stubborn. I asked him to go home several times, but he refused. Oh, he is a little stubborn. Annie agreed with this. Yes. As for his parents, they both died a few months ago due to an accident. Mr. Song may not know that when Johnson was 10 years old, he had a conflict with his father and left home in a rage for 15 years. During this period, there was no news. His grandfather became ill due to anxiety, and his parents cried all day long. You say this child is stubborn or not. No matter how big the conflict is, they're still his parents. If it weren't for my poor brother's accident this time, I guess he wouldn't have come back, George said, and then he covered his face and cried. Of course, he was just pretending to cry, and heard that Johnson had been away from home for 15 years. She was speechless. Boss Lynn, misunderstandings can always be resolved. After all, you're related by blood. By the way, doesn't he have a younger sister? Ah, yes. Angela is his biological sister. She was born to his parents 10 years after he left home. Yeah. Annie nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she discussed the contract with George. The cooperation between Lynn's enterprise and Jinxio on the 6th bid was thus decided. Chapter 76, I Will Never Be a Dog. George was ecstatic when he got the contract and thanked him profusely. When I came out, I saw Johnson still playing with his phone with an expressionless face. I walked up to him and called out, Johnson. Johnson looked up and continued playing with his phone. No matter what, your father and I are brothers, and you are my nephew. I have indeed been unfair to you and your sister, but now that I know I was wrong, can't you forgive me? George said sincerely. Anything else? If not, please don't disturb me while I'm playing with my phone. Johnson said calmly without even looking at George. Well, George sighed, shook his head, and left. After work at 8 o'clock in the evening, Johnson was still sitting in the passenger seat of Annie's BMW. George is your uncle? And asked as she drove. Yeah. Johnson nodded and did not deny it. Do you have a misunderstanding with him? No. Johnson meant, it is very clear. Annie thought Johnson was just speaking in anger, so she said, I didn't expect the Lynn family also makes building materials. I signed a contract with your uncle today. Johnson looked at Annie speechlessly, but didn't say anything. After all, their cooperation was none of his business. Seeing that Johnson had nothing nice to say, Annie said unhappily. We are all family. Do you really plan to stay away from home forever? Johnson said calmly. Mr. Song, you are a bit too nosy. It seems that whether I go home or not has nothing to do with you, right? Annie heard this. She was furious and cursed. Who do you think you are? I don't care about you. It's none of my business whether you come home or not. Really? Johnson saw that Annie was angry and said, there are some things you don't know, so you don't understand. Actually, don't say it. Who wants to listen to your family's shitty stories? Johnson wanted to talk to Anne, but Anne gave him the cold shoulder. Is your period really coming? Johnson's mouth twitched, and he muttered quietly, and turned her head and looked at Johnson angrily, then continued driving. As soon as I got home, I told Johnson to get out. Johnson was very happy and returned home happily. Eric is still living a free and easy life. He is now the security captain of Jinshio Real Estate. He goes to work at 9 o'clock every day and gets off work at 5 o'clock. His life is very comfortable. Brother is back. Eric smiled and stood up from the sofa. Elder brother. Angela sees Johnson come back. She runs over and hugs him. Angela, be good or not? Johnson picked up Angela and kissed her on her little face. Brother, I'm a good boy. Today, sister taught me calligraphy again. If you don't believe me, ask sister. Really? Then tell me, brother, how many words do you know? So many words. I can write dad, mom, brother, and sister now. Angela is so amazing. Johnson touched her head and thought of his deceased parents. How nice it would be if they were still alive. Eve brought the hot food from the kitchen and said, Brother, eat quickly. Angela is so obedient. Yeah, Brother Chanchian is really sorry for you. We are a family. What are we talking about? Yeah, I'll have a drink with you, bro. Uh-huh. Johnson didn't hold back, and now he and Eric and his sister are like a family. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The situation in Jiangling was also quite peaceful, unusually peaceful. The demolition part of Jinshio Group's old city renovation project is progressing very smoothly without any obstacles. Even the Wong Group, which had always been at odds with Jinshio, did not cause trouble for the Jinshio Group, and on the surface the situation was quite harmonious. Such calmness gave Linda and Annie great motivation, and everyone in the Jinshio Group was working with all their strength. In the business world, we can see that Jinshio Group will stand at the top of Jiangling in the coming year, and Linda's net worth will also rise to the first place. Often beneath this seemingly calm situation, a greater crisis is brewing. It was getting colder and colder in Jiangling at night. Annie got off work around 10 o'clock almost every day this week. Johnson is no exception. At 10 o'clock in the evening, and wearing a long black windbreaker over a long skirt, put her hands in her pockets and walked briskly home from work. Johnson was still the same. He would not take the initiative to talk to and just followed her silently. The two got in the car, and as usual, no matter how tired Anne was, she would not let Johnson drive. Johnson, I find you to be a hypocritical person. On the way, Annie suddenly said this. Johnson was a little confused and asked, Mr. Song, what do you mean? It's nothing. It's just that since I met you, you never seem to have taken the initiative to talk to me. Oh, I don't know what to say to you, so I'll just not say anything. Johnson smiled faintly and rolled her eyes at Johnson. I really want to know if you've ever had a girlfriend? Johnson was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Aren't you my girlfriend? And looked at Johnson, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. That's all fake. Besides, even if I were really your girlfriend with your emotional intelligence, I would be pissed off by you and break up with you in the end. Johnson touched his buzz cut and smiled. I'm so handsome. Only women chase me. I won't be a licker. TSK. Stop being so conceited. If I am willing to let you lick me, will you be a licker? Annie said jokingly. Don't you know that a licker will end up with nothing? So I would rather be single for the rest of my life than be a licker. Haha, you are really ambitious. So you're just pretending to be noble. Isn't it normal for boys to care about girls? What do you mean by licking? I can't lick it anyway. And felt that she would get angry every time she communicated with Johnson. Looking at Johnson's low emotional intelligence, she calmed herself down and smiled softly. I am very happy recently. I will reward you in a few days and treat you to a delicious meal. Johnson narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's possible. By the way, Mr. Song, it's almost the end of the month. Isn't it time to pay the salary? And suddenly wanted to scold Johnson, but she suppressed the urge and said calmly, Let's talk about it next month. Don't wait until next month. At the end of this month, I promise to treat my sister to a nice meal. You need to give me some money. and suddenly stopped the car and looked at Johnson seriously. If I don't give you money, will you leave immediately? Isn't this nonsense? Who would do this without money? Okay, I'll pay you your salary at the end of the month, including your previous salary. Really? Mr. Song, I suddenly find that you are so cute and beautiful. Whoever marries you will be very happy. When Johnson heard that the salary that was deducted before was settled, he instantly became a bootlicker and laughed and ignored Johnson. Johnson actually has a crush on Annie, but he is not good at expressing it, and he is not sure what Annie is thinking. If he tries to lick her and Annie looks down on him, that would be embarrassing. In fact, both of them have feelings for each other, but no one has revealed it. Chapter 77, The Song Family Arrives. Inside the BMW, it was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Soon, the car arrived outside Jinsho Manor. Suddenly, a figure blocked the front of the car. Annie was quick-witted and braked suddenly, barely avoiding the front of the car from hitting the figure. What's going on? Johnson saw a person suddenly appear in front of the car. He immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out. Annie was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at the man carefully, and her heart trembled suddenly. She sat in the car in a daze. Johnson had already gotten out of the car and was keeping an eye on the man. The figure was a man in his 60s, with sharp eyes staring at and in the car. Johnson, even more, was that this person actually had the strength to reach the state of transformation. However, when he noticed that there was no murderous intent in this person's eyes, he did not take action immediately. Ahem, you? Johnson casually walked up to the man, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Johnson calmly and asked, "What is your relationship with Anne?" Johnson Wei was slightly stunned. From the words, it can be seen that this person has a close relationship with Annie, so she replied, "I am Mr. Song's personal bodyguard." "What is your relationship with Mr. Song?" "Humph, a personal bodyguard, that's the best." The old man replied indifferently and ignored Johnson. Instead, he came to an S-car door and bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss," and had come to her senses by now, and said rather coldly, "You finally found me." The old man showed no expression, but glanced at Johnson. "Miss, is he really your bodyguard?" "That's all." Annie nodded. "Yes, that's all." "That's good." "Miss, the car is ready. Who are you?" "Uncle Fu, can I not go home?" "No. The head of the family has issued a death order. You must return home. Miss may not know that because you left the Song and when families broke up. The Wen family targeted the Song family everywhere. Now the Song family is in a difficult situation. The head of the family hopes that you will return home and repair the relationship between the two families." "Haha, really? What if I don't agree to go back?" The old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said, "The master of the family means that if you don't come back, all your friends in Jiangling will die," and trembled slightly, her eyes showing sadness, and she asked earnestly, "Can you give me a month?" "Miss, I'm sorry, I can only give you 3 days," and was silent for a long time, then nodded. "Okay. Miss, I will come to pick you up in 3 days, but don't worry, no matter what you do during these 3 days, I will not disturb you." "Well, thank you, Uncle Fu." The old man nodded, turned, and disappeared into the night. Johnson had been standing next to the car, so he could hear their conversation clearly. "Johnson, you can get off work now." After a long moment, Annie said something and drove into the manor. Johnson felt a sense of loss because he knew that and was going home, which might mean she would lose her job. "Alas, I didn't expect that Mr. Song is not from Jiangling." Johnson sighed and walked slowly back home, and returned to the villa and sat alone on the sofa, feeling depressed. She didn't want to go home, but now she had no choice but to accept the fate arranged by her family. At this moment, she seemed like an ordinary person, with no family interests and no one interfering in her future. Half an hour later, Linda returned home and saw that Annie was in a bad mood. She did not say hello and asked curiously, "Annie, did Johnson make you angry again?" Annie was a little absent-minded. Seeing that it was Linda who came back, she forced a smile. "He has been doing very well recently." "Oh." Linda came and sat on the sofa and asked with concern, "Did Annie have an accident at work?" "No. Are you still worried about my work?" Annie smiled at Linda, then calmed down and said, "I'm fine. I just miss home a little." Linda held Annie's hand and comforted her. "Annie, I've wronged you in the past 3 years. How about we go home and see him?" Annie nodded slightly. "Well, I will, don't worry." "That's good." Linda knew very well that something must be wrong with Annie, but there was nothing she could do since Annie didn't want to say it. Moreover, Annie never mentioned anything about her family, but today she suddenly said she missed home, which further proved that something must have happened in her family. As a sister, the only thing Linda can do is to accompany and silently. Time flies. 3 days pass quickly. For the past 3 days, Annie went to work and came home as usual, but she basically handed over the work on hand to her subordinates during these 3 days and was also preparing for her departure. Of course, these abnormal behaviors also aroused Linda's concern, but and did not tell her. The last day, 8 p.m., and handed over the work to her subordinates early, came outside the office and looked at Johnson, who was still playing with his phone. Johnson, come with me after work. Oh, Johnson knew that this was Annie's last day in Jiangling, so he put away his phone, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and followed Annie. The two of them came downstairs and handed the key to Johnson for the first time. I haven't treated you to a proper meal before. What do you want to eat? I'll accompany you today, just you and me. Johnson took the key and said with a smile, Mr. Song, aren't you afraid that I will drive fast? Casual. Annie got into the driver's seat with a nonchalant look on her face. Johnson chuckled, got in the car, and started the car. Let's go have a hot pot meal, and don't stop until we're drunk. A roar was heard, and Annie subconsciously grabbed the safety ring, but the BMW drove out of the company smoothly. There was no conversation on the way, and Johnson soon took Annie to a food street. The entire street was lined with late-night snack shops. That's it. Johnson parked the car and took Annie to a hot pot restaurant. They sat down at a table outside. The area around them was also full of people. The environment was quite noisy, and the atmosphere was very good. Here, and was obviously uncomfortable, but she sat down anyway. Johnson smiled slightly. Mr. Song, this should be your first time to come to this kind of store for a midnight snack, right? Annie nodded. Yeah. Johnson laughed and said, don't be fooled by the taste here. It's not any worse than those luxury restaurants. It's just the environment that's worse. And the prices in those places are high, and there's no atmosphere at all. Really? Well, if you want to drink, you have to come here. But there's nothing good, so let's just drink some beer. Good. Annie nodded and didn't care about the bad environment here. Boss, a case of cold beer first. Let's have one more portion of the restaurant's specialty hot pot, and one portion of each type of skewers. Another big portion of beef noodles. Chapter 78, I Want Fast and Furious. Soon, a special lamb hot pot was served. Mr. Song, let's have a drink first. Johnson raised his glass and toasted with it. It is so delicious to eat mutton hot pot in winter with a glass of ice-cold beer and a big piece of mutton. In one word, it is absolutely amazing. Seeing that Johnson was enjoying his meal so much, Annie also relaxed and started eating hot pot and drinking cold beer. After drinking a few bottles of beer, Annie's cheeks flushed and she no longer looked like a CEO as usual. She started chatting like an ordinary person. Johnson, I actually envy this kind of life, and said, and drank another glass of wine. Johnson nodded, picked up the glass, and drank it all. Well, I also like this lifestyle. It's real. Yes, it's real. Ordinary people are pretty good, working and leading a carefree life. At least they live realistically. Yeah, but I also worry about money. Isn't having a lot of money a kind of trouble? When you're at the top, you will be afraid of gains and losses, afraid that others will squeeze you down. Then everything you do is just for profit. Yeah, I agree with that. Johnson drank a glass of wine and asked, Mr. Song, excuse me, are you going home? Leaving Jiangling, and nodded and said sadly, well, maybe never again. Forever. Yeah. Annie chuckled. Go back and get married. You're getting married? Johnson was also surprised and smiled at Johnson. Why? You can't bear to leave me. Johnson raised his lips and drank a glass of wine. How could that be? Even if I can't bear to part with you, can I not allow you to marry? Annie smiled bitterly, picked up the wine glass and drank it. Yes. What can I do if I don't want to give it up? Don't you want to get married? No. My fiancé and I have no feelings for each other. This is just a marriage of interest between our families. Annie shook her head. Life is like this. It's beyond our control. Johnson followed with a wry smile, and he was no different. He hadn't been home for 15 years, and when he got home, everything was too late. Johnson, have you ever liked me? And looked at Johnson suddenly seriously. Johnson was stunned by the question. It would be a lie to say that he didn't like her, and was top-notch in both appearance and talent, and no man could resist her. But she's going back to get married, so what does it matter if she likes him? Haha, you must not like me. I'm going to get married. Seeing Johnson silent, and suddenly laughed, and there was an inexplicable sadness in her laugh. Johnson smiled helplessly. Drink. Okay, drink. The two of them took turns drinking, and the box of beer was soon empty. Beauty, do you want me to have a drink with you? Just when Johnson and were chatting happily, a very tactless bald man at the table next to them picked up a glass of wine, reeked of alcohol, and came up to and to chat with him. Annie saw him. Her eyes were full of disgust, but she still said politely, "Sorry, I don't drink with strangers." "Ha ha, Brother Xiong, beautiful women don't care about you." This person was rejected by, and the people around him burst into laughter and stared at and with obscene eyes, which made him very uncomfortable. "Beautiful lady, please don't be so rude to me. You know, in this area, no one dares not to give me face. I drink with you because I think highly of you. If you are willing, after we finish drinking, I will take you to the bar to continue drinking." The bald man became more and more excited as he spoke, and even wanted to make some physical advances. Annie stood up with an angry look on her face and said angrily, "Get lost and don't touch me. Damn it, you're shameless." The bald man was furious and said viciously. Johnson took a glass of wine and drank it with a slight smile on his face. He picked up an empty bottle on the table and hit the bald man's bald head with it. "Didn't you hear me telling you to get out?" The bald man was awakened by the sudden blow. He touched his head and blood flowed from between his fingers all over his face. "You dare to hit me? Brothers, kill him." A dozen people at the table next to them saw the bald man being beaten, and they picked up the wine bottles and chairs on the table and rushed toward Johnson. "Johnson, run." Annie saw so many people. She was scared and urged Johnson to run. Johnson chuckled, pulled Annie to hide behind him, and said with a smile, "I'm just in a bad mood." Johnson strode forward, and the man in front of him lifted a chair and smashed it towards Johnson's head. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and punched the chair. With a bang, the chair broke into pieces. The man holding the chair was knocked flying by the punch and hit the table behind him. Johnson raised his fist and hit everyone he saw. He was extremely upset when he heard that and was going to get married. And now he vented all his anger on this group of people who didn't know how to live or die. This group of people were no match for Johnson. Johnson punched them hard, and in just a few strokes, more than a dozen of them were knocked to the ground. Not a single one of them could stand up. Johnson looked at the group of people lying on the ground, then looked at the bald man who was still touching his bald head, and walked over slowly. "You don't come over here." The bald man retreated back and forth in fear. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and raised his fist. "Are you worthy enough to drink with my girlfriend?" After that, he punched the bald man on the head, knocking him down, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and looked at Johnson with blushing cheeks. This damn man always had a charm that fascinated her. Just after the fight, we heard sirens. Because Jiangling has been cracking down hard recently, there were patrol police cars everywhere. Johnson didn't want to go back to the palace for the fourth time, so he pulled the still obsessed and then ran towards the BMW. "Mr. Song, get in the car quickly." Oh, the two got into the car. Johnson wanted to step on the accelerator to the bottom, but considering Annie, he didn't go very fast. "Johnson, I want fast and furious," and looked at Johnson charmingly. "No problem." Johnson smiled slightly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. It only took a few seconds to sprint 100 meters. The coupe shuttled through the streets like a flash of lightning. "Ah, so exciting." Annie screamed madly, venting the unhappiness of the past 3 days. At this moment, she was not afraid at all, and even hoped that it would go faster. "Don't go home. I want this feeling." "No problem." Johnson knew that and was in a bad mood these days, so he didn't drive towards home, but continued to drive on the street. He heard the sirens of chasing police from behind, plus the roar of the engine. At this moment, Johnson seemed to have found the pleasure he had been away from for a long time, and he drove even more crazily. Annie also let go completely, enjoying the excitement brought by the speed and the pleasure brought by every extreme risk avoidance. Just like that, a red BMW supercar was speeding through the streets of Jiangling like a flame, followed by several police cars chasing it closely. Chapter 79, Annie Leaves. Happy times are always short-lived. At 12 o'clock late in the night, Johnson got rid of all the police cars and safely sent Annie to her doorstep. When it was time to say goodbye, the two sat in the car and did not get off for a long time, and took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Johnson. "Johnson, there is 1 million in it. It's your salary." Johnson took the pay card and asked, "Can I go home with you?" And S. heart suddenly trembled. She looked at Johnson for a long time and shook her head. No. Johnson nodded. I understand, but I haven't worked for a full year yet. Isn't a full year's salary too much? Annie smiled softly. You think it's too much? I thought you would think it's too little. Don't think of me as greedy. I'm just greedy for what I deserve. You don't have to think too much. This is what you deserve. Although I don't need your protection now, you still have to continue to protect Mr. Lee for me. Johnson's mouth twitched. Mr. Lee? She needs my protection? I think she gets annoyed when she sees me. And said seriously, Johnson, I'm not kidding. Don't think Linda is too unfriendly. She's actually a good person. She just misunderstood you. You know, last time, in order to help you settle the matter between you and Lu Jia, Linda was willing to lose tens of billions of profits from the company and helped you. Johnson was speechless. Although he knew it was not for him, he still had self-awareness. Linda did this just for an S sake. But after hearing what and said, I felt like I owed her a favor. So, Jiangling is in chaos. I hope you can continue to protect Linda. Can you promise me? Johnson nodded. Okay, if Ms. Lee needs it, I will definitely protect her safety. Then I feel relieved. Don't worry, Mr. Song. If you need anything, just give me a call. No matter where you are, I will come to you and fulfill my responsibilities. Johnson said seriously, and looked at Johnson and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Johnson, and thank you for accompanying me tonight. I should. Anne's pretty face flushed, and she looked at the man in front of her with a dazed look and said, Johnson, can you hug me? Good. Johnson didn't say anything. He reached out and hugged Anne, and lay in his arms, and the two hugged each other silently. Parting is always sad. After this parting, Anne doesn't know if she will have the chance to see Johnson again. After a long time, Anne let go of Johnson. Her eyes were already wet at this moment. She glanced at Johnson, turned around, and got out of the car. Johnson followed her down and saw Annie running very fast. So he called out after her, Annie, and suddenly stopped, tears already streaming down her face. She was sure that she loved the man behind her, but there was nothing she could do. What's the matter? And asked with her back to Johnson, her voice choked. Johnson wanted to say something but couldn't say it, so he just said, car keys. Annie raised her hand and shook it. This is for you. Then she covered her face and ran in. Johnson slapped himself hard. It's useless. In fact, he wanted to ask Annie if she could not leave, but he didn't dare to say it because he was not related to Annie. Looking at the disappearing back, Johnson could only leave sadly and ran back to the villa crying. Linda was still waiting for her late at night. Seeing Anne in tears, she said nothing but walked over and hugged her. Sister, don't cry. Wow, my heart hurts so much. And cried for a long time in Linda's arms. After calming down, they sat on the sofa. Linda had actually guessed that Annie was going to leave. Are you really leaving? Annie nodded. Yeah. No other solution? No. Linda looked lost, holding Annie's hand, her voice choked with sobs. Sister, will we meet again? Wow, I don't know. Annie started crying again. This time, the two hugged each other and cried. Do you really like Johnson? And did not deny it this time because her heart was made up. Sister, what can I do for you? Linda knew Annie's situation, and she didn't know how to comfort her now, and wiped her tears and said, Linda, I will leave early tomorrow morning and may never come back. You must run the company well and live a happy life in the future. I will. I will come to see you too. Well, Johnson is actually a nice guy with a good heart, but he can be a bit careless sometimes. Linda, don't hold a big grudge against him. After I leave, I hope he can protect you and take care of you for me. Are you willing? Linda heard this. Her expression paused slightly. Then she nodded. Well, Annie, don't worry. I will take good care of him. Although I like Johnson, we can't be together. He and you're my best friends, and I hope you have a good relationship. And said while crying, Yes, I will. Linda nodded in agreement. That night, neither of them rested and talked about personal matters all night. The next day, just after dawn, a luxury car was already waiting at the door, and the old man was already waiting. And packed her luggage early in the morning, said goodbye to and reluctantly, and then got on the car. Annie, I'll come see you. Linda sadly chased the car out of the yard, looking at the departing intersection worriedly, unwilling to leave for a long time. From now on, there will be no one close to me in Jiangling. Half an hour later, Johnson arrived in a BMW. Linda looked at the familiar car, a little dazed, until Johnson got out of the car, came to her, and said, Hello, Mr. Lee. Linda came back to her senses and looked at the man in front of her. She still didn't have the slightest bit of good feelings towards him. She nodded coldly as a response. Is Mr. Song here? Linda said calmly. They have already left. Oh, Johnson felt sad. He didn't expect that he didn't even have the chance to say goodbye. Linda turned and walked into the villa, and Johnson hurriedly followed. Mr. Lee, Mr. Song asked me. Linda didn't wait for him to finish and turned around and said, Johnson, I know what Annie said to you, but I can tell you for sure that I don't need your protection. Do you understand? Johnson's mouth twitched. I understand. But, no, but if Annie asks, I will explain. Linda continued. Annie asked me to take care of you, although I don't need you. From today on, you will continue to go back to work at Jinshio Real Estate with a salary of $50,000. As long as I am in Jinshio, you can continue to work and still be the security captain. At this point, Johnson would not stay and handed the keys to Linda. These are Mr. Song's car keys. Linda didn't take it and said, This is a gift from Annie. This car is yours from now on. Oh, Johnson nodded slightly, turned around, and left silently, with an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if he had lost something important. Chapter 80, The Fourth Visit. Annie gone. Johnson also lost his support in Jiangling and wandered aimlessly on the streets in his red BMW. A siren sounded. A jeep suddenly accelerated and stopped in front of the red BMW. Johnson looked at the familiar jeep, his mouth twitched, and he braked suddenly to a stop. A familiar figure got off the jeep. She was wearing a police uniform with a work badge around her neck. She was extremely beautiful, with a pretty face full of coldness. Who else could it be but Victoria? Victoria walked to the front of the car expressionlessly and patted the front of the car. Johnson, get out. Johnson obediently opened the car door and got out, smiling. Officer Victoria, what a coincidence. Long time no see, how are you? Victoria glanced at Johnson coldly, took out a pager from behind her buttocks, and said, The suspect who beat someone up at the late-night snack stand last night was caught. Let the traffic police seize the car. I'll take the suspect away. Here's the address. Johnson heard this and quickly said something nice. Victoria, why bother? What's the relationship between you and me? We're almost getting married. We're all family. Bah, who is your family? Victoria looked at Johnson with disdain. You're suspected of intentional injury and road safety crimes during the crackdown. I am now formally arresting you. After saying that, without waiting for Johnson to refute, he took out a silver bracelet, handcuffed Johnson, and dragged Johnson away. No. Victoria, let's talk it over nicely. Nothing to say, just go in. Victoria threw Johnson directly into the back seat of the car. Victoria, why do you change your face so quickly? We were almost getting a marriage certificate, and maybe we will be husband and wife in the future. Don't be so cruel. Johnson knew this girl's temper and didn't want to be in trouble for the fourth time. Been fine if this matter had not been mentioned. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Victoria flew into a rage and sneered at Lynn. Huh, is that so? It's a good thing that there is no evidence. Johnson, I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you were a man of integrity, but I didn't expect that you would rather sell your body for money. Johnson's mouth twitched. What? Selling your body? Isn't it? This car belongs to Annie. Didn't you take your rich wife out for supper last night? Then, in order to show off in front of her, you fought and acted like a hero, saving a beautiful woman? You also dragged her down the street, disregarding other people's lives, and drove wildly all night? Didn't you just want to show off your driving skills? Victoria became more and more sour as she continued. Johnson, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I was thinking of observing you for a while. If you made a clear line between you and Annie, I would marry you and follow you for the rest of my life. But now you disappoint me so much. Johnson was stunned by what he said. Victoria, you have too much imagination. Mr. Song and I are just friends. Besides, she actually has a fiancé, and she left Jiangling to get married. Before leaving last night, I accompanied her for a drink and took her to visit Jiangling. The world can bear witness to it. I'm just her personal bodyguard. I also need to make money. I'm not selling my body, and do you think Mr. Song likes me? If you don't believe me, let's get a marriage certificate now, and I promise to be good to you, and only you in the future. How about that? Johnson came up with this beauty trap. In fact, he really wanted to be responsible for Victoria. Victoria felt a ripple in her heart, but with her stubborn temper, how could she let Johnson succeed? Oh, you're worthy of marrying me? Annie doesn't like you, but I really like you? I'm telling you, I've forgotten what happened that night, and you don't have to take responsibility. You and I have nothing to do with each other now, so don't try to get close to me. Don't even mention that we are not married. Even if we are married, I will arrest you now. Victoria didn't give Johnson any face. She saw the surveillance video last night and saw Johnson and Annie drinking intimately, and she was furious. The city has been working on improving public security recently, and she has been too busy to contact Johnson. She thought she would talk about their relationship later. Johnson had seen through her, and she never wanted to marry anyone else in this life. What's more, she still has a good impression of Johnson. As long as Johnson is sincere, she is willing to marry Johnson and spend the rest of her life with him. She didn't expect that Johnson was having an affair with and behind her back, which made her extremely angry. Victoria didn't listen to Johnson's explanation and drove directly to the police station. Johnson had no words to say. Facing this girl, he really had no way out. Victoria dragged him into the interrogation room and made him sit on a stool. The only thing missing was a shackle on his ankle. Victoria sat opposite with a serious look on her face and asked, "Name?" Johnson's mouth twitched. "Victoria, this is too much." Victoria said coldly, "Name?" "Yes, Johnson." "Gender?" "Male." "Age?" 25. "Household registration?" "A native of Jiangling." "Profession?" "Captain of the security team of Jinxiu Real Estate." Victoria recorded everything and continued to ask, "You were suspected of beating several people at the night snack stand last night, causing serious injuries to several people. You then drove a red BMW in Jiangling City without regard for the safety of others, seriously exceeding the speed limit, and violated the road traffic law. Do you plead guilty?" Johnson explained, "I did hit the man. I admitted I also drove the car, but I was acting in self-defense. Those people provoked me last night and wanted to beat me up. I was just forced to fight back." Victoria sneered, stood up, and handed the record document to Johnson. "Just plead guilty. Go and tell the judge if you have anything to say." "What do you mean?" Johnson was really panicked and asked, "Victoria, are you really so heartless?" "Sign." Victoria had a blank expression on her face, as if she would not let Johnson go this time. "Okay, let's sign it." Johnson picked up the pen and signed. Detain the suspect Johnson temporarily in the police station and wait for the court trial. Victoria gave an order and turned to leave. Johnson was again held in a makeshift holding cell on the first floor. In Victoria's office on the second floor, Robert asked cautiously, "Does Officer Victoria really want to send Johnson to court? Once he's sentenced, it's set in stone, and there's no way to get him out." Victoria glared at him. "What? You want to protect Johnson? What's your relationship with him?" Robert's mouth twitched. No, it doesn't matter, I'm not." "Okay, it's none of your business. Go do what you need to do." "Yes." Robert naturally knew what Victoria was thinking, and he just cared about her. "Return." "Officer Victoria, anything else?" "Go negotiate with the people Johnson beat up last night. It would be best if they withdraw their police report. If they refuse to do so, arrest them all," Victoria ordered. Robert smiled and said, "I understand." Victoria nodded. Of course, she would not really send Johnson to court. She just wanted to teach him a lesson and let him stay in jail for a few days to vent his anger. As for those people last night, none of them were good people. Victoria could arrest them all with just one word. Chapter 81 Luke, S News. Johnson didn't know that Victoria wanted to teach him a lesson. He was still thinking about escaping from prison tonight and not going to court anyway. In the afternoon, Victoria received a call. "Hello, this is Victoria from the criminal investigation team. What can I do for you?" "Captain Victoria, right? I found an important wanted criminal, and I want to report him to you." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded cautious. Victoria immediately perked up and asked, "What case is this wanted criminal for?" "Didn't Jiangling have a child trafficking case some time ago? I found Luke, who is wanted by your police station." "What? Luke? Where's he now?" "He is hiding in a dense forest outside Jiangling." "Are you sure it's Luke? Is there anyone else with him?" "No, he was alone, and he was injured. I found him by accident while collecting herbs in the mountains." "The exact location." Victoria was full of excitement. She asked for the exact location, hung up the phone immediately, and shouted outside, "Robert." Robert pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "Officer Victoria, gather immediately. Follow me to the outskirts to capture Luke." Robert heard about arresting Luke. He looked suspicious. "Officer Victoria, you mean to arrest Luke from the Jiang family?" "That's right. He's in the suburbs?" Victoria nodded. "Yes, someone just reported that he was found in the woods outside the city." Robert shook his head after hearing this. "Officer Victoria, could this be fake? After all, Luke is not wanted. He was released by the chief that night. and now someone has found his whereabouts. How can it be such a coincidence? Victoria was confused for a moment and said, "He is not wanted, but he has a murder case. I must bring this scumbag to justice." Robert's mouth twitched. "Officer Victoria, but the chief has ordered that this matter has been turned over. Even if we catch him back, it will be useless." "Bullshit," Victoria cursed directly. "Are you going or not?" You don't have to go. I'll lead the team myself." Victoria immediately stood up and went to gather the people herself. Officer Victoria, I suspect there must be something fishy here. Luke is a cruel and vindictive person. Maybe he wants to take revenge on you." Robert was still sober and chased after Victoria to persuade her not to be impulsive. "Robert, you'd better shut up." Victoria turned and glared at Robert. She didn't believe any of this nonsense. She only knew that she had to catch Luke and avenge those children who had died unjustly. Robert didn't dare to say anything. He did this just to stop Victoria from arresting Luke. After all, the Jiang family was very powerful, and even the director didn't dare to go against the Jiang family. I saw Victoria leading 7 or 8 detectives straight to the suburbs. Robert always felt that something was wrong. As an experienced criminal policeman, he thought about it carefully. Luke was caught red-handed by Victoria and Johnson that day. Although the police issued a wanted warrant that night, it was immediately lifted by Su Bei-wong, and the matter was suppressed by Su Bei-wong. While the outside world definitely doesn't know about this case. Even if they knew about the child trafficking case, they wouldn't know that the main culprit was Luke. Thinking of this, Robert stood up suddenly. It must be a conspiracy. Even if we call the police, there is no need to call Officer Victoria directly. This must be Luke deliberately leading Officer Victoria there. Yes, that's it. Robert immediately rushed to Su Bei-wong's office, hoping he could stop Victoria. But when he arrived at the door, Robert became scared again. He knew Victoria's temper. Once Victoria came back, he would be in trouble if he couldn't explain himself. What should I do? Robert was in a panic. By the way, Johnson is in police station. Robert thought of Johnson. He knew Johnson's abilities. Robert hurried to the detention room and immediately ordered, "Release Johnson immediately." "Captain Hu, Officer Victoria ordered that he be detained for a week." "That's what Officer Victoria ordered. Let him go now." "Yes." The guard had no suspicion and released Johnson as soon as he entered. Johnson was still considering escaping from prison at night when he was inexplicably released. When he came outside, he saw Robert waiting for him there with an anxious look on his face. "Oh, Mr. Johnson, you're out." Johnson nodded. "Well, Captain Hu, are you okay?" Robert whispered. "It's not convenient to talk here. It's urgent. Let's talk while we walk." "Oh." Johnson followed Robert and hurried outside. "Mr. Johnson, do you remember Luke?" "Remember? You haven't caught it yet?" "No, it's a long story. Luke is Jareth's youngest son. The Jiang family is very important in Jiangling. His brother Jiang Haoyu is the top leader of Jiangling City. Luke's crime was suppressed that night." Johnson's mouth twitched. "Your police department is really corrupt. You could suppress this?" "Ahem, Mr. Johnson is right. It is a little dark, but today someone reported that Luke was spotted in the suburbs. Officer Victoria brought 7 or 8 detectives to arrest him. I suspect that Luke deliberately released the news to retaliate against Officer Victoria." "What? This girl?" Johnson was also worried after hearing this. "Why didn't you stop her?" "This was obviously intentional," Robert said helplessly. "I didn't stop her. You know Officer Victoria's temper. She hates Luke's behavior and has been tracking him. She finally got the news, but she didn't care and just went there with her people." "How long have you been gone?" "An hour." "What?" Johnson suddenly felt something was wrong. "Hurry." "Good." Johnson no longer cared about anything else. He had to save Victoria. Luke was a cruel man. If Victoria fell into his hands, she would be skinned alive. Johnson didn't dare to delay and drove himself at full speed to the suburbs. Victoria was so careless that she had no idea that this was a conspiracy. She became the captain because of her connections. When she heard about Luke's whereabouts, she ignored the danger and rushed to the suburbs with her men. When we arrived at the designated place, we saw the person who called the police was already waiting there. Victoria immediately got out of the car to inquire about the situation. "Are you the one who called the police?" The man in front of him was dressed like a villager, about 40 years old. When he saw Victoria, he whispered, "You must be Chief Inspector Victoria." "Yes, I am." "That's great. If Chief Victoria catches the criminal, do I get any reward or something?" "Yes." Victoria no longer had any doubts after hearing him say that. Ah, that's good, that's good. Luke is hiding in the mountains. I'll take you there. Good. Victoria and the others all got out of the car and followed the people in front of them into the forest. Not long after, the man brought Victoria and a few others to the halfway point of the mountain. The area was densely wooded and sparsely populated, making it a perfect place for hiding. Captain Victoria, Luke is up there in one of the huts in the woods, recovering from his injuries. But there are houses here. Chapter 82. Victoria falls into a trap. Victoria frowned and whispered, "Everyone be careful. Load your guns. If Luke dares to resist, you can shoot him." It's the captain. The detectives who followed were also idiots. Thinking of making a great contribution, they pulled out their pistols and approached the person who called the police cautiously. Sure enough, in the center of a forest, there were 3 huts surrounded by fences. They looked newly built, and this must be where Luke had been hiding to recuperate. "Captain Victoria, the person is inside. Go in by yourself," said the person who called the police, pointing at the house. Victoria nodded. "Yeah, okay." After that, she signaled with her eyes, and several people slowly approached in different directions. Victoria took the lead, crossed the fence, and approached the house quietly. "Ha! Victoria, you're here after all." Just when Victoria and the others were tense, a loud laugh suddenly came from inside the hut. As soon as the laughter stopped, the windows of the other 2 huts suddenly opened, and several black and greasy gun muzzles were pointed outside. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly gunshots were heard, and several accompanying criminal police officers were unable to dodge and were instantly shot dead on the spot. It all happened in an instant. Victoria saw that all the people she brought were killed by bullets. She was horrified and immediately took out her gun and started shooting. Before she fired a few shots, a stone hit Victoria's wrist right where she was holding the gun. He felt pain in his wrist, and the pistol fell to the ground. Then the door opened, and Luke, with an evil look on his face, walked out with a dozen gunmen. "Ha ha, Victoria didn't expect that." Luke smiled evilly. "You." Victoria looked at Luke angrily and tried to pick up the pistol that fell on the ground. As soon as he bent down, a black gun was pointed at his head. "Captain Victoria, what do you want?" Victoria looked up and saw that it was the person who called the police. "It's you? You lured me here on purpose." Victoria only reacted now, but it was too late. "Ha." Luke walked over slowly, looked at Victoria, who was angry, and laughed. "How naive. You dare to go against me?" Victoria stared at Luke angrily and cursed. "You are a beast. You will die sooner or later." Luke's face was gloomy. He grabbed Victoria's ponytail angrily and said viciously, "Bitch, if it weren't for you, I would have already broken through to the transformation realm. You ruined me." After saying that, he slapped Victoria a few times. There were a few crisp pa-pa-pa sounds. Victoria's cheeks were burning, and the palm marks could be clearly seen. Blood trickled out from the corners of her mouth, but she gritted her bloody teeth and said nothing, staring at Luke with anger in her eyes. "Bitch, do you really want to catch me?" Luke pinched Victoria's jaw with his hand and said, "If you fall into my hands, I will make you live a life worse than death. I will make you live a life worse than death. Ha ha." "Bah, bastard." Victoria spat at Luke. Luke wiped his hands and said viciously, "Bitch, who was the man you came with last time? As long as you call him over, I can spare your life." "You're dreaming." Victoria naturally would not betray Johnson, so she refused without a second thought. "Very good. Catch this bitch." Luke gave an order, and then Victoria was grabbed by the arms, and her body was controlled by 2 men. Luke found a whip, and without saying a word, he started whipping Victoria hard. Say it or not. Say it or not. Every time Victoria was hit, she felt the pain in her flesh. The pain was so piercing. "Pa, I will never tell you even if I die." Victoria endured the pain of torn flesh and gritted her teeth. Even though she was covered in bruises, she still refused to betray Johnson. Luke's eyes were bloodshot, and he whipped harder with the whip in his hand. Victoria's miserable screams could be heard with every whip. With the continuous beating, red marks could be seen on Victoria's police uniform. Her pretty face was pale, sweat was dripping, and her voice was getting weaker and weaker. If someone hadn't grabbed her arm, she would have collapsed. Seeing that Victoria would not let go, Luke would die if he continued to beat her. So he threw away the whip, grabbed Victoria's hair, and said fiercely, "Do you think I can't do anything to you?" Victoria gritted her teeth, glared at Luke with hatred, and said weakly, I won't tell you even if you kill me. Luke smiled evilly. Really? I have to say my second brother has a good eye. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill a beauty like you? You must not have experienced sex before. Don't worry before you die. I will let you enjoy it, ha ha ha. Victoria's eyes flashed with panic as she tried her best to break free, shouting, Luke, kill me if you have the guts. Ha ha, I want to die. That's too easy for you. I will let my people toy with you and torture you one by one until you die. You beast! You are a devil. Victoria was not afraid of death, but she didn't want to be insulted. She cursed Luke with red eyes, but now she could only vent her anger. Luke didn't say anything more. He grabbed Victoria's hair, dragged her into the room, and lifted her head up. Looking at an old man sitting cross-legged on the bed in the hut, he said, Master, what do you think of this woman? The old man had a pointed face and monkey cheeks. He was in his 70s or 80s, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He looked at Victoria with a wicked smile. Not bad, not bad. How did you beat her into this state? Luke raised his lips and said, Master, isn't this more exciting? Ha, you really understand me. I just like the smell of blood. The old man stared at Victoria with lustful eyes, moving his lips up and down, looking extremely obscene. Victoria looked at the old man, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she struggled desperately. Luke, I beg you to kill me. Please kill me now. Ha ha, it's such a pity that the little beauty died. Don't worry, I will love you well. No, no, no. Luke didn't care how Victoria begged. He just dragged her and threw her into the old man's arms. Ah, let me go, let me go. Victoria screamed in humiliation and tried to struggle to stand up. The old man was Luke's master, so Run, an evil man. He took advantage of the situation and hugged Victoria, staring at Victoria's beautiful appearance with greedy eyes, and said with a lewd smile, Ha ha, what a top-notch beauty. After saying that, he lay directly on Victoria's bruised body, smelling the exciting smell of blood, and deliberately pressed Victoria's scars with his fingers. Let go of your dog paws. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Victoria was in great pain physically and felt great fear in her heart. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes, and he struggled desperately regardless of the scars all over his body. Let me go, let me go. The more she struggled, the more excited Darren became. He laughed lewdly. His obscene appearance made Victoria terrified and heartbroken. What a strong-willed woman. This is not fun. But it doesn't matter. I will make you obedient, ha. After Darren finished speaking, he took out a red pill from his arms and shook it in front of Victoria. My little beauty, do you know what this is? This is a pill that can make women unable to stop. As long as you take it, I guarantee that you will be dying of desire. And you need a man more than I do, ha ha. No, 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 no. Darren didn't care whether Victoria wanted it or not. He pinched Victoria's chin, forced the pill into Victoria's mouth, and then held Victoria's mouth. Victoria tried desperately to vomit it out, but inertia made her swallow the pill. Chapter 83, Johnson kills the evildoer. Darren saw Victoria swallow the pill, put her on the bed, and looked at Victoria with lustful eyes. Ha! Don't be impatient, little beauty. You will beg me later, ha! Victoria hurriedly put her fingers down her throat, trying to spit out the pill, but she just kept retching. Darren looked at Luke with a smile. The beauty scent this time is very good. You can go out. Luke nodded. Yes. Master still has one person. Please help me get revenge. Darren nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge this time. Thank you, Master. Luke left the room satisfied. Victoria was still retching, but it was no use. She felt hot and uncomfortable all over, as if ants were crawling on her body, and her pale face was now flushed. The pain in my body was also covered up by the heat, and my eyes became blurry. I beg you, please kill me. I feel so uncomfortable. Victoria begs Run. She just wanted to die soon. Ha ha, don't be impatient. My little beauty, wait a little longer. I will let you feel the taste of ecstasy. I guarantee that after you have tasted this, you will no longer think about dying. You're dreaming. I will never let you succeed, even if I die. Victoria glared at Darren fiercely. She would rather die 100 times than be defiled by this dirty man in front of her. Victoria gritted her teeth and wanted to bang her head against the wall in front of her. Darren saw her intention and sneered. Before Victoria hit the wall, Darren slapped her in the face. It's not that easy to die. Victoria was slapped and fell on her back on the bed. She could no longer feel the pain, but only felt an unbearable heat all over her body. Her whole body was limp, and she moaned unconsciously. Her consciousness began to blur. Her hands began to become uncontrollable, stroking her face and neck frantically. At this moment, Victoria was like a top beauty, releasing alluring temptation in bed, and no man could resist. Zwadaran didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He stood beside the bed, admiring the beautiful scenery with greedy eyes. Just a few minutes ago, Johnson had arrived at the place where Victoria and others parked their car as quickly as possible. "Captain Who, please don't follow me. I'm going to find Victoria." Johnson was worried about Victoria, so before the car stopped, he left a word, opened the door, and quickly drove into the woods. In just a few minutes, Johnson followed the traces left by Victoria and others and arrived outside the hut. Something really happened to this girl. Johnson looked towards the house and saw several bodies lying on the ground. There were a dozen gunmen outside the house, including Luke. Without any hesitation, Johnson suddenly became murderous and appeared in front of everyone as fast as lightning. Without any nonsense, he raised his hand and pushed out into the air. With a loud bang, several people nearby were blasted into a bloody mist and scattered on the spot. Who, of the people present, only Luke reacted. Before the other gunmen could react, Johnson launched a few more palm strikes. The remaining gunmen didn't even get to see Johnson's face before they were blown into pieces. Hiss! Luke took a deep breath when he saw Johnson's appearance clearly. Today he truly witnessed Johnson's strength. Using chi to transform into form and kill these gunmen instantly. Only the masters of the state of transformation can control chi to kill people without being seen. Although internal energy can attack from a distance, it is far from being able to directly kill external objects like Johnson. Those who have internal strength often use objects to attack, such as stones or leaves, and then use their chi to attack. They can use their own chi to make external objects attack, like sharp blades. A master at the state of transformation can use his own powerful cultivation to transform his chi into a physical form and attack. The chi force cannot be seen by the naked eye, so he can kill people without them being seen. He can even do what Johnson did and directly explode his opponent. After seeing Johnson's true strength, Luke's eyes were filled with fear. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. He unconsciously took a few steps back, not daring to compete with Johnson at all. Under normal circumstances, Johnson would not be so cruel to ordinary people. But today he was worried about Victoria, so his murderous intent was clear and he acted without mercy. Johnson stared at Luke intently and walked slowly towards him. No. Master! Luke was so frightened by Johnson's gaze that he trembled and could not speak clearly. Luke knew that he would die if he hesitated any longer, so he turned and rushed into the room. Victoria! Johnson sensed Victoria's presence in the room, raised his hand, and struck Luke through the air. Boom! Luke had just stepped into the room when he was hit by a palm on the back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily against the wall. Ah! Master, save me! Luke is not dead yet, and he looks at Zwadaran with fear in his eyes. Zwadaran was still admiring the dazed Victoria, but Victoria was already burning with anger at this moment. All the buttons of her dark blue coat were unbuttoned, as were the top few buttons of her shirt underneath. His entire shoulders were exposed, and he kept stroking his neck with both hands. His expression was extremely painful, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. Zwadaran sensed Johnson, took a look at the half-dead Luke, his whole body exuding hostility. His eyes were fierce, and his figure instantly reached the door. Court death struck Johnson, who was walking towards him. Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. Another evil creature. Facing the palm force that came with an evil aura, Johnson waved his big hand lightly. Zwadaran attacked with all his strength, but there was no effect at all. Zwadaran's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Johnson in disbelief, standing there at a loss as to what to do. Johnson glanced at the painful Victoria, his whole body exuding endless murderous intent. You deserve to die. Who are you? Zwadaran panicked. He was at the initial stage of the transformation realm, and even with his full strength, he couldn't move the man in front of him at all. Johnson's pair of sharp eyes made him feel like he was falling into the abyss. Johnson said coldly, "The dead don't need to know too much." As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson raised his hand and swung it, and a violent force of energy blasted towards Zwadaran. Zwidaoren was horrified and quickly pushed out with both palms. With a loud bang, my arm. All I heard was Zwidaoren's miserable screams, and then I looked at his hands, which were already a bloody mess. Zwidaoren looked painful. Without time to think, he jumped up and broke through the roof to escape. Johnson sneered. Want to leave? He just glanced up and saw that Zwidaoren, who had just jumped onto the roof, lost his balance in an instant and fell down again. Zwidaoren wanted to stand up again, but he found that his cultivation was restricted by the person in front of him and he could not move at all. You, who are you? Zwidaoren looked at Johnson in great panic. How powerful is this person who has the cultivation level of the imprisoned transformation realm? Someone you can't afford to offend. Johnson waste time talking to such a scum? He raised his hand, and the sound of Zwidaoren's flesh exploding was heard. Red and white flesh scattered all over the ground. He was deader than dead. He may not know until his death what kind of existence he has provoked. Luke witnessed it all and fainted from fright. Johnson didn't care about Luke and quickly came to Victoria. Looking at her covered in blood and her current appearance, he felt extremely distressed. Chapter 84. Johnson, save me. Victoria, what's wrong with you? Johnson cried out in pain and helped Victoria up. Johnson, save me. Victoria's eyes were blurry and her pretty face flushed. When she saw the familiar face, she stretched out her arms desperately, hugged Johnson's neck tightly, and talked nonsense in his ear. Johnson's mouth twitched, and he could smell Victoria's scent in his ears. His body also reacted a little, but he had no distracting thoughts at all. Victoria, LSD. Victoria, calm down. Victoria couldn't remain calm anymore. She felt that this was not enough. She suddenly held Johnson's face with both hands and pressed her sexy lips against it, kissing Johnson passionately. Victoria can't. Johnson would not take advantage of someone's misfortune. He pushed Victoria away, hugged her shoulders, and said, Victoria, calm down. Johnson, hurry. Save me. I feel so bad. It feels like ants are biting me all over my body. I'm going to die. Victoria, I'll save you right away. Save me. Please save me. Victoria looked at Johnson earnestly and with desire in her eyes. Johnson knew that this was not her intention, so he interlocked his fingers with Victoria's. A powerful force flowed from Johnson's fingers through Victoria's palms into her body. Victoria moaned in comfort unconsciously. As the breath continued to warm Victoria's body, the effect of the medicine was slowly eliminated and emanated from her pores all over her body. After a few minutes, Victoria's eyes finally regained focus. The pain in her body slowly eased, and her wounds slowly healed. 10 minutes later, Johnson released Victoria's hands and asked gently, Victoria, how do you feel? What's wrong? I'm fine. Victoria's voice was so loud that blood seemed to come out of her pretty face. She buttoned her clothes in a hurry, avoiding Johnson's gaze. Although she was confused just now, she clearly remembered what she had done to Johnson. Fortunately, the bastard did not take advantage of her. However, she felt warm in her heart. Hearing the girl's loud voice, Johnson smiled slightly. It seems you are fine, but just now you... Johnson, please stop talking. I will be shy. Victoria lowered her head and begged Johnson not to say anything in a coquettish voice that she had never heard of before. Johnson got goosebumps all over his body and stood up quickly. Okay, I won't say anything. Are you still in pain? It doesn't hurt anymore. Victoria was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Looking at the shy Victoria, Johnson touched his nose and said, Well, what should we do with Luke? Kill him. Victoria heard Luke's name. She instantly returned to normal and stood up angrily. Killing this scumbag is too easy. He must be brought back for a fair trial. Are you sure you can have a fair trial? Johnson was skeptical. Victoria frowned. He must receive a fair trial. He killed so many innocent children. He can't be allowed to die quietly. Johnson nodded. Okay then. After saying that, Johnson came to Luke, lightly tapped his dantian with his finger, and directly destroyed his cultivation. Luke woke up in pain and held his abdomen. What did you do to me? Your mind is still clear. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth, and another breath attacked his crown. My head. Luke held his head in his hands in agony. Victoria was confused and asked, Johnson, what did you do to him? Johnson said calmly, Don't worry, he won't die. He'll just be unconscious. In case you can't do anything with him, He'll be a useless idiot from now on. Victoria rolled her eyes. You are so cruel. Johnson smiled faintly. It depends on who I'm dealing with. I wouldn't dare to deal with you. Victoria's face returned to normal and instantly turned red. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. Johnson smiled and said, because you're pretty. Asshole, what are you talking about? Victoria touched her hot face unconsciously, and then her face changed. Johnson, why are you here? Aren't you locked up? Johnson said angrily. How dare you say that? If Captain Who hadn't let me out and I hadn't rushed here, you would be finished. Robert, Victoria asked. Robert brought you here? Otherwise, Victoria, I've already told you that Luke is dangerous. You dare to come here alone? I really don't know what you were thinking. You are the captain of the criminal police team. Didn't I want to catch him? I didn't know I was deceived. If I don't lie to you, who else can I lie to? You're just a naive person. Victoria stamped her feet in anger. Johnson, don't say that to me. Okay, I won't say any more. I'll leave if nothing else happens. What are you doing? Go back to work. Oh, Victoria wanted to say something, but when she thought about how she had just behaved, she felt too embarrassed to say it. But Johnson acted as if nothing had happened, which made her anxious. Victoria handcuffed Luke. At this time, Luke's cultivation was wasted, and he became unconscious, mumbling to himself. When I walked out of the room, Robert arrived with a dozen detectives. Seeing that Victoria was fine, he hurried over and asked, Officer Victoria, I'm glad you're okay. Victoria nodded. Thank you, Robert. If it weren't for you today, I might have died. Officer Victoria, you're welcome. Well, only a few brothers who came with me died. Victoria looked at the bodies lying on the ground, feeling very guilty. There's nothing we can do about it. As a police officer, these things are unavoidable. Officer Victoria doesn't need to blame herself too much, Robert comforted. It's okay, I'll leave now. Johnson walked over and said. Victoria glanced at Johnson, moved her lips a few times, still didn't say anything, and nodded. Yeah. Officer Victoria, are your injuries okay? Johnson left. Robert looked at Victoria's body covered in scars, but couldn't see that she was in pain, so he asked her about her concern. Never mind all that for now, just take Luke back. Uh-huh. Soon, Luke was taken back to the police station by Victoria. She also changed into a police uniform. The injuries on her body miraculously disappeared, which made her more curious about Johnson's true identity. In order to bring Luke to justice, Victoria ordered her men not to reveal the news for the time being, and she immediately started working on Luke's criminal file, preparing to prosecute him. The idea was good, but she underestimated the strength of the Jiang family. As soon as Luke was captured, the Jiang family immediately got the news. At this moment, in the back hall of the Jiang family compound, Jareth was discussing with Tanxin and Wang Huan how to stir up trouble between the Li and Lu families. Suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 85 Victoria is suspended. What's up? Master, something happened to Master Jia. Jareth heard something was wrong. His brows furrowed. What happened? Victoria from the criminal police team and a dozen police officers taking Jia Xiao away. What? Where are our people? All dead. Jareth's face suddenly turned gloomy and he hung up the phone. Master, what happened? Tanxin and Wang Huan were confused. Something happened to Hao Jia. He was taken away by the police. Jareth said lightly, with a fierce look in his eyes. Su Beiwang from the police station has always had close ties with the Jiang family. Now that his son has been arrested, it is a big slap in his face. Hao Jia was arrested? Was it because of the incident with those kids last time? Isn't everything fine now? What does Jiang Beiwang mean by this? Tanxin asked with some confusion. Jiang Beiwang is getting more and more arrogant. Does he think he can keep his position as director? If it weren't for us, he would be nothing. Last time, his daughter dared to come to the Jiang family to arrest people. She is really lawless. Wang Huan said angrily. Jareth was also extremely angry and said, it seems that Jiang Beiwang really doesn't want to be in this world anymore. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Su Beiwang directly. Master Jiang, why are you calling? If you have any instructions, just send someone to inform me. There's no need to bother you to call in person. Su Beiwang on the other end of the phone was very polite. Director Su, how that? If I don't show my face, I'm afraid everyone will bully me. Jareth said coldly. Su Beiwang trembled slightly and said with a smile. Master Jiang, has something happened? Go ask your daughter what she did. Today, she took Hao Jia away. Director Su, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I will make you disappear from Jiangling. The more Su Beiwang listened, the more frightened he became. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He stood up from his chair unconsciously and nodded and bowed to the phone. Yes, 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 I am ignorant. Master Jiang, please don't blame me. I will release him now. That's better. Jareth hangs up. Su Beiwang's face turned blue with anger. He wanted to slap Victoria a few times, so he rushed to find Victoria. While Jareth was on the phone, a barely perceptible smile rose at the corner of Tanshin's mouth, and he slowly stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he went to the bathroom, took out his cell phone, and called Vincent immediately. Vincent, Jareth's son Luke has been arrested. This son is completely devoid of conscience. His father wants to protect him. I think it would be best if he were killed and the chief family were implicated. Vincent in the city governor's office smiled evilly after hearing the story. It's really interesting. Uncle Tan, don't worry. Isn't Barnett from the prosecutor's office Aldrich's man? But now he is mine. I will ask him to go to the police station and take him away. Within 3 days, Luke will be dead. Ha, good. Tan Shin hung up the phone with a triumphant smile on his face. He was still considering the reconciliation between the Qi and Jiang families, which made him a little worried. In case Jareth was unwilling to break up with them, then his long-planned plan would also go down the drain. He just overheard that Luke was arrested, so he took advantage of this incident to make the Qi and Jiang families fight to the death. In this way, he would not be afraid of Jareth's reluctance. Tan Shin calmly went to the back hall and sat down. Tan Shin, how long will your plan take? Jareth asked. Don't worry, Patriarch. The fish has been hooked. In 3 months at the latest, or before the end of the year, I can destroy the Li family. Lu Xiong will also be at my disposal. By then, Patriarch only needs to focus on dealing with the Qi family, and there will no longer be a Qi family in Jiangling. Tan Shin said. Haha, okay. Jareth laughed. He might never think that he is just a pawn of Tan Shin. Luke's arrest affected the entire Jiangling political circle. Su Beiwang rushed to Victoria's office, sent the others out, and scolded Victoria. Victoria, you are really capable. Let me ask you, where's Luke now? Victoria didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all, and said with an indifferent look, I don't know. I don't know. Su Beiwang's lips trembled with anger. He slapped the table in front of her and said angrily, Victoria, I'm not kidding. If you hand Luke over to me now, nothing will happen. If you insist on using this method against Luke, you, and even your mother will die on the street sooner or later. Don't disbelieve it. Victoria frowned. Dad, is it that serious? Luke killed so many innocent children. Shouldn't he be punished? If this kind of scumbag can get away with it, then why are we police officers? Su Beiwang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. How could she listen to Victoria's reasoning? She said angrily, My aunt, I will be killed by you sooner or later. You don't know how powerful the Jiang family is. Not to mention that you can't deal with Luke. Even I can't do it. I don't care. I won't let him go this time. It's outrageous. Su Beiwang shouted, Someone come here. Robert and others walked in immediately. Director. Su Beiwang glanced at everyone and said seriously, As the director, I am now officially suspending Victoria. Robert, you will be the captain and hand Luke over to me immediately. This? Robert looked at Victoria in amazement. No, Victoria said immediately. Su Beiwang couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her hard on the face. Shut up from now on. You have to stop. Get out immediately. Victoria was suddenly slapped in the face, and tears couldn't stop falling from the corners of her eyes. She covered her burning face, looked at Su Beiwang angrily, and left crying angrily. Su Beiwang sighed and ordered, Hand Luke over to me immediately. It's the director. Robert didn't dare to resist and immediately prepared to take Luke away. Soon, Luke was brought in, but now his eyes were full of fear and he kept screaming when he saw people. What's going on? Su Beiwang was so frightened looking at Luke that he broke out in a cold sweat. That's how it was when we brought it back, Chief. Whatever, prepare the car immediately. Don't tell anyone about this. If anyone leaks the information, I will skin him alive. Yes. Su Beiwang immediately took Luke with him and decided to go to Zhang's house to apologize in person. A group of people just arrived at the door. Several cars from the Procuratorate drove in, led by the head of the Procuratorate, Barnett, who brought a dozen prosecutors and blocked the road. Su Beiwang looked at this group of people, and his heart was in his throat. Barnett glanced at Luke next to Su Beiwang, smiled, and walked up to Su Beiwang. Hello, Director Su. Where are you going? Chapter 86, Stealing People. Su Bei-wong was unsure of Barnett's purpose, so he said calmly, "Do I need to report to you?" Barnett smiled and said, "That's not the case." Snort. Su Bei-wong snorted coldly and tried to leave, but a dozen prosecutors immediately blocked his way. Su Bei-wong's face darkened. "Barnett, what do you mean? You dare to block my way into bureau? Are you looking for death?" Barnett remained calm and said with a smile, No, I don't care where Director Su wants to go, but he can't leave." Barnett said, pointing at Luke. Su Bei-wong's face turned extremely cold, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Barnett didn't say anything more and took out a transfer order. Luke is suspected of killing multiple innocent children and is an important suspect. The Procuratorate has now formally filed a lawsuit against him. This is the transfer order from the Procuratorate. From now on, Luke will be detained by the Procuratorate. Don't bother Director Su. Su Bei-wong's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the prosecutor's office to act so quickly. His mind raced with thoughts, and he said, "Humph, this isn't Luke. Besides, even if it is Luke, you want to take him away from me with just a piece of paper? Aren't you taking me too seriously?" Barnett said calmly, "Director Su, this is a transfer order signed by Vice Governor Chi himself. Are you sure you want to resist?" Su Bei-wong was not disappointed. So what? After Su Bei-wong finished speaking, he was about to leave forcibly. Barnett, more than a dozen prosecutors immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Su Bei-wong. Seeing this, the police officers around Su Bei-wong drew their guns and confronted him. "Barnett, you are so brave that you dare to cause trouble in the police station." Su Bei-wong didn't expect Barnett to dare to pull out a gun. Barnett said calmly, "Director Su is so bold. Luke has done so many evil things and is an important suspect. How dare you openly protect him? I now seriously suspect that you are also involved. Do you believe that I will arrest you too?" "Bullshit." Su Bei-wong was furious. He snatched the gun from the person next to him and pointed it directly at Barnett's head. "Do you believe that I can shoot you? Ha, do you dare?" Barnett raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Bei-wong provocatively. Su Bei-wong knew that if Barnett took Luke with him today, he would have no choice but to die. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and pressed the trigger tightly. "Do you think I really don't dare?" Barnett was scared when he saw Su Bei-wong's ferocious face. Sweat began to break out on his forehead. He no longer dared to provoke him. "Director Su, if you beat me to death, you will not survive. Do you think I'm afraid of death?" Su Bei-wong gritted his teeth and was about to pull the trigger to kill Barnett. Maybe he could save his own life. Even if not, at least he could save Victoria's life. "Dad, are you crazy?" Victoria appeared out of nowhere, snatched Su Bei-wong's phone, and shook her head at him with pleading eyes. Su Bei-wong looked at his daughter, feeling both distressed and hateful. Just at this moment, a car drove in and Jiangling's top leader Jiang Haoyu got out of the car. When Su Bei-wong saw Jiang Haoyu coming, his expression finally looked better. Jiangdu Prefecture. Jiangdu Prefecture. Barnett doesn't dare to be so arrogant anymore. Luke came up to the two men and said, "What's going on? Why don't you put your guns away? Do you want to rebel?" "Yes." Facing the top leader of Jiangling, everyone put away their guns quietly. Jiangdu Prefecture. Barnett openly came to the police station to cause trouble and even block my way with a gun. This kind of person is lawless and is not suitable for the Procuratorate at all. Su Bei-wong said. Barnett coldly. "Really?" Facing Jiang Haoyu's aura, Barnett instantly became timid. "Jiang Dufu, calm down. I was also assigned by Chi Dufu to come to the police station to take away the criminal suspect Luke. It's just that Chief Su didn't cooperate with the work and want to take the suspect away, so I acted impulsively." "Oh," Jiang Haoyu said calmly. "Luke is a suspect? Does the Procuratorate have evidence to prove that he is the murderer?" 80%. Humph. 80% of the time, then it's not conclusive evidence. This, Su Bei-wong hurriedly said, "Jiangdu Prefecture, Luke is still a suspect, and our police station is still interrogating him. I was going to take him to the crime scene to identify him, but I didn't expect Barnett to stop me." Jiang Haoyu nodded knowingly. "Well, the case needs to be investigated. If it is really Luke who did it, I will be the first one to not let him off. Remember to investigate carefully. Don't wrongly accuse a good person, and don't let a bad person go." "Yes. Dad, I have." "Shut up. You are not a police officer now." Victoria originally wanted to say that she had already collected the evidence, but Su Bei-wong looked at her angrily, so Victoria didn't say anything else. Victoria coldly, then turned to look at Barnett. "Do you still want to stop it?" I, Barnett had nothing to say. He came here following Vincent's orders, but he didn't expect to run into Jiang Haoyu. He didn't dare to confront Jiang Haoyu. Just then, another car drove into the police station compound. Jiang Haoyu frowned when he saw the car. This was not someone else's car, but Vincent's private car. Sure enough, Vincent got out of the car and saw many people standing at the entrance of the police station, including Jiang Haoyu. He pretended to be puzzled and walked over to ask, "What are you doing?" "Governor Han." Jiang Haoyu looked suspicious, walked over and said with a smile, "Governor Han, why are you here?" Vincent smiled and said, "I have nothing to do. Jiangling's public security has been very good recently, so I wanted to meet Director Su and give him a commendation. By the way, why are you here?" Jiang Haoyu naturally didn't believe this, but he didn't point it out. He smiled and said, "I came to see Director Su for something." "Oh." Vincent nodded slightly and looked at Su Beiwang. "Director Su, your police station has done a good job in recent times." Su Beiwang came over with a fake smile and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Governor. I'm just following your orders." "Yeah." Vincent nodded in satisfaction and looked at Barnett. "Chief Prosecutor Huang, why are you here too?" Barnett naturally understood Vincent's purpose and said, "Governor, I was sent by Vice Governor Chi to take Luke away. This person is suspected of the tragic death of many children in Jiangling some time ago. The Procuratorate has filed a public prosecution against him. Governor Chi means that such people will not be tolerated." "Really?" Vincent nodded. "Yeah, I've heard about this as well. There were some rumors, but I didn't expect them to be true. People who attack innocent children are not human anymore. Deputy Chi has done a good job." "Yes, but..." Barnett looked at Jiang Haoyu meaningfully. Jiang Haoyu and Su Beiwang looked extremely unhappy, and it was not appropriate for them to interrupt at this time. Vincent glanced at Jiang Haoyu and asked, "But what? Is this related to Jiangdu Mansion?" Barnett nodded. "Well, Luke is Jingdufu's younger brother, so this matter is a bit difficult to handle." Chapter 87. Luke is taken away. Vincent and Barnett were acting in a double act, especially Barnett, who mentioned Aldrich in every sentence, meaning to put the blame on him, but in fact Aldrich didn't know about it all. Vincent looked at Jiang Haoyu. "Luke is your brother?" Jiang Haoyu nodded. "Yeah. This is indeed difficult to deal with," Vincent said lightly, and then said seriously, "However, Luke did such a heartless thing. What does it have to do with Jiangdu Prefecture? What do you think?" "Yes, the governor is right." The people present could only respond. Vincent's words clearly implied that Jiang Haoyu should not intervene. Jiang Haoyu was not a fool, but this was related to the Jiang family's reputation. So he said, "Governor Han, it is not certain that Luke committed the crime, but it is suspicious. I came here today to warn Director Su not to bend the law for personal gain or to wrongly accuse someone. Director Su is about to take Luke to the crime scene for investigation. The Procuratorate wants to arrest someone without solid evidence, which is somewhat of a personal grudge." "Really?" Vincent looked at Barnett. Barnett immediately denied it. "Governor, this is absolutely not the case. We have solid evidence and have confirmed Luke's guilt. In order to prevent any accidents, some people are protecting him, so Chidu Prefecture ordered me to come and arrest him. As for the personal grudges mentioned by Jiangdu Prefecture, there is absolutely no such thing. Besides, we took Luke away for a fair and just trial. If we are sure that Luke did not do it, we will release him as soon as possible." Barnett fiercely. He knew that Aldrich was targeting him. Vincent nodded repeatedly and looked at Jiang Haoyu. "Jiangdu Mansion, what do you think about this matter?" Jiang Haoyu smiled faintly. "What do you think, Governor?" Vincent didn't give him any face and said sternly, "It's the rules. You're Luke's relative, and you should stay away. To avoid suspicion, I think you should not get involved. I think it's fair and just to hand this matter over to the Procuratorate. The police don't need to get involved." Jiang Haoyu's face was gloomy. "Does the governor really want to do this?" Vincent frowned and his face darkened. "Jiangdu Prefecture, why do I feel that your words are threatening? Are you really going to go against the law?" Jiang Haoyu's expression changed, and he smiled faintly. "I dare not. I just want Governor Han to give me face." Vincent sighed and said, "Alas, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I have also heard some rumors. The people of Jiangling have a big reaction to the inexplicable murder of a child some time ago, and the police have not given a result. Now that the truth is out, it can be used to calm the public anger. I'm also for the stability of Jiangling. I hope Jiangdu Mansion will forgive me." Jiang Haoyu was extremely angry. Vincent was completely different today and refused to give him any way out. His attitude was clearly on Aldrich's side. Jiang Haoyu stopped pretending and said coldly, "Governor Han, my Jiang family has been in Jiangling for hundreds of years. What difficulties have we not encountered? If we can't even protect our own family, how can we survive in Jiangling?" Vincent raised his lips slightly. Jiangdu Prefecture, Jiangling belongs to the Northern Kingdom, a place where laws and regulations are followed, not a place without laws. You must not test the law and try to challenge the national prestige. If you really do this, your Jiang family will not be able to hold you back. Jiang Haoyu's heart trembled. This was true. If the country really wanted to destroy that family, few families would be able to withstand it. Even the super families in Yanjing would not dare to challenge the national power easily. The small Jiang family can call the shots in Jiangling, but is just one of many families in the North Country. The Northern Kingdom can make these families live in peace is not because of legal sanctions, but because those in power have absolute power. Jiang Haoyu was unwilling, but he did not dare to challenge the national prestige. Vincent represented the country, so he could only accept it. Having said this, Jiang Haoyu glanced coldly at Su Beiwang beside him, then turned and left. Jiangdu Prefecture. Su Beiwang felt the gaze of death. His body trembled slightly, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Victoria hurriedly supported him. Vincent looked at Su Beiwang and said, "Director Su, you have made a great contribution this time. I will reward you well." Su Beiwang's face turned pale, and he said calmly, "I dare not. I dare not." Vincent winked at Barnett, and Barnett immediately went to take the unconscious Luke away. The goal was achieved, and Vincent left. It's over. After everyone left, Su Beiwang could no longer hold back and collapsed completely. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Victoria had no idea what was at stake and asked with concern. Victoria, with an innocent face, and said with a wry smile, "My silly daughter, ha ha." Victoria was confused. Looking at Su Beiwang's expression, she pulled him up with heartache and helped him back to the office. Su Beiwang lay on the chair with a look of despair. Looking at Victoria, "You have caused a big disaster. The Jiang family will not let us go." Victoria frowned and said confidently, "Dad, Luke brought this upon himself. We didn't do anything wrong. Besides, he's been taken away by the procuratorate now. What does it have to do with us?" "Ha ha ha, you are so stupid. If you hadn't caught him, how could the procuratorate take him away? Why don't you understand? Dad, why are you so afraid of the Jiang family? Do they dare to kill us? We are civil servants." I'm telling you the truth. If the Jiang family wants to deal with us, we will die without a burial place. Do you understand?" "What?" Victoria was also shocked. Su Beiwang was too lazy to talk to Victoria anymore, thinking about how to resolve his own crisis. "Victoria, you will stay in the police station from today on. You may go home at night, okay?" "Dad, is it that serious?" Victoria asked, puzzled. Su Beiwang was really mad at her and said, "If you don't want me to die, just listen to me." "Oh, okay. Victoria Nadith. Get out." Su Beiwang is helpless now and can only hope that the Jiang family will let him go this time in consideration of his contributions over the years. On the other side, Barnett brought Luke back to the procuratorate and immediately went to the municipal compound to meet Aldrich. When I told Aldrich about this, he looked confused. "You said you captured Luke?" "Well, he's now being held in the procuratorate. I have all the evidence. Luke took the children's blood and essence in order to practice his evil skills. As long as we bring charges, Luke will definitely die," said Barnett. Aldrich frowned slightly. "Jiang Haoyu and Su Beiwang let you take the person away so easily?" "Not really." Barnett recounted the incident in detail. Aldrich felt something was wrong and asked, "Governor Han asked you to take him away. Did he have a falling out with Jiang Haoyu?" Chapter 88, Luke is hanged. Aldrich was completely silent. It was not that he didn't know about this. He had wanted to use this incident to cause trouble for the Jiang family last time. However, Cheesewan was concerned about the face of both families, so he turned a blind eye. Some time ago, the Li and Wang families had a fight, which attracted Vincent's arrival. The two families shook hands and made peace, so he had no intention of causing trouble again. After all, if he started a fight now, it would only benefit Vincent. But when he heard that Vincent and Jiang Haoyu had a falling out, he thought that this might be an opportunity to bring down the Jiang family, and he could also take the opportunity to tie himself to Vincent. "Lord Dufu, did I do something wrong? I saw that the Jiang family was not on good terms with you." So I took this opportunity to help you vent your anger. Barnett saw Aldrich lost in thought and quickly expressed his loyalty. Aldrich was slightly stunned, but he did not doubt Barnett's words. After all, he had followed him for many years. No, you did a great job this time. Yeah, I think I can vent my anger. Aldrich nodded, thinking that Vincent now supported this matter. If he went against the trend, it would easily disgust Vincent and might even make him get closer to the Jiang family. Vincent is now the balance point between the two families. Once he leans towards one of them, the other family will be at a disadvantage. In order to win over Vincent, Aldrich didn't think too much and immediately made the decision. Barnett, don't worry about the Jiang family. Deal with Luke according to Governor Han's words. That's what I said. Barnett nodded. Yes, Governor Han meant that in order to calm the public grievances as soon as possible, Luke should be publicly tried within 3 days and executed as soon as possible. So soon, Aldrich frowned slightly. This is a public trial, and the execution will be within 3 days. Isn't this a slap in the face of Jareth? Master Dufu, how about taking it slow? Aldrich thought for a moment and said, No, just follow the governor's wishes. Yes. Speaking of Barnett's efficiency, he officially announced the public trial of Luke that day. For a time, the people of Jiangling City cheered. The case of a missing child some time ago caused panic and anger among the people, but the police have not caught the murderer yet. Now that they heard that the murderer had been caught and was a member of the Jiang family, and that the procuratorate was not afraid of the Jiang family's power and dared to hold a public trial, the people were very happy. When some people are happy, others are sad. This result is simply humiliating for Jareth. In the back hall of the Jiang family compound, Jareth sat with a gloomy face. Everything that was supposed to happen had happened. It seems that the chief family doesn't want to live well anymore and wants to turn against us. Do they think they can kill my son, Jareth? Jareth said angrily. Master, since Aldrich doesn't give us face and jumps out to oppose us at this time, why not declare war on the chief family as soon as possible? Wang Wan said, No, Dad, Boss Wang. This matter is no longer just about the chief family. Now Vincent has intervened. If we declare war on the chief family for Haoji at this time, it will be clear that we are not giving Vincent face. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end it then. Jiang Haoyu is still very calm. Brother is right. It's not worth it to risk our Jiang family for an illegitimate child. Jiang Haoran had no good feelings towards Luke and wished that this scourge would die sooner. Jareth glanced at Jiang Haoran coldly. No matter what, he is still your brother and my son. Dad, Luke is disabled now and unconscious. What's the point of saving him? Jiang Haoran said.